American New York City Manhattan Clinton District. On my eyes. A sudden miserable scream rang out from within a narrow alley. Bai Jing clutched his eyes, rubbing them for a long while before suddenly realizing that nothing actually seemed wrong. That's not right. When he opened his eyes again, the world before him was still hundreds, even thousands of times brighter than before. It was as if the world he used to see had always been in night mode, and now it had abruptly switched to an overexposed, blinding daylight mode. In the past, such intense brightness would have overwhelmed his eyes, yet now, even when faced with light as dazzling as staring directly into the sun, his eyes felt nothing at all. His head felt fine as well. On the contrary, it was processing information with an unprecedented ease, handling details that were tens of thousands of times clearer than before. Why did this sudden change happen? Bai Jing simply removed his glasses. The world in front of him blurred for an instant, then immediately snapped back into crystal clarity. My myopia is gone too. Bai Jing blinked. Don't tell me I'm living in a dream. He looked around. It was a dim, narrow alley flanked on both sides by 5- or 6-story apartment buildings built from rare dark red bricks. Garbage was strewn about it, random sewage flowed unchecked, and a fat black stray cat crawled out of a trash heap, glanced at him, then turned and ran off with something clamped in its jaws. Pipes and staircases were laid bare along the walls. The drip of water, the murmur of voices outside, the wail of police sirens, and the distant crack of gunshots intertwined, making the entire world feel brutally real and vividly alive. Wait, who am I? Where am I? Bai Jing was stunned. Wasn't I just cursing out netizens' families? On September 15, perhaps a day worthy of being remembered in history, Huawei Company's chip supply was cut off by a certain powerful country. At that very moment, as Apple was holding its product launch event, many people in Bai Jing's live stream chat were busy posting advertisements. As a hot-blooded patriot, Bai Jing could not tolerate this. He even stopped gaming to argue with them, and his tirade lasted from 1 in the morning all the way to 7 at dawn. Then he went downstairs to buy breakfast, groggy and half asleep, and in the blink of an eye, without knowing how he had ended up in this alley. His eyes had nearly been blinded by the glare. Scratching his head, he suspected he must have fallen asleep while walking and then sleepwalked into a place he didn't recognize. I'll just go out and ask. Just as Bai Jing was about to move, he saw 3 burly black men, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, turn in from the street and step into the mouth of the alley. Then the two sides saw each other. Yo Chink. The tall, skinny man in the lead brightened. Hand over all the money on you. Huh. Bai Jing was first curious. Had even his small county town started having black people? Then his curiosity deepened. Were these guys filming a video or something? Why were they all moving in slow motion? Their walking was slow, their speech was slow, as if everything was playing at half speed. As for what they said, Bai Jing's mind jolted. You're trying to rob me. Money. Give me. Upon hearing Chinese, the black man simply switched languages and spoke it fluently. Damn it. Bai Jing was speechless. Bro, it's already 2020. Who still carries cash on them? The man did not understand and repeated, money. Give me. Can we be reasonable here? How about I transfer it to you? Bai Jing reached into his pocket for his phone. Your head can be broken and blood can be shed, but how could you ever go out without your phone? Stop. Seeing Bai Jing's hand reaching toward his waist, the man immediately roared, stop right there. Huh. Bai Jing frowned, withdrew his hand, and glanced around. His vision and hearing were now inexplicably sharp, yet he could not see any cameras or selfie rigs. Were these 3 really shooting a video? Come to think of it, even if they were filming, this was not how it should be done. Wouldn't it be enough to just face the camera and shout that they loved the Xia Nation? Where was the need for so much complexity? But how could normal people have every word, every gesture, every single movement happening in slow motion? Bai Jing frowned again, just as another man simply reached into his clothes and pulled out a silver revolver. Why waste so many words? Just kill him and then search his body. The man spoke as he leveled the gun at Bai Jing. Huh. A sudden aura of death enveloped Bai Jing. Under his enhanced vision, the metallic gleam shivering along the silver revolver left him utterly certain that this was a real gun. Bang! The man pulled the trigger. Bai Jing jerked his body sideways, and the bullet whistled past him. He was no martial arts expert or body technique master, but when facing people whose speed had been cut in half, this level of anticipation was still well within his capabilities. After all, Bai Jing was a 1,000-point king in the canyon. His reaction speed was top-notch. Bang! The bullet slammed into the trash can behind him. One glance told Bai Jing that the 0.5 thick metal bin had been punched through. The gun was real, and so were the bullets. These men genuinely intended to kill him. With his life hanging by a thread, Bai Jing's emotions suddenly calmed. How to deal with a 3-man encirclement. First, check teammate positions. Second, check your own skills. Third, check the enemy's skills. You dodge what can be dodged, you use the skills that must be used. Panic is useless. Your thoughts must remain clear and your execution precise if you want to escape or turn the tables. The three black men were big and heavy-set. Perhaps it was all just flab. But Bai Jing, after years of gaming and little exercise, was probably even weaker. There was no way he could beat them in a contest of physical strength. His only chance lay in that silver revolver. Bai Jing lunged forward. It sounds long in the telling, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. While the gunman was still stunned that his bullet had been dodged, Bai Jing had already closed the distance. They had been about 6 meters apart. An average adult can cover that distance in a 1-second sprint. Yet from the gunman's perspective, this skinny Asian youth crossed that gap in the space of a single blink. The man hurriedly raised the gun and fired twice in succession, but the youth before him slipped past every shot like an eel, ducking his head and folding his body. In the next instant, the gunman felt a sharp pain in his hand and reflexively loosened his grip. When he came back to his senses, the revolver was already in the young man's hand. So it's not that you got slower, it's that I became faster. Excitement surged in Bai Jing's chest. From his boosted sight and hearing, and from the way he had just reacted in that split second, he could tell that his brain's thinking speed and information processing ability had grown far beyond what they once were. On top of that, people now appeared to move in slow motion before his eyes. Had he become a superhuman? In that case, couldn't he casually climb to rank 1 in the canyon and then go pro? Forgive him, born poor and having spent years playing games, Bai Jing truly had no idea what else a person with superpowers was suited for besides gaming. Gun in hand, Bai Jing felt much calmer. The men before him had gone weak-kneed with fear. Xia? Xia Nation Kung Fu. One of them murmured. Kung Fu my ass. Bai Jing cursed, then shouted, hands up, fingers on your heads, backs against the wall, squat down. They did not understand his words, but they understood the gestures he made with the gun and obediently squatted in the corner by the wall. Having subdued the three, Bai Jing suddenly realized he had no idea what to do next. Back when he was a keyboard warrior online, his stance would have been to finish them off without hesitation. But now that he truly had a gun in his hand, he did not have the guts. I should call the police. In the end, Bai Jing remembered that this was definitely the kind of thing you reported to the authorities. Illegal possession of firearms, robbery, attempted murder. Taken together, there was no way they could just write a letter of repentance and be done with it. He pulled out his Xiaowei Mate 40 and with his keen eyes immediately noticed that there was no signal. The 110 emergency line could be dialed even without credit or unlocking the phone, but without a signal, it was impossible. How could that be? Bai Jing looked at the three men before him, then listened to the noisy sounds from outside. In truth, he had already had his suspicions. What city in his home country would have gunshots and police sirens ringing out everywhere? How could people wander around the streets with guns? Not to mention that the pedestrians outside were all speaking English. Bai Jing rose and walked step by step toward the mouth of the street. As he neared the sidewalk, he closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open. What entered his sight were storefronts lined with English signage, and people in the streets with hair of gold, red, brown, and black, and skin in shades of black, white, yellow, and brown. A newspaper fluttered past his face. Bai Jing casually reached out and caught it, seeing the name on the front page, Manhattan Daily, January 14, 2008. Bai Jing heard the black man behind him sneaking away, but he had no mind to care about that at all. A transmigration. How could he possibly have transmigrated? And of all places to transmigrate to, why did it have to be America? I have to find a way back. After all, in the land of so-called freedom, where shootings happen every day, Bai Jing had no desire to be killed at random one day. What an undeserved fate that would be. For now, returning to his original world was impossible. Even if he wanted to go back, no one here would help him. Only if he reached Xia country across the ocean, revealed his identity as a transmigrator, together with his superhuman ability, might the state be willing to mobilize resources to help him research the secret of transmigration. Right, there's also this superpower. He was just about to take out his phone when Bai Jing suddenly remembered. It was 2008 now. The Xiaowei Mate 40 in his hand was without question a piece of cutting-edge black technology. He absolutely could not take it out casually. Fortunately, shops lined both sides of the street, most of them restaurants. Is this some kind of food street? Walking down the street, Bai Jing looked around while all kinds of English poured into his ears and fragments of memory began to awaken. English from 3rd grade in primary school, 3 years of junior high, 3 years of high school, 4 years of university. Though he had forgotten most of it after so many years without use, everything he had once learned had been faithfully recorded in his subconscious. Ordinary people might go their entire lives without a chance to awaken that knowledge, but Bai Jing was different now. His brain seemed to have entered an overclocked state. Things he had memorized, half remembered, or merely skimmed through, like pages from the Oxford Dictionary, rose one after another to the surface. Before he knew it, Bai Jing realized he could actually understand what the people around him were saying. But that was only a minor matter. Bai Jing stepped into a clothing store and stopped in front of the fitting room mirror at the entrance, staring blankly at the figure reflected within. 1 meter 86 tall and slim face, pale hair, disheveled, dark circles still etched under his eyes. He wore a white t-shirt printed in Chinese with the words, "Working, impossible to ever work," and a pair of loose sweatpants. His features were somewhat handsome. This was him no different from the self who had been streaming slumped over his desk just yesterday. The only difference lay in his eyes. He was a typical Northern Han Chinese, his irises originally a dark brown-black. Yet now the eyes staring back from the mirror were an unfathomably deep black. The blackness was so absolute that even the reflection of the outside world, which should have been mirrored on the surface of his eyes, was nowhere to be seen. It was like gazing into an abyss. That pool of still silent darkness sent an involuntary chill through Bai Jing even as he met his own gaze. "It's just like a black hole," Bai Jing murmured, unable to stop himself. And then he felt with a start that he might actually be right. That slightly handsome face, paired with such shadowy eyes, was like a dragon having its eyes dotted. His charm instantly leapt several levels. From merely somewhat handsome, he had become distinctly magnetic. He raised his hand and gave the air a tiny hook. The mirror in front of him trembled lightly. "Back when I dodged the bullets just now, I already sensed something like a domain encircling me." Bai Jing quietly felt out the extent of what he could control, then took a tape measure from the counter, placing it on the floor to measure. 0.93 meters. With my eyes as the center, it's a sphere with a diameter of 0.93 meters. Within this range, I can control gravity and repulsion. Moreover, when he focused all his attention on the tape measure before him, it rapidly magnified in his vision. Even the 1 millimeter markings swelled to appear almost a meter wide. And that was far from the limit. Microscopic vision. At the thought, he felt his sight pierce through the surface of the tape, entering the thin layer of plastic less than a millimeter thick, where he saw the neatly arranged plastic particles within. Gravity can penetrate all things than scientific theory. It can even reach into higher dimensional worlds. To this day, no material is immune to gravity. Bai Jing muttered, "My sight carries the properties of gravity, so it can scan all matter." Gravitational probing. And there was an even more fundamental trait. What is the defining trait of a black hole? Naturally, the devouring of all things. Within the range of his gravity, the plastic particles in the tape were stripped down to molecules. Under the overwhelming pull, their chemical bonds snapped apart, reducing them to atoms before they vanished from the tape's material altogether. The amount was too small for Bai Jing to feel anything, but he was certain that those tens of thousands of plastic particles had been absorbed by his own eyes. He had only used the tape as an experiment. In truth, the range of what he could absorb was vast. Anything within his gravitational field could be devoured. That is to say, anything within a sphere of 0.93 meters in diameter. So now I understand why everyone else seems to be moving in slow motion. It's the gravitational time dilation effect. Bai Jing suddenly grasped it. Gravitational time dilation meant that when one was within the gravitational field of a massive body, time would pass more quickly. The stronger the gravity, the faster time flowed. If there were a species living on the sun whose gravity far exceeded that of Earth, then, from their perspective, Earthlings, in the same perceived duration, would appear to be moving at a blazing speed. Yet Bai Jing saw people outside, as if in slow motion, because he himself was enveloped by the gravity of the black holes in his eyes. Compared to the Earth's gravity, the pull from his eyes was far weaker, placing him in a region of weaker gravity. Thus his time flowed much faster than that of ordinary people. At present, the ratio seemed to be about 1 to 2. If he maintained that time ratio over the long term, then, while an ordinary person lived 50 years, Bai Jing would have experienced 100. His lifespan would effectively be half that of others. In reality, he would not be losing out, since along his personal timeline, he truly lived 100 years. Still, if one could live longer, who would choose to have half the time of others? I have to work hard to expand the range of my gravity. As long as it reaches 2 meters, the time ratio should be adjustable back to parity with Earth, Bai Jing thought. That shouldn't be difficult. Black holes grow by mindless devouring. As for his improved sight and hearing, the explanation was simple. His eyes were black holes, and their gravity directly enhanced the absorption of light and sound waves. As for why his brain had improved as well, he had no idea. I really don't know. But why did my eyes turn into black holes in the first place? Was it because space and time were compressed during transmigration? Previously, Bai Jing had never liked to use his brain, but now that he discovered how well it worked, he found himself eager to think. After turning the problem over in his mind for a long while, without an answer, he simply gave up on it. Setting down the tape, Bai Jing turned away, intending to find a small alley and let some black thugs camp him again. He had originally gone out to buy breakfast, only to end up transmigrating before he could eat. His stomach was still empty. But there was no mobile payment here, so Bai Jing could only hope to beg a bit of money from some kind soul. "Hey, what's with this tape measure?" It snapped in one pull. A plump woman with a waist like a barrel suddenly bellowed. Bai Jing twitched his ears and glanced around, just about to look for an alley, when he felt 2 people clamp down on his arms, one on each side. "Come on, bro, you're taking a little trip," the man on his left, thick-bearded, dark-skinned, obviously Latino, whispered in his ear, even flicking his tongue against it afterward. "You're done," Bai Jing muttered, goosebumps rising all over him. In an instant his gravity surged forth, sweeping across the man's body. One-third of the man's blood was devoured in a single pass. The man's face turned ashen, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he lost all strength, collapsing to his knees. "Hey bro, what's wrong with you? Are you going through withdrawal?" The other black man was startled and hurried to support him. From a distance, someone must have seen something happen, because backup immediately rushed over. This time, there were no unnecessary words, and they simply dragged Bai Jing and shoved him into a van by the roadside. Passers-by kept chatting and laughing, pretending they had seen nothing at all. Inside the van, 2 rows of wide high seats already held 4 or 5 people. The spot where Bai Jing sat, however, was low and cramped. Sitting was uncomfortable, and standing was impossible. On top of that, every one of the 5 or 6 foreigners reeked, and a heavy cloying scent, like overripe blossoms, filled the van, making Bai Jing nearly faint on the spot. Absorb it all. Since smell was nothing more than chemical molecules, he could easily devour them. Only then did Bai Jing realize his sense of smell had become unervingly sharp as well. Furthermore, this devouring seemed to follow his conscious will. For instance, he could choose to absorb the odor molecules, but leave the oxygen untouched, allowing him to breathe normally. If he indiscriminately devoured everything, it would amount to suicide. "Is it him?" the driver in the front seat asked. "It's him," replied the man in the passenger seat. "A black guy?" Bai Jing turned his head for a look and realized it was one of the 3 he had just let escape. "Who are you people?" Bai Jing asked. "Why did you kidnap me? What's with all the questions?" A black man raised a palm the size of a fan, about to slap him, when he suddenly felt an overwhelming force the instant it neared Bai Jing's face. Bang! His arm smashed heavily into the side of the van, instead denting the door outward. "You people are really asking for it," Bai Jing snarled. He was utterly fed up. He had done nothing yet. First he was robbed, now he was being kidnapped. Did he really look that easy to bully? Black hole devouring activated. The rubber rope binding his hands vanished instantly. The others were horrified and rushed in to pin him down, but Bai Jing merely swept his arm through the air, and all 6 of them collapsed where they stood, having a third of their blood drained. Anyone who could still stand after that would be a true Iron Man. Superpowers? The Latino driver stared in disbelief. "What are you?" "I believe I should be the one asking that," Bai Jing said, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. "Who are you people, and why did you kidnap me?" A strange force flowed through the Latino's body wherever that hand rested. He had no idea what had happened to the 6 in the back, whether they were dead or simply unconscious. But could such matters really be gambled with? "We're with the Gray Squirrel Gang. My name is Ryan Dylan." It was him. He came back and reported that he'd spotted a guy from Xia country carrying some very advanced-looking phone. The Latino pointed at the black man in the passenger seat. The man blinked in confusion. I just. Bai Jing cut him off with a slap. The man's body went limp. "I've absorbed the blood of 7 people, at least 20 kilos, and there's still not the slightest improvement." His perception was unimaginably fine down to the nanometer scale, yet even at that level he could not detect any change in the range of his gravity. It seemed that 20 kilograms of blood was nothing but a drizzle to the black hole eyes. The Latino at the wheel was on the verge of panic, but Bai Jing merely patted his shoulder. "Take me to your boss. I won't hurt you." Okay. In the underworld, loyalty was a joke. The Latino sold out his boss without hesitation. Their base was apparently nearby. After driving for less than 5 minutes, they pulled to a stop again. "Our boss is inside," Ryan Dylan said, carefully climbing out of the van. He jogged around to the back to open the door for Bai Jing. If he were facing an ordinary enforcer, he might still be thinking about earning merit and a reward. But confronted with a superpowered individual like this, prudence was the only option. Besides, even if this superpowered man ended up failing, he could always claim later that he had been enduring humiliation for the greater good. Bai Jing had no time to ponder Ryan's psychological journey. He curiously gazed at the building before him. It seemed like an ordinary structure, yet inside it held profound secrets. Faint sounds could be heard from outside, and even with his keen hearing, he could only catch a glimpse of what was happening. An ordinary person would likely hear nothing at all. Ryan led Bai Jing into the building, and after passing through a few mundane hallways, he suddenly opened a door marked emergency exit. In an instant, waves of sound, screams and shouts, filled the air, deafening and piercing to the heavens. Quickly activating his absorption ability near his ears, he filtered out most of the noise and felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that this function would have to be used frequently. Light could also be absorbed to some extent. Under normal circumstances, one's eyesight did not need to be this sharp. Inside was probably a bar of sorts, one of those gaudy establishments. Bai Jing was somewhat astonished as he watched the young women on stage flaunting their bodies in ways he had never seen before, surrounded by a group of lewd men who occasionally splashed drinks or grabbed at their thighs. Is this the decay of capitalism? Incredible. Next to Hell's Kitchen is Broadway, where many girls with dreams of opera go to seek their fortune. However, the rent on Broadway is exorbitant and the cost of living is high, so they can only live here, making a living by selling their bodies. Ryan noticed Bai Jing's dazed expression and suddenly realized that even this superpowered individual seemed to have weaknesses. Interested in women. That's easy to handle. Hell's Kitchen never lacks for women. Wait, did you just say this is Hell's Kitchen? Bai Jing caught onto a key term. Yes. Ryan nodded. Actually, the official name should be Clinton District, but who cares? It seems there is such a saying. Bai Jing nodded. Hell's Kitchen indeed existed in reality, not just a creation of movies and TV shows. He continued to look around at the vibrant nightlife, but he could only observe in this dim environment. If he activated his supervision and scanned closely, the various dirt and grease would become as glaringly obvious as the lice on Saitama's head. He had just experienced this feeling in the car. All he could say was if it weren't for the black hole to absorb it, he would have vomited. Passing through the bar, he entered a back room, and once he went through a door, the noise was suddenly far away. This was a somewhat long corridor where well-dressed gang members stood. Perhaps Ryan held a significant position upon seeing him bring someone, and they merely nodded and let them pass without searching. Pleased, Ryan pushed the door open for Bai Jing, revealing a vast space inside, with a large clean floor, a few bodyguards casually standing or moving about, and a big boss sitting in the center of the hall watching television. There was no need to ask why he was the boss. Bai Jing felt that apart from the boss, no one could sit in a gang organization smoking a cigar while watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Boss, Ryan called out in a low voice. Wait, the boss waved his hand, continuing to watch television. Our boss is Bronte Quinn, nicknamed the Disaster Rat, skilled in close combat and pistol shooting. The person next to him is called Callan Quinn, the boss brother, a retired Marine, top-notch in hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship. Bai Jing did not look at these two, but instead focused on the television. He quite liked SpongeBob SquarePants, but unfortunately, when he was younger, his family was poor and he was too busy studying to watch it. Later, when he had money, he was too busy playing games and working, leaving no time for it. Lying on the sofa and leisurely watching anime was once his dream. So he boldly moved forward, scanning the sofa to ensure it was perfectly clean, then lay down. Bronte Quinn turned in shock. Who told you to sit down? Smack. Bai Jing slapped his shoulder. Say that again. Bai Jing didn't want to engage in peaceful dialogue with such scum. He would just charge right in. Bronte Quinn felt a shock as he sensed his own weakness. He was skilled in combat and knew his body well. In an instant, he deduced that he was experiencing anemia due to significant blood loss and lack of oxygen. But why? My diet is usually balanced and I exercise regularly. Bai Jing picked up the remote, turned off the television, and then turned to face Bronte Quinn. I heard you're interested in my phone. Is it you? Bronte Quinn looked at Bai Jing in shock, then turned to Ryan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Did you betray me? You have pretty good taste. Bai Jing took out his phone and said, this is a smartphone released by Xiaomi in 2020 with a 100-megapixel camera, 8,256 gigabytes of memory, 66W, fast charging, and supports 3G, 4G, and 5G networks. Unfortunately, America has cut off the supply of Xiaomi's chips, so it no longer has a Mate 50. He took out his phone, unlocked it with a fingerprint, and posed with a peace sign while taking a selfie. Looking at the clear image of himself on the phone, Bronte was filled with shock and fear. In this day and age, a phone with 3 million pixels is already considered high configuration, and even digital cameras rarely have 3 million pixels. Xiaomi's front camera boasts 12 million pixels. He understood the technological value of this phone, which made him even more terrified. Why was he eyeing such a phone? What faction does he belong to? Can I afford to provoke him? Why is he so straightforward in revealing the phone's specifications to me? It's known that knowing too much can be a death sentence. You all do this. You sell your unique items at exorbitant prices, and for what you don't have, you desperately try to get your hands on it. If you can't, you resort to underhanded tactics. Bai Jing murmured, you may still be a beacon of hope now, but 10 years from now, everyone will see your true nature. Ryan, confused, replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Bronte was almost crying. What does America's bullying have to do with me? If you hate America, then we are partners. I'm a thug, and I'm also a cancer to America. I've never killed anyone before, but it seems like I have no choice now, so I'll say something to make me angry enough to do it. Bai Jing said nonchalantly. Off. Bronte was stunned. He watched as Bai Jing pulled out a silver revolver and pointed it at his forehead. Callan finally sensed something was off. He drew his gun and shot, the entire process taking less than 0.7 seconds. Then he saw the shiny bullet hovering next to the yellow-skinned man's temple, first turning to dust, then silently vanishing into the air. Bang! Bai Jing finally pulled the trigger. This was his first murder, and it felt very uncomfortable. He had always been someone who felt bad for days if he stepped on a snail while walking. But could he afford not to kill? If he didn't, Bronte would never give up. The Mate 40 represented a trillion-dollar market. Not only would Bronte be tempted, but even the CIA and FBI might get involved. At that point, he would only be able to flee, exposing his abilities along the way, attracting even stronger pursuers. It would be endless and infinite cycle. He still had no money. Was he supposed to rob his way through, absorb the Mate 40, and destroy the evidence? That was also impossible. The Mate 40 was a great opportunity for his country to leapfrog ahead. To prevent Xia from experiencing that humiliation 12 years later, Bai Jing had to do something. For example, bang, Bronte was dead. He turned the gun towards Calland. After firing once, he had a clear understanding of the recoil of this gun. An unseen gravitational force acted upon the gun, helping to stabilize its position. Calland hurriedly tried to dodge, but in this slow motion, how could he possibly evade? Bang! A bullet struck his forehead, killing him instantly. Calland was dead. There's an assassin. The surrounding bodyguards had noticed something was wrong, but everything happened too quickly. From the moment Bai Jing grabbed the gun to shooting 2 people, it had been less than 1 second. Who could react in time? Some elites were just now pulling their guns out. Then they did not fire. Because the boss was dead, capturing this gunman to inquire about the mastermind was more important. After all, avenging the former boss was crucial for rising to power. More importantly, the young man before them had a gun pointed at his own forehead. From today onward, the Grey Rat Gang will be under my command. The young man's clear voice echoed throughout the hall. Kid, have you lost your mind? Seeing Bai Jing pointing a gun at his own head, the group of gang members were bewildered. You want to be the boss, but are threatening us with a gun. What's going on with you? What if we don't agree? Are you going to shoot yourself? One person finished speaking, and the others immediately burst into laughter. Yeah, you little brat, your bullets won't bend right. Another round of hearty laughter erupted. The air was filled with a jovial atmosphere. The way you're being the boss is just too pathetic. You're going to die like this, and no one is even sad. Bai Jing glanced at the body of Belanti lying on the side, and then at the laughing crowd. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger. A revolver with 6 bullets. In the alley, that nigga used up 3 shots, and Bai Jing took out Belanti and Calland with 2 shots. At this moment, it was the last bullet. Bang! Gunpowder erupted, and the bullet left the chamber. The orange-yellow bullet, carrying a force of 300 ms, shot straight towards Bai Jing's temple. At this moment, Bai Jing finally raised his left hand, quickly reaching for his right temple, and then suddenly pinched hard. An orange-yellow bullet appeared prominently between his index and middle fingers. In the hall, the laughter seemed to have been paused, and in an instant it all stopped. Bai Jing released his fingers, and the bullet clattered down onto the gray-black marble floor, echoing in everyone's hearts. One and all the bodyguards stared in shock at the bullet on the ground, their faces filled with doubt and disbelief. That was a bullet. Even if it was just a revolver bullet, how could someone catch it? In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Bai Jing looked at the crowd indifferently. From now on, the Grey Mouse Gang will be under my command. Who is in favor? Who is against? The bodyguards looked at each other. No one dared to speak. I am in favor. Seeing this, Ryan hurriedly raised his hand. Our Grey Mouse Gang has long needed a more wise leader. Ah, yes. One bodyguard immediately put down his gun. From now on, you are our boss. Exactly. Other bodyguards quickly nodded silently, putting away their guns aimed at Bai Jing. Who has ever caught a bullet like this? Of course, it might also be fake and involve special effects, but no one dared to gamble on that possibility. What if it wasn't? They were bodyguards, but not death warriors. Very well. Bai Jing nodded. Handle the bodies, call the main leaders for a meeting, and also tell me the current situation of the Grey Mouse Gang. What is the main business? Everything. Yes. The bodyguards nodded and turned to leave, with 2 carefully dragging away the bodies of the Quinn brothers. Bai Jing sat back on the sofa, casually brushing off the dust, and Mites then turned on the television. SpongeBob had already ended, and now a paternity test show was airing, with the host shouting that this child is not yours. The woman then ran away, covering her face, leaving the man cheering on stage. Boss, here are the Grey Mouse Gang's materials. A pair of full fair breasts suddenly appeared in front of Bai Jing. He looked up and saw a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, about 1.7 meters tall, with a great figure. Danny Roberts. The girl put down the files in her arms and extended her hand. Secretary of the Grey Mouse Gang. Oh. Bai Jing lightly shook her hand twice. You can leave now. Danny's face darkened. I specifically wore sexy clothes today, and even sprayed perfume to cover my body odor, and applied powder to cover my pores. Are you blind to ignore my charm? But she could only say this in her heart after all. Belanti's body had just been taken away. TCH. Bai Jing rolled his eyes. European and American women's skin was worse than his. How could he possibly find her attractive? Isn't finding an Asian girl more appealing? My wife is Aragaki Yui. Lowering his head to look at the materials after reading 2 pages, he sensed someone else approaching. Ryan dragged over a dark-skinned man with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a messy beard, but he looked quite stylish overall wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Boss, this is our Gray Mouse Gang's accountant named Albahan," Ryan said. "Hello, boss." Albahan spoke English very well with hardly any hint of an accent. "My name is Albahan, graduated from Princeton University's mathematics department, 38 years old." Isn't Princeton University's mathematics department the best in the world? How did you end up in this state?" Bai Jing was astonished. Princeton University is a place that all top scholars dream of going, especially the mathematics department. It's not far from being the best in the world. Those who graduate from this school, even if they don't pursue math research, will generally be highly sought after on Wall Street. How did you end up as an accountant in a gang? Albahan awkwardly smiled. He previously worked on Wall Street, but ended up messing around with the boss' daughter. Ryan said from the side. "That's not a big deal." Bai Jing said, "You can marry his daughter. After all, coming out of Princeton's mathematics department, being a son-in-law is definitely not a disgrace." "But the boss has 4 daughters. Ryan gestured. "The youngest is only 14. Bai Jing was speechless. "You wouldn't have done anything with all of them, right? Looking handsome, that's how it is." Albahan sighed. "Boss, you are as handsome as me. You must also often face such troubles." "I own." Bai Jing awkwardly nodded. "That's right, women always cling to me and can't be shaken off. I am at work and they can run into the office. If it weren't for the 300K betrothal gift, plus 1.5 million for a house, Bai Jing would probably have gotten married. So the outcome was simple. Albahan not only got involved with those 4 daughters of the executive, but he was also indiscriminate in his daily life, resulting in being blacklisted on Wall Street, and the executive even issued a bounty. Although no one ever went to assassinate him. Fortunately, Hell's Kitchen didn't care about this. After all, there are many women of the night here, as most come to Broadway to chase their dreams, and the quality is quite high. Perhaps even casually bumping into a streetwalker could get you a rendition of Tonight No One Sleeps. Alright, that's not important. Bai Jing waved his hand. "First, tell me, how much money does the Gray Mouse Gang have now?" "The money stored from the Quinn brothers should be around $2 million. I don't know if they have private accounts." Albahan answered honestly. So little. Did you pocket some?" Bai Jing was shocked. "No." Albahan quickly shook his head. "I am a professional accountant with integrity. How could I do something like pocketing my employer's property? But hasn't the Gray Mouse Gang existed for 5 to 6 years? How come there's only this little money?" Bai Jing turned to Ryan, but seemed there was something about this in the introduction he just read. 6 years, we started in 2002. Ryan replied. "But 80 of the profits must be handed over to Jean Bing, and the remaining 20 has to support so many people, so there's simply no way to save up." Albahan answered honestly. Who did you just mention?" "Jean Bing, the underground king of New York." Albahan replied. "But boss, you don't have to worry about him. As long as you report to him, you can continue to hand over profits as usual, and he won't affect us." Wait. Bai Jing rubbed his temple and asked, "Do you know Tony Stark?" "That playboy? I would like to know him, but he doesn't know me." Albahan replied. Bai Jing was silent for a long time, and then asked Osborne. Osborne Group, the 4th largest military-industrial group in the country. Albahan asked back. Bai Jing was silent for a long time, then exclaimed, "Damn. I thought I was the only one with superpowers. Turns out this is Marvel. I was originally set on buying a lithography machine and leaving." Bai Jing's original plan was quite simple: to take down a gang, gather funds to buy 1 or more lithography machines to bring back, and then utilize his scanning abilities and nano-level precision processing to manufacture upgrades on his own. Although the sanctions on chips by America were a matter from 2020, the pursuit of the chip industry within the country began as early as the 1980s. If Bai Jing could bring back 2 machines, it wouldn't matter if he were an illegal immigrant. Even as an alien, obtaining Chinese nationality should not be a problem. As for why he wanted to do this, America was filled with discrimination against people of Asian descent. It was impossible to enter politics, gain a high position in a major company, or even start a high-tech company without facing suppression and hindrance. Even the desire to marry a Caucasian woman or buy a house in a predominantly Caucasian neighborhood would attract pressure from all sides. Let alone if his future offspring wanted to attend a good school, they would need to score 100 points more than other ethnicities. However, if he went to China with superpowers and lithography machines, he could mobilize vast resources, and even if he wanted to manufacture spaceships in the future, he would have his share. The eye of the black hole grows by absorbing matter, but the mass of the black hole is too high. The Schwarzschild radius of Earth is only 9 mm, meaning that if it absorbed the entire Earth, its gravitational range would only increase by 9 mm. Of course, his eye of the black hole might differ from a true black hole, but in any case, Earth is merely a speck of dust to a black hole. To develop superpowers, he must enter the universe. According to his original plan, this should have been a science fiction novel leading China into the starry sea through the advanced processing capabilities of black holes. But now he suddenly realized, is this place Marvel? Then the plan has to be adjusted. After all, in the Marvel Universe, chips are merely low-end technology. There are perfect human serums, Iron Man suits, nuclear fusion batteries, nano-armor, vibranium, and motherships. If he were to return now with a lithography machine, it would truly be like picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. Although Tony's taste isn't great, the Iron Man suit is indeed cool, especially the later nano-armor. Moreover, black holes are gluttonous for matter. The entire Earth wouldn't be enough for them. This is also why he needs to enter the universe. But if his prediction is correct, isn't there going to be a hammer falling soon? This is forged from neutron star material. If swallowed, it should be more effective than swallowing several Earths. The key is that the hammer is small, making it easy to devour, while consuming Earth is slow and inefficient. Furthermore, there are several infinity stones on Earth known for their infinite energy. Boss, the people are here. The door opened, and several bodyguards led in 2 white men and 1 brown. These are the 3 heads of the Gray Mouse Gang. Ryan introduced Sano Bielson, Pig Schultz, and Hu Tianxiang. Sano Pierce stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, muscular with fierce eyes. He clearly did not look like a good person, but when his gaze softened, he seemed normal. Pig Schultz was only 1.7 meters tall, but had broad shoulders and a round waist with a greasy face that did not resemble a gang member, but rather a pig butcher. As for Hu Tianxiang, he had brownish-yellow skin, stood 1.7 meters tall, wore a white shirt, appeared somewhat frail, had a simple smile, and innocent eyes, looking more like a rural lad than a gangster. Perhaps having heard about Bai Jing's exploits from the bodyguards on the way, all 3 looked at Bai Jing with curiosity. Except for Hu Tianxiang, the other 2's eyes were filled with provocation and skepticism. Bai Jing looked at Hu Tianxiang and asked, "Are you Chinese?" "I'm from Annam," replied Hu Tianxiang. Oh. Bai Jing nodded, losing the slight interest he had just shown. He said, "You should all know about my affairs. I want to be the boss of the Gray Mouse Gang. Do you have any objections?" The 3 exchanged glances, and Pig Schultz said in a deep voice, "Everyone says you are powerful, but I don't believe it. Come hit me once. If you can take me down, I will acknowledge you." Bai Jing stood up, walked to Pig Schultz, lightly patted his shoulder, then turned to Ryan and said, "Get me some Chinese food, and also convene a meeting in an hour." Sano and Hu Tianxiang watched in astonishment as Pig Schultz collapsed to the ground. "No way, that's a bit exaggerated." Pig's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping. "Brother, quickly help me up." The Gray Mouse Gang was established in 2002. In reality, as early as 1993, the Blount brothers graduated high school, didn't attend college, and began robbing with knives on the streets. They were noticed by the Haig family because they dared to fight and were recruited. Additionally, due to their handsome looks, Blount was taken by the Haig family's eldest daughter as a son-in-law. Later, during a turf war, the Haig family lost many members to the Viper family, including their wife and father-in-law, which led Blount to establish the current Gray Mouse family with the remaining members. After 6 years of diligent development, the Gray Mouse family finally became a small gang with 127 members controlling 2 blocks of Hell's Kitchen. By the way, Hell's Kitchen consists of 24 streets numbered from 3558 with the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th avenues. The avenues run north-south while the streets run east-west, dividing Hell's Kitchen into a neatly organized grid of 96 blocks. The Gray Mouse family is located between 12th Avenue and 10th Avenue on 46th Street. This might not be very clear to everyone as to where it is. If you walk straight down this street, you will reach 5th Avenue, which is the world-famous Times Square in New York. This location is excellent. Bai Jing, who was indifferent to America and had never been here, of course, didn't have much understanding of Hell's Kitchen. But now, with a map of New York City in front of him, he realized that Hell's Kitchen is indeed a place with great potential. The west side borders the Hudson River, boasting dozens of docks and convenient transportation. The east side is Times Square in Manhattan, which can hardly be overstated as the most bustling place in America. This is simply the second ring of New York City. Such a prime location has a consistently high crime rate due to gangs, immigrants, and complex ethnic issues hindering economic growth. In America, it's harder to rise through legitimate means, but what about the underworld? Bai Jing took out a marker and circled the square of Hell's Kitchen. It can make money, it can control a local power, and being in New York yet hidden behind the scenes is very convenient for participating in various matters. He tapped the table deep in thought when Ryan ran in. "Boss, I've bought the Chinese food. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got General Tso's chicken, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu soup, dumplings, spicy chicken from Chongqing, and dumplings." Ryan saw the map on the wall, the Hell's Kitchen circled, and the more than 90 blocks inside painted in different colors. However, he didn't mind thinking that Bai Jing was just getting to know the various power distributions within Hell's Kitchen, until Bai Jing spoke. "You said how long would it take to bring the entire Hell's Kitchen under control?" Bai Jing asked. Ryan was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "That's impossible, boss. Hell's Kitchen has so many forces with hundreds of gangs, big and small, coming from various countries and races. Just dealing with these is quite difficult, And on top of that, there's the underworld King Jean Bing, who wouldn't allow the unification of Hell's Kitchen, not to mention the major corporations and religions. In short, the situation in Hell's Kitchen is complex. Unification is impossible. Bai Jing shook his head. Nothing is impossible. Challenges can be resolved, and those who oppose must be eliminated. As long as our thoughts don't waver, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Disobedience. That means we haven't killed enough. Moreover, it's just Hell's Kitchen. What threat could it pose to him? According to the timeline of the cinematic universe, the heroes in Hell's Kitchen are mostly still underage. The strongest among them is Daredevil, but he is a close combat fighter. Do you dare to come closer to me? Besides, Daredevil is also a gentleman, and gentlemen are too easy to deal with. As for Jean Bing, he is also a close combat fighter. He is still just a mortal. No matter how big his muscles are, he remains immortal. For Bai Jing, who aims to seize the Infinity Stones and sees Ancient One and Thanos as his targets, Jean Bing is truly insignificant. Of course, strategically underestimating the enemy is one thing, but tactically one must still take the enemy seriously. For instance, Bai Jing is constantly activating the gravitational domain to avoid being sniped by any sharpshooters. Let's start from the nearby area. Bai Jing pointed to 45th Street and said the goal is to take these 4 blocks and expand our territory to 6. The Viper Gang occupies 45th Street, and their territory includes 6 blocks. We are no match for them. Ryan said, if we attack them, the Redneck Gang on 47th Street will definitely seize the opportunity to attack us. In all of Hell's Kitchen, there are 24 streets home to hundreds of forces, and pulling one thread can affect the whole fabric. As for why there are hundreds rather than an exact number, it is because gangs are constantly fighting. Some are established today and wiped out tomorrow. The Underworld's information network cannot be public and updates are slow. It's possible that one gang was annihilated 6 months ago, and people on another street only find out now. So the question arises, why has the Rat Gang, despite being so weak, existed for so long? Because the position they occupy is quite peculiar. Looking out the window at the vast Hudson River at Pier 86, dozens of various planes are docked. There are fighter jets, reconnaissance planes, and a famous British-French supersonic passenger plane, the Concorde. Years ago, in pursuit of a more efficient means of transport, and in response to the demands of the Cold War and military competition, the UK and France jointly developed this model of supersonic passenger aircraft. However, due to excessive noise and several accidents after entering service, the public lost trust in this type of aircraft. In 2003, the Concorde was retired and one was left here. Why are so many planes parked here? Because this is the USS Intrepid Aircraft Carrier Museum, where a decommissioned aircraft carrier is on display for tourists. However, in 2006, this ship was taken for major repairs, so the aircraft carrier cannot be seen at the pier now, but some of the planes not placed on the carrier are still visible. The Rat Gang's territory is adjacent to Pier 86. They certainly cannot pilot these fighter jets in battle, nor can they afford to hire pilots, but they can choose to blow up the fighter jets. The Rat Gang cannot defeat any gang, but they can use the tactic of blowing up fighter jets to provoke the wrath of the American military, leading to mutual destruction. Relying on the threat of divine punishment, the Rat Gang barely survives in 46th Street, operating a few bars and casinos. Their revenue sources include bars, casinos, selling drugs, laundering money, human trafficking, debt collection, and so on. The neighboring Viper Gang is quite similar. The situation across America is pretty much the same. While Ryan continues to grumble, Bai Jing ignores him and looks at intelligence about their neighbors. The term redneck is a derogatory label used by high-class whites to refer to lower-class whites, similar to the term country bumpkin in Chinese context. Most of them come from the southern United States, and among this group many are from Texas, so redneck sometimes specifically refers to Texans. These people historically lived off farming, have low levels of education, and are known for heavy drinking, which results in a generally irritable demeanor and difficulty in communication. Likewise, due to cultural and educational backgrounds, rednecks typically marry and have children early. What happens when an uneducated woman has a husband who loves to drink? The result is an extremely high domestic violence rate. It's still due to their lack of education, making it difficult for them to discern right from wrong. In Bai Jing's world, there was a clever person who, using simple and vivid metaphors without any complex rhetoric and having highly provocative slogans that actually lacked substantial content, won their favor and ultimately reached the pinnacle of power in America. As for the Viper Gang, the main members are from the southern Mexican regions. The Mexican drug cartels are more powerful than the state's forces, and competition is fierce. Gang members who fail in their home country often smuggle into America and settle in Hell's Kitchen. Because of their connections to the Mexican cartels, the Viper Gang can source a large supply of drugs. They are also Hell's Kitchen's largest drug supplier, with nearly 40 of the drugs flowing into Hell's Kitchen coming through them and then disseminated across America. From a pragmatic perspective, it is simpler to take down the rednecks first, because if the Viper gang is eliminated, the drug supply system will inevitably be disrupted, leading to a situation where various gangs will come knocking, which might be hard to resist. But what Bai Jing wants is this effect. As a superpowered individual, he is nearly invincible in Hell's Kitchen. He doesn't have the time to take down each gang one by one. It would be better to gather everyone together for a discussion and end the negotiations in one go. General Tso's chicken is considered the top Chinese dish in the minds of foreigners, yet few Chinese have actually eaten it. This is Bai Jing's first time encountering this dish. The dish is golden crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and with a bite it's sweet, crunchy, and slightly spicy. The taste is surprisingly good. Next, he tries mapo tofu. Bai Jing is not from a wealthy family, and the mapo tofu he had in his home country isn't authentic. There are regional differences in flavor and spiciness, and the tofu varies as well. As for what authentic mapo tofu tastes like, he doesn't know. Anyway, he thinks the flavor of the one Ryan bought is quite good and very tasty. Is there a Chinese restaurant nearby? Bai Jing asked curiously. Yes, there's a Chinese restaurant called Yungue Xiang. Ryan mimicked speaking Mandarin with some flair, saying 3 Chinese characters. It's just down the stairs. The owner is a short and chubby Chinese. As he spoke, he instinctively pulled at his eyes, trying to create a narrow slit, but suddenly remembered that his boss was also Chinese, making it awkward as he didn't know whether to pull or not. You're Latin, a discriminated race, and yet you go on to discriminate against the Chinese, eh? Bai Jing laughed, realizing that it was not just a rumor that the Chinese had a low status in America. Ryan awkwardly smiled and said, No, I have always respected you, boss. The issue of the status of Chinese people is something that Bai Jing has no intention of changing. After all, you came to America of your own accord. Oh, no one forced you, so who can you blame for the discrimination? On the contrary, it is quite amusing that in America, there are those who face discrimination, yet still desperately show off their superiority on domestic websites. You can donate your eyes to those in need. Bai Jing coldly glanced at Ryan, whose heart chilled at the dark gaze, and he quickly lowered his head. In the conference room sat Financial Officer Albacon, Secret Arts expert Danny Roberts, leader Hu Tianxiang, Sano Bilson, Pig Schultz, and Ryan Daling, whose position was unclear at the office table. Bai Jing threw several A4 sheets onto the table, distributing them among a few people, and then said, From today onward, the Grey Mouse Gang will be renamed the Order Society. This is our emblem. The pyramid radiated a circular glow, and at the center of the triangle was a pitch-black eye, the Eye of Order. The others exchanged glances in silence. With a new leader, it is natural to change the name and emblem. This is quite normal. As for the president, that will be you. Bai Jing looked at Pig Schultz, who was still slumped over the table due to weakness. Pig was taken aback. Why me? Because you are foolish. Bai Jing replied nonchalantly. You don't need to think, just do as I say. Bai Jing certainly wouldn't say it was because Pig was white. Sano was also white, but his image was too good. America seems to enjoy depicting ugly, short, and fat Asians in movies, so he thought of putting up a silly, fat, brainless white person and later making appearances in Time magazine and the news media to annoy America. This is called using foreign techniques to subdue foreigners. Pig nodded in understanding. For now, we will establish 2 departments, the Security Department and the Finance Department. Apart from Danny Albacon and Ryan, everyone else will be assigned to the Combat Department headed by Sano. Bai Jing continued. Hu Tianxiang will serve as the Deputy Minister. Sano and Hu Tianxiang nodded in unison. Ryan, you will be the Vice President, assisting Pig with some daily affairs. Bai Jing then looked at Ryan. Ryan nodded, yes, boss. Additionally, about our business operations. Bai Jing continued. In the future, we will refrain from illegal activities such as gambling, selling silver laundry powder, and human trafficking. Although Bai Jing contemplated harming America, such petty actions were meaningless, low-level, and against his principles, which Bai Jing despised. If we do nothing, how do we make money? Ryan hurriedly asked. Security fees. Bai Jing said lightly. From now on, any company or mall operating on our turf will need to pay 10 of their profits as a return. We will ensure their shops operate safely and orderly without any disturbances. All this. Ryan quickly shook his head. This is not acceptable, boss. It's impossible. We're competing with the Federal Tax Office for business. We'll get wiped out. Therefore, we need to establish a security company to collect this fee through reasonable and legal means. Bai Jing stated calmly. What company doesn't need to hire security? Ryan was shocked, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint why. I remember there's a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock in Hell's Kitchen. You can consult him on how to collect this fee legally and reasonably. Bai Jing continued. If we can really collect such a sum, we indeed won't need to deal with laundry powder anymore. Ryan thought about it, and his eyes began to shine. He knew how lucrative running a store could be, especially in their 2 blocks. They could probably collect $1 million a year. If they could dominate the entire Hell's Kitchen, collecting several $100 million a year would be easy. The key is they wouldn't have to resort to violence nor worry about police coming after them. But what if those owners refuse to pay? Ryan asked again. Just find some homeless people to sit at their doors, and it will be fine. Bai Jing chuckled. Such matters required no thought at all, as there were plenty of examples to follow. After all, stores always have to pay taxes. Rather than giving taxes to the American government to build fighter jets and aircraft carriers, it would be better for me to support impoverished areas. Of course, to make them feel that the money they spend is worthwhile, we also need to manage all the homeless and thugs in our jurisdiction and arrange for them to become security guards in the future. Bai Jing continued. I heard there's a retired Marine Corps captain named Frank Castle who has impressive skills. It would be great to have him as our instructor. Ryan blinked, feeling something was strange. If they really did this, would they still be a gang? Of course, this is not the current goal. Bai Jing looked at Sano. Prepare the personnel. Tonight we will raid the Viper gang. Ryan exclaimed. No way, boss, the rednecks. Did you forget what I just told you? The rednecks will come to ambush us. Do you know what a blitzkrieg is? Bai Jing smiled. If we take down the Viper gang in one night, the battle will end by tomorrow. They won't have time to mobilize their troops. How can they ambush us? Unlike the Hong Kong gangs, America does not prohibit firearms, so American gangs possess all sorts of weapons. Handguns and rifles are standard equipment. UZIs and Chicago typewriters are also present. Bai Jing was surprised to find a PTRD-41 anti-material sniper rifle in the arsenal. Where did this gun come from? Bai Jing's blood surged when he saw the sniper rifle. Although he didn't understand sniper rifles, its length and size were impressive. This sniper rifle is 2 meters long. The bullet is 11 centimeters long. It can penetrate a 25 millimeters thick vertical steel plate from a distance of 500 meters. This gun was left behind by the Haig family. Ryan explained beside him. But there are very few bullets left, only 17 rounds. This type of gun was designed by Soviet military engineers during World War II to counter German tanks. Its performance surpassed German products at the time, making it popular with both Soviets and Germans. Production of this gun started in 1941, participating in the defense of Moscow, and ceased in 1945. It is unknown how many were produced, but during the Soviet era about 400 of this model officially existed. However, after the Soviet Union collapsed, tank engineers and aircraft carriers were sold off by subsequent spendthrifts, and the PTRD-41 was no exception. The Haig family obtained one through unknown channels. It is also possible that the Haig family is part of the Russian mafia, but that was 6 years ago, and Ryan didn't know much. Bai Jing beckoned, easily lifting the gun and holding it in his arms. He noticed it was extremely well maintained with no rust or dirt. The rifle and stock were as clean as new, as if someone had been taking care of it. Looking around again, he immediately spotted a timid-looking child hiding among the crowd. Was he the one who had been taking care of this gun? Hey, why are you here? Where's your father? Ryan also noticed the boy and turned to ask. He got drunk 2 months ago and was killed by passing police while lying on the street. The boy hurriedly said, but I've been following my father to maintain firearms for you for 2 years. I'm very professional. The gun caretaker had died 2 months ago and no one had noticed. Moi. Bai Jing blinked and waved again. The child dared not approach, but Ryan grabbed him by the back of his neck. The boss is calling you. Do you dare to hide? He pushed the child over. Bai Jing looked at her from head to toe. He sensed something was off about the child from afar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered this wasn't a boy, but a girl. He thought for a moment and understood why this child was disguised as a boy. Living as a female in New York is not easy. Given her appearance, she seemed far from adulthood and had no proper means of earning a living. If she didn't want to sell herself, she could only disguise as a boy to follow in her father's footsteps. Fortunately, the Grey Mouse Gang's management was poor, and it took 2 months for anyone to notice. But now Bai Jing had discovered her. What is your name? Bai Jing asked. The girl timidly looked up, meeting Bai Jing's deep black gaze, and felt as if her thoughts were being drawn in. She blankly replied, Lu Lumara, Ilya Pavlichenko. The voices of boys and girls going through voice changes are similar, and with Lumara's deliberate disguise, she had not been discovered. But now Lumara, lost in thought, used her true voice. Ryan quietly looked up and then lowered his head again. Bai Jing smiled and patted Lumara's head. Come follow me from now on. It's not about refining copper. With gravitational scanning in hand, he sees everyone as a red-skinned skeleton. You have to believe it. Mainly looking around, the whole gang seemed to respect him, but he still didn't know what they were hiding in secret. With Lumara around, at least, he would have someone on his side in the future. Although she was young, he could teach her. Perhaps she would be the next Natasha. Raising the PTRD-41, Bai Jing said, Tonight, I will support you with this. The elements of an elite sniper are steady hands, good vision, and strong mathematical skills. Bai Jing controlled the gun with gravity, causing it to remain still. His vision was excellent. He could see the sweat on a person's face from 3 kilometers away. His mind processed information rapidly, allowing him to instantly judge the effects of wind speed and humidity on the trajectory. Thus, Bai Jing also had the potential to become a super sniper in this world. Hawkeye, just a primitive man with a bow and arrow. Bai Jing had no time to ponder Ryan's psychological journey. He curiously gazed at the building before him. It seemed like an ordinary structure, yet inside it held profound secrets. Faint sounds could be heard from outside, and even with his keen hearing, he could only catch a glimpse of what was happening. An ordinary person would likely hear nothing at all. Ryan led Bai Jing into the building, and after passing through a few mundane hallways, he suddenly opened a door marked emergency exit. In an instant, waves of sound, screams and shouts, filled the air, deafening and piercing to the heavens. Quickly activating his absorption ability near his ears, he filtered out most of the noise and felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that this function would have to be used frequently. Light could also be absorbed to some extent. Under normal circumstances, one's eyesight did not need to be this sharp. Inside was probably a bar of sorts, one of those gaudy establishments. Bai Jing was somewhat astonished as he watched the young women on stage flaunting their bodies in ways he had never seen before, surrounded by a group of lewd men who occasionally splashed drinks or grabbed at their thighs. Is this the decay of capitalism? Incredible. Next to Hell's Kitchen is Broadway, where many girls with dreams of opera go to seek their fortune. However, the rent on Broadway is exorbitant and the cost of living is high, so they can only live here, making a living by selling their bodies. Ryan noticed Bai Jing's dazed expression and suddenly realized that even this superpowered individual seemed to have weaknesses. Interested in women. That's easy to handle. Hell's Kitchen never lacks for women. Wait, did you just say this is Hell's Kitchen? Bai Jing caught onto a key term. Yes. Ryan nodded. Actually, the official name should be Clinton District, but who cares? It seems there is such a saying. Bai Jing nodded. Hell's Kitchen indeed existed in reality, not just a creation of movies and TV shows. He continued to look around at the vibrant nightlife, but he could only observe in this dim environment. If he activated his supervision and scanned closely, the various dirt and grease would become as glaringly obvious as the lice on Satoma's head. He had just experienced this feeling in the car. All he could say was if it weren't for the black hole to absorb it, he would have vomited. Passing through the bar, he entered a back room, and once he went through a door, the noise was suddenly far away. This was a somewhat long corridor where well-dressed gang members stood. Perhaps Ryan held a significant position upon seeing him bring someone, and they merely nodded and let them pass without searching. Pleased. Ryan pushed the door open for Bai Jing, revealing a vast space inside, with a large clean floor, a few bodyguards casually standing or moving about, and a big boss sitting in the center of the hall watching television. There was no need to ask why he was the boss. Bai Jing felt that apart from the boss, no one could sit in a gang organization smoking a cigar while watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Boss, Ryan called out in a low voice. Wait. The boss waved his hand, continuing to watch television. Our boss is Bronte Quinn, nicknamed the Disaster Rat, skilled in close combat and pistol shooting. The person next to him is called Callan Quinn, the boss brother, a retired Marine, top-notch in hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship. Bai Jing did not look at these two, but instead focused on the television. He quite liked SpongeBob SquarePants, but unfortunately, when he was younger, his family was poor and he was too busy studying to watch it. Later, when he had money, he was too busy playing games and working, leaving no time for it. Lying on the sofa and leisurely watching anime was once his dream. So he boldly moved forward, scanning the sofa to ensure it was perfectly clean, then lay down. Bronte Quinn turned in shock. Who told you to sit down? Smack. Bai Jing slapped his shoulder. Say that again. Bai Jing didn't want to engage in peaceful dialogue with such scum. He would just charge right in. Bronte Quinn felt a shock as he sensed his own weakness. He was skilled in combat and knew his body well. In an instant, he deduced that he was experiencing anemia due to significant blood loss and lack of oxygen. But why? My diet is usually balanced and I exercise regularly. Bai Jing picked up the remote, turned off the television, and then turned to face Bronte Quinn. I heard you're interested in my phone. Is it you? Bronte Quinn looked at Bai Jing in shock, then turned to Ryan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Did you betray me? You have pretty good taste. Bai Jing took out his phone and said this is a smartphone released by Xiaomi in 2020 with a 100-megapixel camera, 8,256 gigabytes of memory, 66W, fast charging, and supports 3G, 4G, and 5G networks. Unfortunately, America has cut off the supply of Xiaomi's chips, so it no longer has a Mate 50. He took out his phone, unlocked it with a fingerprint, and posed with a peace sign while taking a selfie. Looking at the clear image of himself on the phone, Bronte was filled with shock and fear. In this day and age, a phone with 3 million pixels is already considered high configuration, and even digital cameras rarely have 3 million pixels. Xiaomi's front camera boasts 12 million pixels. He understood the technological value of this phone, which made him even more terrified. Why was he eyeing such a phone? What faction does he belong to? Can I afford to provoke him? Why is he so straightforward in revealing the phone's specifications to me? It's known that knowing too much can be a death sentence. You all do this, you sell your unique items at exorbitant prices, and for what you don't have you desperately try to get your hands on it. If you can't, you resort to underhanded tactics. Bai Jing murmured, you may still be a beacon of hope now, but 10 years from now, everyone will see your true nature. Ryan, confused, replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Bronte was almost crying. What does America's bullying have to do with me? If you hate America, then we are partners. I'm a thug, and I'm also a cancer to America. I've never killed anyone before, but it seems like I have no choice now, so I'll say something to make me angry enough to do it. Bai Jing said nonchalantly. Off. Bronte was stunned. He watched as Bai Jing pulled out a silver revolver and pointed it at his forehead. Callan finally sensed something was off. He drew his gun and shot, the entire process taking less than 0.7 seconds. Then he saw the shiny bullet hovering next to the yellow-skinned man's temple, first turning to dust, then silently vanishing into the air. Bang! Bai Jing finally pulled the trigger. This was his first murder, and it felt very uncomfortable. He had always been someone who felt bad for days if he stepped on a snail while walking. But could he afford not to kill? If he didn't, Bronte would never give up. The Mate 40 represented a $1 trillion market. Not only would Bronte be tempted, but even the CIA and FBI might get involved. At that point, he would only be able to flee, exposing his abilities along the way, attracting even stronger pursuers. It would be endless and infinite cycle. He still had no money. Was he supposed to rob his way through, absorb the Mate 40, and destroy the evidence? That was also impossible. The Mate 40 was a great opportunity for his country to leapfrog ahead. To prevent Xia from experiencing that humiliation 12 years later, Bai Jing had to do something. For example, bang! Bronte was dead. He turned the gun towards Callan. After firing once, he had a clear understanding of the recoil of this gun. An unseen gravitational force acted upon the gun, helping to stabilize its position. Callan hurriedly tried to dodge, but in this slow motion, how could he possibly evade? Bang! A bullet struck his forehead, killing him instantly. Callan was dead. There's an assassin. The surrounding bodyguards had noticed something was wrong, but everything happened too quickly. From the moment Bai Jing grabbed the gun to shooting 2 people, it had been less than 1 second. Who could react in time? Some elites were just now pulling their guns out. Then they did not fire. Because the boss was dead, capturing this gunman to inquire about the mastermind was more important. After all, avenging the former boss was crucial for rising to power. More importantly, the young man before them had a gun pointed at his own forehead. From today onward, the Grey Rat Gang will be under my command. The young man's clear voice echoed throughout the hall. Following this line of thought, not only is the mind laden with metabolic waste, but the body is as well. Of course, Bai Jing does not mean to take on this matter too. Human cells operate on a cycle of use and waste. If you constantly do the work for someone, they might just break down at any moment. Bai Jing thinks that once the waste is processed, it will be expelled from the body. The Marvel Universe has not showcased any curse-related abilities, but the films only reveal the tip of the iceberg in this vast world. If there are already chi and magic, could Annan's various curses be real? But from now on, Bai Jing need not fear these things. He will not sweat a single drop, will not visit the restroom again, will not bleed, and the gases he exhales will not participate in the atmospheric cycle. The cellular tissues that fall off his body will be directly absorbed by a black hole. Moreover, the application of this energy goes far beyond this. If he expands further, he can devour food he dislikes, such as alcohol, thus becoming invulnerable to drunkenness. He can eat whatever food his enemies provide without worrying about safety, achieving immunity to all toxins. It is said that the reduced number of cell divisions is due to something called oxygen-free radicals impacting telomeres, causing them to shorten. He can also absorb these oxygen-free radicals to extend his lifespan. What has been mentioned above is merely an application of his devouring ability. There is also the manipulation of gravity. Just as Bai Jing was about to continue his research, the doorbell rang suddenly. "Come in," Bai Jing shouted. It was Diana, her face cold as ice. "Looks like I have to change the password," Bai Jing thought to himself, adjusting his eyes to minimize light intake, finally able to ignore the large pores on Diana's face. Diana held out a Nokia phone to Bai Jing. "Whose call is it?" Bai Jing asked. It was the boss. Sleeping time. Could any call disturb him? Jean Bing. Diana mouthed the name. Huh. Bai Jing was taken aback. He took the phone and heard a deep, heavy voice filled with authority from the other end. "I am Jean Bing." "No way, sir. You, a prominent underground overlord of America, are concerned about the changing leadership of Hell's Kitchen's gang of over 100? Bai Jing asked in astonishment. Diana's face turned pale. "Boss, that is Jean Bing. You should speak more politely." "Why speak politely?" Bai Jing laughed. "When Jean Bing is enraged, 100,000 corpses fall, rivers run red with blood. Does he even have the right? He is merely a despicable clown." Of course I cannot be compared to King Qin. On the other end of the line, Jin Bing's expression visibly darkened, yet he maintained an imposing aura as he spoke. I don't care who becomes the boss, but you cannot touch the Viper Gang. Hell's Kitchen must not descend into chaos. I just arranged an attack against the Viper Gang, and you receive the news, there is a mole among us. You, a gangster overlord, are worried about social disorder. Bai Jing chuckled. Or are you saying that now that you are on land you won't care about the subordinates drowning in the water? Before he made a name for himself, he naturally hoped for chaos. The more turmoil, the more opportunities to rise. But after becoming a big shot, one naturally hopes for stability. That way one can enjoy the benefits, which is only human nature. Yet here Bai Jing was just starting out. Before he could say more, he heard a beep on the phone. Jin Bing hung up. TCH, is that it? Bai Jing was speechless. I haven't even unleashed my Zhuan dialect yet, and you already backed down. Was that really Jin Bing on the other end? Bai Jing asked. Dai and I remained silent, looking at Bai Jing with an indescribable expression before shaking her head. I remember you all are very humble. Why are you different from other Asians? Provoking Jin Bing. He really could kill. Would I not kill? Bai Jing asked curiously. Your life is also in my hands. Why are you not afraid of me, but fear Jin Bing instead? Dai and I paused, reflecting. Why is that? America refers to Asians as model minorities, heavily promoting that they are obedient, easy to manage, and good at learning, only to eventually raise taxes and oppress them, increasing admission scores. You have been brainwashed by your government. Do you think I am the same as others? Bai Jing laughed. Even if I take down the Bronte brothers, in your eyes, I would still be a harmless Asian, not even on the same level as the legendary killer Jin Bing. Bai Jing chuckled. He found it quite amusing. Many principles one hears and understands, but do not genuinely grasp. It's like everyone hears the phrase quality education, but countless parents still push their children to the edge. The saying people share the same heart and reason is common is a textbook lesson, but few truly practice it. Even slogans like arrogance invites loss, humility brings benefits plastered on walls are rarely adhered to. When the S-race comes, arrogance returns, as usual. Bai Jing is also quite arrogant now and needs to be mindful. Back when I crossed over, wasn't the trend to be cautious and brave? Why can't I achieve that? Seeing Dai and I lost in thought, Bai Jing felt quite accomplished. Everyone loves to see white people praise China and young men marrying foreign women. This reflects a lack of confidence in a great nation, and Bai Jing is no exception. He must admit this truth. Yet he is also gradually growing, evolving from a slight admiration for America to the point of wanting to spit twice before leaving. His progress is evident. So is the action tonight still on? Dai and I asked. Of course. Bai Jing nodded with a smile. I embarrassed Jin Bing, who according to his character, he will definitely want to eliminate me. And my operation is tonight, so before midnight there will definitely be a killer or several killers coming. If Jin Bing considers me important enough, he should send a sniper, but if he doesn't think so, it will probably just be nameless pawns. But it doesn't matter, anyone will do. I know you are only afraid of my strength right now, so just watch. I looked at your profile, and remember you graduated from NYU's financial management school. You could take an afternoon to gather some classmates and friends. Once we take down the Viper Gang tonight, we will need management. Looking at the confident and spirited youth before her, a string and Dai and I's heart suddenly snapped. Bai Jing is not wrong. Due to various propaganda and the stereotypes created by films, white women rarely develop feelings for Asian men. Her willingness to submit to Bai Jing is merely a matter of survival. Had it been any random black man instead of Bai Jing, she would have done the same. But now she truly feels that this person before her is incredibly powerful, not just in strength, but also in spirit. In the entire gang community, he is like a dragon breaking into a flock of sheep. I think I might really be falling for him. But with that comes insecurity, as she knows that Asian men value love and loyalty, and she is undoubtedly completely unqualified. Dai and I has never felt such hatred for her origins as she does today, detesting her need to take out loans to attend university and resenting the Bronte brothers who brought her into this world. If I were still young, innocent, wearing glasses, dressed, simply holding thick books, and encountered him on the street, would I have a chance? An assassin is coming, yet Bai Jing is not only unafraid, but rather excited. What are the three great joys in life? She likes me, and I can fight back. Taking out a Tumterlong sniper rifle, Bai Jing immediately began to scan the surroundings. It doesn't matter if I don't know how to use it, young people learn quickly. Besides, the PTRD-41 has a very simple structure and isn't complex in principle. After just one scan, Bai Jing understood the structure and knew how to shoot. The PTRD-41 is a single-shot manual loading rifle. Although it is slower than modern sniper rifles, when firing, the authentic feel of it excites military enthusiasts even more. Are there any serious sniper rifles that can fire continuously? If it can fire continuously, is it still a proper sniper rifle? What a disgrace. The bullet is chambered and the bolt is pulled back. This process can be replaced by gravity, but using gravity takes away the essence, so Bai Jing chose to do it by hand. However, when aiming, she could use gravity to lift the rifle, stabilizing it in midair while sensing the rifling inside the barrel. After some simple calculations, a trajectory appeared in her mind. Opening the window slightly, Bai Jing aimed at a flying seagull in the sky and suddenly pulled the trigger. The enormous sound startled her, but then her eyes lit up as she clearly saw the bullet leaving the barrel, creating a wave in the air, and then it brushed past the seagull. So exhilarating. It turns out this is so thrilling. Just watching is enjoyable, but playing it myself is even better. No wonder snipers are everyone's favorite position in various shooting games. Some calculations were off. Bai Jing adjusted the trajectory in her mind. After comparing it with the previous attempt, she now had more accurate data. The trajectory she simulated was the most precise one. There was no need for a second try. Other snipers rely on experience and awareness. Bai Jing, however, relied on her exceptional vision and mathematics. A person's state fluctuates, experience and awareness decline without practice, but mathematics does not. Of course, the main thing was that the gunshot seemed to have attracted the neighbors' attention, each peeking cautiously from behind their windows. The sound of police sirens outside was getting closer. In the alley, a shadow was caught and then thrown into a nearby trash bin before the lid was carefully closed. A middle-aged man in a suit with a receding hairline pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Amidst the smoke, he walked out of the alley casually, throwing a charming glance at two girls approaching. The two girls, covering their hearts, excitedly turned their heads, but unfortunately the man didn't stop. Otherwise, a fierce battle would surely break out in the nearby hotel. The man entered a cafe and found an empty table to sit down. "Sir, may I take your order?" "Black coffee, no sugar," he replied. "Sure." The waitress nodded and turned to leave. When she returned, she not only brought a cup of coffee, but also a note pressed beneath it. On it was a string of numbers. The man smiled, took a sip of coffee, leaned back on the sofa, and gazed at the distant street. It can absorb a person's blood upon contact and catch bullets with bare hands. The man produced a single bullet, spinning it on his fingertip. Colt Python 4-inch barrel, length 102 mm, total length 240 mm, weight 1 kg, 9 mm bullets with an initial velocity of 320 ms. A bullet at such speed can actually be caught by hand. If it isn't through magic, then how can it be done? Since he is an Asian, perhaps he uses chi, just like those unseemly ninjas. Therefore, some of the prepared methods might not be applicable if stronger measures are needed. He sat on the edge of the bed sipping coffee for an entire afternoon. However, this behavior wasn't unusual. There were many intellectual workers on this street, and plenty who sipped coffee while contemplating their scripts. But after night fell, these people gradually left. As the lights came on, the crowd came and went, eventually returning to silence. "Hello, we're closing up now." It was the same waitress who gently tapped the table. "Oh, okay." The man nodded. "The coffee was great, thank you." "No need," the waitress blushed. If you have no place to go, I can temporarily provide you with a place to stay at." "No, thank you." The man shook his head, picking up the coat draped over the chair. "If there's a chance next time, I'll come again." He stepped out and dashed into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the street that should have quieted down began to gather many people. They brandished firearms and machetes, each with a fierce expression, not looking like good people at all. Shortly after, an Asian emerged from among the crowd. Short hair, white sportswear, and a deep gaze, all his characteristics matched. As expected, no respect for Jean Bing at all. The man sat on the rooftop, watching the crowd below, scoffing. These ignorant fools think that taking down such a small gang makes them impressive. So I happen to have a rare holiday, and it's all wasted by you guys. Opening the silver box that had long been placed on the balcony, he gently assembled the rifle. At nearly 400 meters above the ground, with the noise below, no one would hear this sound. Then, resting the rifle against the wall, the Asian's head appeared in the scope, pulling the trigger. It was that simple. The man smiled as he looked at the Asian, and then he saw the Asian in the scope turn his head, giving him a radiant smile. My! A chill ran through the man's heart, and he immediately turned his head. The sniper rifle in his hand erupted with a deafening roar. A bullet shot forth, but due to its diameter being too large, the barrel of the sniper rifle could not contain it, exploding instead. How is that possible? Although he was an assassin, the assassins in the Marvel Universe are not real assassins. After failing the assassination, he surprisingly did not think of fleeing, but instead shouted in surprise. "Isn't it windy up there?" the Asian below shouted. "Why not come down and talk?" "Oomph." The man shook his head. He wasn't stupid. There were over 100 people down there. Would he go down to seek death? "If you don't come down, he'll go after the Viper. You can't kill me, and you won't be able to explain to Jean Bing later," the Asian below shouted again. "Humph." The man remained silent. "I will follow you to fight the Viper. You better stay alert at all times. As long as you relax for a second, I will kill you. After all, do you think the Viper gang is easy to deal with?" "Boss, It was only then that the gang members below realized their boss seemed to have been assassinated, hurriedly forming a protective formation. All right. Bai Jing waved his hand. Get back to business. He's just a petty thief not worth worrying about. Is that so? Ryan didn't understand, but an assassin who didn't even get a chance to strike and was directly forced out of position by the boss must indeed be a small-time thief. Attack. With that thought, Ryan felt relieved and raised his hand to shout. The Viper gang was just next door, only a street away. They'd be there in a few hundred meters. Bai Jing fell to the back, squinting her eyes and listening carefully. This is not some small-time thief. At double speed, lifting the rifle with gravity and firing suddenly, that person could still dodge. Moreover, the sound of assembling the rifle was extremely low. If she hadn't been vigilant, she might have easily overlooked it. Even now, as she ran on the rooftop, the sound she made was nearly inaudible. I remember Jean Bing doesn't have many capable subordinates, so could this one be a marksman? Bai Jing frowned. She wasn't afraid of others in close combat, but facing a marksman from a distance would be troublesome. Bullets that can be noticed by her can be intercepted by the gravitational field, but those that go unnoticed are dangerous. After all, the speed of sniper rifle bullets approaches 3 times the speed of sound. By the time her gravitational senses registered it, it was already less than 1 meter away, leaving her only 0.0001 seconds to react. However, on the surface, Bai Jing appeared calm, her steps leisurely, as if she completely disregarded the assassin. In just a few seconds, a group of people had already crossed 46th Street and arrived at 45th Street. Ahead, the Viper gang was already on high alert. Berlanti, do you want to die? We aren't looking for trouble with you, yet you dare to attack us. The members of the Viper gang looked like a bunch of fools standing brazenly on the street, a group of 300 to 400 looking quite intimidating. But you can't block bullets. Standing there makes you a target. Looking at his own people, he realized that it wasn't just the Viper gang, his own guys were doing the same, standing on the street without seeking cover. Speechless, Bai Jing rubbed his forehead. Did you think I came here to play house? Who was that person? Bai Jing asked Ryan beside him. The leader of the Viper gang, Bulu. Ryan was about to introduce when Bai Jing raised his PTRD-41. No matter the name, just take him out. Bang! The power of the anti-tank weaponry is not a joke, you know. The unknown leader was an African Hispanic man standing at a height of nearly 1.9 meters with a robust physique and developed muscles, standing there like a wall, like a mountain. But when the 14.5mm bullet carrying kinetic energy of 1000 ms struck his forehead, it exploded like their ancestors' favorite black-skinned watermelon, half of his head disappearing in an instant. Does being strong matter? Times have changed. The blood and brain matter exploded, stunning his surrounding gang members. What? They just opened fire. What are you dawdling for? Shoot! Bai Jing shouted. The whole world seemed to have pressed the start button, and what everyone did was not shoot, but crouch down, then immediately look for cars, trash cans, utility poles, and billboards to hide behind. Then they started shooting again, but with their gun barrels pointing upwards, not knowing where to aim, just spraying bullets. This was true for Bai Jing's side, and the same for the Viper gang. Bai Jing felt a pain in his liver. He was about to ask something when Ryan pulled him to hide behind a car. Why? Be careful of stray bullets. Ryan said understandably. I know you're powerful, but getting shot is still dangerous. No, I mean, is this how they take over territory? Bai Jing pointed to the nearby gang members, a group of white and black people shooting up into the sky, ignoring the screams and cries, only hearing the sound of shattering glass and the crowd shouts. You can't kill anyone like this. Bai Jing, accustomed to the idea of fighting to the death in his homeland, had never seen such a battle before. He watched and suddenly came to his senses. It seems that this is how black and white people fight. It is said that in a coup in some small African country, the government troops and the rebels fought for 3 days and nights, resulting in only 15 casualties. There were still more killed by the war wolves. The whites were the same. When beaten by his homeland in East Asia, they found they couldn't win in Annam, ultimately having a draw in a fight in Afghanistan. These are still soldiers. Gang members can't even compare. No wonder the American gangs are rampant, but the police never seem to care. With such combat power, who would take them seriously? Bai Jing was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a gust of wind behind him. You think I haven't been paying attention to you? Bai Jing suddenly turned his head and raised his hand. A metal poker sliced through the air and arrived in front of Bai Jing in an instant. But then it fell into a quagmire of gravity, unable to advance an inch. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots rang out. Although they were fired from a handgun, the initial velocity reached 900 ms. 3 bullets in a triangular formation blocked all of Bai Jing's escape routes. Bang, bang. After these 3, there were 2 more bullets aimed to kill. How impressive. Bai Jing's dodging speed was like he was on a cheat, not only quick in reaction, but also accelerated by a time domain field. But he felt that relying solely on his speed, he couldn't avoid these 5 bullets at all. He raised his hand to catch the metal poker, tilted his head slightly, and 2 bullets grazed his cheek and neck. The third bullet was deflected by Jing, raising his hand, the metal poker, gently nudging it off course. The remaining 2 bullets, the metal poker flashed twice again. One was knocked to the left, and the other was sent flying into the sky. How is this possible? The target's eyes trembled. He knew his poker well. Though made of titanium alloy, lightweight, hard, and corrosion-resistant, it was completely unrealistic to block bullets with it. The only explanation is that this person used energy on the poker. You have good skills, want to join me? Bai Jing felt a sense of admiration. Looking at this person whose marksmanship was top-notch, lethal, with every shot compared to his own 137 subordinates, his men were practically worthless. No way, the target yelled, feeling extremely frustrated. This person in front of him was surprisingly hard to deal with. Close combat was impossible. He had a move that could absorb blood upon contact, but with such skillful marksmanship, it wouldn't work against this person. Does this mean I have no way to deal with him? All right, Bai Jing shrugged. He was just asking casually and didn't intend to really recruit the target. Better to be refused than to have to worry often. He lightly tossed the poker in his hand, and just as it entered the gravitational field, he clearly perceived its trajectory. He didn't know the technique of bending bullets, nor could he scale walls like Long Shu to reach the rooftop, so he had no way to deal with the target hiding on the roof. But the target sent over a playing card. The poker can curve. Raising his finger, the silver metal poker instantly disappeared from his hand. Suddenly, a silver circle flickered beside Bai Jing, twice, gradually transforming into orange, and then a blazing red rainbow light shot out from the circle, tracing an arc. At this moment, the target was still pondering strategies in a blind spot, and by the time he sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. In 1 second, the poker accelerated 17 times in the gravitational field, reaching a final speed of 1764 ms. Due to the excessive speed, the metal poker turned a bright red from the friction with the air. However, the poker was made of titanium alloy capable of withstanding the high temperatures produced when rockets launch. At such high temperatures, it didn't lose much mass, and after piercing through the wall behind the target, it retained almost all of its kinetic energy, forcefully entering the target's body. Puff! The target felt as if his body had instantly turned into a furnace, and in the next second, he lost all sense. The gunfire abruptly quieted down. A leader that just now. Ryan looked in shock at the exploded rooftop, stammering. Bai Jing ignored him and turned around. The shop's door was locked, but who was Bai Jing? He directly absorbed the lock and then pushed the door open. The battlefield below was not a concern. They wouldn't die even if they fought for another 100 years. You just let it be. Bai Jing was somewhat concerned. In his perception, the target was surprisingly still alive. On the 8th floor, Bai Jing climbed to the top, panting, and first looked around. No cameras, looks like it won't affect my master aura. From a distance, he saw the target lying on the ground. So this is how you look, Asserting. The target appeared quite intact, but under Bai Jing's scan, his internal organs had actually exploded. The only reason he was still alive was that the target had a strong vitality, but he wouldn't last long. At most just 10 or 9. You're still quite strong. Bai Jing sighed, but he didn't know that he had sensitive hearing and had approached to launch a sniper attack, resulting in his own discovery. He completely died due to insufficient information. If it were the kind of assassin from the wanted list sniping from 3 to 5 kilometers away, Bai Jing really wouldn't have much of a way to respond. After shedding a few drops of crocodile tears, Bai Jing squatted down and began to study a question. Why didn't the 5 times the speed of sound poker kill this person, or even penetrate him? Bai Jing raised his hand, flipped the target over, and used repulsion to push away the muscles on his back. He saw the poker stuck in the target's spine. Ordinary bones are white. The targets were silver white, gleaming with a metallic luster. Upon closer inspection, Bai Jing was speechless. This wasn't bone at all, it was metal. Under gravitational detection, this metal had an extremely dense atomic structure, and due to its clever molecular arrangement, this structure possessed highly efficient energy and impact absorption capabilities. Vibranium. Or is it adamantium? Bai Jing was astonished. Oh, why did the target have such a thing? So the target didn't die immediately because the adamantium absorbed the impact. Unfortunately, the target hadn't replaced all his bones with adamantium, resulting in the card crashing into normal bones. Even if the impact was mostly absorbed by the adamantium, the remaining force could still kill a person. Adamantium possesses superior qualities even compared to sound-absorbing steel. It can withstand nuclear blasts, and when Thor's hammer strikes down, adamantium remains intact while the hammer cracks. You must understand that Thor's hammer is made from neutron star material, although neutron stars are still weaklings in the face of black holes. More information about adamantium is in the author's notes, otherwise it may seem like filler. Bai Jing reached out, pulling out the poker and pushing aside the target's bones, extracting 6 segments of adamantium, each only 3 centimeters long, as they were injected into the spine, giving them a somewhat strange shape. As for whether it was disgusting or not, it was nighttime, and he mainly relied on gravitational scanning, so he couldn't see anything at all. It is said that once adamantium is processed, it cannot be reshaped. I wonder if I can. Bai Jing thought for a moment, put away the adamantium, and then took out a deck of playing cards from the target, the remaining 53 cards, all made of titanium alloy with a thickness of only 0.2 mm, with incredibly sharp edges thrown out with the correct technique. Their speed is even comparable to bullets. In Bai Jing's hands, they were gravitational talismans comparable to a railgun. From now on, please call me Cardmaster Bai Jing. The target was truly kind, not only acting as a treasure courier, but also teaching Bai Jing to develop such a powerful technique. I should choose him a more expensive grave. He stood up and went to the rooftop, surrounded by playing cards like a true deity. Viper Gang, are you still going to fight? The members of the Viper Gang stared blankly at the figure on the ceiling. They actually didn't want to fight at all. Most people who got involved in the underworld did so merely to survive. With the boss dead, who were they trying so hard for? No one answered, but most people's gazes turned towards the two burly men. The two men looked dazed as they stared at the white figure on the roof. While they may be foolish, they certainly had their share of cunning. The recent flash of light was beyond their comprehension, but it surely came from the person in front of them. If that could break through such a thick wall, what use were the vehicles in front of them? This was an opponent of an entirely different caliber. You asked us to fight, but didn't mention the opponent was a superhuman. So it seems the Viper Gang is under your control now. Bai Jing noted the two men. How should I address you? John McKeever. Quincy McKeever. The two men hurriedly replied. We are from the Viper Gang. Oh, so you are brothers. Bai Jing pondered for a moment. He didn't seem to recall these names. He raised his hand and flicked, and two playing cards flew out. The two men instantly shouted in panic, "Don't kill us, we have." Both heads fell to the ground. Their round eyeballs, filled with unwillingness, stared blankly at a nearby man. That man felt an overwhelming chill shoot from his toes to his head. He threw his gun to the ground and turned to flee, shouting, "Mom!" Buzz. Another flash of light passed, and a black figure fell heavily to the ground. Run, but you'll still die, Bai Jing said softly. Now who among the rest can take charge? A group of people exchanged glances, unconsciously looking towards the small leader beside them. Why are you looking at me? Don't get me killed. A terrified leader shouted, I surrender, I surrender. Don't kill me. I like Jack Chan, I love Xia country, please don't kill me. Bai Jing turned to other small leaders. Surrender. We also surrender. Another leader knelt down while pushing out a bespectacled white man, saying, Boss, this is the accountant of the Viper Gang. He controls all our money. We also surrender. With their boss dead and the two capable elders killed on the spot, they knew the only way to survive was to directly raise their hands and surrender. What else was there to choose from? TCH. Bai Jing pouted, feeling no excitement from conquering a city. What I want is a balanced back-and-forth confrontation. This one-sided slaughter is meaningless. Ryan, go gather the personnel and confiscate the weapons. Albaham, organize the funds and accounts. Bai Jing shouted. The accountant, afraid to stand up for fear of being killed, crawled to the center of the street, saying, I have a secret to tell you. Moi. Bai Jing waved his hand, take him back. In the SpongeBob SquarePants hall, the white man cautiously looked around, glancing at the man on the sofa. Remembering the scene of his boss being casually killed, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The status of Asians is low, but the barbarians inherently fear power without virtue. As long as you display overwhelming strength, they will naturally revert to their original sycophantic ways to please you. Just like how they fawned over Genghis Khan hundreds of years ago. What do you want to say? Bai Jing asked. The white man looked around. Bai Jing waved his hand, you can leave now. After clearing the room, Bai Jing turned to look at this white man. Balding, pale skin covered in hair, exuding a peculiar odor. Don't underestimate this appearance. A large number of female Asian immigrants marry into this group to obtain green cards. My name is Wade Gert, the accountant of the Viper Gang, and also the liaison for the Roxon Company within the gang. The white man spoke carefully. Roxon Company. Bai Jing thought for a moment and realized he hadn't heard of it. It wasn't very famous. Roxon Biotech Company mainly studies the expression of biological genes in the human body, as well as the effects of certain plants and herbs on humans. Wade spoke cautiously. They cooperate with the Viper Gang, with the gang selecting test subjects for Roxon, who provides a substance called ashcafe to the Viper Gang. Test subjects. What is ashcafe? Bai Jing frowned and asked. Typical test subjects are drug addicts who can't pay off their debts, and gamblers, vagrants who have wandered into Hell's Kitchen, as well as immigrants without identification and smuggled individuals. Wade continued, ashcafe is a chemical substance extracted from belladonna, mixed with other types of drugs to form a highly addictive laundry powder. The Viper Gang sells this laundry powder across America, already forming a massive sales network with nearly hundreds of thousands of customers. So, Bai Jing narrowed his eyes, feeling somewhat drowsy after having cleared out a wave of metabolic waste from his brain in the morning. However, he didn't want to clear it out because after experiencing a day of clarity, he felt like he wasn't himself. Being drowsy felt quite comfortable. So I hope that after you take over the Viper Gang, you can continue selling this drug. As long as it doesn't affect Roxanne's business, Roxanne shouldn't care who is in charge of the Viper Gang. What if I don't? Bai Jing asked. Ashcafe is expensive, but ordinary people simply can't afford it. It represents hundreds of thousands of middle-class individuals. Other types of laundry powder involve thousands of small gangs affecting millions of addicts across America. Wade said seriously, social stability is essential for us to make money. If the supply chain is cut off and chaos ensues, no one will be able to escape unscathed. I see. Bai Jing suddenly understood why they wanted to establish a Viper Gang. Even Jin Bin had called about it. He knew the Viper Gang's influence was massive, but he didn't realize it was this huge. It was clearly just a small gang without much combat power. What he didn't know was that the boss of the Viper Gang and the McKeever brothers had access to drugs provided by Roxanne that could significantly enhance a person's strength, speed, and defense in a short time. But they didn't get the chance to use them before Bai Jing took them out. In Tianqiao, they say where there is light, there is darkness, but the government doesn't believe this. They insist on eliminating the darkness to show you. But in America, it doesn't work that way. Darkness has a vast living soil. To rectify it, there needs to be a powerful government, a strong president, and a highly efficient violent organization, and a massive amount of funding, at least $180 trillion. So if I cut off the connection between the Viper Gang and Roxanne, there will be not only Roxanne, but also the channels from Mexico. Wade added, oh, if I cut off the connection with Roxanne and the Mexican channels, millions of people across America will experience social unrest due to the lack of laundry powder supply. Bai Jing asked. That's right. Wade nodded. So since we control the supply channels across America, why is the Viper Gang's territory so small? How did Jin Bin become the boss? Bai Jing curiously asked. With such a large-scale laundry powder trade, it should clearly be something managed by a big underworld boss. The boss of the Viper Gang even stood out to fight with others. Isn't that just the boss being foolish? Wade awkwardly smiled. Besides, Jin Bin hasn't done nothing. He introduced supplies from Tianqiao and Southeast Asia, making the Viper Gang unable to stand up and compete for the boss position. Tianqiao, they're producing. Bai Jing was about to ask when he suddenly remembered a very popular TV drama from earlier. Calculating the time, that village had indeed started producing laundry powder. Seeing Bai Jing's somewhat interested expression, Wade continued, actually, you don't need to worry about anything. We already have a fixed process for purchasing and selling. No. Bai Jing shook his head. Cutting off the supply is clearly a great thing for the country and its people. Wade felt a headache. Why couldn't you understand this? I've made up my mind. Bai Jing waved his hand. From today onwards, not a gram of laundry powder is allowed to enter my territory. Gather everything that's currently here and let me destroy it. In the future, anyone who has it in my territory will die. But, Wade stomped his feet. What you're doing is going against the entire American darkness. Bai Jing replied. Do you think I'm joking by naming the organization the Order Society? Bai Jing raised his hand. A playing card danced on his fingertips. Seeing this, Wade immediately shivered. If you keep persuading me, someone will die. Wade fell silent, not daring to speak further. Millions of people will be affected. What consequences will that bring? Bai Jing touched his chin, feeling curious. After all, he had only seen the beautiful scenery in his previous life on TV and phones. He had never seen it with his own eyes. Under the night sky, the city of New York sparkled with lights. However, the 47th floor of Fisk Tower was shrouded in darkness. Wilson Grant Fisk, a robust man with a muscular physique, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, silently gazing at the countless lights below and the bustling traffic. Bullseye is dead, and so are the leaders of the Viper and the ASP. A gentle male voice sounded from behind. Fisk's reaction was rather bland. He would never underestimate anyone, and he prepared thoroughly for everything he did. Sending Bullseye to assassinate someone naturally meant he was also prepared for Bullseye to be counterattacked. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Bullseye was no novice, yet he had no chance to struggle. It seemed he needed to reassess his evaluation of that Asian, continue to investigate his information, and also probe his next moves. Bullseye was no ordinary assassin. Even if Jin Bing wanted to take him down, it would require considerable effort. That Asian was able to easily eliminate Bullseye, which might indicate some hidden means or perhaps immense strength. Either way, it was unwise to act hastily for the time being. Additionally, arrange for more people to go in. Jin Bing continued. Yes. By the way, what is his name? Jin Bing suddenly realized that after all this time, he still didn't know the Asian's name. We'll check it out. The room fell silent once more. Bai Jing entered the bedroom and immediately noticed someone lying on his bed. Moi. Bai Jing pinched the poker cards, turned on the lights, and was about to strike, but he quickly retracted the cards. The person on the bed was Lumira. What is going on? Bai Jing turned to ask. Danny shrugged. You only said to arrange for her, we didn't know where to put her. Besides, she is 12 this year, not that young anymore. Many big shots in America like this age, she has seen a lot. Bai Jing frowned. If you continue to act on your own, you'll have no life left. Who gave you the confidence to act cute here with a face full of Pit's rough skin and body odor? Danny's face turned pale as she realized that the 3 leaders of the Viper gang had already died. And this leader didn't show her the kind of hunger that other men should exhibit. She dared not gamble on whether Bai Jing truly wanted to kill her or was merely issuing a warning, but on the blacklist one must never be too optimistic. So how should we arrange it? Danny asked cautiously. Find her an empty room. Bai Jing waved his hand. Ooh, although it would wake the girl, what did it matter? Anyway, you are neither working nor studying. He could leave Lumira here for the night and change rooms later, but that would give those fools grounds to accuse him, making it impossible to explain later. More importantly, the enemy would think Lumira was his weakness. Bai Jing did not want others to suffer fates they shouldn't because of him. However, it seemed that Lumira was sleeping soundly, and she did not wake up even when carried away. So be it. Bai Jing lay on the bed, unable to sleep. He had just acquired a treasure, specifically those 6 pieces of suspected adamantium. He took out 6 metallic blocks from his pocket. These blocks were silvery white, emitting a bright sheen under the light. Bai Jing was certain that these metals were either vibranium or adamantium, as such materials could withstand the impact of metal poker cards traveling at 5 times the speed of sound. Moreover, the metal poker cards showed no significant deformation, meaning the impact force was mostly absorbed by this metal. It was more likely adamantium because there seemed to be no record of vibranium being injected into the human body, while everyone knew about adamantium thanks to Wolverine. As for what it truly was, a scan would reveal. Adamantium and vibranium still could not resist gravity. Under gravitational detection, Bai Jing found that the primary atoms of these metals were none other than iron atoms. Adamantium. The case was solved. Adamantium is primarily made of steel, whereas vibranium is a different element altogether. I never expected Bullseye to have such materials in his body. Bai Jing felt a surge of excitement, or after all, it was the hardest metal in the world. With this, he no longer had to worry about his gravity cannon projectiles melting under high temperatures. He could accelerate up to 27 turns, 37 turns. Next, it all depended on whether he could process these metals. Under the event horizon of the black hole, Bai Jing carefully selected a layer of atoms and then chose to absorb. Nothing moved. Moi. Bai Jing blinked and increased his effort. However, he felt as if this layer of atoms was firmly etched into an atomic network, as if it hadn't moved at all. How is this possible? I am a black hole. Bai Jing, unwilling to accept defeat, concentrated all his energy, his eyes nearly popping out. Buzz. A single atom trembled slightly, and Bai Jing immediately felt a rush of excitement. He sensed that one of the atoms in that layer had been pulled up a little. Adamantium is known as the hardest metal in the universe, where black holes exist. Those divine extraterrestrials are well aware of the existence of black holes, yet they still claim adamantium to be the hardest. This implies that adamantium is harder than a black hole. Although Bai Jing claimed his eye was the eye of the black hole, it was merely a grandiose name. In reality, he didn't regard his eye as a black hole, nor did he have confidence in its ability to reshape adamantium. However, it now appeared that his eyes were indeed as good as a black hole. He had only crossed into this world for 2 days, and his eyes had not evolved at all. Now he could manipulate a molecule. Once he absorbed the hammer and the infinity stones, there was no telling. He couldn't need adamantium like dough. He looked around, and then found a safe hidden behind a bookshelf. Not knowing the password, he simply broke the lock open. Inside the safe was a stack of US dollars, a silver handgun Bai Jing didn't recognize, and 2 boxes of bullets. He felt no interest in the handgun and put it down after a glance. There were about $300,000. He took out 10,000, then placed 5 pieces of adamantium inside, leaving only the smallest piece which he might need later. Closing the safe, Bai Jing pondered whether he could not move adamantium, but could not move the atoms of ordinary boxes either. He tried to use gravity to move the metallic atoms on the safe. If moving the atoms of adamantium felt like lifting a mountain, moving the atoms of ordinary metal felt like picking up an orange that had fallen on the ground. The difficulty levels were simply worlds apart, although the metal used in the safe was also a type of special alloy. Indeed, Bai Jing excitedly took out the poker cards. 54 poker cards over a centimeter thick still felt cumbersome to hold. He stacked 18 cards together and began to use gravity to manipulate the molecules to fuse them. Even though a single card was tightly connected with no water seeping in and not a single gap on a microscopic level, the distance between titanium atoms within the cards was as vast as having a football placed at each goal post on a football field. With such a vast space, it was not just feasible to place 18 more atoms, but even 180,000 or 1.8 billion would be more than sufficient. Theoretically, Bai Jing could merge 900 quintillion cards into a single card with a thickness of only 0.2 mm, with the length and width remaining unchanged. At that point, even Thanos would kneel when a card was thrown. I wrote the formula. If there are any errors, please point them out. Oh, I'm not good at math. As for why it was the number 18 and not some other number, he had just discovered that while manipulating the cards on the rooftop, he could not multitask. In his previous world, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't even manage 2 tasks at once. Now, perhaps due to being enhanced by the black hole, he could manage 3 tasks, but anything more was beyond his capability. Therefore, compressing a deck of cards into 3 was sufficient for now. As for whether he could train to manipulate 100 or 80 cards simultaneously in the future, that would be discussed later. Under the immense pressure of the black hole, the 18 poker cards fused seamlessly, as if pressed together by a Tinta-Santin hydraulic press. The entire operation was smooth, and Bai Jing surprisingly felt no difficulty. However, to say that compressing other molecular substances with a black hole wasn't basic manipulation. In the Marvel Universe, there is adamantium, vibranium, carbonadium, URU metal plus Iron Man's gold titanium alloy, barely totaling 5 major metals. With my black hole forging technique, the metal I create should be stronger than gold titanium alloy. Bai Jing looked at the silver poker cards in his hand, which seemed unchanged in size, but their hardness, sharpness, and quality had increased tenfold. Thus, in the future, black hole metal would surely have its place in the Marvel Universe. As night fell, Bai Jing shuffled 3 cards and disassembled a bunch of wires, delving into the issue of charging cables for his phone. His phone used a Type-C interface, which was only released in 2013 and was currently unavailable on the market. Meanwhile, his phone was nearly out of battery after sitting for a day. It was down to 79. You might ask about his own phone. It was plugged into the power strip by the bedside. Who goes out for breakfast carrying a charger? Bai Jing didn't understand circuits, but wasn't there a scanner? He could scan at the slightest disagreement, directly observing the flow of current and the voltage's impact on the wires from a microscopic level. He then made adjustments little by little, changing wires and studying the circuit. Nearby was a textbook on electrical engineering from Columbia. I suddenly realized that this ability of mine is quite suitable for scientific research. Bai Jing scratched his head, pondering whether he should pursue a PhD or something. After all, characters like Iron Man, the Hulk, and Doctor Strange all had multiple titles. Moreover, he was going to acquire the technical materials of Iron Man. What if he scanned something he couldn't understand later on? My mind is still so sharp now, it would be a pity not to study. Bai Jing stroked his chin, seriously contemplating this decision. Many who entered society regretted not studying hard back in the day, and Bai Jing was no exception. If he had studied well back then, perhaps he could have gotten into a better university, and after graduation, he wouldn't have been stuck at the bottom of society, afraid to fall ill, unable to afford a house, and feeling envious of news about summer job postings for high-paying math geniuses. Reading, researching, and daydreaming felt like he had done a lot, yet it also seemed like he hadn't accomplished anything. When Bai Jing finally felt sleepy, he checked the time. It was 4 o'clock. Looks like I'm still safe. Bai Jing felt that since no one had come to assassinate him for so long, it should be unlikely to happen now. His enemies were just one Gene Bing and one Roxxon Corporation, right? But Roxxon Corporation wouldn't necessarily want him dead. After all, a company prefers negotiation and reasoning. Who would send assassins around when they could still cooperate? That left only Gene Bing, but with the target already dead, Bai Jing really had no idea if there were any other notorious figures under Gene Bing's command. Forget it. Bai Jing simply closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. At the same time, Matt Murdock, who was blind yet undeterred in his pursuit of enemies, had just finished work. Dressed in a red leather jacket, Matt Murdock had been blind since childhood. However, along with this loss came greatly enhanced hearing, smell, touch, and taste. With these 4 senses, he could perceive everything in the world even more clearly than a normal person. Because he possessed immense strength and a heart for justice, he was always busy at night fighting robbers, rapists, drug dealers, human traffickers, and all forms of injustice. Unfortunately, despite working tirelessly for half his life, his achievements were minimal. Hell's Kitchen remained unchanged. In fact, 10 years later, the situation in Hell's Kitchen had improved significantly, but it wasn't due to their efforts. The economic downturn had caused capitalists to invest in real estate, and this area, which had barely been developed, caught their attention. Rising housing prices made it unaffordable for the middle class, and increased rents forced the dreamers of Broadway to leave. Thus, as the lower-class scum and Broadway drifters departed, the gangs lost their breeding ground, leading to improved public safety in Hell's Kitchen. Matt Murdock stopped about half a block away from his law firm, silently gazing ahead. In reality, he couldn't see anything, but he heard a car parked at the entrance of his shop, where 3 people were sleeping inside. Gangs, what are they doing here? Matt Murdock frowned, wondering if his identity had been exposed. But if it had been his shop, would have been smashed long ago, not still intact as it was now. So it was probably something else they wanted from him. Silently flying onto the roof, he returned home, changed out of his superhero costume, donned his pajamas, and laid down on the bed. He closed his eyes and fell asleep in less than 5 minutes. 3.5 hours later, he woke up exactly when his alarm went off at 7:30. After years of training, he could enter a deep sleep state at any time. Although he worked as a lawyer during the day and executed justice at night, sleeping only 3.5 hours a day, this deep sleep was far more effective than the 8 hours most people needed. This was the pinnacle of time management. He got up and took off his pajamas, training shirtless in the gym with 50 squats and 50 push-ups. After showering and changing clothes, it was time for breakfast. 4 eggs cracked into a bowl, seasoned with salt, whisked together. They were fried in lard until golden, rolled into a pancake, and eaten slowly with vegetable powder. After a quick comb of his hair, he went downstairs and opened the door. At the entrance stood a smiling Latino, already waiting there. "Matt Murdock, lawyer, our boss requests your presence," he warmly invited. "Is it a legal matter? You can consult here or contact me by phone." Matt Murdock replied, "I have many clients and I can't leave at will." "Oh well." The Latino smiled wryly, considering the consequences of disturbing that person, deciding it was better to deal with this blind lawyer. "You still need to come with us. The shop can close for a day, and I promise you won't lose too much," the Latino said. Matt fell silent. To be fair, he had dealt with countless gangs, but this was the first time he encountered one so polite. Moreover, he couldn't refuse, as theoretically a frail blind lawyer couldn't turn down the invitation of 3 burly gang members. Additionally, these men had arrived at 4 in the morning, yet waited until now. The discipline displayed among them startled him. "All right." Matt nodded, just about to turn around, when one of them had already retrieved his white cane from the shop, helped him close the door, and flipped the sign indicating the shop was closed. "Shall we go?" the Latino softly inquired. Matt nodded, got in the car, and listened as it started moving. Though his eyes were closed, a virtual image of Hell's Kitchen formed in his mind. The car drove along Low 11th Avenue, moving from 54th Street to 53rd Street, then to 52nd Street. Tehran family. No Irish family. No rednecks. No, it can't be the Gray Mice. The car stopped in front of the Gray Mice's headquarters. It really is the Gray Mice. Matt was somewhat surprised as he got out. Listening to the intentionally lowered voices beside him, he quickly understood what was happening. Were they gathering laundry detergent, preparing to set it ablaze? The Bronte brothers of the Gray Mice had been wiped out, and a new leader had taken over. Was this new leader of Asian descent? Had he also recovered the Viper gang? Was there a prohibition on selling laundry detergent? And it seemed this new leader was extremely powerful, as dozens of people moved items without making a sound. Following a few of them upstairs, they entered the hall and sat on the sofa under the direction of a Latino. "Our boss is still sleeping now. Could you wait a moment?" that person politely said. "All right." At that moment, Matt Murdock was a lawyer and couldn't suddenly stand up and act all domineering. Moreover, he had developed an interest in this new leader of the Gray Mice. Who was this person? What did he want? What invitation did he have for him? Though he was skeptical of this person's actions, he had a feeling that perhaps they were kindred spirits. Perhaps he was just a young person starting out. Awakening from his slumber, it was 12:30 in the afternoon. The soundproofing is incredible, and the bed is so comfortable, and the light isn't glaring at all. Bai Jing stood by the window, gazing at the bustling traffic below, stretching lazily. He had spent barely $300 on this bedroom, yet it offered such excellent results. It was said that Mark Zuckerberg spent $100 million to build security measures. One could only imagine how delightful that must be. "I clearly don't love money, so why does it feel so good to be rich?" Bai Jing scratched his head and looked around. The surrounding walls could be replaced with holographic projections, allowing for an environment change based on my mood. If I could have an artificial intelligence to control the temperature and humidity, the place would always remain in the most comfortable state, and there would be no need for anyone to serve as security. Yet every person has the potential for betrayal, but with artificial intelligence, one can never be too sure. He wondered where his clothes had been thrown, but he found a loose-fitting deep blue shirt and some pants of an unknown style. He remembered that he had only mentioned it casually, yet Danny had remembered. This person might not be suitable as a secretary, but as a life assistant she truly excelled. As he stepped outside, someone was waiting at the door. Surprisingly, it was Ryan Daling. Bai Jing casually asked, "Is there something going on today?" "The Matt Murdock you asked us to find has arrived and is waiting downstairs." Ryan spoke softly. Unlike the Punisher who roamed around aimlessly, Matt Murdock was a practicing lawyer who often took on cases for the poor and against gangs, and he had earned quite a reputation. "My." Bai Jing was taken aback and quickened his pace, rushing downstairs. From afar, he spotted an elegantly composed, black-haired, handsome man sitting steadily on the sofa with a cup of coffee in front of him, steaming gently. "Hello, hello." Bai Jing hurriedly extended his hand, saying, Did you wait long? I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I should have gotten up earlier. Not at all. Matt Murdock nodded with a smile, his demeanor impeccable. Bai Jing's gaze was sharp, yet he could detect no trace of impatience from Murdock. He scrutinized this first hero he encountered after arriving in this world. The daredevil appeared as an ordinary person with a gentle and approachable elegance, a warm smile, and despite being blind, he exuded confidence and a profound love for the world and life. If he were to compare him to someone, it would be Hua Manlu. Matt Murdock, here is my business card. Matt Murdock took out his own business card and handed it to Bai Jing. My surname is Bai, you can call me Bai Kunlun. Bai Jing accepted the card. He was not lying, Kunlun was indeed his name, as was Jing. Ryan on the side felt somewhat speechless. They had only just realized their boss' surname was Bai, and this newly arrived blind man had known it right away. Ryan felt that his position was threatened. So, mister, why did you invite me here for some legal assistance? That's right. Bai Jing smiled, and not minding Matt Murdock's concealment, said, I am a law-abiding person, and now that I have taken over the Grey Mouse Gang, I don't intend to touch any illegal activities. I just want to know if I can acquire wealth through collecting protection fees, while also maintaining the peace in my territory. I, along with the people here, know nothing about the law, so I wanted to ask you if there is a reasonable and legal way to achieve this. My. Matt Murdock blinked, momentarily taken aback. What? A gang wants to abide by the law. What a ridiculous statement. However, he could not dismiss Bai Kunlun's proposal lightly. After all, the evil doings were those of the former leader. Bai Kunlun was clearly newly in charge, and if he wished to engage in legitimate business, it was entirely possible. I understand your point. Matt Murdock nodded and said, you want to transform your current gang into a private security company using this security firm to ensure the safety of your area while collecting a reasonable fee as compensation. Bai Jing nodded. That's it. How complicated would it be to operate? Matt Murdock shook his head. It's not complicated. Since 2001, the plane crash, the demand for security companies in America has surged, and each state has relaxed the registration requirements for security companies. In New York, as long as you are over 18, have no criminal record, and have a high school diploma or above, you can register a security company if you pass a mental evaluation. Oh, I see. Bai Jing nodded. Is it all right if I charge 10? Charging whatever you want is fine as long as it's not extortion. When Matt said this, he felt a bit guilty. How could a gang not engage in extortion? Yet if they could honestly carry out security work, it would count as a legitimate industry. It was certainly better than continuing to deal drugs. Bai Jing nodded. So it seems I'm ready to start. No. Matt shook his head. The American government may not have an issue with it, but here in Hell's Kitchen the problems are significant. Hell's Kitchen has over 100 gang organizations with more than 1,000 people involved in gang activities. You might be able to perform some small community security work, but if you openly declare your territory, you will be at odds with the entire Hell's Kitchen. Matt said seriously, you could end up dead without a grave. Bai Jing reclined back on the sofa and asked, are you trying to persuade me to give up? I just think you might want to reconsider. This was someone who wished to change Hell's Kitchen, and Matt Murdock did not want to watch him die at the hands of the gang. What if I were to gradually expand my influence to encompass all of Hell's Kitchen? Bai Jing continued to inquire. Matt Murdock paused, remaining silent for a long while. That might just unleash a bloodbath. Bai Jing asked, so what's your advice? Should I do it or not? Matt Murdock shook his head. In such a short time, you've managed to gain control over 2 gangs, and they respect you greatly. It's evident that you are an exceptionally capable young man. But your ambitions are still too naive. Matt Murdock continued, in Hell's Kitchen, there are hundreds of gangs with over 1,000 members. There are Asians, Europeans, South Americans, and Africans. There are yellow-skinned, white-skinned, black-skinned, and brown-skinned people. They follow various religions: Christianity, Catholicism, Islam, Mormonism, and Orthodoxy. They speak English, Italian, French, Japanese, Chinese, and Portuguese. They are at odds with one another, harboring mutual hostility, and their sins have persisted for centuries. With such a complex group, forming a unified alliance might still be possible, but attempting to unify them in your manner is absolutely not. Bai Jing shook his head. Have you forgotten? They share a commonality. They are all Americans now. Bai Jing stood up and approached the window to gaze at the scenery outside, saying softly, since they can submit to America's rule, they can naturally submit to my rule. Matt Murdock, about to speak, was interrupted. As Bai Jing continued, they share another common trait. They are a group of ignorant, subservient individuals yearning for a better life. They neither dare to revolt nor rebel. Even when life is so harsh, they would not direct their weapons against the government, but rather against other weak individuals in the same plight. Such people are the easiest to govern. As long as you wield power in one hand and justice in the other, and provide them with a comfortable order, I believe they will comply. How many people would have to die? Matt Murdock suddenly stood up, saying, you, an ambitious person, are even more terrifying than Kingpin. If he were not a lawyer at that moment, he would have struck him with his cane. Don't you like order, Mr. Murdoch? Bai Jing turned his head, surprised at the question. Who doesn't like order? Matt Murdoch replied. But an order obtained through power and blood will only bring about greater pain. You're too naive. Bai Jing shook his head, saying, You only see that the 10,000 members of the gang will die, or do you not see the millions of other citizens in Hell's Kitchen? Matt Murdoch shook his head. The lives of gang members matter too. Bai Jing countered, but would a farmer spare the weeds growing in his wheat field? Bai Jing looked at Matt Murdoch, believing he could sense his gaze, saying, I heard that you have been advocating for the rights of the underprivileged and fighting for them in court. But have you ever considered that if things don't change, for every person you save, 10 more unfortunate souls will be born in this world? If you save 10, 100 more will come into existence, just as unfortunate. But Matt Murdoch fell silent. Or do you have a better solution? Bai Jing pressed on. Silence lingered. If he had a solution, he wouldn't be running around every day as a superhero. After defeating Kingpin, he still couldn't kill him, as he was unsure of how to handle the disrupted order. Some fans claimed that this scene was akin to how the Nameless let King Chin go, but that was simply nonsense. How could Kingpin be worthy? Do you know Batman? Bai Jing asked again. Matt Murdoch nodded. Though the Marvel Universe may not have the same stories, DC's Batman and Superman are equally iconic. How would you evaluate Batman? Bai Jing inquired. He's a great man, a tragic figure. For his city, he worked diligently, yet the world did not improve. Instead, the situation worsened. This was a reflection of Matt Murdoch himself. Thus, he empathized with Batman. But I think he's an idiot. Bai Jing said lightly. As the head of the Wayne family, a billionaire capable of rivaling nations, a behind-the-scenes capitalist in Gotham City, if he focused on development, prioritized production, and emphasized education, ensuring everyone in Gotham had jobs and access to books, what do you think Gotham would be like? Matt Murdoch looked up in surprise, realizing that it could indeed be that way. If he followed this line of thought, Gotham could become a safe place and Batman would not need to be so busy. But he did nothing. He only caught criminals, never killed them, locked them up, and then let them escape again. As a result, the criminals grew bolder, causing increasing harm. What could have been resolved with one death ended up costing thousands of lives, and the criminals continued to roam free, while he returned home, lamenting how difficult the world was. But isn't all of this his own doing? This is the difference between minor good and great good. Bai Jing said calmly, You are a kind person, so you pity the lives of those scoundrels, but that's merely minor good. If you shift your perspective to the entirety of Hell's Kitchen, you will see that the true great good lies in the absence of these people. Minor good, great good. Matt Murdoch was not someone who could not absorb others' views. It was precisely because he could that he found himself lost in thought. What have I been doing all these years? Have I been laboring in vain? Looking at Matt Murdoch deep in thought, Bai Jing felt somewhat disappointed. Matt had the common flaws of those white liberal characters often seen in films. A saint merely shouting slogans without a program. His intellect was not particularly sharp, failing to notice the traps in Bai Jing's words. The vision he painted was beautiful, and theoretically it could indeed be realized. However, when human factors and political factors came into play, everything would become distorted. For instance, some people simply do not want to work. They just want to live off welfare or even go to prison. Some people do not want the lower class to enjoy higher education. They would rather see them live their lives in ignorance. The same policy that is honey in one place could turn into poison in another. Matt was just an ordinary person who had received a higher education with a worldview that was merely average. He was even inferior to many book lovers in front of their screens. He could only serve as a bureaucrat executing policies, but expecting him to make any groundbreaking contributions was impossible. However, there was no one else available now, so he might as well make do. After all, he was a hero. So what do you say? Want to give it a try? Bai Jing extended his hand. Join us in fighting for a better tomorrow for Hell's Kitchen. Matt Murdoch sighed. I've already failed for so many years, perhaps it's time for a change. He remained silent for a long while before raising his head, asking, Did you know my identity all along? After all, Bai Jing had no reason to speak so extensively to a blind lawyer. Bai Jing must have known his identity as Daredevil. Is it important? Bai Jing asked. Yes, it's no longer important. Matt Murdoch shook his head. Perhaps people don't need a Daredevil anymore. He extended his hand, shaking Bai Jing's palm, saying, I hope you are truly as you claim. Otherwise, another version of me will return. Just wait and see. Having recruited a night demon, Bai Jing was in high spirits and immediately took Matt Murdoch, from now on referred to as Matt, to the Riverside warehouse. This warehouse is located on the dock extending out from 44th Street, directly entering the Hudson River. Notably, standing at the warehouse entrance, one can see the fighter jets across the way along with the former USS Intrepid aircraft carrier. Tourists on the other side sometimes catch sight of the bustling activity here, but who would have thought that what they were transporting were the most wicked things in the world? At this moment, a Dodge truck was parked on the road in front of the warehouse, with several neatly dressed gang members coming in and out moving bags and boxes of goods up. Where are these going? If they are to be destroyed, why not use quicklime to burn them and dump them into the river? Matt asked. Doing so would be quite discreet, no one would notice. The flow of the Hudson River is close to a quarter of that of the Yellow River, and dumping a few tons of laundry detergent here would basically go unnoticed. It wouldn't be more than the wastewater discharged by any factory in a single day. Why handle it secretly? Bai Jing turned to look at Matt Murdock. Of course, to avoid provoking their anger. Matt replied, if those gangs knew that so much laundry detergent was being destroyed, they would likely blow their tops. So do you think destroying the laundry detergent in this situation is a good thing or a bad thing? Bai Jing asked again. Of course it's a good thing. Matt nodded naturally. So why should I do good deeds secretly? Bai Jing said, turning to shout, have you contacted them? Yes. Ryan Daling came running over accompanied by a police officer. Mr. By this is Calvin, the precinct captain of the New York State Police on 44th Street. Ryan pointed to the white police officer beside him, then pointed to Bai Jing, saying, this is our Order Society's chief advisor, Mr. Bai. Hello, Mr. Bai. We appreciate your company's strong support for our police department. Calvin, a robust man with a square head, had a demeanor often seen in the news. His attitude was neither warm nor cold, as Bai Jing's title was merely an advisor, and being of Asian descent, if he were the president, his attitude might be better. As residents of 44th Street, we have an obligation to maintain the safety of this street. It is our duty. Bai Jing, too lazy to waste words with him, stepped back to introduce Matt, saying, let me introduce you to our Order Society's legal advisor, Matt Murdock. Matt, I have heard your name before, but I never had the chance to meet you. I didn't expect you to come to 44th Street. Calvin looked at Matt with surprise. Matt felt somewhat speechless. He could clearly hear the hypocrisy in the sheriff's tone, but in society, one has to go along with the flow. He still managed to present a socially expected smile, saying, pleasure to meet you. I can't compare to a police officer like you who fights for urban order. After a round of mutual flattery, Calvin was called away, and Matt quietly asked, why are there police all of a sudden? Not just the police. Bai Jing turned to gesture, and only then did Matt hear the sound of several vehicles approaching in the distance. The engines rumbled softly, accompanied by rapid announcements over the intercoms. This is a news interview vehicle. We invited reporters from major media outlets, such as the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Chicago Tribune, USA Today, and more. Bai Jing whispered, do you think our pressure is still great now? Oh well. Matt Murdock was somewhat shocked. What is this? Directly tearing down the black curtain and letting the sunlight in. How can there be such an operation? Isn't it the police's job to deal with the gangs? Bai Jing asked with a smile, as a law-abiding company, if I face unfair treatment, the federal government will help me right. Matt Murdock was speechless. I thought I joined in to outsmart Gene Bing. But those police clearly do nothing. Looking at Calvin excitedly talking to the reporters over there, Matt was puzzled. If they truly fulfilled their duties, how could Hell's Kitchen end up in this state? If they're not dutiful, it means the money they receive isn't enough. Bai Jing laughed. As long as you pay being on the side of justice, the police will naturally be on our side. Mao Zedong once said, make many friends and few enemies. I want to ban drugs and maintain order. I am justice, so all who lean towards justice or organizations are naturally my allies. It doesn't matter if they're not for now, just give more money and that's enough. After years of investigation and undercover work, we successfully gathered evidence of crimes by the Grey Rat Gang and the Viper Gang. With the assistance of the Order Society Security Company, we successfully dismantled these two extremely evil criminal organizations last night, seizing 7,796 kilograms of various laundry detergents and arresting 177 drug dealers and criminals. These two criminal organizations have been wiped out by the efforts of our New York State Police. On the makeshift stage, Sheriff Calvin was excitedly delivering his speech. He belongs to the police precinct in Midtown Manhattan, which not only includes Hell's Kitchen but also extends to the West Side. West Side is the geographical term for Hell's Kitchen, officially named the Clinton District. You can't say these police officers lack a sense of responsibility. They do have it, but it depends on who pays more. The East Side is economically developed, and they pay more if their focus has always been on the East Side. Of course, in America, this isn't bribery. It's called funding sponsorship. The West Side gangs will also pay, but they first have to pay Gene Bing. And then there are state legislators and various officials, and the profits are not high, so how much can they give to the police? Compared to the East Side, this amount of money is practically negligible. After all, the East Side is next to Wall Street, which is loaded. Bai Jing provided a sufficient amount of money, at once directly erasing this trivial goodwill, and helping to solve the crime issues in the West Side is also an action that brings the police some glory, so Calvin naturally came running. After all, so many wealthy people love America. In this country, having money truly allows one to act freely. So if you don't have money, don't expect to be treated well in America. No other country will be good to you except for the Heavenly Dynasty. What about those 177 people? Matt asked softly. You don't think everyone in the two gangs is clean, do you? Bai Jing looked at Matt in surprise, saying we're going to run a legitimate company. How can I keep them around to cause trouble for me? Of course, they need to go to prison for reformation first. Matt truly didn't know what to say. Should he say he was foolish? Clearly, he was a local using his own strength to control a gang, to lead them to reform, and then using the gang's funds to bring in the police to maintain order. Isn't this difficult? Not at all. Then why couldn't I think of such a simple method? And it had to be an outsider who accomplished it. Thinking back to the debate with Bai Jing, just now he lost completely. After a lifetime of toil achieving nothing, it was better to let others do the work in just 2 days. Am I having an IQ problem? Matt Murdock suddenly found himself engulfed in self-doubt. This was followed by a recognition of Bai Jing. Perhaps with his wisdom, what he wanted to achieve might really be possible. The New York State Police announced that starting today, the 6 blocks here will be designated as a drug-free demonstration zone, rejecting any and all drugs from entering or exiting this area. On the podium, Calvin announced loudly, while reporters below immediately cooperated with rapid-fire clicks of their cameras. Then their cameras followed the Dodge truck to the incineration plant, a rare sight that the public would surely love to see. Of course, some people would not like it. Fisk Tower, 47th floor, a bald, muscular Gene Bing angrily pulled out a gun and fired several shots. A 42-inch super-large television was directly shot through with several holes, yet due to the excellent quality of the imported goods, it continued to play. By Letian. Gene Bing roared, "How dare you treat me so unfairly?" January 15th. As a piece of news spread rapidly, the citizens of Hell's Kitchen became agitated. They all understood the situation in their district. The appearance of a drug prohibition demonstration zone here was akin to a sheep appearing in a pack of wolves. Typically, this sheep would be overwhelmed and torn apart by the wolves. However, this time was different. This demonstration zone had a gun-wielding hunter guarding it. No matter how rampant the gangs were, would they dare to attack the police? Let's go. After watching the police's performance, Bai Jing said softly. Ma nodded, but as he followed Bai Jing, he instinctively lagged behind a step. In the SpongeBob SquarePants hall, present at the meeting were Vice President Ryan DeLynn, Minister of Combat Sano Bilson, Deputy Minister, Hu Tianxiang Logistics, Deputy Minister Wade Life, Secretary Danny Roberts, and Lumra Illyria Pavlichenko, who was reading a book nearby. This little girl from Mao Mei is my favorite, because her name is so long. President Pig has been recovering from excessive blood draws, while Logistics Minister Albahan has been busy sorting out the financial issues of the two gangs. What is she doing? Bai Jing pointed at Lumra. I suggested she read something this morning. At her age, she should be looking for a school. Indeed. Bai Jing nodded. Danny, find her a Chinese teacher, so she can study abroad in Tianqiao. American education can mislead people. It's better to let her receive socialist education. After all, foreign students find it easy to get into Shuimu University. Yes. Danny nodded earnestly. Bai Jing looked at her, strangely feeling as if she had changed somehow. She had been quite flirtatious just yesterday. But it didn't matter. Let me introduce you to our new legal advisor at the society, Matt Murdock. Bai Jing motioned for Matt to step forward. The ministers hurriedly bowed. After all, Matt was a celebrity in Hell's Kitchen, known as the blind lawyer. Furthermore, they all understood the situation of the Order Society. The president was merely a figurehead, and the vice president was just a gopher. Each of these ministers had their own dirty past. If it weren't for their positions, they might have been among the 177 taken away by the police. Bai Jing as the chief advisor meant that Matt with the title of advisor had a significant status. The organization has just been established, and there are many things that haven't been done yet. I'll trouble you with that. For example, registering a company. Bai Jing said, I will do my best. This was naturally the lawyer's job, and Matt readily agreed. Additionally, we are also very short on talent. Bai Jing glanced around the room and continued, the people beneath us can manage to rob a little money, but asking them to protect employers would probably scare the employers to death. Therefore, I want to invite Frank Castle to be the military advisor of the organization. Can you get in touch with him? His personality. Matt hesitated. He knew that this antihero, a former Marine, had a deep-seated hatred for the Mafia because his entire family was killed by them. He wished all gang members dead. That's exactly the kind of advisor we need. He won't be soft-hearted. Bai Jing laughed. What do you think? Matt nodded. That's indeed the case. He often disagreed with Bai Jing's decisions, but seldom voiced it directly now. He believed Bai Jing's wisdom surpassed his own. If he couldn't understand something temporarily, he could always think it through later. Bai Jing nodded. Frank was rated a level 10 agent by Liu Dan, and his combat skills had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Such a talent would typically command $1 million or even tens of millions in annual salary from an ordinary security company. However, Bai Jing likely wouldn't need to spend that much. He could talk about dreams with Frank, just like the discussions he had with Matt. Additionally, although Bai Jing was strong, he did not come from a martial arts family, and had hardly fought anyone throughout his life. When faced with enemies, he usually charged in recklessly. If he could have Frank design a decent combat style, that would be quite beneficial. Also, Bai Jing turned to Minister of Combat Sano. In the next couple of days, investigate which forces control the area from 35th Street to 44th Street and report back to me within 7 days. Also make sure to train your people well. Don't let them shoot aimlessly into the sky. Yes. Sano and Hu Tianxiang hurriedly nodded. In 7 days we will mobilize the entire force to clear this half of the avenue. Bai Jing said sternly. He heavily circled a square on the map. From 35th Street to 46th Street and from 10th Avenue to 12th Avenue, this already covered a quarter of Hell's Kitchen. Sano and Hu Tianxiang looked at the map in shock. After hesitating for a moment, they nodded again. Their combat power wasn't impressive, but the enemy wasn't much better. Facing Mr. Bai, who possessed superhuman abilities, they were merely chickens and dogs. Thus, in response to my actions, what will you do? Bai Jing gazed into the distance. He was curious what card Zhang Jin would play, who in the original story could fight to a standstill with anyone. A terrifying opponent. The television was completely broken. Jin Bin was sunk into the sofa deep in thought. He was not afraid of challenges. Rising from a small thug to a mafia king, he had faced countless difficulties along the way. Yet in the end it was he who succeeded, not anyone else. However, this does not mean he was too strong, it only shows that his opponents were too weak. Before his rise, the entire underworld was essentially dominated by Italians. These Italians adhered to the ancient family system where the boss was called the godfather and the underlings were referred to as leaders or elders. 20-some major families monopolized all the firearms, drugs, and human trafficking trades across America. However, with the end of the Cold War, the global economic recovery, the emergence of the global village, and the influx of numerous immigrants, the mafia soon revealed characteristics such as slow reaction, outdated practices, and soft-heartedness when faced with the pressures of foreign immigrants. While it might sound ridiculous to say they were soft-hearted, the reality was that the mafia rarely committed murders. The New York mafia leader, who served from age 22 until he was assassinated on the streets at 67, had reportedly killed fewer than 60 people. Can you believe that? The gangs from Mexico, Southeast Asia, and Asia would easily surpass that number in a year. The assassination of this mafia leader on the streets of New York symbolized the beginning of the mafia family's decline. Of course, this story is too long, and recounting it would waste too much space, so I won't write it here. In short, Jin Bin rose at a time when an old overlord was declining and many heroes were emerging. These heroes came from Mexico, Southeast Asia, and Asia. Asians are inherently rejected by white people, while Mexicans have low education levels and lack insight. They are daring and combative, but lack vision. Thus, it is not surprising that Jin Bin, who is both capable and wise, could rise against brainless opponents and those who possess intellect but are suppressed by society. The famous English singer Lei Jun once said, "When standing on the windward side, even pigs can fly." Jin Bin is that pig. Around 2008, or rather before 2019, the entire society of the Heavenly Empire was immersed in admiration for the capitalists and the elders, believing them to be exceptionally talented with profound wisdom, thus achieving great success. This admiration can extend to the country, for instance, our reverence for America. It can also extend to our own people, as we often feel that the moon looks rounder abroad. However, as time progressed with the development of internet information and the rise of social media, more and more troubling matters were exposed, and many high-profile figures saw their personas collapse under the spotlight. The vast number of netizens suddenly realized that those they once admired and envied, even considering their lineage superior, were actually just ordinary individuals. There is even a specific term to explain this phenomenon called the black swan event. Many occurrences we thought were explicable or predictable actually arise from unexpected circumstances. Or rather, it is simply due to good luck. Yet many do not believe this is solely because of luck, so they desperately seek reasons to explain it. A similar sentiment was expressed by the famous singer Lei Jun: "When standing at the right moment, even a pig can fly." The pig's ability to stand at that moment is not due to its capabilities, but simply because it was lucky enough to be in the right place. Examples. There are simply too many. For instance, your foolish boss, or a certain conscientious computer company from America. Take America's rise, for instance. It is purely a matter of luck. Let's not talk about political, economic, cultural, or racial superiority. The rise of Huaxia is inevitable. Only by deeply understanding this concept can one stop worshiping authority and maintain self-respect in front of anyone. Because you always possess a belief that you could replace them. Of course, one shouldn't be too rigid, thinking everything is a black swan event. Some people's success is indeed not accidental, but rather like having a cheat. For example, without going too far, the rise of Jin Bing is indeed a black swan event. Bai Jing thinks so, and thus he is never afraid of Jin Bing, believing that if Jin Bing can achieve it, so can he. Jean Bing thinks the same way, thus, even after becoming a kingpin of the underworld, he has never given up on exercise, nor has he relaxed his learning and investment in knowledge and technology. Because he knows that his position is not stable, and there are countless people who could pull him down. He just didn't expect the challengers to arrive so quickly. Bai Lishan, a formidable youth. Even Jean Bing felt astonished by Bai Jing's maneuvers, especially the move of bringing the police into the fray. Without the police, Jean Bing would have 1,000 ways to eliminate this order society, but now his methods have become almost ineffective. As for whether the methods are despicable, as long as they are effective, they are good methods. Despicable. Are you going to lecture the underworld about being despicable? Jean Bing, the supplies of the Viper Gang have all been burned. There are too many media and police present, we cannot swap out the goods. A calm male voice sounded from behind Jean Bing. Shan. Tell Madame Gao to increase production. Jean Bing said lightly, also let the Black Tiger Gang contact Mexico to rebuild the channels. The Black Tiger Gang has completely emerged from Hell's Kitchen. Do you think he can occupy the entire Hell's Kitchen? The calm male voice sounded somewhat surprised. No, I just think Hell's Kitchen will become a battlefield. Jean Bing replied. Before him was an unfolded map of Hell's Kitchen. It was square-shaped, resembling a chessboard. The position of the Order Society was blood red, but it was currently at the waist. Attacks could come from above and below along the river, while the sides could cut off Hell's Kitchen. If a powerless gang occupied this place, it would pose no threat at all. But if an ambitious gang took over this place, it would be like inserting a sharp knife into the heart, difficult to manage. The male voice disappeared. Jean Bing quietly inquired, what's the situation with the Roxxon Company? According to last year's financial report, they invested a total of $700 million in research and development last year, yet produced very few products, ending the year with a net loss of $400 million. A large number of investors are currently selling stocks. They may be at risk of bankruptcy and probably won't have time to handle the matters of Hell's Kitchen. Doing laundry detergent is not the main business of Roxxon. Biotechnology is. However, it is well known that biotechnology is notoriously expensive. Jean Bing frowned. He wanted to help, but didn't dare to jump into this big pit. Let Madame Gao take action. Jean Bing tapped the table and suddenly realized that his subordinates seemed to be painfully few. There were many capable ones, but none were on the same level as the target. Besides, the target was already dead. Surely I can't personally take action. But since they haven't come knocking at my door, I can't just go looking for trouble. By the way, put a bounty on the black market. Jean Bing sighed, gather intelligence from the underground world, and see if there are any useful people. Yes. The voice lowered again. Jean Bing was troubled by Bai Jing's situation, while Bai Jing didn't take it seriously. He looked at the admission notice in his hand, feeling quite excited. Columbia University, majoring in biomedical engineering. The gravitational field can scan itself and interfere with cellular operations, absorbing various substances. Its potential for development is indeed considerable. However, Bai Jing's understanding of the human body is too shallow. He doesn't dare to experiment on himself. Using someone else's body is also meaningless. He doesn't even understand the basic knowledge. If he directly conducts human experiments, he can only rely on time and endless experience to explore. It would be better to find a teacher to learn. Although Columbia University is a prestigious institution with high admission scores, as long as one has money, everything is not a problem. Anyway, the money spent comes from the Grey Mouse Gang and the Viper Gang, so Bai Jing doesn't feel a bit of heartache. Boss, do you need to bring a few bodyguards? Seeing Ryan about to head out with the notice, he hurriedly asked. Do I need bodyguards? Bai Jing chuckled. I still don't know who needs guarding. He hurriedly went downstairs. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Jing suddenly sensed something was off. He leaned back. A woman with red hair and wild waves suddenly rushed in, but missed and fell to the ground. Did she anticipate that I would come down at this time? If I had known there was a mole in the organization, I wouldn't have had to provide such detailed intelligence. Bai Jing stepped back a couple of steps, trying to avoid the girl as he prepared to leave. Hey, can't you give me a hand? She angrily asked. With blue eyes, a high nose, fiery red lips, and fair hills and unfathomable abysses before her, everything indicated that this was a charming woman. But Bai Jing shook his head. Men and women should not touch each other. Besides, you aren't injured at all, and you can stand up by yourself. Why do you need someone to help you? Are you a 3-year-old child? The woman widened her eyes in disbelief at the words of the young man before her. Are you even a man? Does it matter if I'm injured or not? Isn't this a matter of courtesy? Are all of you from the Order Society so rude? Then it seems I won't bother with this interview. The woman rose angrily, glaring at Bai Jing. Since the morning meeting, the Order Society had also rented a storefront to start recruiting serious individuals, with the interviewer being Matt Murdock. Bai Jing, open the door, please. The woman widened her eyes. Are you kicking me out? Last year, the unemployment rate in the U.S. was 4.6. This year's economic situation is severe, and I guess the unemployment rate will continue to rise. Therefore, as long as you want to hire people, I think there will be plenty willing to come in. And you, a woman who needs others to help you stand up after a fall, would you be able to handle even small tasks like fetching water and getting documents? Isn't that just inviting a burden into the company? The woman was speechless. Oh wait, is this the time to argue rules? By the way, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Bai Jing smiled at her and left. The woman blinked, then angrily left, entering a bright red Mini. Then her expression instantly turned bland as she spoke. Contact with the target failed, but the target holds an admission notice from the Columbia University Medical School and may enter Columbia University. I suggest changing the infiltration location. Received. Tap tap. The woman quickly gathered her hair, turned her head, and then saw a face that made her feel disgusted. What do you want? She rolled down the car window, angrily asking. Take me to Columbia University. Bai Jing opened the car door and plopped down in the passenger seat. Who do you think I am? Why should I take you? The woman asked angrily. Aren't you here for the interview? They'll take the liberty of saying you are hired. Bai Jing smiled. I think you look decent, so you're in. It saves me the trouble of finding someone else who doesn't look good. The woman fell silent. No wonder Jean Bing was taken aback and the night devil was returning home, someone who could open up a situation in Hell's Kitchen. I only spoke a few words with him, and yet I was exposed. What should I call you? Natasha Romanoff. By Lishan, speaking of which, we have a Russian girl in our society. Perhaps you can chat. Fellow countrymen meet fellow countrymen. Natasha fell silent. How did I expose even my nationality? How did I expose myself? Natasha asked. Your acting is too exaggerated. It doesn't seem like a normal person. Bai Jing said lightly. Furthermore, most white women would not fall for an Asian just based on the first impression. I am not racist. Natasha hurriedly said. Besides, you are actually quite charming. Really? Bai Jing asked. Yes. Natasha replied. I don't believe it. Columbia University Medical College and the Order Society base are surprisingly located on the same avenue, both situated along 12th Avenue. Since the other side of 12th Avenue is the Hudson River, both the Order Society base and Columbia's Medical College are by the river, with the base at 46th Street and the Medical College at 120th Street. As the car moved along, Bai Jing silently observed the scenery outside. Are you an international student from the Celestial Empire? Natasha glanced at Bai Jing and asked. Does it really matter? Bai Jing turned his head and asked. Are you all so idle? With so many blatant illegal activities happening, why concern yourselves with a law-abiding citizen? This? Natasha was left speechless, as they indeed lacked evidence against Bai Jing for any crimes. The reason they approached him was that he seemed to have employed extraordinary means. This caught the attention of the one-eyed nigger. It seems you know a lot about us. Natasha asked. I have never revealed my information, and our organization rarely showcases itself in public. How do you seem so familiar with our ways? It's not that I am familiar with your methods. Bai Jing shook his head. I am familiar with the ways of your entire country. Aren't all organizations under this nation following a similar path? They want to control everything, but when they find they cannot, they destroy it instead. They promote their values, but when they practice them, they find their values are flawed, yet they refuse to admit it, instead shifting the blame onto others. They are always causing trouble, but lack the ability to resolve issues, leaving the world in chaos. Bai Jing ignored Natasha further. Many found her beautiful, but he had taken a serious look and couldn't grasp the point of that beauty. In terms of facial features, Bai Jing preferred the Asian type, like Lin Qingxia, Li Jiasin, Aragaki Yui, Shira Satomi, and Wang Zuxian. Those were the types he liked. Moreover, Natasha's skin was worse than Bai Jing's. Though her skin was white, it was a dry kind of white, lacking texture. In the end, Natasha's age could even be that of his grandmother. Grandma Qiao's #1 fan had even carried a train to Syria. Natasha looked at Bai Jing and turned her head away. She realized that this person was indeed hard to deal with. Or rather, those with independent will and worldviews are difficult to influence. If such a person is also powerful, they become a formidable presence, able to disregard the protagonist's halo, engage in verbal duels, and embody empty slogans like love, peace, and justice. Fortunately, her task was merely to assess Bai Jing's personality and stabilize his abilities. As long as she fulfilled her duties, that was enough. As for the troubles, that was the bald man's responsibility. After 3 hours, the vehicle stopped on 120th Street at the Morning Heights, north of New York Central Park. Bai Jing got out of the car and politely said, "Thank you." Regarding the car, Bai Jing thought seriously for a moment and recalled his abilities. Right, it seems I haven't researched the application of my abilities in mobility. Controlling gravitational repulsion flying should be a basic operation. Bai Jing frowned as he slowly manipulated the gravitational forces around him, countering the Earth's gravity. His gravitational pull was weaker than that of the Earth, but he only needed to counter the gravity affecting his own modest mass. He was not opposing the entire Earth. Thus, after just one attempt, he immediately felt that his body seemed much lighter. I can really fly. Bai Jing felt a bit excited, but glancing around, he suppressed the urge to try it immediately. He had plenty of time, there was no need to rush. Enrollment registration, buying textbooks, and checking into the dormitory. After nearly 10 years, Bai Jing finally began his campus life once again. Since he spent a lot of money on the dormitory, he ended up with a double room. Hello, I am Katori Shinpai from Tokyo, Japan, here to pursue my doctorate. In the dormitory, his roommate, who was wearing a white lab coat, glasses, and was thin, excitedly greeted Bai Jing upon seeing that his new roommate was Asian. Bai Lishan, you can also call me Bai Kunlun. Bai Jing extended his hand, from the Celestial Empire. The two of them tacitly avoided discussing any war-related issues. They were both rational adults, and debating such matters was meaningless. However, after that, there was little communication. Bai Jing had a good memory and read quickly. In just one afternoon, he managed to get through 1/3 of the hefty textbook, fully understanding and remembering it. He estimated that he would need only a week to digest all the subjects in his major. The 4-year curriculum would take at most 2 months. After night fell, Bai Jing quietly arrived at the rooftop. Feeling the surrounding gravity, he gently pulled at it, allowing his body to rise slowly into the air. Is this the feeling of flying? Bai Jing watched as the school grew smaller below him, the entire Manhattan gradually coming into view, and suddenly felt that this scene was quite familiar. He stretched out his arms. How many floors can a bag of rice support? A bag of rice can support the second floor. Oh, a bag of rice has washed so much mud. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The air beside Bai Jing suddenly shook violently, but the city below remained quiet, resplendent with lights, showing no change. His gravitational field could only cover less than a meter, and he was still far from being able to unleash Shinra Tensei. When will Thor's hammer arrive? Bai Jing sighed, suddenly realizing that with the resources he currently controlled, he wouldn't even know when the hammer would fall. Should I send a few people to infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D? But I lack talented individuals. Bai Jing felt a bit speechless. Logically speaking, talent is easy to find. There are universities everywhere. However, those who are both smart and loyal are quite rare. Fixing his gaze in a certain direction, Bai Jing turned and flew south, returning to the Order Society base's airspace after nearly half an hour. The speed is about 140 km/h. Bai Jing was not very satisfied. Not only could he not circle the Earth in a second, but his speed was also not even supersonic. But his current power could only affect the gravitational field with a diameter of less than 1 meter, so the speed was indeed slow. Ultimately, it comes down to the strength of the ability. Bai Jing frowned. Just as he was about to land, he suddenly turned his head. What sound? Bai Jing frowned. He usually intentionally blocked most sounds, but his hearing was still dozens of times better than an ordinary person's. Thus, following the sound of the wind, he heard distant cries of agony and explosions. What can I say? In the land of the free, gunfire every day is one thing, but explosions too. Bai Jing became intrigued. How could he miss such a beautiful scene? He immediately changed direction and flew towards the source of the explosions. As he got closer, the sounds of explosions and chaos grew increasingly louder. Finally, Bai Jing landed on a tall building and observed the scene of the incident. In the distance on the street, there were actually 2 nearly 3-meter turtle monsters fighting with vehicles. One was entirely in a shade of green, while the other was grayish-white, wrapped in numerous skeletal remains, looking quite terrifying. Is that the Hulk and Abomination? The battle between the two little superheroes was akin to that of 2 colossal beasts, with the vehicles and streetlights nearby appearing like mere toys being carelessly manipulated. Bai Jing sat atop the building, feeling the breeze as he watched the fight unfold, completely devoid of any desire to participate. After all, it wasn't their belongings that were being destroyed. Moreover, helping out wouldn't yield any benefits. Instead, it would expose him to the military scrutiny. Just having the attention of the S-H-I-E-L-D was already troublesome, let alone the military. The wind whistled past his ears and then vanished in an instant as various gases within the depths of his pupils were directly converted into energetic matter, oscillating under immense gravitational forces. However, the absorption of such a minuscule amount of matter was too weak for Bai Jing to feel even the slightest enhancement. Everyone knew the outcome of the battle. The Hulk emerged victorious, while Abomination met defeat. A counterfeit could never surpass the original. Yet the Hulk did not leave with the helicopter. Instead, he leaped hundreds of meters high and nearly 200 meters away, directly jumping out of that street. Upon landing, he did not pause, but soared high once more, advancing swiftly at nearly 200 kilometers per hour. Remarkably, the direction was towards where Bai Jing was situated. Oh! Bai Jing followed, closely watching as the Hulk dashed down the road, crossing 7 avenues, ultimately arriving at his own territory. This is simply destiny. Bai Jing was somewhat astonished, realizing that even if he hadn't come, he would still encounter the Hulk. Of course, the Hulk wasn't there to find Bai Jing. He arrived at the Order Society's territory because it was adjacent to the Hudson River. With a powerful leap, he plunged directly into the Hudson. Bai Jing silently followed. The Hulk's figure was nearly imperceptible in the green river, but as long as a hint of light caught him, Bai Jing could see him. Moreover, the Hulk would have to surface for air. Flowing downstream, the Hulk made his way through New York Bay and into the Atlantic Ocean. Bai Jing gazed ahead at the bustling New York harbor, somewhat worried about whether he would be noticed. However, considering his deep blue attire and his small size, while flying in the sky without emitting light, he figured it should be fine. Furthermore, current camera technology wasn't advanced. Not everyone had a smartphone like in the future. He casually passed through New York harbor, continuing to follow. Although the Hulk appeared crude, this version could be described as having the heart of a fierce tiger delicately sniffing a rose. He wasn't swimming aimlessly, rather he followed a straight line, utilizing the current of the Hudson River to cross New York Bay, arriving at a small island belonging to Connecticut. The island Sandy Hook is famous for its sunny beaches and holiday resort status across the United States and the world. However, it is widely known among the public due to a shooting incident that occurred 4 years later. A 20-year-old gunman entered the school, killing 21st graders aged 6 and 6 school staff members at Sandy Hook Elementary. With a splash, the figure rising from the sea was no longer the Hulk, but a weary, shirtless Dr. Bruce Banner, exhausted and drained. In 2003, a gamma radiation accident awakened a monster within Bruce Banner, known as the Hulk. Due to the Hulk's immense power and destructive desires, Bruce Banner feared for the safety of those around him and fled to South America. When short on money, he worked on factory assembly lines for 5 years. To be honest, Banner had a remarkably good temper. If it were Bai Jing, he would have been ready to clash with a foolish boss within a month. This time, however, he managed to muster the courage to return in search of a cure with the support of his girlfriend, only to find that her father had taken an interest in his physique. Fortunately, Abomination showed up unexpectedly, otherwise he would have already been locked away in some unknown research facility participating in scientific experiments. Indeed, the research content is about being researched. Now Banner no longer trusted anyone, wishing only to find a secluded place to hide away, not disturbing or harming anyone. Living alone to the end of his days, he thought. However, upon reaching the beach, he discovered that someone was standing there staring at him. I'm a night swimming enthusiast. I just happened to play a bit late. Banner awkwardly greeted the person. The person smiled and said, Dr. Banner, can we talk? Banner was speechless. How did you find me here? He pondered whether he should transform into the Hulk and flee. Dr. Banner, please don't misunderstand him, not from the military or the government. The person stepped out of the shadows into a slightly illuminated area, and Banner realized this was an Asian, Korean, or Japanese. Banner tentatively asked, but I have no intention of going to your country. I come from Tianchao, but that doesn't matter. Bai Jing pointed to a beach chair nearby. Shall we chat? Banner hesitated. He didn't want to chat with anyone, but he was curious about how this person tracked him down. Even if he ran away like this without knowing the tracking methods of the other party, he would still be caught. It was better to hear what he wanted. After all, he was just one person, and Banner wasn't worried that such a slender person could do anything to him. He wasn't afraid even of Jack Chan. On the lounge chair, Bai Jing handed over 2 pieces of clothing and shoes he had casually taken on the way. He wasn't keen on chatting with a man wearing only shorts. Banner awkwardly put them on, and then sat down, feeling a bit better about this Asian. Actually, I'm quite curious about the material your shorts are made of. They just expanded so much and now shrunk back without any issues. Bai Jing asked. Banner awkwardly scratched his head. This is a material I invented in Mexico, highly elastic. However, due to material and cost issues, I couldn't make much. This is just enough for a little clothing. Bai Jing nodded and asked again, what about that giant just now? I'm curious, transforming into such a size must consume a lot of energy, yet you swam so far, and you don't seem hungry. Does this contradict the law of conservation of energy? Banner's eyes lit up. This person actually knew about the law of conservation of energy. After all, Asians are known for their academic excellence. Highly intelligent people generally dislike chatting with ordinary folks, as they might not understand much, and would ask why this or that. Moreover, highly intelligent individuals in the country had never considered the issue of energy conservation. They were only focused on researching why the Hulk was so powerful and whether it could be replicated. They merely wanted to apply the Hulk in the military. The audience found it amusing, but one could only say that it was fortunate it failed. Otherwise, once successful, which country do you think would suffer? This was the first time Banner encountered someone who cared about principles rather than power, igniting his desire to confide. This resulted from a failed experiment. I exposed myself to a large amount of gamma radiation. Banner continued, afterward a monster named Hulk was born within me. Although the radiation was substantial, it was merely produced by ordinary particle collisions and theoretically couldn't carry immense energy. Thus, I'm curious about the source of Hulk's energy. I've measured the weight changes before and after transformation. Even though Hulk's activities are vigorous, my weight remains within a normal range. I've also tried not eating for 5 days, only drinking water, yet Hulk remained active. Banner scratched his head and said, so I suspect that Hulk's energy does not originate from me, but from somewhere else. I see. When faced with uncertainty, quantum mechanics and the concept of parallel universes, Banner, a scientist, also seemed to be stumped. Therefore, I can't control Banner. Even if I'm injected with sedatives or controlled by hunger or poison, Hulk will still appear. So please stop trying to capture me, it's meaningless. I truly don't want to fight any longer. Banner spoke earnestly. This was his intent, to make the organization behind Bai Jing back off, although he knew most organizations were stubborn, unwilling to turn back until they hit a wall. You don't know where the energy comes from. Bai Jing blinked. Can I give it a try, eh? What? Banner blinked, wondering what he wanted to try. To be honest, I have a very special ability. Oh, I can absorb all forms of energy and matter. Bai Jing stated, if I can absorb the energy of the Hulk within you, will he never come out again? Light carries light and heat akin to a black hole that can absorb energy. Bai Jing could naturally absorb energy, just like Superman absorbing sunlight to gain strength. However, that little light was insignificant to a black hole, so Bai Jing wouldn't intentionally bask in the sun. Really? Banner hesitated. I've never seen a superpower user before. You aren't pulling my leg, are you? But then again, considering he could transform into the Hulk, who said others couldn't have their own peculiar encounters. We won't know until we try. Bai Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze already probing into Banner's body. He often used gravity to scan himself, knowing precisely what should be within a human body. Thus, in an instant, he discovered a massive, terrifying, and somewhat abnormal green energy within Banner. This is it. Bai Jing activated his gravity to attempt absorption. This attempt was not in vain, as the energy flowed towards the black hole, effortlessly absorbed by Bai Jing. My. Things went too smoothly, causing Bai Jing to fear something was amiss. He quickly cut off the energy channel and sensed the changes in his eyes. It seemed to have improved significantly. He blinked, not feeling any Hulk-like presence within him. Instead, he felt that the world before him appeared a bit brighter. Wait a moment, ID absorbed air for 2 days without much change in vision, yet after absorbing Hulk's energy for less than 3 seconds, my eyesight seemed to have improved significantly. Banner, on the other hand, was excitedly jumping up and down. It's working. It's really working. I feel like Hulk has weakened significantly. Really? Bai Jing blinked. Could a black hole really restrain gamma ray energy? Speaking of which, the origin of gamma rays seems to involve black holes. When a black hole devours matter, the intense collisions between atoms can propel some particles at high speeds, resulting in gamma rays. During a supernova explosion, the violent collisions among an excessive number of atoms can even generate gamma ray bursts that can be emitted billions of light years away. As for what happens after a supernova explosion, smaller masses become white dwarfs, slightly larger ones become neutron stars, and even larger ones transform into black holes. To say that black holes are the parents of gamma rays is hardly an exaggeration. Banner nodded, enthusiastically agreeing. From 2003 to 2008, Hulk had tormented him for 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how he spent those years? He was capping bottles on a beer production line. A genius scientist capable of replicating perfect evolutionary serums, a biologist and physicist capping bottles on a beer production line. This was also the reason he still wanted to return, knowing the dangers in America. He genuinely wanted to solve this problem. He thought he would leave disheartened, but unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he found a solution. What is this? A seemingly insurmountable obstacle turning into a glimmer of hope. Help me, what can I do? Banner immediately stood up, nearly kneeling before Bai Jing. Please don't do that. Dr. Banner, don't. Bai Jing hurriedly pulled Banner up and said, to be honest, I established an organization called the Order Society. Encountering you this time was actually unexpected, but since we've met, I sincerely invite you to join us. He strongly disliked white people, but someone like Banner was hard to dislike. Both were genius scientists. A look at what Tony Stark was like, and then look at Banner. It was a comparison between a scoundrel and a saint. To avoid harming others, he preferred to head to the slums. Wait, there are plenty of people in the slums too. Why wasn't he afraid of hurting them? It seemed he had also gone to India. He simply ran to wherever there were many people. Or perhaps he was merely afraid of injuring Americans. Looking back at the grinning Banner, Bai Jing felt he might have overthought things. But then again, who cares? Absorbing energy would also be beneficial for his eyesight. Besides having a genius scientist like him capable of creating time machines, what price would he have to pay to recruit such talent in his previous life? What kind of organization is this? Banner inquired. Although he had said he could help, he surely wouldn't agree to anything involving terrorist attacks. You'll find out once you join. Rest assured we won't go against your principles. Bai Jing replied, extending his hand. Let's first help you with the Hulk problem. All right. Banner nodded. What should I do to cooperate? Just stand still. Bai Jing responded. Okay. With that, the gravity extended, enveloping the energy, then opened up to absorb. Bai Jing felt the world before him becoming increasingly clear. The sounds of the surrounding waves and tides grew sharper. Closing his eyes, he could even construct a world in his mind just from sound. The amount of energy was so immense that Bai Jing took half an hour to fully absorb it. Just as he was about to retract the gravity, he noticed that a spot, which had previously contained nothing, suddenly revealed a hint of energy, which then continued to increase. All this. Bai Jing was speechless, absorbing the energy only for the same spot to produce another hint of energy. He continued to absorb, and more energy kept appearing. What is this? Bai Jing's gravity felt around that spot, and was astonished to discover it was a hole. Under the influence of gravity, this hole should scientifically be referred to as a wormhole or a point of spacetime rupture. Of course, Bai Jing was merely applying a seemingly plausible term. He had no idea what lay on the other side of the hole, as the distance detectable by gravity was too short. However, the area he could sense was filled with this energy. No wonder the Hulk appeared like a war god, an eternal motion machine. It turns out he was connected to another world. So does anger make him stronger? Does it mean the angrier he gets, the larger this hole becomes? Bai Jing looked at Banner with eyes resembling those of someone gazing at a rare treasure. This is truly a power bank. How do you feel? Bai Jing asked, retracting the gravitational force. I seem to be unable to sense Hulk's presence anymore. Banner's expression was a mix of surprise, sorrow, and confusion. It was certainly a relief to have the long-troubling Hulk resolved, but Hulk had been with him for 5 years. Even raising a pet cat or dog would evoke feelings. Actually, there's something sad I need to tell you. Seeing Banner looking somewhat happy, Bai Jing feigned a sorrowful expression and said, in reality, Hulk has only temporarily left. Temporarily. Banner was bewildered. I found a hole inside your body, and on the other side of the hole is a vast amount of that green energy that allows you to transform. I have only absorbed the energy on this side of the hole, but the energy on the other side is still seeping through, and it won't be long before it returns to its original scale. Bai Jing described the appearance of the hole. Do you understand what I mean? Hole. Banner blinked. It's inside me, moving with me. And it connects to another world. Bai Jing nodded. This Banner frowned and thought. As a top physicist and biologist, he was naturally accustomed to explaining things using scientific theories. Could it be that the gamma rays pierced through a pocket dimension? What is a pocket dimension? Bai Jing asked. We generally believe our universe is a perfect three-dimensional universe, but nothing in the world is perfect. It may have wrinkles and distortions. If a piece of paper has a wrinkle at a certain point, then a second plane that does not belong to this paper will emerge. The same goes for the three-dimensional universe. If it wrinkles, it gives birth to a second universe that is attached to our universe. This universe could be very small or very large. It might have the same rules as ours, or it could be completely different. In fact, our universe might just be a wrinkle on another universe. It's like a pocket on a person's clothing, so we generally refer to this kind of universe as a pocket universe or pocket dimension. This sounds quite easy to understand. Bai Jing nodded. Isn't this just the concept of the great 1,000 worlds and the small 1,000 worlds often used in fantasy novels from my previous life? However, there has not been evidence for the existence of pocket universes before. I should conduct research on this universe, and perhaps I can discover something such as why the energy within this universe can allow me to transform. So the energy inside isn't gamma ray energy. Hearing this, Bai Jing was taken aback, as he had always thought that energy was gamma ray energy being absorbed. Gamma rays are like the key that opens that door. The energy inside cannot be gamma rays. I have never found gamma rays to have the ability to allow transformations. Banner shook his head. All right. Bai Jing nodded, but he felt a bit worried, having just absorbed so much energy. Would there be any problems? However, he didn't seem to feel any negative changes in his eyes. Instead, his vision had improved significantly. But before that, Banner looked at Bai Jing. He had to rely on Bai Jing. After all, besides Bai Jing, there was no one else in this world who could help him. Don't worry, I've got this. Bai Jing nodded and took out a phone to call Ryan. A boat will come to pick us up shortly, Bai Jing said. Okay. Banner nodded and then looked at Bai Jing. Is your ability also due to radiation? That's not the case. Bai Jing shook his head. I think it's probably due to time-space compression that gives me superpowers. Oh, Banner nodded. Since Bai Jing was unwilling to elaborate, he naturally didn't press further. Oh, by the way, Dr. Banner, do you hire researchers or doctors? Banner scratched his head. I certainly have the qualifications to take on a PhD, but I was involved in classified tasks at the time, so I didn't take one. Why do you ask? I just received an acceptance letter from Columbia University and am preparing to study there. Wouldn't it be better to have a scientist by my side to learn directly from you? In the Marvel Universe, Banner ranks in the top 3 for intelligence, second only to Mr. Fantastic Reed and Dr. Doom. Not to mention his 7 degrees. Later on, he even created instruments capable of traversing parallel universes and times. Simply unbelievable. Compared to him, Tony Stark is just a junior, and Spider-Man Peter Parker, who invented web fluid, had Banner's photo on the wall of his classroom when he was in elementary school. Imagine the kind of figures you had on your classroom wall in elementary school. Learning from such a person by Jing felt no embarrassment at all. Banner seemed quite happy. Columbia University has a high level, but it means nothing to us. As long as we study physics, we can understand everything in this world. When it comes to his field, Banner is undoubtedly proud. Although he is also a biologist, he learned biology as a side subject. When introducing himself, he still claims to be a physicist, because physicists hold a higher status. Of course, he doesn't need to introduce himself, as his research projects have significantly impacted the world, and few people do not recognize Banner. He researches quantum field theory, which belongs to the highest level of physicists at the top of the natural science hierarchy, alongside general relativity, regarded as the two giants of natural science. Nuclear physics, particle physics, atomic physics, chemistry, astrophysics, mechanics, solid-state physics, mechanical engineering, fluid mechanics, sociology, electromagnetism, all fall beneath quantum field theory, having little standing. Of course, Banner is very humble. He is not one to look down on others. By the way, Yang Zhenning is also a scientist in this field, along with Feynman, Pauli, Heisenberg, Li Zhengdao, and Schrödinger. Quantum field is a physical theory that combines quantum mechanics, special relativity, and classical field theory, generally used to describe multi-particle systems, especially those containing particle creation and annihilation processes. Seeing that the boat had not yet arrived, Banner decided to explain some basics to Bai Jing. To learn quantum field theory, we must first know what particles are and what fields are. Particles are the smallest forms of matter that we have confirmed can exist in a free state at our current experimental level, such as electrons, photons, neutrons, and protons, which are among the first particles we recognized, and now we have discovered a large number of particles, including mesons and resonances, with the total number of particles reaching hundreds. Bai Jing looked confused. What are you talking about? As for fields, they are another form of matter's existence. The main characteristic of a field is that it diffuses throughout space, interpenetrating and interacting with one another. Each type of particle corresponds to a specific field, and the excitation of a field manifests as the appearance of particles, while the de-excitation of a field manifests as the annihilation of particles. By the way, did you have a background in quantum mechanics and particle physics before? What did you study in university? Finally, there was a sentence Bai Jing could understand. I studied electrical engineering and automation. Bai Jing felt a bit embarrassed. At least other sciences still hold some standing in the hierarchy of natural sciences, but his discipline didn't even qualify for contempt. Banner fell silent, thought for a moment, and hesitated. As an undergraduate, I never took anyone along. Bai Jing was speechless. Suddenly, he turned his head and pointed to the distant lights, feeling that the sound of the yacht's engine was so palpable in that moment. Dr. Banner, the boat has arrived. Well, let me recommend a few books to you first. You can self-study, and if you encounter difficulties, just come ask me. All right. Mr. I stepped off the yacht accompanied by Ryan Dellon and Danny Roberts. He wanted to ask the boss why he was here, but dared not, so he only inquired about Banner. Mr. I did not elaborate, for research matters had little to do with a gangster like Ryan. Once aboard, looking at the enormous yacht, Mr. I inquired, we actually have a yacht. Ryan replied, yachts aren't that expensive. This one costs only $260, bought by the previous boss. Ryan continued, by the way, we have audited the assets of the Viper gang, which total. He glanced at Banner, unsure whether to continue. Go ahead, Professor. Banner is not an outsider. Mr. I said, the Viper gang's assets amount to $76 million, but $60 million is earmarked for the Gene Bing payment. Ryan continued, that's the case. Mr. I retorted, nonsense. I just recruited a great scientist. There will be plenty of expenses in the future. Banner smiled foolishly beside them. No matter how humble he was, he couldn't say that experiments required no funding. In fact, research was something that only increased in need. Ryan nodded. Why is Roxxon Company looking for us? Are they seeking trouble? Mr. I asked. Roxxon Company supplied drugs to the Viper gang in exchange for live subjects for experiments. They were not good people. Not exactly. Their company is currently insolvent and at risk of bankruptcy. They are now seeking funds everywhere. Ryan said, where would I get money to invest in them? Mr. I replied brusquely, let them go bankrupt. Wait. Professor Banner suddenly spoke up. Is it the Roxxon Biotech located at the intersection of 11th Avenue and 33rd Street? Yes. Ryan looked at Banner and nodded. You know about it. Mr. I asked. I know. This company has a P3 level biological laboratory. They are ambitious. They have purchased vast tracts of land in New Jersey to build a large comprehensive research base. I think if we don't have a research institution, we could acquire this company. Banner said, large plots of land and fully licensed laboratories are not easy to obtain. Looking at Mr. Bay's dark expression. Banner swallowed hard. So do we already have a laboratory? No need to buy a new one. No, mister. Bay shook his head. Not at all. So how much is this company valued at? About $5 billion roughly. Ryan pondered for a moment and said, Are you kidding me? Didn't you say they are about to go bankrupt? But their company still holds a large number of invention patents, laboratory licenses, and the land itself is very valuable. Ryan continued, They also possess numerous contracts with researchers and collaborations with various universities. Fine, mister. Bay rubbed his forehead, wondering where he would get $5 billion. Are you in a hurry, mister? Bay asked. Bankruptcy is a long process. Moreover, their company claims they are going bankrupt, but in reality, they could last for another year and a half. Ryan said, Now that they have approached us, it might not be a bad idea for them to seek a new backer in advance. Then it's no problem, mister. Bay nodded. He already had $76 million, and once he unified Hell's Kitchen in 2 months, his assets would surely reach $5 billion, right? When Tony had his incident, he could invest another wave in the stock market, and that would surely flip to $15 billion. By then, a mere biotech company would be easy to acquire, especially with Osborne's downfall coming later. Alright, the iPhone 3 is set to release this July. The reason Apple became the #1 smartphone in the world is largely due to this first-mover advantage. But what if it is no longer the first company to change the world? There are still 6 months until July, and for an average company, that is hardly enough time to produce a smartphone. But Mr. Bay has a smartphone from 2020 in his hand, along with a super scientist banner. While the group was chatting, Mr. Bay suddenly turned his head. In the distance, a ship with its lights on was speeding towards them through the mist. It's a warship. Military personnel. Mr. Bay cursed quietly. Be quiet. The group immediately fell silent, and Banner looked at the approaching ship, glancing nervously around. He might have to jump into the water to escape. They're here for you. After listening to the commotion on the ship, Mr. Bay turned to Banner. I guess I should swim away. Banner turned around, ready to jump into the water. But the coast is 2 kilometers away. You don't have Hulk with you. How will you swim back? Mr. Bay asked. Banner scratched his head, realizing that was indeed the case. He had swum across the bay before with Hulk's help. Without Hulk, he was just a powerless scholar. If I were extremely angry, I might be able to expand the dimensional channel of my pocket, and a massive amount of transformation energy would surge in. But at this moment, his mental state was such that few things could provoke his anger. Having a laid-back host for Hulk was truly difficult. Actually, there is another way. Mr. Bay looked at Banner and asked, Do you trust me? Banner looked into Mr. Bay's deep eyes. For some reason, he felt that the atmosphere had suddenly turned serious. I trust you. He thought for a moment and then nodded earnestly. That's good. Mr. Bay extended his hand and said, I will transform you. He reached out his hand, pointing at Banner, and then activated the gravitational absorption. As the gravitational force swept through, strands of hair were cut off, and soon Banner's disheveled hair, soaked in seawater, was reduced to a mere 5 millimeters buzz cut. And your beard. With another wave of his hand, the gravitational force entered the hair follicles, uprooting Banner's beard, leaving him with a tingling sensation on his chin, unaware that in an instant his beard had transformed from that of an American to that of an Italian. And those signature tired eyes of yours. Banner's eye sockets and eyebrows drooped, giving him a look of despair, as if he were a tragic figure who had faced misfortune and hardship. Mr. Bay directly leveled his brow bone and adjusted his eye sockets. Due to the gravitational absorption, it affected neither the nerves, and Banner barely felt any pain. Only Danny and Ryan, who had been watching from the side, stared in awe at the scene, witnessing a living person transform right before their eyes. With straightened brow bones, sharp eyes, a pale face devoid of beard, and short hair, this was no longer Bruce Banner, but a handsome superstar who seemed to have stepped out of a movie. What's wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like that? Banner noticed their gazes and scratched his head in confusion. A mirror. Mr. Bay said. Oh. Danny, being a woman and very conscious of her appearance, naturally carried a mirror with her. She reluctantly took out a small mirror with some unknown makeup powder from her bag and handed it to Banner. Banner took it in bewilderment, opened it, and looked at himself in the mirror. With a tremble of his hand, the mirror flew out of the yacht, plummeting into the sea. "Oh, my little mirror!" Danny screamed, silently pulling out a knife, wishing to stab a few holes into Banner. But Banner was a talent the boss valued, so she did not dare. She could only silently carve a character on the edge of the boat where the mirror fell. In the end, one person bore all the burden. "From now on, your name shall be Keanu Reeves." "Mr. Bay declared. Suppress that calm demeanor. You are a handsome man full of charm and confidence." "But I..." Banner hesitated, having been timid for 5 years and finding it hard to be assertive. Think of your status in the world of physics. Imagine it. The ship is filled with brothers studying mechanical engineering and automation. "The ship ahead, please stop for inspection." "Stop for inspection." As he spoke, the cannon of the patrol ship was aimed at them. Ryan hurriedly halted the ship. Their small vessel would be destroyed by a single cannonball. Bai Jing watched this scene and thought truly the navy of a capitalist country blending seamlessly with the people. Why would the cannon be aimed at me when my identity is that of a powerless civilian, not a pirate? This patrol ship is the Perry-class USS Gary, commissioned in December 1982 and entered service in November 1983. It was named after the late Captain Gary, sponsored by his widow Dolores Gary. I heard it was on patrol in Asia and had stopped in Cambodia, but I didn't expect it to have returned. Ryan excitedly introduced while looking at the approaching warship. Noticing Bai Jing's strange gaze, Ryan sheepishly said, "Hee, it's just a personal hobby." Oh. Bai Jing nodded, looking at the ship, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. How could a person from the Celestial Empire feel familiar with an American warship? His mind was exceptionally clear with an excellent memory. If he felt an impression, it was certainly not an illusion, but rather something he had heard before. Was it in the news, eh? Closing his eyes in recollection, Bai Jing suddenly opened them wide, realizing the source of this familiarity. It was a news report from 2015 where the U.S. sold 4 Perry-class frigates to Taiwan. One of them was named USS Gary. Is this the one? In front of a frigate over 100 meters long and 20 to 30 meters high, their yacht, barely 7 meters tall, was like a younger sibling. The USS Gary lowered a rope ladder, and several soldiers descended with their rifles. Just you few. The leading white-skinned Baijid man glanced over and spotted the imposing Dianai. If the ship had only Ryan the Latino and Bai Jing the Asian, he might have had to search them. As for why they could hide a green giant, perhaps the green giant could shrink. But there was also a handsome white man, his demeanor authoritative actually, due to being overly tense. Based on his years of experience, this white man should be the yacht's owner. The woman was simply a decorative companion, and the Latino was likely the butler. The last Asian, tall and thin, had a scholarly demeanor, looking like an accountant or perhaps a communications expert or someone who rarely spoke, but could overpower him with a single move and then ask, "What have you learned from today's incident?" "We are searching for a person. Please cooperate," he said, pulling out a photo from his pocket and handing it to the 4 of them. "Have you seen him?" Bai Jing took the photo and saw that it was indeed Bruce Banner, who used to have long hair and a scruffy beard. He decisively shook his head, saying, "Never seen him." "What about you?" the officer asked Ryan Daling and Dianai Roberts. Bai Jing also looked at them, knowing that these two were only intimidated by his strength with no loyalty to speak of. Now that they had the backing of the U.S. military, would they sell him out? Ryan Daling glanced at the photo, then decisively shook his head and passed the photo to Dianai. "Never seen him." Dianai also shook her head and passed it to Bruce Banner, who was sitting furthest inside. Banner didn't dare to speak, unsure if the military had audio of him, and merely shook his head, really aloof. The officer smirked, glancing at the imposing woman beside him, filled with envy. The life of the wealthy truly was decadent. "Forget it, I'll find a few female soldiers to vent my frustrations later." Note 1. Don't stay out too late in the bay or it's dangerous. The officer smirked and ordered, "Let's go back." Several soldiers cleared the way, allowing the leader to pass first, then followed. Bai Jing watched the last soldier climb up the rope ladder, and suddenly his body leaned forward, getting closer to the warship, and he extended his hand to grab something. The originally thick warship deck suddenly felt much thinner. The retired destroyers of the U.S. military didn't significantly impact Taiwan. The Chinese mainland would still retaliate as usual. The U.S. was simply being annoying while making some money. Bai Jing certainly couldn't just stand up and blast away with a gravitational card. What he should do was to protect himself while making the greatest contribution. So he could only take some steel to annoy the U.S. military a bit. Ryan and I didn't know what Bai Jing was doing, but Banner vaguely had some guesses, yet he said nothing. He didn't have much fondness for the U.S. military. Bai Jing glanced at Ryan and I, whispering, "Let's go." He said no more, but because of their earlier performance, his estimation of them had risen significantly. Of course, they might also be infiltrators pretending loyalty for greater gain. But if that were the case, they would be even more valuable. After all, if even a small gang like the Grey Mouse Gang was willing to send people undercover, then aside from S.H.I.E.L.D., only Hydra could achieve that. These two organizations were indeed quite useful. The rest of the journey went smoothly without any issues. The yacht entered New York Bay, sailing upstream along the Hudson River, and finally stopped at the dock outside the Order Society. Here Banner finally realized that this seemed to be Hell's Kitchen. "You guys are a gang?" Banner asked, puzzled. Hell's Kitchen was widely known. Even a homebody like Banner knew its reputation. It used to be, but not anymore. "Come up and chat." Bai Jing smiled. Banner skeptically went ashore, and then Bai Jing said, "The dream of the Order Society is to shroud the chaotic Hell's Kitchen under order." This? Banner blinked. "That should be quite difficult, right?" Not really. When we started there were only 2 blocks and 100 people. Now we have 6 blocks and nearly 300. As long as most people desire order, the Order Society will surely succeed. Bai Jing smiled. Banner nodded, somewhat understanding. He wasn't well versed in philosophy or politics, but it seemed Bai Jing's idea made sense. Is there anything wrong with pursuing order? It seemed not. Then the Order Society was obviously a righteous organization. Banner felt no psychological pressure. He had prepared himself to join the Order Society, even accepting it if the Order Society were a gang. After all, he had no choice. Now it seemed much better than he had imagined. On the second floor, once a bar, it was no longer in operation. Matt planned to integrate this bar with 2 from the Viper gang to create a large night venue. Banner curiously looked around. He had been an excellent student since childhood, stayed on to teach, and was later invited by the military to join the laboratory. He had never been to such a bar. This was actually his first time. So do you like it here? Bai Jing asked. No, not really. Banner hurriedly shook his head. An honest person certainly couldn't accept this. Bai Jing nodded. He couldn't accept it either, nor could Matt, and none of them liked to come to such night venues. On the third floor, the SpongeBob SquarePants Hall had no name initially. It was named because Blount had once watched SpongeBob SquarePants here. In the hall, Matt stood solemnly beside the sofa with a cane, having heard Bai Jing's footsteps, so he stood up in advance. Matt, let me introduce you. This is Keanu Reeves, a famous physicist. I plan to invite him to be our scientific advisor. Bai Jing introduced. Banner was curious. Hadn't he already passed the U.S. military scrutiny? Why was he still called Keanu Reeves? But since it was Bai Jing's arrangement, Bruce Banner still followed suit. Hello. He extended his hand, and Matt did the same. The two shook hands, and the atmosphere was relatively pleasant for their first meeting. Matt thought for a moment. He didn't recall any scientist named Keanu Reeves. However, most people in the scientific community weren't well known unless they made a deliberate effort to promote themselves. Even Nobel Prize winners would often go unrecognized. But Bai Jing was a smart person. Those he recognized should have some level of expertise. Matt is blind. His eyes were damaged by radiation when he was a child, so he cannot see anything. Bai Jing was introducing Banner while also speaking to Matt. Keanu Reeves is also a biologist and high-energy physicist. Perhaps he has a solution for your eyes. Edge. Bruce Banner looked at Matt in surprise. When they shook hands just now, he had gripped his hand accurately, showing no signs of being blind. But looking at Matt's eyes under the light, they appeared like a pair of gray ambers, dull and lifeless. He truly was blind. He had also suffered radiation damage. Note 2. Seeing Matt's eyes, Banner felt a sudden sense of familiarity. I've seen many doctors, but there has been no result over the years. I've actually gotten used to it. Matt shook his head, directly explaining the condition of his eyes. Perhaps this Keanu Reeves was highly skilled, but the chance of curing his eyes was still quite low. With this statement as a foundation, it wouldn't hurt the feelings of the new colleague. I will do my best. Banner was serious. After all, joining a new team without showcasing his abilities might lead to being underestimated. He had researched a lot of medical knowledge to treat his issues. As the saying goes, a long illness makes one a good doctor. Though he hadn't received formal education, with his talent, he could learn enough to reach top-tier levels. Bai Jing had great confidence in him. Treating an eye was surely not more difficult than a time machine. So shall we call it a day for now? Dai and I arrange a place for Dr. Keanu Reeves. Bai Jing called out. Okay. Dai and I replied, Dr. Keanu Reeves, please follow me. As she spoke, she even blinked. She was a stunning beauty, even making Bai Jing feel overwhelmed when he turned off his supervision. An honest man like Banner couldn't handle this, and his face immediately flushed as he lowered his head and followed. Is there anything else? Bai Jing looked at Matt Murdock. Aside from Bai Jing's perfect eyesight, the two had superhuman senses of smell, sight, hearing, and touch, allowing them to communicate through extremely subtle means without anyone nearby noticing. Of course, this was limited to simple exchanges. For more complex matters, they still needed to use their mouths. I contacted Frank and shared our philosophy with him. He will come tomorrow, Matt Murdock said. Bai Jing first thought about who Frank was, then remembered, oh, that man. A person with a strong sense of justice, merciless against evil, my Admiral Akainu. The Punisher is joining the Order Society too. What does this mean? Are all the heroes of the world coming to my valley? Order Society bringing order to Hell's Kitchen. Frank Castle contacted acquaintances on the dark web, inquiring about all information regarding the Order Society. However, the results were minimal, as the Order Society had only been established for 2 days. Though they were quite familiar with the group holed up on 46th Avenue, since those individuals had abruptly announced they would no longer supply goods. But no one thought of directly asking why. After all, the lack of supplies affected not just 1 or 2 businesses, but the entirety of Hell's Kitchen, and even all of America. Such matters certainly required the intervention of the underworld kingpin Gene, using power and force to coerce the underworld into repentance. Such a naive idea, Frank Castle said, yet he did not refuse Matt's invitation. Throughout his years of struggle against the gangs, he had come to understand that human power had its limits. He was merely an ordinary person. Even if his personal combat ability ranked among the world's top, he could still die from a gunshot and would tire after running 5 kilometers. Fighting against the gangs felt like dancing on the edge of a knife at every moment. Thus, he longed for like-minded individuals to act alongside him. Unfortunately, very few could accept his concept of absolute justice. Even Matt Murdock, whom he considered a peer, would end up arguing with him if they delved deeper into this issue. Frank was curious about how someone who could sway Matt Murdock would view his attitude towards sin. Bai Jing did not know when Frank would arrive, but out of respect, he went to bed at 11 o'clock. Besides, there was no novel to read, nor anything on Bilibili to watch. Yet even so, when he went downstairs at 7, Bai Jing still saw a middle-aged man sitting upright on the sofa. Matt, who likely had stayed up later than Bai Jing, was already chatting with this person. Mr. Bai, Matt called out upon seeing Bai Jing gesturing with his hand. This is Frank Castle, Mr. Castle, this is Mr. Bai, who has been looking forward to your arrival for quite some time. An Asian. Since the Beijing Olympics had yet to take place, foreigners' impressions of that region were similar to how we view India. Seeing that Mr. Bai was actually an Asian naturally surprised him. But it was not discrimination. It stemmed from Frank's personal experiences. He had served in the Marine Corps, believing them to be the most powerful military force in the world. However, during his service in Vietnam, those jungle monkeys wielding rudimentary weapons had dealt them fatal blows. At that time, the number of American soldiers deployed was indeed considerable, totaling 56,000. But after spending $250 billion and suffering 58,000 casualties, they reluctantly admitted defeat. This war significantly influenced the global situation. The victorious Vietnam, backed by the Soviet Union, effectively became the world's superpower. To counter the Soviet Union, America had no choice but to ally with the Soviets' little brother, only for this little brother caught between the two giants to ultimately grow into a far more formidable threat. Yet after the surprise, his expression immediately turned serious. What country are you from? Frank asked. The Celestial Empire. Bai Jing chuckled. So, Mr. Frank, will you refuse to join the Order Society just because I'm from the Celestial Empire? What is your purpose in establishing this organization? Frank ignored Bai Jing's smile and asked coldly. Matt Murdock beside him was also taken aback indeed. I was moved by the world Mr. Bai described. But why would a person from the Celestial Empire travel thousands of miles to America to establish a paradise on Earth for its people? He looked at Bai Jing, also curious about the answer to this question. Bai Jing blinked. No wonder, he was a famous antihero in Marvel, having come from the military. This question hit the nail on the head. I want to dig at America's foundation, reap the rewards of capitalism, while expanding internal contradictions in America, and exposing the issues within the capitalist system, and then collect all the treasures hoarded by those superheroes into my hands. Of course, I cannot say that. After all, once I do, it would no longer be about whether Frank would join or not. He would probably pull a gun and go after Bai Jing. Should I say I'm an internationalist warrior? Frank is a rough man, having spent so many years in the military, already brainwashed to prioritize America. Who knows if he would be receptive to that? Bring out the scapegoat, Thanos. There's still a long way to go before Thanos arrives. Moreover, even when he comes to Earth, it's not widely known. In fact, very few people know what happened, as most of humanity was wiped out by the snap without understanding what was going on. Got it. Bai Jing's mind was extremely agile, and he quickly thought of a perfect reason. It wasn't even a reason, as both Matt and Frank were astute individuals well-versed in society and could read people accurately. If you lied, they would definitely see through it. So I must speak the truth. Because I love America. Our America is truly incredible. When I first arrived here, I was astonished by this world. The air here is so sweet, and everywhere is filled with the sounds and aromas of freedom. Can you hear it? Oh no, that was the previous statement. Because I want to build a better world. A world where everyone is prosperous, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. Bai Jing said earnestly. America is the most powerful country in the world today, a model of civilization for the entire globe, a beacon of human civilization. Therefore, I want to start my endeavor from this country. Matt and Frank blinked. How should they respond to this ideal? It sounded very good and great. World peace is indeed the ultimate ideal, isn't it? But in reality, would there really be someone who takes this as their ideal? Even if Matt believed himself to be quite capable and Frank considered himself skilled, they only dared to set their sights on a small city. As for the whole world, they wouldn't even dare to think. Are you serious? Frank frowned and asked. Yes, I am serious. Bai Jing nodded with certainty. This is simply impossible. Frank shook his head. I have worked hard for nearly 10 years, yet the evil in this world has only increased and never diminished. You can go see for yourself. At least since I took over the Order Society, there have been no more robberies, rapes, or drug trafficking in these 6 blocks. I don't know how you did it, but I feel that I'm doing very well now. I have transformed the 6 blocks under my jurisdiction into what I hoped they would be. After that, these 6 blocks will turn into 6,600. If one day my influence expands to all of New York, wouldn't that mean I have changed all of New York? If my influence could extend across America, then wouldn't that mean I have changed all of America? What you're saying sounds like a dream. Frank instinctively replied, then added, but can a country accommodate someone like you? I represent the voice of the people. Is it my fault if the country cannot accommodate me? Bai Jing retorted, everyone yearns for peace and survival. When so many voices unite, they become as immense as the waves. If the country can hear their voices, then why does the world remain this way? Frank frowned. Frank, I know you have always fought against evil, believing that those who commit crimes should be killed. Bai Jing interrupted him bluntly. But have you ever thought about who should punish evil? Why hasn't he fulfilled his responsibility? If a region has 1 or 2 gangs, it might be a gang problem. If this region has hundreds of gangs, is it still a gang problem? This is a systemic issue. The problem in America. Frank instinctively wanted to retort, but his confidence was lacking. Isn't the one who killed his wife and children walking free due to America's judicial system? Why did he become a punisher? Isn't it because this world forced him to? Seeing an outsider standing on the moral high ground disparaging his own country, any patriot would rush to defend it. But Frank was a person of high intelligence, clear thinking, and logical reasoning. He should have logically countered. Yet he could not. I do not wish to overthrow this country. I only want to make this country better. Bai Jing extended his hand. I sincerely hope you can join. I truly need talents like you. I will keep a close watch on you. Frank hesitated for a moment, then finally extended his hand and firmly shook Bai Jing's hand twice. Since we have become comrades, the conversations among the few of them have become much more casual. Actually, I admire the people from the Tianqiao. Oh, I can even speak a few words of Tianqiao language. Frank began to demonstrate, saying, hello, I have no gun, I surrender. Bai Jing was speechless. Where did you learn those words? In the army, as taught by Shangguan. If you encounter soldiers from the Tianqiao and can't win, you can say these things to them. Frank said with great interest in my direction, I haven't encountered Tianqiao soldiers. I've heard that other legions have run into them and suffered greatly. Wait. Bai Jing suddenly had a question. How old were you when you participated in the Vietnam War? I was about 17. Frank replied, I fought for over 2 years, then returned. After that, I stayed in America, never went out again until I retired. So this year you are already 50 years old? Bai Jing asked in surprise. I'm 55. Frank sighed, his few words conveying the bitterness of life. What compelled a 55-year-old Vietnam veteran to don his battle gear and step back onto the battlefield? It is this damned society. But Frank had little he could do. He hadn't studied seriously as a child, joined the army as a teenager, and the military did not teach culture or ideology, leaving him with nothing but the military skills he had. Bai Jing was also curious whether there were really female soldiers in the U.S. military, but seeing Frank's weary expression, he didn't dare to ask. After their conversation, he had a deeper understanding of the person before him. He was a veteran with maxed-out military skills, but zero political or ideological knowledge, much like Bai Jing had imagined. As for Frank's position, it was easy to arrange. He would serve as a military advisor and instructor. Bai Jing, well aware that power comes from the barrel of a gun, was eagerly looking forward to it. With Frank, Bai Jing's ragtag group could be organized into armed training and transformed into a regular army. The scene of the two groups confronting each other, firing aimlessly into the air, still lingered in Bai Jing's mind. In fact, this was also a hint to Frank, letting him know that only 300 regular troops could sweep away 300 or even 300 gangsters. So can the gangsters really not be dealt with? Frank was handling that while Bai Jing followed Danny to Bruce Banner's residence. The decor here is so clean, Bai Jing remarked, looking at the walls covered in plain white wallpaper, the spacious area with just a bed and a simple set of furniture. This bedroom was located in the Viper Gang's base, originally not known who was using it. It wasn't like this, it was remodeled overnight at the request of Dr. Keanu. Danny smiled and said most people were reluctant to take on this job. It was done by a father-son duo from the Tianqiao. Really? Bai Jing nodded, but showed no intention of engaging with his fellow countrymen. To be honest, he didn't like the fellow Chinese living here. Of course, those who came to learn advanced knowledge and returned to build their homeland were a different matter. I will arrange this place as a bookshelf, but the books are still on the way, so it looks very empty. Bruce Banner said with a smile. Even though he had changed his appearance, he still looked quite silly when he smiled. Oh, Bai Jing casually asked, did you buy them online? Yes. Banner nodded. Amazon was established as early as 1995 and soared after acquiring Joyo in 2004. Now, there's hardly any opportunity to enter the market. This is the list of books I prepared for you. Banner handed a notebook to Bai Jing. Is this all? Bai Jing thought Banner had written the content of the books in the notebook, but upon opening it, he found only a list of titles. Each title was followed by the author's name, and since the English names were quite long, nearly one title took up one line. So it was written line by line, page by page. He flipped through one page after another, and finally he flipped through half of the notebook in one go, finishing it at last. So many? Bai Jing asked in surprise. Many, but it's fine. Banner laughed and said if it's just to learn about electromagnetic field theory, you wouldn't need so many books, but studying just one subject is actually meaningless. Only by pursuing multiple disciplines in parallel and overlapping them can one spark new ideas more easily. You geniuses are so lucky. Ordinary people exhaust their entire lives just studying one subject. Additionally, your abilities can also be enhanced by reading related books. Superpowers and science are not incompatible. In fact, mastering knowledge can make the application of abilities much more effective. Banner said, after you absorbed my transformation energy, I found that the limited energy within me could be manipulated to some extent. This energy greatly enhances my endurance and lifts my spirits. The book titles were written in such a state. In fact, I didn't sleep at all last night. Bai Jing was speechless. I used to read some Superman comics when I was young, but not so much as I grew older. Banner continued, because I always felt that those people waste their superpowers on fighting and killing, which is the biggest waste. Like me now, using the energy of the Green Hulk for learning and research, the efficiency is 35 times greater than it used to be. Even if used for combat, their methods are too crude. For example, with the ability to manipulate water, if they could master fluid dynamics and vortexes, wouldn't the destructive power of that ability increase significantly? He is a more brilliant scientist than Tony. Tony can design Iron Man using his abilities. If Banner weren't bothered by Hulk, his achievements would be far greater than Tony's. Bai Jing nodded, pondering whether Banner had already stepped into the later stage of merging with Hulk. Not quite. This version of him can use that kind of energy without turning green, which should be better than the later one. At least it seems so in appearance. I understand now. Bai Jing nodded. He was actually not satisfied with his own energy usage and wanted to learn something, but he just hadn't had the chance until now. Having only been here for 2 days, either fighting or looking for people, he had already found a school to prepare for his studies. Also, I want to conduct some experiments, but I lack the equipment. Banner looked at Bai Jing again. As a scientific advisor, I can't possibly lack a laboratory. Bai Jing helplessly replied, of course, what do you need? I've already given him the list. Banner pointed at Danny Roberts beside him. Then buy it. Bai Jing turned to look at Danny Roberts. But the equipment he wants costs over $40 million, and that's just for the equipment. The laboratory needs to be designed and built separately, which will cost tens of millions more. Danny Roberts said, we must build this. Bai Jing nodded without hesitation. Experiments are a man's romance. All products and toys are merely toys for men. If you had the chance to fly a fighter jet, would you? If you could see a nuclear bomb explosion, wouldn't you want to witness it? Bai Jing in his past life was a corporate slave. He never had such opportunities and didn't even dare to dream. But in this life, the opportunity has come. Well, anyway, it's not like him spending my own money. Mao was busy registering the company, and it was not just an order society. According to Bai Jing's instructions, he had to register the company in a crosshair-holding manner. For example, the Order Society was held by Jumei Technology and the American First Foundation. Jumei Technology and the American First Foundation were further held by Huanyu Technology and Xingqin Technology. Above Xingqin Technology and Huanyu Technology, there were those that could trace back to ancestors 18 generations ago. Was there anything further up? Yes, then it would be abroad. This practice is not fresh at all. One could say it is quite common. Many of America's wealthy families operate this way, hiding in the background, largely unknown to the world, yet controlling vast amounts of American wealth. Frank hurried off to train his subordinates. He had no fondness for gang members at all, so those who were trained under him knew that disobedience could cost them their lives. If you are nice to a thug, he will truly take advantage of you. But if you encounter someone like Frank, daring to talk back could mean death. The thug would obediently take up the basket to pick cotton, not daring to utter a single word. This is precisely why Bai Jing needed to find Frank. In the entire Marvel universe, there was no one else capable of fulfilling this role. Banner had procured a computer and began reviewing recent papers. He had been away from the research community for too long and needed some time to catch up with the current scientific progress. Bai Jing, however, had gone to Columbia University to study about black holes. The most widely known books about black holes should be Hawking's A Brief History of Time and the Universe in a Nutshell, Einstein's General Relativity, and actually there are also Einstein's Cosmic New Horizons, Rudolph's 8 Billion Suns, Lawrence's The Mystery of Missing Mass in the Fifth Element Universe, and Thorne's Black Holes and Time Warps, Einstein's Outrageous Legacy, among many others. In fact, Einstein never acknowledged the existence of black holes, yet his various results pointed to the possibility of their existence. If Einstein were to write online articles, he might title them, I really don't want to prove black holes exist, I really don't want to prove the wave nature of light, or I really don't want to acknowledge quantum mechanics. He was not showing off, these were all honest truths. By the way, Einstein was born into a Catholic family and was also Jewish, but he only believed in God until the age of 12. After reading some popular science articles, he lost his faith. In his later years, he even published papers specifically explaining this matter. A black hole is a hole in space with a certain boundary. Anything can fall into it, but nothing can escape. It is a hole with immense gravity capable of trapping light, a hole that can warp space and bend time. In the starry sky, people can observe gas atoms scattered in interstellar space being influenced by the black hole rushing towards it from all directions. Objects far from the black hole move slowly, while those close to it move quickly. Near the black hole, the speed of atoms can become extremely fast, even approaching the speed of light. These high-speed collisions and frictions among atoms can heat them to thousands of degrees. Anyone who has studied physics knows that the hotter the matter, the more vigorous the molecular activities. Due to the high temperature, the vibrations of these atoms are extremely rapid, leading to the emission of waves with high frequency and short wavelengths, which are what we commonly recognize as light red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. As we get closer to the black hole, the gravity becomes stronger, the flow of atoms accelerates, collisions become more intense, and the temperature rises further. Consequently, the frequencies of the electromagnetic waves produced will also be higher. So what is the wave with a frequency higher than that of the 7 colors of light? It is X-rays. Following this line of thought, a clever child can easily continue to derive. Getting closer to the black hole, the frequency of the waves generated by atom collisions increases further. What wave has a frequency higher than that of X-rays? It is gamma rays. Scientists have detected the existence of black holes by detecting X-rays and gamma rays in the universe. As for whether even higher frequency electromagnetic waves can be generated closer than this. No. At this distance, light can no longer resist the gravity of the black hole. Thus, it is possible that the collisions of atomic flows generated higher frequency waves, but because they are within the event horizon of the black hole, humans can no longer observe them. Therefore, in the electromagnetic spectrum, we can observe the sequence from left to right: rays, X-rays, ultraviolet, visible, 7 colors of light, and infrared. Why is there nothing to the left of the rays? Because the conditions for producing rays are so harsh that only black holes can create such rays. There are no environments in the universe more extreme than that of a black hole. If there were, it could only be the black hole itself. Human technology is far from being able to observe black holes, let alone surpass them. Therefore, the electromagnetic spectrum stops at gamma rays with no higher frequency light written. So are my eyes black holes? Bai Jing compared the descriptions of black holes in the book and continued to study his own eyes. He referred to his eyes as black holes because they could control gravitational repulsion and had the ability to devour everything, looking just like black holes at first glance. However, he did not know much about black holes as he was not a professional researcher. At most, he would read a few articles written by marketing accounts in his spare time. So to find out if his eyes were black holes, he needed more examples to verify. For instance, did his eyes have event horizons? This was the first time Bai Jing used gravity to probe his own eyes. This should have been a basic operation, something to try right after acquiring his powers, but for some reason Bai Jing just never thought of it. The author blames his own brain malfunction. Just like how one eats when hungry and drinks when thirsty, the simplest things are often the easiest to overlook. According to the definition, the basic functions of devouring and gravity had already been established. The next thing to determine was the event horizon. Because after approaching a certain distance from the black hole, its gravity is so immense that it can directly devour light, while beyond this distance light can curve around and move. So there would definitely be a distinct event horizon at this boundary, one side bright and the other dark. And within Bai Jing's eyes, there was indeed such a boundary. Previously, Bai Jing only looked in the mirror and could see that the white of his eyes was a pure black iris pupil in the center. But upon careful observation at this moment, he discovered that not the entire iris was black. The edge had about 0.01 millimeters maintaining its original color, but since the original color was also close to black, it was not very clear. So is this a black hole existing in the pupil with a diameter of 12 mm? Bai Jing wondered in his heart why it was a black hole, but could exist in his eyes without devouring them. Moreover, this black hole was not singular, but rather there was one in each of his eyes, one on the left and one on the right. With deep confusion, Bai Jing continued to study. Substituting into Newton's formula, the circumference of the event horizon of this black hole is 12 mm. The mass of the black hole is the event horizon 18. 5 km 3. 4,107 solar masses 0. 681,024 kg. The mass of the Earth is 5. 961,024 kg. The mass of the Earth is 8. 7 times that of the black hole in his eye. Logically, with this little mass, it should not be enough to create a black hole, yet it indeed has formed. This also validated one of Bai Jing's earlier conjectures. He believed there was no need to devour objects to allow his eyes to grow, because even if he swallowed the entire Earth, the black hole would not necessarily increase much. And indeed, the mass of the Earth is 7 times that of his single eye, or 35 times that of his 2 eyes. Swallowing the entire Earth would only enhance his black hole by a few times. However, due to the small initial value, even after doubling, it would still be quite weak. Speaking of which, if the black hole continues to grow in the future and the event horizon encompasses my entire being, would I not turn into a mass of darkness? Bai Jing suddenly thought of this issue. However, I can control the range of gravity. Is it not possible to also control the edge of the event horizon? Bai Jing was fixated on the idea of shrinking the event horizon. He saw that the dark event horizon in his eyes indeed began to shrink, revealing the originally brown-black color of his pupils. Indeed, it can be controlled. Although it was quite clumsy, akin to how he felt when he first learned the ear movement technique, with practice, he should be able to master it. But brown-black eyes don't seem as handsome as black ones. Bai Jing opened the event horizon again, and the iris instantly turned into a mass of pitch black. This looks much more stylish. Truly a strange black hole, feeling very scientific, yet very metaphysical. The eyes of Bai Jing bear many similarities to black holes, yet they also possess distinct differences. He can control the gravitational field within a spherical radius of 0.93 meters centered around his eyes. Within this range, his gravitational force operates effortlessly without any attenuation, but beyond this range, he feels absolutely nothing. It resembles the event horizon of a black hole. Within the horizon, light cannot escape at all, while outside light is free. Moreover, Bai Jing's ability to consume does not require matter to enter the event horizon. As long as it is within the gravitational range, he can devour it directly with a thought. Wait. Just as he realized this, Bai Jing suddenly discovered that the gravitational range he could control was not 0.93, but rather 0.9312. Was it an illusion? Bai Jing was somewhat astonished, but his gravitational detection could pinpoint down to the nanometer level, leaving no room for error. Let alone just 0.0012 meters, even 0.0001 meters would be as conspicuous to him as a mosquito on a monk's head. My gravitational field has indeed expanded a little. Bai Jing recalled what he had consumed over the past 2 days. The only way for a black hole to grow is by continually absorbing matter or energy, and apart from drinking the wind, the only energy he absorbed was that from a Hulk's transformation. Everything else was trivial. Despite daily absorption, he had seen no change, so the only variable was that lump of energy. This seems a bit exaggerated. Just a lump of energy could lead to such growth. The conversion of energy into matter is extremely inefficient, as everyone knows the mass energy equivalence principle. The terrifying energy explosion of a nuclear bomb is merely a tiny amount when in a material state. Yet Bai Jing had only consumed a tiny bit of energy from the Hulk, which felt hardly significant, and his gravitational range had increased by 0.0012. One can only say that this type of energy is of an exceptionally high essence. That pocket universe is surprisingly filled with such energy. What kind of place is that? A fairyland? Bai Jing pondered. May I sit here? A female voice came from beside him. Sorry, this place is taken. Bai Jing replied casually, suddenly realizing something was off. Was she speaking Mandarin? He quickly turned his head and indeed saw an Asian girl with black hair and black eyes, long straight hair, dressed in a plain white top and jeans, looking at him curiously. Is she from the Celestial Empire? Bai Jing inquired. Yes, my name is Lu Na, and I'm from Sichuan Celestial Empire. The girl extended her hand, ready to shake Bai Jing's. However, Bai Jing did not extend his hand, but instead curiously asked, how did you achieve such smooth skin? The color looks so natural, and your Mandarin is remarkably good. Luna shook her head. I seem to not understand what you are saying. Natasha, are you just this free, staring at me without anything to do? Bai Jing turned his head. The girl fell silent for a moment, her expression slowly growing cold, and after a while she sat next to Bai Jing. Bai Jing silently shut down 99 of his sense of smell. Natasha was using some overpowering perfume. How did you figure it out? Natasha asked. If we are all from the Celestial Empire, is it necessary to add the term Celestial Empire when introducing oneself? You could just say you are from Sichuan. Bai Jing responded. In reality, he had scanned Natasha last time and had just scanned her again. Natasha frowned, realizing she had indeed missed this point. Is there something you need? Bai Jing asked again. Someone asked me to inquire what you intend to do. Natasha replied. Are your people investigating news from the south? Oh, is the martial faction unable to engage in civil matters? Bai Jing was taken aback. Could Jean actually summon S-H-I-E-L-D? However, it might not be S-H-I-E-L-D. It could be Hydra. Don't overreach, this is America. Moreover, since we couldn't find your information in the immigration office, it means you are illegally residing here. If we wanted to, you could be deported at any moment. Natasha opened a book, pretending to browse, yet speaking softly. After all, this was a library. So why not drive me away? Bai Jing asked, you know my character, know what I do daily, even know the color of my underwear. You can do this. We welcome everyone who yearns for freedom to come to America. Natasha thought, but we do not know your abilities. In this world, there are superhumans, aliens, and beings powerful enough to destroy a spaceship with a single punch. The egg has known this for 10 years. According to their intelligence, this Bai Jing is a superhuman. The egg had seen many such people. Naturally, the egg thought Bai Jing was one of them, and in that case, he could easily recruit Bai Jing under his command. He understood these yellow-skinned people well, believing that as long as they were given some benefits, they would become the most loyal henchmen, often acting more ruthlessly than Americans when it came to their motherland. Of course, some individuals are impossible to recruit, fixated on returning home. The solution to such individuals is quite simple. The most famous case was the one who was shot 21 times in the back, dying by suicide. Bai Jing pretended not to understand Natasha's hint and continued reading. To be fair, the level of Kipson was indeed high. A cold and profound popular science article became lively and interesting in his narration, allowing Bai Jing, who usually only read online novels, to enjoy it. Much more interesting than the Russian ant next door, who was coarse and had an unpleasant smell. Natasha had no idea what Bai Jing was thinking of, otherwise she would not be sitting here chatting with him so at ease. The Order Society can continue to exist, but it must maintain its current scale and cannot expand. Natasha continued, our organization can welcome you to join. We can offer you an American green card and starting agent level 6 benefits, a treatment that many of your compatriots can only dream of. Was it with this treatment that the egg recruited you? Bai Jing turned to look at Natasha. Natasha noticed nothing because Bai Jing's gaze was too deep, swallowing everything. Yet she sensed a sneer. Just as the pear blossoms bloom across the horizon, gentle gauze floats on the river, Katyusha stands on the steep bank, her song like the bright spring light. Katyusha stands on the steep bank, her song like the bright spring light. The girl sings a beautiful song as she sings of the mighty eagle of the steppe. Ooh, she sings of her beloved, and she hides her lover's letters. She sings of her beloved, and she hides her lover's letters. Bai Jing closed the book, leaned back in his chair, and softly hummed a tune. He hummed in Mandarin, but that melody was all too familiar to her. This song was composed in 1938, and 2 years later, during the Great Patriotic War in the Soviet Union, it warmed the soldiers holding cold weapons in freezing trenches with its deep emotions and the innocent voice of a girl. Amidst the harsh smoke and loneliness, their spirits received warmth and solace from love and affection. This song, like On the Songhua River, greatly encouraged the morale of the war-torn people and soldiers. In 1942, from the ruins of Stalingrad, the 14-year-old Natasha was dug out by her adoptive father from the wreckage of a bombed house. From then on, they relied on each other, living, fighting, and listening to this warm song, harboring full hopes for the future. At that time, the smoke was everywhere, the cannon fire relentless, yet her heart had something to rely on. But the war ended, people were gone, and the country was lost. Everyone has their own choices. You chose America, and I have no right to say anything, but I also have my own persistence. The Order Society is to endure forever. My pace of expansion will not stop. If you wish to hinder me, you may try. You intend to oppose America. Natasha shook her head. You will not succeed. You have no idea how powerful they are. Somewhat surprised, Natasha did not react with immediate anger. Perhaps it was that song that faced those eyes that had some effect. Challenging difficult tasks is what makes them meaningful. Bai Jing shook his head. He was precognitive with a powerful hand, and if he went to rely on S-H-I-E-L-D, wouldn't that be like playing a game on easy mode? Furthermore, he had been a dog his entire life. He wished to change his way of living. Natasha sighed and suddenly leaned in closer. Jean has invited the Brotherhood. If they fail, the Council, Police, and Tax Bureau will all intervene. Brotherhood. Bai Jing was still contemplating the hint given by Natasha. He had watched quite a few Marvel films and various plot analysis videos, and he was convinced that such an organization did not exist in the Marvel universe. However, in other places, such as in wanted posters, there exists an organization similar to this in Assassin's Creed. But now he was in a real world, and blindly adhering to the plot was not advisable. After all, the plot never showcased Natasha speaking such fluent Chinese, as the actors could not master it. But having rejected S.H.I.E.L.D. today, we will be enemies from now on. How would S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with him? I am quite curious. Bai Jing pondered for a moment and wasn't too concerned. Aside from Captain Marvel Carol, it seemed there weren't any formidable fighters left in S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides, if they couldn't defeat him, they would just run, as S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't rule everything. Burying his head, he continued reading. Meanwhile, he practiced the knowledge he had just learned. Black holes can warp time and space, so can I warp space into a ball, making it a pocket dimension? Banner had a pocket dimension filled with transformation energy, which Bai Jing envied greatly. Although he didn't have a pocket dimension full of transformation energy, it would be great to store other items such as living supplies, firearms, and explosives. During battle, he could pull out thousands of RPGs from space and fire them in a time warp situation then. Well, please call me Bai Lishan the Monkey King. However, to create warped space, he first needed to sense space. Bai Jing had no clue about this, but it wasn't entirely without solutions. It wasn't their ancient one who taught spatial magic. They might have a way to comprehend space. As for time, Bai Jing suddenly slapped the table. Oh, I got it. Hey, keep it down. The student next to him who was reading said disapprovingly. Oh, sorry, I got a bit excited. Bai Jing cupped his hands and quickly apologized. Mainly he thought of a question when he considered Ancient One. With such a powerful ability capable of devouring the Earth, logically speaking, the Earth's defenders, the multiverse guardians, and the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One should have come to talk to him by now. Yet Ancient One had not done so. Why? Bai Jing hadn't thought much about it before. Perhaps Ancient One already knew of his existence, but also understood that he was kind-hearted and would not harm the Earth. But now there might be another possibility. His time was warped by the black hole and would not be observable by Ancient One. However, after a brief moment of thought, he decided not to dwell on it. Ancient One was not shield. She was a good person. Bai Jing had never thought of harming the Earth. With Ancient One's character, why would she target him? They were naturally not enemies. Should I proactively seek out the sanctum? Bai Jing stroked his chin, thinking that the North American sanctum should be located at 177A, Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village, New York. With nothing else to do, Bai Jing stood up, registered to borrow some books at the library, and then took the books and headed straight for the sanctum. Upon exiting the library and feeling the chilly North American wind, Bai Jing tightened his clothing. The entrance of Columbia University Library was adorned with several massive columns resembling the Parthenon. As Bai Jing walked past the huge columns, he saw a middle-aged man in a white suit and trousers with neatly groomed hair quickly ascending the stairs. This man stood tall, his gaze steady with a broad wingspan, walking with a confident demeanor. It wasn't that Bai Jing was intentionally paying attention to this man. It was mainly because compared to the students around, this man's aura was excessively self-assured. Bai Jing only glanced at him before intending to look away, but his peripheral vision suddenly noticed the man reaching into his suit. That action. Bai Jing instinctively began to evade, and then saw the middle-aged man pull out a fully silver handgun, its barrel twice as long as a regular gun, reaching 25 cm. At this moment, the middle-aged man turned his head to look at Bai Jing, then raised his hand and fired. Bang! A large crater suddenly erupted from the marble column beside Bai Jing, and in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a bullet shimmering with a metallic silver luster covered in strange patterns embedded in the marble crater. Such powerful bullets, and the material is exceptional. Bai Jing was taken aback, but what was even more terrifying was this man's speed. He was in the time-warping field of the black hole, with base speed and reaction speed twice that of others. However, the speed at which this man drew his gun and fired was too fast, so fast that Bai Jing almost couldn't react. In merely a fraction of a second, the man's left hand also reached into his suit, while his right hand continued to fire. Damn! Bai Jing quickly retreated while enhancing the gravity in front of him. Buzz! The bullet seemed to pass through Bai Jing's gravitational field without any obstruction. A scream came from behind. It was other students entering and exiting the library. Bai Jing had no time to worry about them. In front of the library, there was nothing but stairs leading to a vast open square, and there was a certain distance from the columns to the entrance of the library. Bai Jing felt trapped, relying on the nearby column and the assassin circling it. As for injuring others, I apologize, I didn't want that. Why are you Americans born randomly and die freely? While circling the column, he was also quickly analyzing his opponent. The gravity cannot bind him. No, that's not it. The main issue is that the bullet's speed is too fast, and its material is special, reducing my binding force greatly. Bai Jing was somewhat relieved that he hadn't acted recklessly, but chose to evade instead. The scene of him catching the bullet was witnessed by the entire gang. It was impossible for it not to spread. And the enemy still attempted to assassinate him with a gun, which meant they must have special preparations. Either the gun had a problem or the bullets did. It seemed both had issues. Attempting a counterkill was also very difficult. He dared not appear before the assassin, as he would be shot dead. Moreover, the diameter of the nearby marble column was as much as 1.5 meters, and he couldn't devour the assassin behind the column. Wait, since they chose to assassinate here, did these assassins not know how many columns there were, allowing him to circle around them? Bai Jing's heart raced as he thought of this. He quickly turned his head and saw a building towering 30 stories high 2 kilometers away, directly across from the library. At a glance on the 23rd floor, a Latino woman dressed similarly in a white suit and trousers was aiming a mysterious sniper rifle out of the window, targeting him. Bang! A bullet still bearing strange patterns flew out. Under Bai Jing's supervision, he could clearly see the smooth bullet head reflecting the image of the Columbia Library building, as well as his own desperate self beneath the marble column. Am I going to die here? No, how is that possible? I am the end of the universe, the terminator of worlds, the ultimate existence among celestial bodies, the black hole. Cough, cough. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. After being a bit too dramatic, Bai Jing gently tilted his head, and the bullet brushed past his temple. Is this sniper an idiot? At a distance of 2 kilometers, even if your sniper rifle's bullet has an initial speed of 3000 ms, I still have over a second of reaction time in the time acceleration field, enough for me to run 3 to 4 meters. Of course, such an ambush would be a dead end for ordinary people, as they couldn't even see the bullet, let alone dodge it. The skill level is quite high, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Bai Jing took out 2 playing cards from his pocket, one of which transformed into a rainbow light, instantly arriving at the sniper's throat. Indeed, ordinary people wouldn't be able to react. The other card, however, he held in his hand suddenly turned around and sliced towards the hands of the suited man. The thin as a cicada's wing black hole titanium alloy was the sharpest blade in the world. The wrists of the suited man instantly bled profusely. He could no longer hold onto his gun as it fell to the ground, but Bai Jing swiftly caught it. Seeing this, the middle-aged white man moved his jaw, but Bai Jing just smiled slightly. Then his previously calm face, which had not changed even after the assassination failed, suddenly turned horrified. The thing he had hidden under his teeth had actually missed. What have you done to me? The assassin uttered his first words since their meeting. Bai Jing ignored him, curiously examining the silver handgun in his hands. To call it a handgun would be an insult, for the length of these weapons exceeded that of an Uzi. He scanned for gravitational waves, and then found a button above the trigger. With a gentle flick, the front half of the gun made a clicking sound, and surprisingly rotated 30 degrees to the left. Bai Jing flicked it again, causing it to tilt another 30 degrees. At this moment, there was already a 120-degree angle between the 2 sections of the gun. But Bai Jing knew that with varying force this gun could continue to swivel until it reached 0. At this point, the gun was aimed forward, yet could fire backward, rivaling the Chinese film Kung Fu Hustle. Such a brilliant design. A skilled marksman should be able to control the direction of the muzzle at will, allowing one muzzle to target 6 different directions, encompassing 12 directions with 2 guns. Bai Jing remarked this element of surprise could create unexpected effects when the enemy is caught off guard. Moreover, I noticed the craftsmanship of this gun is extraordinarily precise, with seams at the joints measured in micrometers. This must have been produced with a high-precision 5-axis CNC machine, likely from Germany or Japan. Upon hearing this, the assassin finally stopped hesitating and turned to flee, but Bai Jing raised his hand and shot him directly in the knee. The bullet pierced through the meniscus and created a dent in the glossy marble floor. What ricochet? That doesn't exist. Bai Jing stood up and retrieved the bullet from the marble pillar, scrutinizing it carefully. The bullet head is just ordinary alloy, but the metal used for the bullet body is quite peculiar. All elemental atoms protrude their protons outward, causing them to couple closely together, resembling the structure of the HIV virus. Such a metal should possess excellent sound absorption, energy absorption, shock resistance, and repulsion properties. I made that up, don't delve too deeply. The last metal that gave me this feeling was the Edmund alloy extracted from the target's body. But this clearly consists of 2 different metals. It doesn't make sense that a well-known metal would be encountered so easily. However, this type of metal shouldn't be hard to acquire at high levels, so could this be the legendary vibranium? No wonder it can resist my gravitational pull. Fortunately, vibranium is not entirely immune to gravity, it just has a very high resistance. I have already been researching how to obtain vibranium mines from Wakanda. Such a thing must not be left to the enemy. Leaving it to someone like the nigga who would only use spears to pierce animal hides would be a tremendous waste. Bai Jing looked at the man in white and said, I don't believe an assassin organization could possess such high-precision mechanical processing capabilities and be wealthy enough to turn vibranium into bullets. Moreover, you were trying to poison me just now. What kind of ordinary gang could raise such elite assassins? Of course, excluding China, Japan, and South Korea, as these countries never lack individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for a great cause. However, Bai Jing didn't believe that white people deeply immersed in the ideals of freedom and democracy would possess such spirit. Unless they have been brainwashed since childhood. The white man remained silent, but his gaze was quietly observing his surroundings. Are you the so-called Brotherhood? Bai Jing approached the white man, his gravitational pull deeply embedding itself in his mind. He couldn't read minds, but lie detection wasn't difficult. When a person experiences intense emotional fluctuations, their brainwave patterns differ from their usual state. For example, after Bai Jing asked this question, the white man maintained a blank expression, but his brainwaves exhibited a violent fluctuation. This world cannot accommodate the existence of assassins. Every politician and capitalist would never allow anyone to take their life at will. Bai Jing remarked, therefore, even the infamous assassin Bullseye must rely on money to survive. Assassins like you, well-equipped and well-trained, clearly brainwashed from a young age, must be supported by the government. Bai Jing sensed the man's brainwaves leap from the base of a mountain to its peak. It seems I guessed correctly again. Although this assassin managed his expressions well and remained impassive, he was unaware that there are powers in this world beyond common understanding. Where is your headquarters? Bai Jing asked. New York. Peak. Bai Jing smiled. Then let's continue. Is it in Manhattan, Queens, the Bronx, Brooklyn? Peak. In fact, there's also Staten Island, but it seems there's no need to ask. All right, I've finished asking my questions. Bai Jing looked at the utterly despondent white man, who indeed looked very hopeless, for he had already leaked all of his organization's intelligence without saying anything. He pressed the gun against the white man's forehead. Boom. Damn, the recoil is really strong. Sigh. He placed the gun in his backpack and let out a breath. Living in America can indeed be quite difficult. Bai Jing returned to the library, and an uninformed student asked, "Hey, is the shooting outside over?" "It's already over." Bai Jing shouted. "The shooter has been dealt with by a passing masked rider." What on earth is a masked rider? However, quite a few people have already gone out to take a look. Many have also realized that Bai Jing was the first to be shot, but Bai Jing is Asian, appearing young, completely like a college student. They certainly wouldn't think Bai Jing had attracted the assassin. They would only assume it was another campus shooter at Columbia. There's no helping it. That's just the state of affairs in this country, and they have grown accustomed to it. Are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor? Several enthusiastic alumni asked. "I'm from the medical school and can help check your injuries." The latter part was the key. I'm fine, I'm fine. His aim was so poor that he didn't hit me. Bai Jing couldn't allow them to get too close. He still had the gun in his possession. He stepped aside from the crowd and began searching for books. Speaking of which, the Columbia Library should be well known among domestic viewers, as the two protagonists in Detective Chinatown 2 were looking for talismans here. This storyline is set because the Columbia Library houses a vast collection of ancient Chinese cultural books, which logically makes sense. As for how books from China ended up here, this illustrates the multifaceted national grievances between China and America. However, what Bai Jing was looking for was not that complicated. He simply needed a map of Brooklyn. 10 minutes later, Bai Jing left the library with the map. As he reached the entrance, police cars started to arrive in droves, followed by the establishment of a cordon. "Oh right, perhaps I don't need to be so troublesome." Seeing the police arrive, Bai Jing suddenly thought of a possibility. He stood among the crowd and silently utilized the skill he had just learned in the library. Gravitational deviation. The gravity of a black hole is immense, but some light does not directly strike the black hole. When this light passes near the black hole, it will deviate due to the powerful gravity. Objects close to the black hole may even be attracted by its gravity, beginning to orbit around it. The bright ring surrounding a black hole is scientifically known as an accretion disk. This technique is actually a fundamental application of gravity, adept at dealing with high-speed objects. If an object is hurtling toward him at high speed, and there isn't enough time to generate a gravitational field to block it directly, he could use a gentle push to alter its trajectory. It was precisely because he mastered this skill that he dared to engage with the white-clad assassin Qin Wang, while evading bullets that could not be directly interfered with by gravity. After luring out another assassin 2 kilometers away, he caught them all in one fell swoop. Now he was employing the same skill, redirecting the light shining on him by 180 degrees so that it passed around him and illuminated the area ahead, thus achieving the feat of optical invisibility. Bai Jing's gravitational range only had a radius of 0.9312, and he stood tall. I know he was 180 centimeters tall, so to be invisible, he had to crouch down and pretend to be a mushroom. However, challenges can also bring rewards. After squatting for half an hour, he saw a person dressed in a suit that was extremely similar to the assassin's, except for the color, flashing a badge in front of the police. "We will take this corpse with us." Brooklyn is located southeast of Manhattan and east of New York Bay. If the Hulk had turned left while in the river, he could have landed in Brooklyn. This area covers 251 square kilometers with a permanent population of approximately 2,526,48403 in 2020, including around 25,000 Chinese. Additionally, there are 8,500 black residents, 1.07 million white residents, and 5,000 Latino residents. Due to its complex demographic composition, Brooklyn has long been a high-crime area with frequent conflicts between different ethnic groups. Hell's Kitchen pales in comparison to Brooklyn. The widely reported incidents of discrimination against Asians often occur in Brooklyn. However, Black residents generally live in the northeast of Brooklyn, while Chinese residents predominantly reside in the south, with little overlap. In contrast, there is considerable interaction between Japanese, Korean, and Black communities, with armed Korean security teams making headlines. Contrary to the rumor that every American owns a car, in reality, 57 of Brooklyn residents do not have one. The figure for all of New York City is 55. They primarily rely on public transportation and the subway, which is not always efficient. Brooklyn is separated from central New York City by the East River, and surprisingly, the two boroughs are only connected by the Manhattan Bridge and the Brooklyn Bridge. New York City has considered changing this situation, continuously planning to construct a subway connecting Brooklyn and Manhattan, but after many years, construction has yet to begin. Beijing followed the man in a black suit to the side, watching as they got into a Cadillac. He didn't want to fly in the sky for long, especially in the winter. It felt foolish. So he simply sat down on the roof of the car. He then saw a van approaching with several uniformed individuals loading a pair of assassin corpses wrapped in black bags into the vehicle. The car started and headed south along 9th Avenue. Are we going to Brooklyn? Beijing spread out a map, feeling that it should be a long journey, so he opened a book and continued reading. The cold wind blowing against him was absorbed directly this time. Instead of swallowing it into his eyes, he allowed the molecules to collide at high speed in front of him, generating nearly 18 degrees of high temperature before absorbing it into his body. Since the temperature was not too high, it did not produce any radiation or light. He was reading about gravitational waves. If a ball is placed in water and rotated, it will cause the surrounding water to flow, creating ripples. Similarly, when a black hole rotates, the distortion of space, caused by its mass, will also create ripples in space. Here the ball represents the black hole and the water represents space. The rippling of the water is analogous to gravitational waves. If there were creatures living on the water's surface, their scientists studying physical phenomena would be astonished to find that someone who was originally 2 centimeters away suddenly appears 3 centimeters away. They could then deduce from this phenomenon that a massive object was distorting the world from a great distance. This is why gravitational waves can prove the existence of black holes. Gravitational wave detectors are essentially distance detectors that measure whether the distance between 2 fixed points changes. If the distance stretches or shortens, it indicates that a gravitational wave has passed. If I could master this, perhaps I could master the art of shortening distances. Beijing pondered for a moment before laying it aside. Generating gravitational waves requires the movement of a black hole, and movement leads to energy loss. If too much energy is lost, the black hole could evaporate or even explode. He couldn't afford to waste energy, given how little he had. The car traveled to the end of 9th Avenue, then turned onto 8th Avenue, 7th Avenue, and finally ascended the Brooklyn Bridge. On the bridge, Beijing looked to the right and could see the back of the Statue of Liberty, a landmark of New York City. He merely glanced at it. He found nothing appealing about the shabby statue. The car continued forward, entering Brooklyn. Like Manhattan, Brooklyn streets are laid out in a grid pattern, and the street names, like those in Manhattan, are numerical. After descending the Brooklyn Bridge, the car turned onto Interstate 278, which connects Brooklyn to New Jersey. The car then veered right and finally stopped beside a large building. The reason for calling it large is because the parking lot in front of the building can accommodate around 120 various vehicles. From a distance, the guard saw the car approaching and opened the gate. 2 cars entered one after the other, and after passing through the gate, they turned left and right and drove in different directions. Beijing glanced at the sign at the entrance, which read Wood Family Precision Instruments. Well, it can be translated as tree or forest, so it could also be interpreted as Lynn's Precision Instruments. Once the cargo compartment entered the company, it separated from the Cadillac, which parked in an available space before the man in the black suit exited the vehicle. He adjusted his clothing before entering the company. Beijing followed closely behind. Manager Jack. Someone greeted him at the entrance, and the man in the black suit smiled in response. Upon entering the company, they first arrived at a changing room to put on work uniforms. These were white outfits complete with hoods and masks, essentially covering the entire body. Beijing, lacking knowledge, did not realize that these were actually dust-proof suits designed specifically for high-end clean rooms. Beijing watched silently and did not change. He neither expels exhaust nor fears radiation, so he obviously did not need such protective clothing. Moreover, he did not see any oxygen tanks on the protective clothing, which indicated that normal breathing was possible here. He then followed Manager Jack through a long corridor. Finally, the door opened. Buzz. The sounds of various machines processing flooded into his mind. Beijing looked at the neatly arranged hundreds of white, clean, and quiet machine tools in the workshop, instantly becoming bewildered. These are all 5-axis CNC machine tools. Young people might not understand, but before 2020, if lithography machines were the bottleneck, 5-axis machining centers were the bottleneck before 2008. This is essential equipment for processing high-precision instruments. Such machining systems hold significant influence over a country's aerospace, military, scientific research, and high-precision medical equipment sectors. In fact, such equipment already exists domestically, but its greater significance lies in breaking the ban imposed by the West. In practical applications, whether in processing precision efficiency or product quality, domestic machine tools lag several orders of magnitude behind those from Europe, America, and Japan. Of course, this is a process of going from nothing to something, and then from something to excellence. It cannot be rushed. Beijing did not expect this to be a processing factory with such advanced machine tools. He approached a machine tool and saw a complex metal part on the display, which was gradually taking shape on the machine. Beijing suddenly noticed the company name at the bottom right of the blueprint, which read Stark. This is an order from Stark Industries. Beijing curiously glanced twice, memorizing the shape of the part. He didn't recognize what it was, but he could ask Banner when he got back. Seeing that manager Jack was about to walk far away, Beijing quickly followed him. After passing through 2 more processing workshops, Jack entered another door, and the entire environment changed dramatically. Because this was not a workshop, but a massive indoor training ground where over 200 muscular white men dressed in white training uniforms were sparring and exercising. Muscles collided and sweat was abundant. The air was filled with an intense atmosphere. Beside this was another changing room where Jack changed out of his heavy work uniform into a white suit, then walked along the corridor at the edge of the training ground into an office. In the office, a stunning blonde girl sat at the front desk. Upon seeing Jack, she immediately stood up to greet him before sitting back down. This place is enormous. Beijing watched in silence, then followed Jack as they passed rows of desks and employees, finally arriving at a reasonably large office. Inside the office, a plump older white man sat behind a brown desk. He turned around with great effort upon seeing Jack alone, his expression darkening. Did the mission fail? Yes, Jack replied without changing his expression, handing over a storage card and placing it on the desk. This is the situation at the time. The older man glanced at Jack, reaching for it, but found nothing. The older man looked up. Where's the card? I gave it to you. Jack said. You didn't give it to me. Oh, look, there's nothing on the desk. I clearly placed it on the desk. Jack said, looking at the desk. On the desk were an LCD computer, several stacks of documents, an ashtray, a keyboard, a pen holder, and a silicone stress ball with little clutter. Although the storage card was small, it should have been quite noticeable sitting on top. Did it fall to the ground? Jack quickly bent down. Seeing this, the older man also hurriedly lowered his head to search, but after a long time found nothing. Maybe it's in the clothing, someone suggested. Right, the clothing. The older man quickly shook his clothes, and as Jack was about to follow suit, he suddenly felt something was off. Hadn't he just not spoken? There are others here. Jack whispered sharply, his hand already reaching into his pocket, but he paused. A gun is pressing against your forehead, one that you are very familiar with. That is the standard issue sidearm of our company. It's you, Letian. The old white man looked coldly at Beijing, a gun similarly aimed at his forehead. 2 guns perfectly aligned at 2 individuals. I noticed this when I arrived. The soundproofing of this room is excellent, and since this is the boss office, there are no cameras. Beijing turned the gun around and fired 4 shots with each hand. So whatever I do here, no one will discover it. Jack was shot in the wrists and ankles, collapsing immediately into the chair, while the old white man was shot in the shoulder. Being overweight, he struggled to move, and with his arms rendered useless, he was firmly wedged in the chair. Beijing leaned over and picked up a stack of files in front of the old white man. Biletian male from the Celestial Empire, 2,226 years old, characterized as arrogant, proud, assertive, not greedy, not lecherous. The order he established is a highly G-oriented organization suspected of being a G-cyst. I quite like this evaluation, but there is one thing you got wrong. I am not lecherous, I just dislike the lechery here. Beijing chuckled, suddenly noticing that the old white man's arm was twisted abnormally. He stood up and approached the old white man's position, discovering a red button hidden under his desk. What is this, an alarm? Beijing stroked his chin. What is the principle behind this alarm? Pressure triggered? Or is it triggered by power outage? The old white man glared at him hatefully, but his intense brainwave fluctuations had already betrayed him. So whether it's pressure or power outage, either can trigger it. Beijing sighed. In that case, I can only put you in a difficult position. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, causing the old white man's wrist to fall limply to the ground. Beijing glanced at the old white man's lower body and scoffed. In this position, you could just lift your leg to reach it. Why are you so fat that your leg is stuck under the chair and can't be lifted? Then why not switch to a bigger chair? The old white man said angrily. Biletian, if you dare to kill me, there will be no place for you to hide in all of America. The old white man said resentfully. Am I supposed to surrender? Beijing raised his hand and fired 2 shots, directly shattering the man's thigh bone. It must be said that vibranium bullets are indeed useful. They experience almost no speed loss during flight, resulting in extremely strong penetration and immense power. Now, even if he could get out of the chair, his leg wouldn't be able to lift. Bai Jing opened and flipped through his documents, finding another file beneath. Ren Hong, 26 years old, from the Celestial Empire, PhD in mathematics from the University of Chicago, calculus instructor, rejected a faculty invitation preparing to return to his homeland. Judging from his research direction upon returning, it may significantly impact the military technology of the Celestial Empire. Is he still alive? Bai Jing asked. Talents that cannot be used by America should all die. The old white man said resentfully. Boom. A bullet hit his forehead, and with a mixture of confusion, astonishment, and sarcasm, the old white man went to hell. I am after all a base leader privy to many secrets. Why didn't you even ask before killing me? Yet Bai Jing had no intention of interrogating him, and continued to look at the next file. Robul Khan, an Indian genius, PhD in mathematics from Princeton University, lecturer in topology. Uralina from Tajikistan, PhD in life sciences and genetic engineering, fell in love with a student from the Celestial Empire named Li Wenhua. Ling Guxing, a Chinese-American physicist professor at the Precision Physics Research Institute, suspected of secretly funding a high-precision inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer for the Celestial Empire. By Lishan, one person's strength cannot contend against a nation, as long as you join us with your abilities. Jack beside him watched Bai Jing's actions with increasing tension, finally unable to hold back his voice. Facing death calmly and heroically is what the foot soldiers do. He had risen to management. He didn't want to die inexplicably. What answered him was a bullet engraved with brilliant patterns. As the saying goes, when America suspects you have nuclear weapons, you better really have them. Is it because you think I am Superman? Is it because you think I am hard to control? Then your feeling is correct. He patted Jack on the shoulder and found 2 more guns. Perhaps this is standard equipment. Bai Jing removed the price tag, stashed it in his pocket, casually picked up a gun, and opened the door. Jack, there's something. At the door stood a girl who had been waiting for a long time, perhaps looking for Jack. She had been standing there for quite a while. But upon seeing the door open, it was an Asian who appeared. Hey, who are you? The girl exclaimed. Be good, take a nap. Bai Jing tapped her shoulder, and the woman instantly fell asleep. Combatants and non-combatants have entirely different physical qualities, easily discernible upon scanning. Indeed, while the Brotherhood does not distinguish between genders or ages during assassinations, Bai Jing is not part of the Brotherhood, nor is he American. Who is it? A clerk outside saw the woman collapse and immediately stood up. Bai Jing raised his hand and shot at the ceiling. The entire office fell silent. All the way there were no obstacles, until he pushed open the door. Outside, hundreds of strong men, each holding guns. Bai Jing smiled and casually tossed his gun aside, then lightly beckoned them with his fingers. Moi. A group of people exchanged glances, somewhat unclear about the situation. They knew that Asians were formidable fighters, but didn't they see the circumstances? There are 200 of us, and you are alone. Are you afraid? Bai Jing asked. TCH. Who could withstand such provocation? A white man threw down his gun. Everyone stand back, I'll handle this. On the training ground, 200 white-clad strong men surrounded the ring, and in the ring stood Bai Jing, who was 180 meters tall and appeared thin and weak, facing a muscular white man standing at 190 meters tall. Yellow-skinned monkey, watch how I beat you back to your mother. He roared and charged forward like a raging bull, trying to directly knock Bai Jing aside. Bai Jing stood casually watching as the man charged towards him without even blinking. He simply raised his hand lightly. Tai Chi. Someone exclaimed. In this world, even Chi exists, and Tai Chi is a well-known true skill respected worldwide. These people practicing various combat techniques were not unfamiliar with Tai Chi. But they saw Bai Jing's stance, which was clearly not the combat-used Tai Chi canon, but rather the health-focused Tai Chi practiced by elderly people in parks. Can this even hit someone? But Bai Jing told them it can. He raised his arm against the charging strong man, appearing as if a mantis was trying to stop a chariot. As their fists met silently, the strong man seemed to be led by the nose, stumbling and crashing straight out of the ring. Fortunately, he was also well-trained and managed to stabilize himself after just 3 or 5 steps, then turned around in shock to ask Chi. He was the one involved, so he could clearly feel that he hadn't even touched the other man's arm. His momentum felt as if it was sinking into a quagmire, the opponent completely unaware, and then a massive wave surged up from behind him, directly pushing him away. What else could this be if not Chi? Even if this world has Chi, it's not something common. Ordinary people have never even heard of it. Only top martial artists can tap into such power. He never expected to witness such power in this young man before him. Bai Jing didn't know Chi. This was gravitational displacement, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Without answering, he extended his hand. Come again. The strong man shouted and charged again. To Bai Jing, he didn't take him seriously. Even if you mastered Chi, how much could you have at this age? You could exhaust yourself to death. He stepped forward like lightning, then threw a straight punch directly at Bai Jing's forehead. This was not a technique passed down from any sect, but a straight punch commonly used in free fighting on the ring. But it was slow, far too slow. Bai Jing raised his arm, manipulating gravity, blocking the punch directly, then turned his body, standing upright, and rushed forcefully at the strong man. 8 Extremes, Iron Mountain Lean. A powerful repulsive force erupted from his shoulder, charging straight toward the strong man's heart. Even though the man's left arm was guarding his heart, he couldn't stop the omnipresent gravitational impact. In an instant, his heart exploded and a mouthful of thick blood mixed with internal organ fragments was spat out. Then he flew 2 or 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving only a line of blood and a circle of astonished, dazed eyes. Bai Jing straightened his posture, gently rubbed his shoulder, then looked around, especially at the several cameras in the corners, and said sharply, "Next." His ability lies in chi. A tall white man stepped forward and said, "Do not confront him unknown, you take him on 2 at a time." Bai Jing looked at the 2 muscular men stepping onto the arena. A surge of pride welled up in his heart, reminiscent of the time when Hui Yuanjia fought foreign strongmen in the arena. But the times have changed. Back then the nation was weak and bullied from all sides. Foreign strongmen dared to flaunt their power on the land of the Celestial Empire. Defeating them was a matter of revitalizing national confidence. Now Bai Jing stood on foreign soil, having become the challenger. He keenly sensed a surge of a certain element rapidly increasing within him, a substance coursing through his body, igniting a heat within him. Is this what they call adrenaline? Bai Jing activated his gravitational force, swiftly absorbing the adrenaline that had been secreted within him. Adrenaline can quicken one's breath, providing a large amount of oxygen, accelerate heart rate and blood flow, dilate pupils, offering more energy for physical activities and enhancing reaction times. Anyone with keen eyes could see that this substance was specifically prepared for combat. However, it also causes one to lose perception of the surrounding environment, judgment of situations, and rationality. In short, it can turn a person into a reckless fool. Bai Jing had natural agility and incredible reflexes, so he didn't need the minor boost from adrenaline. In fact, he would rather avoid the negative effects that this hormone brought. It was better off without it. As the hormones were absorbed, his mind quickly calmed down, and in an instant he recalled numerous methods to utilize black holes. It could be said that most emotions are products of hormones such as anger, love, fear, anxiety, and sorrow. If he could accurately identify these hormones and absorb them at the right time, he could maintain his rationality to the greatest extent, resisting temptations of beauty and not losing his judgment and rationality due to anger. Of course, if one truly lacked emotions, it might not seem very human, but different people have different opinions. Some find absolute rationality very cool. For instance, Sherlock Holmes and Colonel Chu Xian have many fans. Others view absolute rationality as heartless and unfeeling. The public's disdain for Virgos largely stems from the latter perspective, believing that Virgos act rigidly and without emotion, but Virgos are several degrees short of being absolutely rational. At only 27 years of age, Bai Jing, with his life experience, was not yet in a position to judge whether absolute rationality or normalcy was better. He didn't need to make such judgments. After all, he could switch between the two at will when necessary. According to our research, Qi is a utilization of bodily energy. Perhaps you have found a way to store this energy, but the power of a single person is limited. The Qi one can store allows you to handle 1, 2, or even 3 or 5, but can you really deal with 200? The leading instructor looked at Bai Jing with fervent eyes. They had intelligence on him internally, and he certainly recognized this person. Although he didn't know why he had followed them to the company, it no longer mattered. He was confident he could catch this person. This would be a major achievement. 2 muscular men rushed in from either side, then simultaneously attacked, aiming for Bai Jing's arms. Bai Jing opened his arms, bending his upper body backward, transforming himself in an instant into a tightly drawn giant bow akin to Jesus bound to a cross with bulging muscles. Then he suddenly sprung up. His arms propelled forward with the force of the spring. Before his arms reached them, the force of his push arrived first. The left muscular man sensed danger and hurriedly pulled his arms back to shield his chest, but he felt as if a bull had crashed into him. His robust arm felt utterly insubstantial against such impact. Boom. He was sent flying high, crashing heavily into the wall, the camera installed in the corner, making intimate contact with his head, shattering upon impact. The muscular man on the right reacted a bit slower. Under the impact, his chest caved in. Boom. The students seated below the arena saw him being thrown back and hurriedly tried to catch him, but 4 or 5 people stood up and were all knocked down. Is that all? Bai Jing looked at the instructor. Send up 4 more. The instructor said coldly. They were just expendable pawns. With a few years of training, they could be produced in bulk. It's just a matter of a few bucks. Would America lack money? But there are very few Killidan people in the Celestial Empire, and they hardly ever go abroad, making it impossible to obtain samples for research. And someone like the one in front of him whose chi could be so overwhelming that even metal tokens thrown could travel 2 kilometers was likely a rarity across the globe. As long as they could capture this person alive, any sacrifice would be worth it. Once they thoroughly understood chi, the formidable power the Celestial Empire would use to counter America would be directly rendered obsolete. 4 muscular men stepped onto the arena from 4 directions, coldly eyeing Bai Jing. Are they trying to wear me out? Bai Jing chuckled. If he truly utilized chi, he might have no way to deal with this setup, but he was using gravity. The gravitational pull of a black hole is not like that of a chi technique with a limited reservoir. Rather, it is a distortion of matter against the surrounding space-time, a naturally existing phenomenon. Unless the rules of the entire universe change suddenly and space-time shatters, gravity will always be present. But this tactic is not without its uses, did indeed holds utility. Because Bai Jing, in order to disguise the existence of gravity, had to make his own movements to facilitate the release of that gravity. Moreover, in the face of the enemy's attack, he also had to conceive a suitable stylish technique that aligned with the logic of chi to counteract. After a series of maneuvers, his mind grew tired, and so did his body. If this continued, Bai Jing could hold out at most for another 20 minutes. The 4 muscular men charged without answering. This time, however, Bai Jing did not remain stationary, but suddenly stepped forward 2 paces. He could clearly see the shock and panic in the eyes of the muscular man before him. Even if they were expendable pawns, they also had feelings, and they could feel fear. But at that moment, Bai Jing's heart was as calm as water without a ripple. He accurately grasped the wrist extended towards him. Rise! Bai Jing shouted angrily, and the muscular man was yanked up by Bai Jing and then tossed behind him like a sack. The 3 charging muscular men could not evade in time, and were directly struck in the face and chest by the makeshift sack, instantly collapsing in a heap. Get out of the way! After spinning around, Bai Jing hurled the muscular man he was holding, smashing yet another camera. 8. The instructor said coldly. Below there was a complete silence as everyone stared at the 3 bodies lying at Bai Jing's feet, unsure if they were dead. No one stood up this time. Didn't you hear my command? The instructor said coldly. Team 1. You don't need to shout. Bai Jing bent down, lifted someone by the waistband, then spun around and hurled him. The last camera in the corner was also smashed. The instructor, hearing the sound of the camera hitting the ground, finally sensed something was off. You're not here to compete with us. You're here to destroy the cameras. The instructor's voice was filled with anger and a hint of fear. Indeed, you still have some skills, but if I don't hide some tricks, you might just get the upper hand next time. Bai Jing looked around, hoping not to leave any records this time. Use guns, the instructor shouted. Bai Jing turned around, sitting atop the corpse at his feet, pretending to check a watch on his wrist. Although there was no watch on his wrist. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Bai Jing gazed at the nearly 200 people surrounding him with 200 guns and possibly 4,000 rounds of vibrating gold bullets. Fear in humans stems from harm. But if one can ascertain that a certain object cannot harm oneself, then naturally one will no longer feel fear. Open fire. Under the quiet training ground, the white instructor gazed at the scattered bodies around, his expression blank. On the arena, the body of the white mirror shattered like a dream, while a new white mirror slowly materialized half a meter away. Even if he could perform the great cosmic shift, the white mirror would not be so reckless as to test it with his own body. What if there were other strange things mixed in with the bullets? What kind of power is this? It can actually control the bullets. Bang! The white mirror set down his gun and softly said, I don't know if there are any recording devices here, so I won't let you continue speaking, even though I would really love to see the villain's shocked expression when he guesses my ability. Looking at the young students on the ground, some of whom appeared to be teenagers, the white mirror fell into deep thought. I am indeed on the side of justice. In life, the word caution is paramount. To prevent someone from getting injured but not dead, or encountering some bizarre situation where a bullet embeds in a brain and they survive, the lucky one. The white mirror scanned the training ground one by one. Then he approached the instructor. He picked up the instructor's gun. This gun was similar in style to the one he had picked up from the cannon fodder earlier in the afternoon, but the craftsmanship was more refined, more beautiful. One black and one white. The white gun bore the engraving Queen, while the black gun had King inscribed on it. How cliché, truly too cliché. The white mirror shook his head and said it needs a more elegant name, so one shall be called White Empress and the other Black Emperor. So is this place just a training ground? The white mirror walked out of the training ground, glancing around. The road was quite long and there were many rooms nearby, but they were mostly empty. Speaking of which, I should find someone to ask about the situation, but unfortunately the killing was too fast. The white mirror sighed and continued forward as there was a room ahead with the lights on, indicating that someone was there. He reached the door and pushed it open directly. One who possesses great skill is bold. He saw a training ground identical to the previous one, but this time it was filled entirely with women. No longer was it an all-white male training ground. This one had whites, Asians, Latinos, and blacks in abundance. Most were wearing simple training outfits, some only in bikinis, while others were nothing at all. The white mirror closed the door, treating the encounter as if it had never happened. He retraced his steps back to the workshop. Looking at the machinery in the workshop, he felt somewhat envious. But he thought better of it. The power he had at hand was still insufficient to handle these devices. It would be meaningless to destroy them, as such companies were plentiful in America. It was wiser to wait until he had the strength to take them. Exiting the workshop, he arrived at the entrance of Lynn's Precision Company, where he heard police sirens blaring from afar. Only 3 cars were blaring, but there were 27 others with them, suggesting a convoy. The sounds of the engines varied, indicating that there were police cars as well as other vehicles. No way are they actually calling the police over a death in the Brotherhood. The white mirror scratched his head, observing the police cars as they stopped right in front of Lynn's Precision Company and then began to set up a scene. Ridiculous. The white mirror muttered, turning to see if there was anywhere to eat. After doing nothing all afternoon, he was starving. Though the road beside you is long, I tire not. Accompany you as I stroll segment by segment. Surpassing one peak, another comes into view. Targets recede, leaving ideals always ahead. The road is rugged, yet I fear not the trials. May I experience both suffering and joy in my lifetime. Happiness and sorrow swirl around me, turning and turning, enjoying snow in the wind and flowers in the mist, joy revolving. This time it wasn't the white mirror singing, but rather a restaurant nearby, playing Teresa Tang's music. Does this world also have Teresa Tang? The white mirror scratched his head and walked into a restaurant named Hu Jianren. The waitress in the shop brightened up upon seeing the white mirror. It wasn't because of anything else. The white mirror's features could barely compare to those of his friend, who resembled Takashi Kaneshiro, but his eyes were captivating. How many people, boss? Is this your first time here? She asked in English. Do you speak Chinese? The white mirror inquired. Oh, you're a fellow countryman. The waitress immediately switched to Chinese. Actually, I thought you looked like you came from the Celestial Empire, but some people here have already forgotten how to speak Chinese, so. The white mirror felt somewhat speechless. How could he, a person from the Central Plains, be considered a fellow countryman with Hu Jianren? Of course this was America. As long as they were all from the Celestial Empire, they were all fellow countrymen. Are you new here? I haven't seen you before. The waitress asked. I was in Manhattan before. I came over today for some urgent business. The white mirror replied honestly. After all, he had encountered a fellow compatriot, which felt quite warm. I see. The waitress' energy visibly deflated. What a pity. I study at a university here and rarely have the chance to go to Manhattan. Here. The white mirror thought for a moment what universities were around here. New York State University, in the philosophy department. She said, leading the white mirror to a private room. You came to America to study philosophy. The white mirror was surprised. Is there really anything more philosophical than Marxism in this world? Hegel and Nietzsche are mere appetizers before Marx. Not to mention Marxism has created 2 superpowers one after another. So I'm just casually studying it. The waitress shook her head. Studying in America for 2 years, then teaching for another 2 years will give you a much better starting point when you return home. Oh. The white mirror nodded. In his past life, he was from the lower strata of society, so he didn't understand these things. He hadn't even met a Ritter before. You've studied abroad and still come here to work? The white mirror asked. The shop belongs to a friend of mine. I'm just helping out, said the waitress. Oh, I forgot you came here to eat. I've taken up so much of your time. How about I treat you? No. The white mirror quickly shook his head. I'll order for myself. He scrolled through the menu a couple of times and the waitress took it away. Could she also be a spy? Looking at the waitress' retreating figure, the white mirror thought. It wasn't exactly paranoia. He noticed that her eyes were narrow, her forehead wide and flat, and her makeup was quite peculiar. She didn't look like someone who had come from the Celestial Empire. Instead, it appeared as if she had deliberately styled herself to cater to Western beauty standards. If she was already conforming to Western aesthetics, how could she rush towards an Asian handsome guy? Do they think that white women don't appeal to me, so they are trying an Asian one instead? The white mirror was speechless. The key is that the Asian beauties you see are also incredibly ugly to me. An official assassin training center surrounded by numerous assassins is perfectly normal. So even if she isn't one, I should still maintain maximum vigilance, but that would be too exhausting. The white mirror was someone who disliked trouble. So when the waitress came back, he asked directly, are you also sent to approach me? Wave crest. The girl did not answer, but the results detected by Bai Jing had already given him an answer. This girl is black. Why? Bai Jing asked. What do you mean why? She continued to play dumb. Why do good people not act properly and instead choose to be someone else's dog? Bai Jing understood that some people emigrate. After all, there are times when living in the country becomes untenable, and if you don't emigrate, you might die. He could also understand those who emigrate for riches and nobility. After all, few can escape such a fate. Bai Jing himself once worked extra hours just to earn an additional 100 yuan. You can live your life however you want and no one can say anything. But why join the official institutions of the United States, especially places like intelligence agencies, assassins, or the military? Do you know that when war breaks out, your guns will be pointed at the heads of your fellow countrymen? The girl's expression darkened instantly, and then she pulled out a gun from beneath her loose server uniform, pressing it against Bai Jing's forehead. Bai Jing could dodge, and he could disarm her. But he did nothing. He just wanted to know why. Why are there so many whys? She shook her head. Isn't it natural to want to leave such a dirty, disgusting, feudal, backward, barbaric country? Why is it that the Tianqiao, with its 500 years of civilization, is considered barbaric, while the United States, with only 200 years of history built on the slaughter of natives, is regarded as the representative of civilization? Bai Jing asked. Because it is free, it is democratic, it is powerful, and it has hope. The girl shook her head. You ask me why? I should be asking you why. If you are so valued by the United States, why not join directly instead of resisting? In the end, money and houses will be plentiful, right? Even I could give you what you want. Valued, huh? Bai Jing wanted to scratch his head, but felt the gun on his forehead suddenly press harder. Don't move. All right, Bai Jing shrugged. He never expected to feel the warmth of spring from an enemy like Natasha, yet he felt the coldness of winter from this girl. Speaking of which, he still didn't know the girl's name. By the way, how did you know my whereabouts? When did you start setting this up? Where did you get such thoughts? Who taught you? Do you have a secret organization you communicate with? When did you start working here as a server? Was it specifically for me? Bai Jing asked. Shut up. Are you asking me, or am I asking you? The girl frowned. You better stay put and not delay my naturalization. Oh, capturing me allows for naturalization. Bai Jing was shocked, then reacted. Is someone coming? He had just taken down a wave of the Brotherhood's base, and of course those women were not killed, they were simply stunned by the wave. But the Brotherhood was under orders to kill him, and they were meant to be enforcers. An organization that can recruit Tianqiao students and promise naturalization must belong to a different group. No wonder there are so many criticisms of the Tianqiao online. It turns out this is all organized and disciplined. To extend this thought further, if this girl fails to gain citizenship and then returns to the country. The girl stopped talking as she realized that the United States valued this person for a good reason. This mind is too sharp. She hadn't done anything yet had been seen through, and before she said a few words he had deduced so much information. What if she leaked some confidential information? If she was said to have gained citizenship, her life might not be guaranteed. When it comes to silencing her, she wouldn't be thinking about freedom and democracy. Why are you quiet? Let's have a chat. What's your name? Where are you from? Do your family members know you want to join the United States? Do you know that our country respects women very much? You only need to give birth to one, but in the U.S., you'll have to have 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7. Do you know that the country is developing well? In just 20 years, no 15 years, we can surpass the United States. Bai Jing asked. Stop dreaming. Not even in 150 years. The girl shot Bai Jing a glance. Bai Jing was at a loss. If it were his past life, 15 years would still have been possible. But in this world, what superheroes like Iron Man, Doctor Strange, the Doctor, and the Hulk? 15 years indeed feels quite uncertain. However, there was nothing left to fear because this world has me. And it fell silent again. Bai Jing watched the girl's slightly trembling hand. A gun weighs at least 1 kilogram, and holding it up like that for so long must be tiring. He silently absorbed the firing pin and bullets lightening the weight of the gun. Indeed, the girl's hand steadied once more. Isn't anyone here yet? Is there traffic, or is it a bit far? Didn't they come from Brooklyn? Bai Jing asked again. It has already been 20 minutes. At the average speed of a car, they should have covered 20 kilometers by now. Can you please just shut up? The girl aimed the gun at Bai Jing's lower body. Do you believe I can shoot you and cut off your line of descent? After all, they only want you alive. Be more rational. Bai Jing certainly couldn't let her shoot. If she did, it would expose that the gun contained nothing but the barrel shell. Then you be quiet. Perhaps tired of standing, the girl simply pulled out a chair and sat down beside him. It seems there's an issue with this place. How can a server and a customer be in the booth for so long without anyone checking in? Can I read a book? Bai Jing asked, genuinely bored from waiting. Aren't you the villains? Can't you be a bit more efficient? No. The girl shook her head. Fine then. Bai Jing was speechless and said, but I think you should treat me a bit better. Don't forget, I am a person they value greatly. If I agree to join them, I will surely hold a high position in the future, and then I can tell them that you are unworthy and your citizenship will be impossible to obtain. The girl paused, realizing, oh, it seems like that. Or I could just say good things about you, say that I admire you, and then have you transferred to my side to be my secretary. How do you see your future, eh? Bai Jing continued, oh well. The girl panicked. Although he was quite handsome, she still preferred to marry a white person. Age didn't matter. What mattered was that he understood romance. The men from the Tianqiao know nothing of romance. You. The more the girl thought about it, the more complicated it became. What if she became his secretary and he wanted her to do all sorts of things? Should she agree or not? If he wasn't responsible, are there many honest men among white people? But if they have children, they would be of Asian descent. Would she say it was a genetic mutation? So can you put the gun down first? Bai Jing asked. Yes. The girl hurriedly put the gun down. Also, my ordered food has been a while. Can it come out first? Bai Jing asked. I'm really hungry. Oh. The girl got up and rushed out of the booth. Bai Jing face-bombed. Didn't she fear he would run away? No wonder people get brainwashed. With this intelligence, leaving the Tianqiao is also a good thing. But being hungry is also a weakness. Bai Jing rubbed his stomach. Why does this black hole only consume food for itself and not feed me? What if I chase the enemy in the future and they take me to some desert or outer space? Would I starve to death? My black hole can process black hole metal surely. It can process protein and fat as well. Bai Jing suddenly thought. After all, the elemental components of protein are merely carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, and fats, chlorophyll, and vitamins are largely similar. And these elements are present in the air, with atomic-level processing capabilities. Fusing them into proteins and fats should theoretically be feasible. Bai Jing waited for the girl to serve the food, while casually scanning the molecular composition of the dishes and meat, then considering how to make it by hand. During the visit to Fujian, Bai Jing was scanning the molecular composition while indulging in a feast. In the car, there was a man and a woman, both in their 40s. They had just finished watching a video and were now staring at each other. I suggest we hold off on approaching him, the woman said. This is not someone we can get close to. People like him should be handled by the FBI or CIA. Why should we stir the pot? But persuading someone from the Celestial Empire does fall within our responsibilities. Moreover, think about it. If organizations like the Brotherhood or the Federal Strategic Support Bureau fail, and we succeed, won't our funding for next year increase significantly? They can't do it, so why do you think we can? The woman retorted angrily. You're asking us to walk into death. If you want to go ahead, but I'm not going. You don't understand. Haven't you noticed he hasn't harmed his own kind? This proves he has weaknesses, they just haven't found them yet. And among all the organizations in America, only we have a vast resource of Asian girls. Men, the woman scoffed. Is he really that important? Aren't you afraid he'll expose this? If that happens, everything our organization does will be laid bare to the sunlight. As long as America remains the world's #1, our enterprise will forever be successful, the white man said. Which country can challenge us? It seems there isn't one, the woman pondered, shaking her head. The man nodded. It was 2008, and America was undoubtedly the world leader. He wasn't afraid of Bai Jing's non-cooperation. Even if the news got out, the strategic level of the nation couldn't be disrupted by an individual's power. Shall we go meet them? The woman asked. The white man hesitated. Though he said so, he still felt a bit intimidated about meeting them directly. After all, from the video, it was clear that this person had not even given the Brotherhood a chance to speak. He did not interrogate or communicate, he just shot. I think we should let it go and leave it to the FBI. After all, our funding is already substantial. What do you think? The white man said after a moment of hesitation. You decide. The woman rolled her eyes charmingly. So where to next, your place or mine? Of course it's your place. Ugh, I can't, my husband is at home. Isn't that perfect? Let's all go together. So are they really not coming? Is there traffic? Did they get into an accident? Bai Jing, full from his meal, was trying to create protein molecules with a handful of air. The girl also looked a bit confused. Normally they arrive very quickly when there's something happening. Why, when I finally encounter someone with a bounty on their head, are they coming so slowly? Why don't you contact them? Bai Jing asked again. Oh. The girl took out her phone, dialed a number, held it to her ear for a long time, and looked up at Bai Jing. No one is answering. I see they've given up on this girl. Bai Jing thought to himself. What's the name of your organization? He asked. Berlin Hospital. The girl replied without much thought. It's a hospital? Bai Jing asked in surprise. Not really, but most of us had contact with them at that hospital. The girl continued. After we arrived in America and expressed our desire to join, we were assigned to several large hospitals across the country for physical examinations, and Berlin Hospital is one of them. As for what kind of organization, they are probably the Immigration Bureau. If only it were the Immigration Bureau. Bai Jing waved his hand. Since they're not coming, I'll take my leave. You can't just leave. The girl panicked immediately. What will I do if you go? What does that have to do with me? Bai Jing didn't look back. If you just leave like this, it will definitely affect my citizenship. The girl hurriedly shouted. As a fellow countryman, can't you help me out? Bai Jing suddenly thought of a line from a movie. Do good people get held at gunpoint? Are you so sure I don't want to kill you? Bai Jing stood still, turned around, and looked at the girl with his vacant eyes. By the way, I still don't know your name. The girl blushed. My name is Yun Shuang. Miss Yun Shuang. Bai Jing nodded, pulling out the Black Emperor from his pocket. In the next life, just be born as a white person. As he stepped out, the sky was dark and the north wind howled. Snowflakes floated down, covering the ground. Bai Jing felt a wave of melancholy. Since his reincarnation, he had seldom felt good moods. Most of the time, he was filled with anger. With great ambitions, one dares to change the world. The more challenging the situation, the more one must take initiative, especially when the one facing difficulties is not Beijing, but the American government. Unless they deploy some kind of nuclear bomb for mass bombardment, otherwise they cannot resolve a mere Beijing. And Beijing must also leverage his strengths. If few people come, he will eliminate them. If many come, he will avoid battle. From the looks of it, after the Brotherhood incident, they seem to have recognized Beijing's strength. Life ahead may be a bit more peaceful. To seek peace through struggle ensures peace remains. To seek peace through compromise leads to its demise. Chairman Mao is truly powerful. Beijing turned right, heading not down the road, but plunging into New York Bay. In the past, he seldom activated his black hole absorption function because he believed that even if he swallowed the Earth, the growth of the black hole wouldn't be significant. But now his thinking had changed. I am no longer on the land of the Celestial Empire. Why not swallow what I can? Every bit of growth counts. With a radius of 0.912 meters, the diameter is 1.824 meters, but Beijing absorbing water doesn't create a flat hole, but a sphere. His contact area with the water is 2.6 square meters. The river's flow is very slow, but under gravitational attraction, the speed at which the river water surges in can reach 20 ms. This means he can absorb 52 cubic meters of water per second, equating to 52 tons. 3 seconds later, he discovered that his gravitational range had expanded. Damn, I'm really an idiot. Beijing cursed himself. He had only thought about swallowing the whole Earth, not realizing that the black hole's size wouldn't increase much. But an increase in size doesn't mean an absence of expansion in gravitational range. As long as the black hole's mass increases, the gravitational range will also expand. This should be basic knowledge and entry-level understanding of black holes. However, while reading, Beijing probably confused the event horizon with the gravitational radius and thus failed to realize it earlier. Usually, he only absorbed a bit of air or the cold wind hitting him. The material absorbed was too little, so no noticeable change occurred. But in the river, absorbing 52 tons in 1 second means 156 tons in 3 seconds. Such a massive amount instantly caused a change in the gravitational range. In 3 seconds, 152 tons of water, the gravitational range of Beijing increased by 0.001 meters, from 0.912 to 0.913. Although this change seems minor, in 3 seconds 0.001 meters translates to 0.02 meters in a minute and 0.12, which means an increase of 2.88 meters in a day. Of course, this isn't the exact calculation, since the entire gravitational field expands in a spherical manner, growing cubically. The material required increases significantly as the radius grows. Yet despite this, he only needs a day to elevate the gravitational range to 1.8 meters. I'm such a fool. Beijing cursed himself, wondering why he hadn't tried such a simple method. He had been troubled by the gravitational range for quite some time, because at 0.93 meters it could only cover half of his body. Thus, during battles, Beijing often had to sit or squat. It seemed like he was showing off, but in reality, he was just trying to ensure his gravitational field enveloped his entire body. Now it's perfect. All he has to do is jump into the water, and the gravitational range rises rapidly. Fortunately, he had only traversed for 3 days, so discovering this now wasn't too late. He didn't want to wait until he had to seize a hammer, only to find that gods and destroyers were appearing, and his combat power might not even be enough. That would be truly distressing. Beijing followed the Hudson River all the way to 46th Street, staying in the water without coming ashore, just squatting in the river to absorb water. He realized that he might have found the best method to rapidly expand the gravitational range of the black hole. Although air is also flowing, its mass is too small and inefficient. Various metals are heavy, but there is a limited supply, and he would have to run around to gather them. Only water allows him to float. Without moving, it will rush to him. The density of water isn't negligible, and combined with this fact, there shouldn't be anything faster than absorbing water. Even the transformation energy of the Hulk. Beijing had envied it before, but now, the Hulk is just a little brother. Of course, this method of growth has its downsides. For instance, he realized that the rapid influx of water was actually creating a whirlpool on the river's surface. Fortunately, it's night, and being winter, there aren't many boats on the river. If it were daytime, this whirlpool would surely attract attention. The solution is simple. He could go to the ocean, to a place in the Atlantic where there are no shipping lanes, where he won't be noticed. However, that would be quite boring. Moreover, the water on Earth isn't infinite. There are only 14.5 million cubic kilometers. If Beijing's gravitational range grew to 500 meters, he would only need 10600 days to drain the Earth's water. If his gravitational range increased to 5,000 meters, it would only take 3000 days. By that time, the Earth's ecology would surely be in trouble, and a whole bunch of guardians would come looking for him. From 8 in the evening until 7:30 in the morning, Bai Jing stayed in the water without moving, even transferring control of the gravitational field to the black hole while he went to sleep. When he woke up, he suddenly saw a gigantic fish charging towards him, and before he could react, the fish began to disappear from its head, revealing itself piece by piece from head to body, and then to tail, ultimately vanishing from this world. The black hole swallowed it. Bai Jing sensed his gravitational range, then was stunned. 94 meters. In just one night, nearly 12 hours, the gravitational range had increased by almost 1 meter. Bai Jing excitedly flew out of the water and looked at the world around him. As the radius increased, the surface area would increase quadratically and the volume would increase cubically. His original gravitational field volume was approximately 3 cubic meters. Now it was 11 cubic meters, a direct tripling. Along with this came a clearer and sharper perception of the world. He could clearly see the droplets of water within the clouds in the sky, and he could see a little child at the window of a passing airplane curiously gazing at the outside world with a red-haired, fair-skinned Irish woman reflected in his retina. He could see a seagull at the horizon holding a coin in its mouth, and on the pearlescent metal coin half of New York was reflected. He could clearly hear the conversation between Matt and Ryan in the SpongeBob SquarePants hall, even though the soundproofing in that room was excellent. He could hear the sounds of police cars 3 blocks away, a black man robbing an Asian, shouting in anger, arguing over. Listening to the wind, the flow of gases, Bai Jing sketched its appearance in his mind. A common, unremarkable large gold chain. Then he saw that black child starting to pull out a gun. A playing card suddenly appeared in Bai Jing's hand, then vanished. Dai chink. The black child shouted, about to pull the trigger, but unexpectedly a flash of rainbow light passed, and his wrist was severed at the base. The black boy began to scream. Bystanders started to call the police, and the sound of police cars began to turn towards them. Is this what it feels like to have power? It's just like seeing the future with observation hockey. He was not only enhancing his strength, his gravitational range, vision, hearing, sense of smell, and brain processing power were all leaping forward as the gravitational range increased. This is definitely not as simple as 112. The enhancement of his 5 senses made him sharper, and the enhancement of his intellect made him wiser with more varied methods. Combined with the enhancement of the gravitational field, Bai Jing could confidently say, from now on, I am a legend on Earth. With a more agile brain, his next actions became more precise. He had 3 choices. First, continue reading physics books to explore more uses for black holes. Second, read books on life sciences to explore the transformation of the body by gravity, thereby strengthening himself and achieving immortality. Third, go to the sanctum. Naturally, he chose the third option. A portal leading to other planets is of great importance to him. On Earth, with so many people, Bai Jing didn't want to destroy the world, but finding a deserted planet to devour directly wouldn't pose too many problems. As for the use of black holes and body modifications, those are just side issues. Magic has the effect of granting immortality, and possessing a black hole gives him the foundation to manipulate space and time. The magic of the Supreme Temple is simply a perfect fit for him. Not learning it would be a waste. Of course, before that there were still some matters to arrange. Bai Jing arrived at Banner's residence and saw Banner reading a book. You didn't come back yesterday? Banner casually asked. Did you meet your other half at school? If you say so, then it must be that way. Bai Jing handed his phone to Banner. Put your other work aside for now and study this. From now on, your money will depend entirely on this phone. Is this a phone? Banner exclaimed in astonishment as he took the phone and looked at Bai Jing. Bai Jing nodded. Smartphone, the trillion-dollar market of the future. Although to Bai Jing now it doesn't seem like much. He could become rich just by focusing on creating black hole metals without doing anything else, but that wasn't Bai Jing's original intention. It felt strange to not do something at all. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have given the phone to Banner at this time. He would have waited until Hell's Kitchen was unified. But now Bai Jing was confident that with his power no one could turn the tide. Unless Nick called Captain Marvel back, but even then who knows who would be stronger at that time. Do you have anything else? Bai Jing asked as he watched Banner stare blankly at him. Is there anything else you need? This could be a great idea. Banner scratched his head. But I don't have a laboratory right now. Making a phone with empty hands is too much to ask. Bai Jing was speechless. Well, we just got started, right? As for the money, just wait a bit. In 2 or 3 days at most, I promise to bring it to you. Isn't it just space magic? Bai Jing felt that with his talent, learning it in 2 days shouldn't be too much to ask. If worst comes to worst, I could sell black hole metal. Why did I suddenly think of that unfortunate kid from the 4th generation Wind Shadow? Also, I feel like the Hulk energy inside me is still increasing. I should be back to my original level in about 3 days, so are you. Banner continued. It's a small problem. Bai Jing waved his hand lightly. The gravitational field had a range of nearly 2 meters, giving him considerable maneuvering space. It seems you have become much stronger. Banner looked at Bai Jing with a hint of envy. Although he was a scientist, he wouldn't mind if his body was a bit stronger. But it's best to still look human. Turning green is a bit hard to accept. Well, I'll take my leave first. Bai Jing waved his hand, turned around, went downstairs, and exited. He had barely walked 50 steps when he stopped again. He heard a car pull up downstairs at Banner's place. It wasn't parked on the main road, but rather beside it, deliberately avoiding Bai Jing's line of sight. Then two people got out of the car, went upstairs, and found Banner. Dr. Keanu Reeves. The leader said, "We are from the FBI. I'm so annoyed." Bai Jing shouted, "Why do you come to disturb me without reason? If you can't beat me, you come up with ideas against my subordinates. Am I really that easy to bully?" The entire street fell silent in an instant. The early risers heading to work silently glanced at the young man, who seemed overwhelmed by pressure, sighed inwardly, and continued with their own business. The joys and sorrows of people do not resonate. Most can only care for themselves. Bai Jing flew up to the second floor with the White Queen Black Emperor, kicking the glass to shatter it and barging in. The two FBI agents were still chatting with Banner when they heard the noise and hurriedly turned their heads, only to see a gun already pressed against their mouths. Bang, bang. Ah! Banner was startled, quickly saying, "It seems they didn't recognize me. They came to find me for something else. They are here for me." Bai Jing asked, "Do you have a phone?" "Ah, yes. Banner pulled out a black and white Nokia and handed it to Bai Jing. Bai Jing casually wiped the blood on the ground and shouted, "Get someone to clean this up." Then he dialed a number. Even at this early hour, the other side picked up immediately. "What's up, young brother? Do you have time to discuss the art of makeup with me?" "You let that bald egg pick up the phone," Bai Jing said. "Bald egg? That's your bald director." Natasha conjured up the image of the bald egg and then thought about her director's appearance. What an apt metaphor. "But how do you know what our bald egg, I mean director, looks like?" Natasha's voice became alert. "I clearly didn't tell you." "Cut the crap, I'm in a hurry. If you waste any more time, you'll only see me on the news, and it will be covered by the national media." Natasha suppressed her smile. Even now, they still didn't know what Bai Jing's abilities were, but undoubtedly he indeed had the power to make a big splash in the news. This year is different. It's an election year. Although the current president has served 2 terms, they still want to keep someone from the same party in power. So stability is paramount. If Bai Jing were to create a big news story, she, a defector from the Soviet Union, couldn't bear that responsibility. "Wait a moment," Natasha said, and after a series of operations within 20 seconds, Bai Jing heard a male voice on the other end of the phone. "I am Nick Fury," the bald egg said. "Mister, why should I call you Bai Letian or Bai Kunlun? Or are both names fake? A name is just a code. If you want, you can call me Grandpa Bai." Bai Jing said flatly, without a hint of emotion, "How long are you planning to target me? Is my displayed strength not enough? In this vast America, can't you even accommodate a desk for me? We are not targeting you, it is other organizations within the country that are." Nick Fury, indifferent to Bai Jing's harsh words, directly shifted the blame. "We even invited you to join us. With your abilities, becoming a level 7, a level 8, or even level 9 agent is really not a problem. You know Natasha's past. Given her background, she can achieve level 10 agent status. I am African American and currently the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, which proves that our SHIELD has no racial discrimination. We only look at strength, with the capable rising and the incompetent falling." "You're talking nonsense," Bai Jing retorted. "Your agency has the highest strategic position in America. You know my strength, yet you could easily inform other organizations to abandon their actions against me. Now so many diverse organizations are targeting me, and you tell me you're not targeting. Do you think that playing good cop and bad cop will work on me? Do you think I came from where? Do you think I'm a brain-dead kid raised on your kind of happy education? Your political tricks are too immature for me." Nick Fury fell silent for a moment. At first, his strategy had been exposed, leaving him unsure how to respond. Secondly, he had never experienced being scolded while holding a phone. Violation demonstrating force through murder is not a way to seek peace. This is coercion. Seeing that this person was not a character he could easily deceive with a few words, Nick Fury's tone gradually darkened. "America does not accept coercion. I've been quite obvious. You only just realized it was coercion." Bai Jing chuckled. "I did consider seeking peace through peaceful means, but the vibranium bullets aimed at my forehead say otherwise." Nick Fury rubbed his forehead, wondering why those bullets were ineffective. "Let me tell you, Nick, you need to immediately order all organizations to cease all actions against me except for those maintaining public order. All forces get out of Hell's Kitchen, or I will lose my temper." Bai Jing turned his head. "The face of your America is less than 50 kilometers away from me." Nick Fury paused, shouting, "Map." The unnamed agent beside him quickly handed over a map. 46th Street, 50 kilometers. Damn. Nick Fury looked at the Statue of Liberty in New York Bay and immediately turned dark. Oh wait, his face was already dark. The last time America was slapped in the face was on 9/11. Although many people died in the World Trade Center, the status of the World Trade Center is completely different from that of the Statue of Liberty. In movies, if the Statue of Liberty falls, it falls. But in reality, if that thing were to be blown up, this director would probably be finished. In the past, their confrontations with Beijing were still in the dark world, whether it was the assassination at Columbia University Library or the massacre of the Lin family's Precision Inner Brotherhood, none of it made the news. But if the Statue of Liberty fell, the whole world would laugh at them. Not only today, but every year on this day, it would be a subject of ridicule. Beijing was now essentially using the Statue of Liberty as a hostage to pressure Nick Fury into submission. Beijing was different from an ordinary terrorist. When an ordinary terrorist threatened to blow up the Statue of Liberty, Nick Fury wouldn't take it seriously. After all, that was made of solid copper, hard to blow up, and there were guards and military ships patrolling nearby. But Beijing was a superpowered individual. His methods were unpredictable. He could not simply blow up the Statue of Liberty like the Russian army did. But agreeing to such a demand was out of the question. The Six Kingdoms theory states today, you take 5 cities, tomorrow you take 10 cities, and then have one night of peace only to see the Qin army return again. If he threatened to make all major organizations withdraw today, what would he threaten with tomorrow? If he got what he wanted tomorrow, what about the day after? What about the day after tomorrow? This kind of superpowered individual, once they commit a crime, is really too troublesome. Nick Fury rubbed his forehead. The problem is most superpowered individuals are limited by their knowledge and experience, usually engaged in small-scale skirmishes which are of no consequence. But those from the Celestial Empire? Sigh. Because they understand the Celestial Empire too well, they desperately promote the threat theory, as the Celestial Empire is indeed a real threat. The more you understand, the more terrifying it becomes. Should I organize some superpowered individuals specifically to deal with criminals like Biletian? Nick Fury suddenly thought of a solution. But this solution does not resolve the current predicament. I agree to your terms. Nick Fury hesitated for a long time, finally nodding. I will immediately inform other organizations to abandon their targeting of the Order Society, but you must also promise that the Order Society will only expand within Hell's Kitchen and not cross the line, or else I will take you down even if the Statue of Liberty collapses. All right. Beijing chuckled, then hung up the phone first. Nick Fury's face darkened, and he instinctively pulled out the intergalactic beeper to summon the big guns. But after hesitating for a moment, he decided against it. The target was just a slightly smarter, slightly stronger Earthling. If he couldn't even handle this, it would probably make Captain Marvel think I'm foolish. Keep an eye on him with the star ring. Nick Fury thought for a moment and shouted, I don't believe he won't go solo. Then I'll directly bring out the nuclear bomb. Are we trying to destroy the world? Banner curiously asked as Beijing hung up the phone. Of course not. Does it seem like it? Beijing was taken aback. Don't you already know what the organization is doing? That's true. Banner nodded, noting that the Order Society's philosophy seemed more like an attempt to establish a heavenly kingdom on Earth. However, Beijing's tone sounded as if he intended to annihilate the world. The idea is good, but perhaps because I am of Asian descent, they don't seem to be pleased. Beijing said, how could we white people be saved by a yellow-skinned person? That's impossible. This is probably the mindset of those in power. Actually, I used to not believe it. Banner shook his head. You used to give me the impression of being studious, not talkative, not engaging with others. The boys were quiet and introverted, while the girls were a bit more outgoing, but it seemed they were more interested in me as a person rather than in what I taught. Beijing nodded. Perhaps this is a phase that must be experienced during a nation's rise. People gradually move from a lack of confidence to gaining confidence. Your country has great potential. Banner said seriously. Among my students, Asians study the hardest, and among them you Tianqiao, people work the hardest. With young people like you, your country's future will surely not be bleak. Indeed. Beijing nodded, but regrettably he was not among the rising stars. He was just a simple worker contributing a little for the country by sleeping at home during special times. Who doesn't want to be a great scientist or a successful businessman? Yet the world does not always go as one wishes. Inequality among people exists. Talent is determined from birth. I have other matters to attend to. Will be leaving. Beijing waved his hand. They'll find someone to fix this glass later. No problem. Banner nodded and glanced at the two bodies being carried away, sighing with mixed feelings. The sacred place of New York is located in the center of Greenwich Village, which is close to Hell's Kitchen. Beijing initially thought this area was like the grid-pattern neighborhoods of other parts of New York, but upon arrival, he found it was not. This neighborhood felt like a countryside existing within the city, yet it was elegant with various buildings, each having their unique characteristics. The houses here were not towering skyscrapers like elsewhere, but mainly Madras apartments. As mentioned earlier, Hell's Kitchen is right next to Broadway, so many people coming to make their mark on Broadway rent in Hell's Kitchen. However, this group can generally be described as Broadway drifters, those who are nameless, broke, and hopeless. On the other hand, successful artists, playwrights, and actors in Broadway typically reside in Greenwich Village. Notable figures include Emma Stone, Robert Downey Jr., who played Iron Man, and Julia Roberts, who won an Oscar for Best Actress for her role in the 2001 film Erin Brockovich, which tells the story of a female lawyer fighting for the rights of the common people against a large corporation. Bai Jing enjoyed this film in his past life, but he was unsure if this person existed in this life. He walked along the streets of Greenwich Village, observing the crowds around him, the street-performing band, the tourists coming and going, and the couples holding hands. Most of the couples were men holding hands with men and women with women, as Greenwich Village is the birthplace of the gay rights movement, drawing LGBTQ individuals from around the world. Additionally, there were feminist movements. However, those involved in activism have mostly left this village not due to government persecution, but because with New York's development, the rents and housing prices in this village have soared, making it only affordable for playwrights like Mark Twain. Following the map, Bai Jing arrived at the center of the village at 177A Bleecker Street, where he saw a building. It resembled an ancient castle 3 stories tall, with 7 stone steps leading up to the entrance, perhaps signifying some hidden meaning. The entrance featured an unknown-era circular archway made of wood with 8 arched windows on the front, 2 on the first floor, 4 on the second, and 2 on the third, all in an old-fashioned style, though previously papered over, now fitted with glass. It seems the mages are also aware of keeping up with the times. Bai Jing recalled that this sacred place had a magical barrier that generally made it invisible to ordinary people. However, he could see it clearly without any obstruction. Standing by the street, he studied it and realized that most people indeed could not see this building. Even those who could see it would not specifically knock on the door, as it clearly looked like a private residence, so why would they knock? As for the peculiar architectural style, it might seem strange in other places, but in Greenwich Village, known for preserving numerous ancient buildings, it felt entirely normal. Indeed, it is an ancient building. Greenwich Village was established in 1644, the same year Emperor Chongzhen Zhu Yojian hanged himself on Coal Mountain. Bai Jing arrived at the door and knocked. Soon a short-haired, slightly chubby Asian about 1.7 meters tall opened the door and looked at him, asking, "Hello, this is a private residence, no tours allowed. What brings you here?" Ordinary visitors usually just ask for water or want to come in and look around, and they can be easily dismissed. They do not deliberately conceal the existence of magic, but neither do they actively promote it, or whether one can join depends on fate. "I want to learn magic," Bai Jing said earnestly. The man's expression became serious. "How did you find out that we have magic here?" "I deduced it myself." Bai Jing explained, "I just walked past here and noticed this oddly shaped building, but those tourists who love taking pictures completely ignored it. I asked a few people, and they said there was no such building. I believe this might be the effect of magic." Bai Jing continued, "It should be some magic that influences people's minds or subconscious, causing them to overlook the existence of this building." The man nodded. "I see, come in with me." Bai Jing was somewhat astonished that he believed him so quickly, but thinking about it, it seemed normal. Mages live in seclusion for so long that they might not have experienced the deceptions of the world. Of course, it's also possible that this person sensed Bai Jing's kind heart through some other means. Bai Jing felt it was likely the latter. Following behind, he entered through the wooden door. Inside was a spacious hall with a long table in the center and long benches on either side, resembling a dining table. On the dining table lay a complex handcrafted device, which was hard to discern its function, likely for timing. Surrounding it were bookshelves filled with books, not the kind found in modern libraries, but those hand-bound books from before modern printing was invented. Behind the dining table was a shaped wooden staircase with both branches leading upstairs. "This is the sacred place, indeed, a place where one can learn magic." The Asian turned to him. "You can call me Wang." Wang is a surname, not the character Wong from the anime. "Oh, so it turns out we are acquaintances." "I am Bai Jing said. "My name is Bai Kunlun." "Oh, another fellow townsman." Wang's attitude became a bit friendlier. There is indeed a barrier set up at the entrance that allows those with weaker spiritual strength to directly ignore this place. If someone has strong spiritual power, they can see through the barrier and thus perceive the existence of the sacred place. Such individuals are qualified to learn magic, but those with such capabilities tend to be intelligent and quick learners in any field. Their talents do not only manifest in magic, they are generally successful people in real life, so they rarely come to learn magic. Of course, learning magic doesn't extend lifespan, nor can it be used to dominate the world, and it requires a significant amount of time. Wang spoke while observing Bai Jing's expression. In fact, their recruitment criteria are similar to those for monks. They don't require complete detachment from worldly affairs. After all, magic is a dangerous force. Even space-time teleportation in the hands of an ambitious person could trigger a world war. Could they recruit just anyone? Bai Jing's expression remained calm, as he had already considered these conditions. He considered himself somewhat ambitious, but he did not place much importance on the power of magic. It didn't matter if he couldn't learn magic, he just needed to understand how to perceive space and time, and with his own strength he could naturally develop various applications. By setting his expectations low, he would naturally not feel disappointed. Seeing Bai Jing's neutral expression, Wang felt that Bai Jing had passed the first test. He can barely be taken to meet the Supreme Mage now. Whether or not you can learn magic is not for me to decide. Let me take you to meet the Supreme Mage, Wang said, raising his hand and slicing through the air. With a piercing sound, a spatial door suddenly opened in front of Bai Jing. Bai Jing looked at the spatial door initially with a calm expression, but when he saw Wang glance over, he quickly opened his mouth, feigning a look of astonishment. Wang nodded with satisfaction. Although I am a monk, I also have a flair for showmanship. As the saying goes, if violence isn't for showing off, then it is meaningless. A spatial gate connects New York and Nepal. Bai Jing stepped through the spatial gate, and on the other side was a Nepalese-style wooden house. The interior was quite spacious, furnished with 2 rows of tables and chairs, and light streamed in from one side. As it was dusk, the golden rays filled the entire room with a warm glow. It felt like having a banquet inside a yurt. There were 3 people inside: a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist from the Celestial Empire, who, despite having his hands covered by his clothing, Bai Jing could tell was missing one hand. Another person was a bald man in yellow monk robes with kind eyes and a warm smile, who was brewing tea. The third person was a black man, standing silently beside them, presumably a subordinate. Bai Jing glanced at the Taoist, and then at the bald man, realizing that the bald man was Gu Yi. It seems you are quite familiar with me. Gu Yi noticed the look in Bai Jing's eyes, and had some guesses. Yes, your story is well known throughout the multiverse. Bai Jing replied honestly. Gu Yi was not just an American, she had genuinely protected the Earth for 500 years. Many travelers feared Gu Yi, perhaps out of guilt. If you had no intentions of destroying the world or annihilating the Earth, Gu Yi would not trouble you. Bai Jing had never considered destroying the Earth, so he certainly did not fear Gu Yi. Indeed, there are fluctuations of space and time surrounding you, which makes me curious. However, it seems you harbor no malice towards this world. I just didn't expect you to come here. Would you like some tea? Gu Yi asked, lifting her gaze. Thank you. Bai Jing accepted the tea, took a delicate sip, and found the taste to be ordinary, yet pleasantly sweet. He initially thought it was his black hole distorting time that prevented Gu Yi from seeing him, but now it seemed he had been overly arrogant. I came here hoping to learn magic from you. May I? Bai Jing stated his intentions after setting down the teacup. Though Gu Yi had lived for 500 years, she was not a rigid and dogmatic sorceress. She maintained a positive mindset, so there was no harm in speaking directly about such matters. Magic is never far from anyone. Gu Yi smiled. If you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you. Oh. Bai Jing was somewhat surprised by how simple it was. However, it should be noted that Kamartaj originally had no strict requirements for taking in disciples. Even someone as bitter and resentful as Caecilius was accepted. It was only after Caecilius' betrayal that the standards became slightly stricter, but after Strange had waited at the door for 5 hours, Gu Yi's heart softened once again. Gu Yi nodded slightly and asked, but do you truly believe in the existence of magic? Of course. Bai Jing nodded, naturally wondering why he was even there if he didn't. Very well then. Gu Yi raised her hand and suddenly pushed Bai Jing. Boom. Bai Jing felt as if he had gone blind. Light electromagnetic waves, sound waves, and air molecules flooded his entire soul in an instant, leaving his mind blank for a moment. He perceived a world filled with immeasurable light, and the sounds around him were like crashing waves. It felt as though he was a drifting boat at sea, or as if he were standing directly in front of the sun. Beside of him, Gu Yi looked at Bai Jing's soul form in astonishment. Bai Jing's physical body was no different from an ordinary person, and his soul form mostly seemed the same. However, where his eyes were, it appeared as if 2 whirlpools had suddenly absorbed all the light in the room. Fortunately, it was only for an instant. The next moment, Bai Jing seemed to regain consciousness, quickly reining in the fluctuations of the black hole, and then opened his eyes. So my black hole eye is not in the physical body, but in the soul. Bai Jing's significant doubt was resolved. He had always wondered why his mental reaction speed and senses had improved so much, yet his physical body seemed unchanged, exhausting him even after running just 300 meters. Now he realized that it was his spirit that had been enhanced, not his body. However, since the physical body and spirit were integrated, the strength of the spirit would inevitably affect the physical body. Thus, Bai Jing's physical form was gradually becoming stronger, though the effects were still not very noticeable due to the short time. Previously, his absorption ability through the black hole had been somewhat restrained by his physical body. Now that his spirit had been unleashed, the original control over his eyes was no longer sufficient. Fortunately, since the eyes were his own, he quickly regained control. Is this your ability? Gu Yi looked at Bai Jing's eyes and felt that this power was commonplace, existing throughout the universe, yet its essence was extremely terrifying. She thought of black holes, but said nothing. Bai Jing nodded, his gaze focused on Gu Yi, prepared to flee if anything seemed amiss. But Gu Yi did not take action, she merely looked up as if contemplating something before continuing. The essence of magic lies in the deepening of the spirit. The first step in deepening is to perceive one's own spirit. Normally, it takes even a genius over 10 years to complete this process through meditation. As for mediocrities, it may be hopeless for them. By projecting your spirit, I am merely shortening this process. Are there any side effects? Bai Jing asked. I have heard that taking shortcuts in cultivation can lead to repercussions. Gu Yi looked at Bai Jing in surprise. Your awareness is quite high. Most shortcuts indeed entail endless future troubles, but this method does not count. It's merely me lowering a rope for you from the mountain. Bai Jing nodded, about to say something else when he felt a tremendous pulling force in his body, and in an instant he returned to his physical form. A person's spirit controls all activities of the body. Thus, if the spirit strays for too long, the body will encounter problems. The body is the vessel of the spirit. If the vessel malfunctions, the spirit will have nothing to rely on, leading to its collapse. Gu Yi continued, there are many benefits to separating the spirit from the body. Meditation becomes easier and memory and comprehension improve, but one must not become overly reliant on it. Bai Jing nodded repeatedly. After this, the basics of cultivation will be taught by him. Gu Yi pointed to the side, indicating Wang. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me. Okay. Bai Jing nodded, watching Gu Yi slowly descend the stairs, followed by the black mage. Hey, hello. Wang seemed somewhat enthusiastic. What was that move you just did? He was still under 30 with a lively personality. Perhaps a talent for magic. Bai Jing pondered and replied, like the five-color divine light. Oh. Wang scratched his head, trying to recall what the five-color divine light was. What should I do next? Bai Jing asked. We'll first take you to see some books. Wang walked ahead and said most magic books are written in Sanskrit, so first you need to learn Sanskrit. After that, you'll learn how to meditate, the basic spell gestures, and finally, I will teach you how to perceive multidimensional realms. They descended the stairs, turning left and right until they arrived at a library. It was similar to the Sanctum in New York, but there were several times more books here. Of course, Bai Jing's attention was not on the books, but rather on the Eye of Agamotto that was prominently displayed on the desk. He recognized it as the Time Stone. Don't look at it, you're not yet at the level to use artifacts. If you gain enough strength, you may one day be able to wield this artifact. Wang said, then softly added, Manila Magem, getting a few books for the newcomer. Moments later, 4 thick books that were like bricks appeared beside Bai Jing. The Book of the Sun, a book that makes it easier for people to understand mystical arts, containing various accounts of what sorcerers have accomplished with magic, akin to strange stories from a Chinese studio. A Sanskrit dictionary needs no further explanation. Bai Jing did not need to speak Sanskrit just to understand the vocabulary in the books. Finally, the enlightenment of Maxim was a supreme mage from 1,000 years ago who systematically organized the methods of meditation, making magic no longer exclusive to geniuses, allowing ordinary people to deepen their spirits as well. How long will it take to finish? Wang asked. About 2 days. Bai Jing thought for a moment and replied. Very good. Wang raised an eyebrow. I like your confidence. Come with me, they'll take you to your living quarters. The living quarters he referred to were a dirt room of less than 10 square meters. The bed and table were covered in dust, and a gentle tap on the glass caused layers of dust to fall down. I believe you can overcome this. Wang smiled and turned to leave. He didn't hand over a note because Wi-Fi was not yet widespread. Tisk tisk tsk. Bai Jing looked around lightly, raised his hand, and as he walked through the doorway, the room became spotless. However, as soon as he lay down, he got back up. The bed was incredibly hard. Lifting the mattress revealed just a single layer. Beneath it was dirt, and the dirt bed was uneven, pockmarked by insects. Speechless, he thought, I grew up poor, but I never slept on a bed like this. Is this a transformation scene? Bai Jing simply used the black hole to refine it again, making the surface of the bed level, yet it still felt uncomfortable to lie on. He decided to shake off his drowsiness and got up to read. He is not one to be content with solitude. At Kamartaj, before the Sanctum, the mage Mordo said, we know nothing of his origins. His power is dangerous, and his thoughts are dangerous, especially if he masters the power of magic. No matter if he has magic or not, his strength will gradually grow. Gu Yi shook her head. But here he can at least become a force to resist the dark dimensions. In Gu Yi's heart, no one was beyond redemption. Even Caecilius, who had betrayed her, she had tried to help. How much more so for Bai Jing, who had never done evil? Or are you saying Bai Jing kills? Gu Yi, looking at the multiverse, did not feel this was a sin. Moreover, Bai Jing did not kill with the intention to do so. As for thoughts, over 1 billion people in the neighboring country share such thoughts. Gu Yi only saw this country thriving with more hope than all others. Of course, she did not care how the country fared. Even if humanity were to regress to primitive times, she would not mind as long as the invaders were not aliens or from other dimensions. Meditation is about calming the mind and entering a state of tranquility, allowing thoughts to disperse infinitely. In this state, a person's spirit gradually grows, leading to an increasing sense of well-being, better health, improved appetite, and restful sleep. However, after experiencing an out-of-body experience, the meditative state allows for a deeper elevation of spirit, leading to the perception of multidimensionality. During the latter part of the evening, Bai Jinghua spent time comparing the Sanskrit dictionary and finished reading the Book of Maxim, while he abandoned the New Astronomy and the Book of the Mirage after just flipping through a couple of pages. As someone who frequently reads Xianxia novels, does he really need to cultivate a mystical mindset? Having received a modern scientific education, does he need to read popular science literature from 400 years ago? Later in the evening, Bai Jing began attempting meditation. Initially, it was challenging to enter a state of tranquility, but he eventually devised a method. His mind was cluttered with too many chaotic thoughts, which was simply due to overly active brain cells. Bai Jing directly used gravitational control on his nerve cells, suppressing the overly active ones, and after half an hour of this struggle, his heart finally quieted down. Subsequently, he easily sensed an alternate dimension. It was a wondrous feeling, as if there was an invisible mist in the air layered over their universe, yet it did not exist in the same plane. This mist was a fiery red, gently drifting in the air. Is this the energy that mages use? Hey. Bai Jing curiously tried to manipulate it with his spirit, then opened his eyes. Indeed, being so close to the universe, even after exiting the meditative state and merely maintaining mental focus, he could still feel this power. No wonder mages can effortlessly wield this energy. Bai Jing also understood why mages could not cast spells like Ice Arrow or Earth Escape. It was because this energy could not be used to create them. This energy was best at shaping forms, creating shields and protractors, but Bai Jing did not know how yet. Specific shaping required specific incantations, and he had not begun learning. Speaking of which, can gravity control this energy? Bai Jing curiously manipulated the surrounding gravity to attract a spark, and to his surprise it worked. This is clearly something from a different dimension, but the essence of gravity is unknown to anyone. Scientific theory suggests it is a power from a higher dimension capable of drawing energy across dimensions, so it doesn't seem far-fetched. Bai Jing thought about this and continued his experiments. His purpose in learning magic was to better utilize his eyes, and now that he sensed so much energy, he naturally wanted to see if he could absorb it. I devour. Bai Jing gently opened a bit of his devouring power, and in an instant the fiery red energy within the gravitational field vanished. Bai Jing felt as if his eyes had suddenly grown hot, and then he saw that alternate dimension. It was through his eyes that he saw it rather than sensing it with his spirit. He saw an orangered world, vast and overflowing, where the entire realm transformed into shades of orangered in an instant. In this world, that fiery red energy drifted freely, their existence as commonplace as air on earth. In this realm, Bai Jing also glimpsed creatures that flashed by like swimming fish and flying birds. This dimension also possessed life. Could it be that Bai Jing's expression darkened, then he quickly became excited. Am I a super genius? He could visibly see dimensional energy while other mages had to rely on spiritual perception, yet he could see it with his naked eyes. What does this imply? It means that other mages need to be fully focused during battle to maintain their magic, but Bai Jing does not require such concentration. Thus his use of magic would be more casual and free. The only issue is that this energy is like mist with too low a density, too scarce. Casting a spell might require extracting energy from a considerable area. Bai Jing initially thought he had found a portable power source to freely draw this energy, but upon seeing this world, he realized he had been too optimistic. However, this is actually normal. If the dimensional energy were abundant to the point of overflowing, Ancient One would simply draw energy from this dimension instead of extracting it from the dark dimension, right? But it seems that the dark dimension has plenty of energy. He could absorb the energy from this common dimension. Theoretically, he should also be able to do so from the dark dimension. But it was uncertain, as generally mages absorbing energy from the dark dimension would only attract Dormammu, yet Ancient One could absorb the power from the dark dimension without Dormammu daring to make a sound. The night passed without incident. The next day, Bai Jing went to find Wang. I have finished reading the book, and I have sensed the energy of that dimension. Can I proceed to the next stage of cultivation? Bai Jing asked. Moi. Wang looked blankly at the sky, questioning whether he had overslept or misremembered the time. Follow me. Wang hesitated for a moment, but decided not to ask further. After all, if Bai Jing truly sensed it, wouldn't that make him seem foolish? If he hadn't sensed it, then he was only deceiving himself. Back in the study. This is the complete guide to basic incantations. Wang said, the energy from alternate dimensions is like electric current if our spirit draws it out, but to manipulate it like an arm, incantations are required for coordination. Once again, it was a book. Bai Jing opened it. and found it recorded various weapon incantations. The first was for shields, the second for whips, and the third for blades, which were commonly used by mages. Because most weapons formed by magic are for close combat, you also need to learn some self-defense skills, Wang said, handing Bai Jing a few more books. Collection of various schools of fist techniques. Aren't there any bows or arrows? Bai Jing flipped through the incantations and then looked at Wang curiously. If being a mage still requires melee combat, then why not just wield a vibranium sword? Oh no, there aren't. Wang scratched his head, then took back the incantations to check again, and indeed there were none. Perhaps there aren't many mages who enjoy archery, so no one created that incantation. Wang thought for a moment and said, if you really want to use one, you can create it. Is it difficult to create? Bai Jing asked. It shouldn't be too hard. Wang pondered and replied. After all spells here were created by predecessors, but to say it's simple it shouldn't be either. It has been many years since a new spell was born. Oh, Bai Jing nodded and started flipping through the incantations. The incantations were not complicated. The complexity lay in the requirements for casting, namely the need for accurate pronunciation and standard gestures. Since the unification of language is a recent development over the past century, mages from thousands of years ago spoke with various accents and created diverse spells. While their contemporaries found it easy to learn, later generations would struggle. However, once proficient in this spell, such complexities would no longer be necessary. One could attempt to modify syllables and gestures, casting spells in their most familiar way. In fact, in the past century, Ancient One has converted most ancient spells to use English. Ancient One is a Celt who uses English, greatly reducing the difficulty of casting spells. The remaining spells are basically those created by mages in the past century, as the Holy Land is in Nepal, and in the past century many spells have been in Sanskrit, hence there are still a large number of Sanskrit spells. As for whether there are spells in Mandarin, there are indeed some, but very few, as the Celestial Empire has its own transmission sects and fewer people come here to learn. Yang Xiao has devoted nearly 20 years to mastering the great shift of the universe, reaching the 2nd level. Zhang Wuji, on the other hand, progressed from the 1st to the 6th level in just half a day. The physical constitution of individuals cannot be generalized. In the face of innate talent, all common sense must yield. Bai Jing possesses an extraordinary memory capable of instantly learning various actions and languages, and his superlative visual and auditory senses allow him to detect the subtlest changes in tone, enabling him to perfectly mimic a spell after hearing it just once from Wang. As for the precision of his movements, it goes without saying. His gravitational control is at the nanoscale, allowing him to arrange atoms with meticulous detail, making such large movements appear effortless. Manipulating dimensional energy is not a problem for him either. His mental strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, enabling him to perceive the dimensional space in just one night. Thus, after Wang demonstrated it once, Bai Jing replicated it flawlessly, directly creating a shield. The shield, small enough to fit in his hand, possesses immense defensive power due to its magical nature, capable of withstanding conventional bullets and even holding off Dormammu's magical shock for several seconds. Seeing Wang's astonished expression, Bai Jing smiled modestly and said, next. After a while, Wang left the library dejected and bumped into Gu Yi on the way. What's wrong, Wang? Gu Yi asked, noticing his demeanor. Though she could use her powers to see the cause and effect that would strip away much of the fun in life. That by Kunlun. Wang furrowed his brow. What about him? Gu Yi's expression turned serious. She remembered that Bai Kunlun was extremely powerful even without magic. His talent is too high. I'm afraid I can't teach him, Wang said with a mournful face. Gu Yi was speechless, thinking that she might as well go in with Wu Shuang and fight Bai Kunlun. 2 days, or rather 1 night? Gu Yi asked. But he is just that terrifying, Wang said, still feeling apprehensive. In just 1 night, through meditation, he sensed the alternate dimension. The foundational spells I taught him are learned after hearing them just once without needing to practice alongside others in the square. For us, mastering magic requires long exploration and practice, but for him it seems non-existent. Is that so? Gu Yi nodded slightly. Then teach me next. Where is he now? In the library. All of Kamartaj's magic can be found in that library, including some forbidden spells. This might just be a trait of the great, Gu Yi thought, feeling quite confident in her own abilities, especially since nothing like having spells stolen had ever happened before. Gu Yi entered the library, greeted the librarian Manila, and then saw Bai Jing sitting at a desk engrossed in a book. What are you reading? Gu Yi asked. The portal, Bai Jing replied. The portal is a spell that links 2 points in dimensional space. It requires a tremendous amount of energy, far beyond what our mental energy can provide, so you'll need the help of the suspended ring. Gu Yi placed a ring on Bai Jing's desk and said, I think this spell shouldn't be too difficult for you. Gold. As Bai Jing took the suspended ring, he scanned it briefly. Despite its darkened surface, which indicated it had been polished, it was actually made of gold inside. As for the shape, it resembled a finger guard that could only accommodate 2 fingers with one side flat. I wonder if wearing the suspended ring will affect my ability to drive a Ferrari. Exactly, it has arrays engraved inside that can draw upon energy, Gui explained. If I wear the suspended ring, will it greatly enhance the power of other spells I cast? That's right, Gui nodded. But bigger spells are not always better. The most suitable is the best. Since the spells here are all in the form of magical constructs, especially those used as melee weapons. If it were a fireball spell, then bigger would definitely be better. If it were as large as the sun, it could sustain itself for hundreds of billions of years. Bai Jing nodded, recalling the book's description and his memories of the movie, and began to conjure the portal. What reflected in his mind was naturally his home from his past life. However, after rotating a few times, the spatial door directly dissipated. Concentrate your mind. Think of the location you wish to go to, the more precise the better. Gui frowned. Given Bai Jing's talent, he should succeed on his first attempt. Just like she estimated with Stephen Strange, who should be able to learn it within 2 minutes, yet Strange took less than 10 seconds. Bai Jing side nodded and attempted once more. This time the portal opened normally, revealing a large bed on the other side with rows of bookshelves behind it. By the bookshelf stood a girl holding a cloth, taking books down one by one to wipe them, then putting them back. Upon hearing the noise, she immediately turned around and saw Bai Jing on the other side of the portal. Oh, the girl's face lit up with excitement. Brother Bai, is it you? With her red hair and thick cotton coat, she resembled a little red pig. Lumala Ilro Pavlichenko. Lumala sprinted across the portal and leaped into Bai Jing's arms, but he controlled her in midair. Who taught you to call me brother, and who taught you those moves? Bai Jing's expression darkened. This girl isn't even 14 yet. Can't you cut it out? Although she doesn't look at her appearance and figure suggest otherwise. It's Sister Danny, Lumala said bashfully. She said you don't like her type, maybe you like me instead. Bai Jing rubbed his forehead. Cut it out, go back, and study hard, learn more from Matt, and stay away from that woman. What a mess. Oh, Lumala nodded, and turning around, she spotted the bald-headed Gui nearby. Ah, brother, I didn't know you were here. Boom. Lumala flew directly into the portal, landing on the large bed, and then the portal vanished. Bai Jing stared expressionlessly at Gui. So it seems I have learned it. What just happened? Did nothing happen? Whatever. Her gaze is remarkable, 1 in a million. Gui dismissed the earlier misunderstanding. Having lived for over 500 years, she had long cultivated a resilient mindset. What? Bai Jing asked, confused. I said she would make an excellent sniper. Gui frowned. She didn't love battle and didn't like leading others towards it, but having just seen 7 million potential futures for Lumala, she indeed was suited to be a sniper and not an ordinary one at that. Oh, Bai Jing nodded and said, but just attending an ordinary school would suffice. I don't need her to become a sniper. Although he didn't have much interaction with Lumala, he indeed viewed her as a younger sister. With him around, there was no need for his sister to fight. Furthermore, if he were to fall, Lumala's legendary status would mean nothing. Gui smiled and did not pursue the topic further, but asked, you have learned enough basic magic. Would you like to learn something more advanced? Bai Jing nodded, of course. Since he was here, he wanted to learn as much as possible. Gui continued with a smile. Now you have enough strength to protect yourself. Regardless of what you sought before coming here, you must have gained it all. If you decide to stop here, put down the suspended ring, and return to your ordinary life, it's not too late. But if you want to delve deeper, you will face a more difficult choice. Bai Jing laughed. Teacher, I am not afraid of difficult choices. I only fear a life without meaning. Gui was somewhat speechless. Did those coming from the Celestial Empire possess such high awareness? Like Wang and Bai Jing, whenever faced with significant events, they seemed to agree without a second thought. Meanwhile, those like Mordo, Manila, and Kaisalias from the West would get caught up in multiple dilemmas and hesitations. Should future recruitment focus more on the Celestial Empire? Regarding the issue of responsibility, Gui chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he began discussing more profound aspects of magic, projection magic, spatial magic, and alchemy. Once the spirit leaves the body, it cannot exist for long. However, if sustained by dimensional energy, the time the spirit can remain separate can be extended. The higher the spiritual realm, the more energy one can manipulate, thus prolonging the spirit's existence. Gui opened a spatial door, and the two left the library, arriving atop a high mountain. This is Kunlun Mountain. You may find it pleasing to be named after this mountain. Gui looked at the vast land before him and said, the broader your vision, the wider your mind will be. If you wish to advance further in the path of magic, you must learn to stand at greater heights. Bai Jing nodded, gazing at the vast, undulating mountains below. The sky was blue, the wilderness boundless, and the wind blew across the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. In an instant, both entered a state of spiritual separation. Faster than sound is light, and faster than light is your thought. Therefore, in a spiritual state, you will discover that time is merely a relative concept. With a gentle wave of his hand, Gu-Yi transformed the world before them into a dreamlike realm filled with endless orbs of light, with golden glimmers floating in the air, as if the entire world had been enhanced with a shimmering effect. This scene was formed under conditions where time approached a state of near stillness, causing photons in the air to coalesce into clusters floating freely. Therefore, within such limited time, our thoughts can traverse infinite worlds. Gu-Yi gently pushed Bai Jing, who felt his body lighten, and in an instant he seemed to break free from the constraints of the earth, finding himself in outer space. Behind him was boundless darkness punctuated by distant starlight. Before him was a vast blue planet. Return now. Gu-Yi suddenly appeared beside Bai Jing, observing his dazed expression with a smile, then gave him a gentle push. Bai Jing felt his body sink again, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself back on Kunlun Mountain. This is reflection magic. For places you have never been before, you can use spiritual reflection to explore first, and then open a spatial door to go in person. Gu-Yi said, this is the most basic application. Once you become proficient, there will be countless incredible uses which you will discover for yourself. Bai Jing nodded in confusion. He had just witnessed the entire earth and was still trying to process it. Next is spatial magic. Gu-Yi waved his hand, gently causing the air before them to transform into a fragmented world seemingly made of endless glass. Follow me. Gu-Yi walked ahead, stepping into that realm. Bai Jing sensed that it felt like a dimensional entryway. This is the mirror space. Every universe has its mirror space. With your current spiritual strength, you should already be able to sense it, and then you can enter on your own. In the mirror was another Kunlun Mountain. The laws in this world are identical to those in reality, but anything done here will not affect the real world. Gu-Yi added, spatial magic is a dangerous form of magic. As a precaution, if you wish to cultivate in this world, be aware that this dimension is easy to enter but hard to exit. You can only leave through a teleportation gate, so remember to bring a suspension ring. Bai Jing nodded. He felt this world was quite suitable for experiments. Since it replicated everything on Earth, he wouldn't even need to buy experimental instruments. He could just use whatever was available. Speaking of which, wasn't Banner worried about lacking an experimental base? Perhaps he could conduct experiments in the mirror space. Space is the existence upon which our world relies. With your current level, you are still a bit short, but with a few more years of meditation, you will be able to perceive its existence. Then using dimensional energy, you can distort, move, and cut it. Although Bai Jing was exceptionally gifted, he still lagged, far behind an old mage like Gu-Yi. The other who could use spatial magic, Caecilius, had an influential backing. Dormammu was a dual existence of matter and spirit. But you must be aware that space is the foundation of reality, which is a complex structure. If too much is destroyed, it may cause spatial fractures and time-space ruptures. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not recklessly use spatial magic. Bai Jing continued to nod, feeling like a heartless nodding machine at that moment. But if it takes years of meditation to master, why are you teaching it to me so quickly? Bai Jing asked. Different people require different teaching methods. Gu-Yi smiled. I believe that as long as I point you in the right direction, the rest of the journey is for you to walk on your own. Bai Jing fell silent. He indeed suited self-study quite well. Lastly, we come to alchemy. Gu-Yi picked up a stone from the ground and stated, human power is limited. Some magic is too dangerous and requires immense energy that the human body cannot withstand. Therefore, ancient mages devised a method for objects to bear the magic, and this method is alchemy. As he spoke, a fiery red light flickered in his hand. The irregular gray stone gradually lost its edges, ultimately transforming into a round stone, albeit one adorned with golden patterns. This stone has had a tracking array imprinted on it. Once you lock onto a target and throw it, it will seek out the target you have identified on its own. However, this stone is merely an ordinary one and cannot withstand too much force. It can be used at most 3 times, and each flight distance cannot exceed 15 kilometers, as I did not project my thought into it. Thus, this stone lacks a soul. Bai Jing was speechless. To casually create a stone that could be thrown 15 kilometers and hit its mark was impressive enough. If you think this stone is ordinary, what if it were a nuclear bomb instead? This spell requires a higher realm and more dimensional energy. Currently, no one in Kamartaj meets the conditions to learn it. Gu-Yi looked at Bai Jing and said, but the future you can. With Bai Jing's rapid upgrade speed and the enhancement of his spirit from the black hole, it wouldn't be long before he could create magical artifacts himself. Bai Jing understood from these spells. He had a rough idea of the ranking of these mages. Apprentice mages could sense dimensional energy and learn to construct shields and whips from it. Entry-level mages could use suspension rings to create teleportation gates. Junior mages could use dimensional energy to strengthen their spirits, allowing their souls to leave the body at any time and learn projection magic. Intermediate mages could sense mirror dimensions, allowing them to practice more advanced spells in the mirror dimension space. Senior mages could sense space, enabling them to use spatial magic. Great mages with higher spiritual realms could mobilize larger amounts of energy at once, enabling them to create magical artifacts with souls. Beyond that is the supreme mage, who has drawn power from the dark dimension, capable of casting grand-scale spatial magic in either reality or mirror dimensions, and can achieve immortality using the dark dimension's power. As for time magic, it likely does not fall within this classification, as time magic is bound to the time stone, and whether one can learn it depends entirely on compatibility with the time stone. Thus, Bai Jing, who had been learning spells for 2.5 days, should already be considered an entry-level mage, soon to become a junior mage, whom, although the aforementioned ranks do not exist, there are no so-called mage ranks in Camartage. After being infused with the knowledge he needed to learn Bai Jing returned to his room with a stack of books. These books included applications of reflective magic spells, spatial magic incantations, as well as a plethora of formations materials, science texts, and runes. Formations are not for human use. They are generally inscribed on objects such as magical tools or buildings. The most basic formation is the energy absorption formation, which can draw energy from dimensions. Thereafter follow illusion formations, defensive formations, confinement formations, tracking formations, levitation formations, and so on. By flexibly combining formations, one can create various incredible magical tools. The materials book contains a vast amount of materials that can be used to manufacture magical tools, and the creator remains unknown, but they even devised a materials ranking. The top-ranked magical material is the branch of the world tree, known for its toughness as it supports the world. It possesses excellent magical conductivity, making it suitable for grips of various magical tools, such as Thor's hammer. There are also magical tools primarily made from the branches of the world tree, such as the staff of the life tribunal and Merlin's staff. The second rank goes to Uru metal, a metal originating from neutron stars, which after being processed by dwarves using special techniques, becomes a magical metal with excellent magical carrying capacity, able to support all known spells of the time, with the most famous creations being Thor's hammer and the Stormbreaker. The third-ranked material is called Blood of the Phantom Demon. The Phantom Demon is a life form living in the dark dimension, secretive yet powerful, and their blood has a strong adaptability to magical energy, suitable for inscribing formation runes onto magical tools. If an ordinary person were to learn these things, it might take them 30 to 50 years, and they might not even fully grasp them. But for someone with a photographic memory, they could finish in 3 to 5 days, and thereafter simply meditate systematically to enhance their mental depth. This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person, and one of the reasons why Strange can become a supreme mage. Being able to retain everything at a glance indeed saves a tremendous amount of time. Bai Jing felt that whether it was science or magic, those with talent were indeed greatly favored, like Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, who could master several PhDs, while others were still in their undergraduate studies. Even if they were to learn magic, they would achieve remarkable accomplishments. As for ordinary people, they could just enjoy their moment of glory while others save the world. Hello. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The door's unlocked. Come in. Bai Jing replied. This is your meal. A girl with dark skin, whose age was hard to determine, entered with a plate and a bowl, placing them on the table. Bai Jing suddenly realized he hadn't eaten since last night. Or rather, since he submerged into the sea to absorb water, he hadn't eaten for a whole day and night. Was it the excitement of learning magic that suppressed his hunger? Bai Jing shook his head again, or it seemed not to be the case, but rather the energy flowing into his body from the dimension had replaced part of the energy derived from food. Does everyone have this? To confirm his guess, Bai Jing asked. Newcomers tend to have more, while seasoned mages have less. The girl answered honestly, keeping her head down as she spoke. She was a local from Nepal, and in her heart the Celestial Empire was already a superior nation, so she naturally showed some respect. Moreover, Bai Jing's appearance. Oh, Bai Jing nodded. Indeed, it was as she said. Thank you. Just put the bowl and chopsticks at the door. When you're done, we'll come to collect them. The girl said. All right. Looking at the food in the bowl, Bai Jing fell into deep thought. The practice of magic and the effects of fasting indeed explained the longevity. The concept that gods who consume qi do not die actually has scientific basis. The food we consume undergoes chemical reactions with oxygen, producing free radicals that strike the telomeres, leading to their shortening and thus reducing the number of cell divisions. Therefore, humans are unable to achieve immortality. From this perspective, oxygen is indeed toxic. Our breathing of oxygen is what confines us to a lifespan of less than 120 years. Thus, the first step in most cultivation methods involves fasting. Because the dimension energy that can easily be sensed is scarce and cannot completely replace the role of food, mages still need to eat, so life remains finite. However, Gu-E's absorption of energy from the dark dimension can fully sustain bodily functions, enabling limitless cell divisions, hence life becomes prolonged. Of course, there might be other reasons, mainly because Bai Jing had not encountered the dark dimension, so he could only speculate. But speaking of which, I know the coordinates of another dimension. Bai Jing thought of the space linked to Banner within. According to what he learned in the temple, the space within Banner is also an alternate dimension, and the energy inside can be extracted and utilized using the methods taught by the temple. Thinking of it, he acted. Moreover, Bai Jing could now traverse space. He opened a space door with one hand and stepped through. There is a 10-hour time difference between New York and Nepal, so it was 9 a.m. in Nepal, while it was still 11 p.m. the previous night in New York. Fortunately, Banner was a scientist who stayed up late. Bai Jing arrived at his room to see a neat row of components arranged on his desk. Bai Jing's phone had actually been taken apart by him. "How's it going?" Bai Jing asked. "These components aren't complex in principle, but many cannot be manufactured with the current processing level." Banner pointed at the largest screen and said, "Take this screen for example. It's made of an active matrix organic light-emitting diode, a mold material. I checked the database and this material is still theoretical. No company has produced it yet." He looked at Bai Jing with curiosity, wondering where he obtained materials that had yet to be invented. Bai Jing was astonished. "You can tell this is a moly just by looking at it." "I looked at the factory information of the phone. It states it clearly," Banner replied. "Ugh." Bai Jing was speechless. "I don't think that's the problem. You have the physical object, so you should have an idea of how to make it. I'm a theoretical scientist, but I'm not good at converting theory into engineering technology." Banner shook his head. Bai Jing was anxious. How could he say he wasn't skilled when he could even build a time machine? "But we can give it a try," Banner continued. Bai Jing was speechless. Could he please not speak while panting like that? "Also, this battery has an astonishing capacity." Banner picked up the battery. "This small battery has an incredible capacity of 4,200 mAh, our current batteries." "This definitely isn't a problem," Bai Jing said. "I know Stark Industries is working on a battery that will definitely yield results by the end of the year. We can just use their battery then." Stark Industries has shifted from military industry to new energy, and a battery is part of new energy. It's also Tony's area of expertise, so he could just buy Stark's batteries. If he refuses to sell, he'll just have to face the consequences. Then all that's left is the chip. Banner said this phone uses a 5 nanometers process chip, but the most advanced chips currently are only at 90 nm. If he hadn't seen this phone, he wouldn't have known that chips would develop to such an extent in the future. However, seeing that Bai Jing didn't even want to discuss the screen issue, he decided not to ask where the chip had come from, as he wouldn't get a response anyway. This isn't a problem either. Bai Jing was confident in his cultivation speed. By the end of the year, he would surely have mastered spatial magic. At that time, he could create a magical tool that could shrink the chip several times. Wouldn't that 90 nanometers chip then be usable as a 5 nanometers chip? As for whether there would be overheating issues or calculation instability problems, Banner could handle that. So are there any other issues? Seeing Banner still looking at him expectantly, Bai Jing continued to ask. "It's still about the laboratory," Banner replied. "We need real experimental reports and technical routes to validate the technology and apply for patents." "Hold on." Bai Jing hadn't yet mastered the mirror space. "I finally made a trip back. Let's unify Hell's Kitchen first." After discussing the issues with the phone, Bai Jing turned his gaze towards Banner. He did not forget why he was there. With his mind focused, he suddenly sensed a faint presence of a dimensional space. Only one-dimensional space was easily sensed, while most others required a high level of mental state. Some spaces can only be opened at specific times and places, but once the time passes they close, like the space sealing the ether particles. There are also some that are very concealed and cannot be sensed unless one is very close, like the one within Banner's body. Its connection point to Earth is inside Banner. It moves whenever he moves, which is why ordinary mages naturally cannot sense it. Perhaps Ancient One sensed it, otherwise there would be no reason for him to extract Banner's spirit upon meeting him. This step is actually a method of enlightenment for mages. Subsequently, Banner smoothly mastered the green energy within him, which may very well be due to Ancient One's assistance. Bai Jing felt somewhat speechless. Sensing and not sensing seemed to make little difference. Since the opening is tiny and within Banner, unless he is angry, it would be hard to draw out much energy. As for entering with the mind, the passage is too small to get in. This is not an open dimension. It seems entirely closed with only a small hole connecting to the outside. Bai Jing opened his eyes, looking at the bewildered Banner, carrying an exclusive dimension with strange energy inside. If other mages found out, they would probably be envious. He is so intelligent, with a memory and learning speed that is no less than mine. If he were to learn some magic, he might even have the potential to become a supreme mage. After all, isn't a supreme mage supposed to draw energy from the dark dimension? With Banner's own dimension, he inherently possesses transformation energy and does not need Dormammu at all. He is the chosen supreme mage. The key is that he possesses the golden finger, but is unaware, continually troubled by his own abilities, compounded by his girlfriend's boss preventing him. What is this? This is the protagonist with a script for breaking off an engagement. Professor Banner, would you like to learn magic? Bai Jing asked. Huh? Banner looked confused, thinking him a scientist, and you're here to preach to me. He'll take you to meet someone. Bai Jing decisively opened a portal. Banner stared blankly at Bai Jing, waving his fingers then at the air where a circular hole was cut, stunned. What is this? What is this? Your batteries have surpassed the times for decades, and now there's even technology for portals. This is several hundred years ahead of the world. He felt that his worldview was being fundamentally overturned. Come follow me. Bai Jing pulled Banner into the portal. On the other side, the sunny scene shocked Banner, and he murmured, the angle of the sun at 10 in the morning. This is in Asia? Yes, in Nepal, Kathmandu. Bai Jing replied, this area is home to a group of mages. I see you have the potential to learn magic, so I brought you here to meet the teachers. Impossible magic cannot possibly exist. It's simply unscientific. Banner opened his mouth, but he lacked conviction. The monster inside him couldn't even be explained by science. I find it quite scientific because I discovered that the energy used in magic also follows the law of conservation of energy. It cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed from one form to another. This may also be a kind of science, an undiscovered science, but the people here call it magic. Bai Jing said, and upon hearing this, Banner felt much more accepting. He followed Bai Jing up the stairs to the previous hall that resembled a yurt. Ancient One often drank tea here. Why are you here? Ancient One said, looking up at Banner. What do you think of him? I think he is very suitable for learning magic. He has the demeanor of a supreme being. You indeed have the potential to become a supreme mage, but it should not be in this timeline. Ancient One nodded slightly. Banner turned to look at Bai Jing, still not knowing who Ancient One was, what status he held, or what a supreme being was, feeling quite bewildered. However, given his high intelligence, he understood that it was not the right time to speak, so he silently observed. Time is like a river. When a person makes different choices, different branches will arise. Ancient One said, but the branches created by ordinary people are too weak to create any waves, and they will be swept back into the surging tide of fate. But special people are different. Ancient One looked at Banner. His original life trajectory should have involved traveling around first to South America, then to India, and finally arriving in Nepal. At this time, Loki had stolen the Space Stone, so Natasha was sent to invite Banner for help. Banner had two choices. One was to accept Natasha's invitation, which would lead to him joining the Avengers and becoming a hero, ultimately developing a time machine to save the world. The other was to refuse Natasha and later, while traveling, learn about the existence of Kamartaj and eventually join Kamartaj to become a supreme mage. However, neither of these events would occur in this timeline. Because this world had an outsider, Bai Jing, a visitor from another world who possessed the power to distort space and time, easily opening a line belonging to him in the river of time, unaffected by the backlash of the timeline. This line belongs to Bai Jing, so Ancient One did not know how this world line would be altered by Bai Jing. This feeling is quite nice. Do you want him to learn magic? Ancient One asked Bai Jing. Yes. Bai Jing nodded. I'm very curious. Knowing the plot is indeed very boring, as it means life undergoes no changes, lacking excitement. Who would want to live a life where the future is easily seen? He already knew what the Hulk looked like, but he was not aware of a Hulk who could use magic. What about your will? Ancient One turned to Banner, who had the potential to become a supreme mage and could naturally become a force against darkness, so Ancient One was certainly willing to teach him. Well, Banner scratched his head. The portal and magic intrigued him, but he was also afraid that magic would subvert the worldview he had built over decades. Learning magic could solve the problems within you. Bai Jing added from the side. I will learn. Banner immediately nodded. Then you can stay. Ancient One nodded, then looked at Bai Jing. It's best not to use magic outside. A magic was born to protect this world. I understand. It seems Ancient One already knew Bai Jing had returned, but since he said this, it also meant he did not prohibit Bai Jing from going out. Then I will take my leave, Bai Jing said. Seeing Ancient One nod, he immediately exited, passing through the still open space door back to Banner's room, then shouted, Someone inform the higher-ups of the Order Society, a meeting is about to begin. Gravitational waves directly prove the existence of black holes, and I believe it is well-deserved to have won the Nobel Prize in 2017. And this year, the discovery of a massive invisible object at the center of the Milky Way controlling the orbits of stars suspected to be a black hole is quite unexpected for a Nobel Prize. I remember that many years ago science fiction novels on Chijian already wrote about this, but isn't this just circumstantial evidence? How can that be award-worthy? However, this is beneficial for me. Writing this before was merely speculation by the author, but now it has scientific validation, even a Nobel Prize validation. Generally, the boss arrives last at meetings, but Bai Jing had not been the boss for long. He immediately went out to head downstairs, only to be stopped by a lackey. "Excuse me, sir, is the meeting in the newly built conference room?" The person speaking wore a black and gray striped suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking surprisingly professional. "Who are you?" Bai Jing asked. "Hello, my name is William Pearson, assistant in the legal department," the man replied cautiously. "Oh." Bai Jing nodded, knowing that Matt had been hiring people. "Is there a newly built conference room?" "Yes, please follow me." The new conference room was located above Banner's house, a large room divided into 4 meeting rooms. The largest one on the left featured an oversized oval conference table that could accommodate 36 people, while the 3 smaller rooms on the right could hold 12 each. Naturally, they headed for the largest room. William pulled out a chair for him at the head of the table, and Bai Jing sat down, glancing around, realizing this is what it feels like to be a big boss. This conference room is absolutely soundproof, and the exterior walls are made of a special alloy capable of withstanding strikes from Tomahawk missiles and can defend against a magnitude 9.2 earthquake. The room is equipped with its own generator and food supplies sufficient to handle general situations, William said. Bai Jing nodded, looking at a painting on the wall depicting a traditional Chinese landscape, with 4 large characters written on it: "Great virtue supports all." Signed by M.O. Defong. This was written by a calligraphy master from Chinatown. "If you don't like it, we can replace it immediately," William asked. It's quite nice." Bai Jing nodded. How should he put it? The feeling of being admired by white people is still quite pleasant. Is there really such a thing as a superior person? Bloodline nobility doesn't change the fact that it comes down to who has the bigger fist or more money. That person is the daddy, Mr. But Matt surprisingly was the first to arrive. It is indeed impressive for a blind man to be out so late and move so quickly. Have a seat." Bai Jing pointed to an empty chair beside him, and Matt lightly tapped the floor with his cane before pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Did Professor Keanu take a look at your eyes?" "What did he say?" Bai Jing asked. "The lens and retina in my eyes have been destroyed by radiation, but the optic nerves still have some activity." Matt replied, "Professor Banner said that if a surgery to replace the eyeballs becomes possible in the future, I still have hope of regaining my sight." His tone was neither sad nor happy. After all, no one knows when such a surgery might succeed. "Oh." Bai Jing nodded sadly, noting that there is no healing magic in this world, otherwise wouldn't a healing spell solve everything? The second to come in was Frank Castle. "My combat advisor, how is that group training going?" Bai Jing asked. At the mention of this, Frank frowned. "I have never seen soldiers with such poor discipline. The time is too short. They have just learned to line up, but at least they no longer shoot into the sky during battles. Previously, during the confrontation with the Viper gang, those people's guns were all aimed skyward, which was quite infuriating for Bai Jing. That's acceptable. Bai Jing had no high expectations for them. It was enough to just create an imposing presence, and when it really came to fighting, he still needed to take action himself. "Your training methods are too ruthless. I've heard you've killed over 60 people. Matt bluntly confronted Frank. "Some people are irredeemable and cannot be saved anymore." Frank huffed coldly. "Put away your boring compassion. I have been with them day and night, and I understand better than you who deserves to die." Matt was rendered speechless and turned to Bai Jing. Although he was blind. "Only 60. Bai Jing asked Frank, "Aren't there over 300? You have already screened out a part of the most heinous criminals. These 60 were also relatively well hidden." Seeing that Bai Jing did not oppose his actions, Frank felt a bit more respect for him. As for the others, they were merely the lackeys who were just filling numbers in the gang before. "Oh." Bai Jing felt a bit regretful. In chaotic times, heavy punishments must be applied. If someone makes a mistake, they must be punished. We must not let them off just because they have some talents or specialties. Those with abilities committing evil can be even more terrifying. He still remembers a certain temple. Ordinary people die, and that's it. If it's a master, they would definitely be asked to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Why should a master be exempt from death? Frank nodded, deeply agreeing with this. Every time he encountered a formidable opponent, he was filled with sorrow, wondering why such strong individuals did not join the army and then beat him to death. Seeing that Matt's expression was a bit off, Bai Jing felt a bit flustered. He needed to comfort him. After all, Matt was quite useful, keeping the company registration and everything in order. "Matt, when you joined us, we agreed on this. Your method doesn't work. Even if you oppose it, you should wait until we execute it for a while to see the effects," Bai Jing said. Matt hesitated for a moment and ultimately nodded. "I just feel regret. After all, these are lives. To kill in order to protect life, to sever the industry, but not the people. Oh, our killing of some people may seem like evil acts, but our purpose is to achieve a greater good." Bai Jing said seriously, "Time will prove all of this." "I hope so." Matt nodded, somewhat accepting this reasoning. Ryan Daling hurried and followed by Danny Roberts and the somewhat disheveled Lumira Illyria Pavlichenko. Seeing Lumira come in, Frank's expression actually faltered for a brief moment. Although faint, Bai Jing's vision was remarkably broad at this moment, and he certainly noticed. He hesitantly glanced at the two. This glance was not trivial, and the two became more nervous. No way, Frank, you're over 50. Are you really targeting a 14-year-old girl? Also, Lumira, although your father passed away early, didn't I adopt you? Is there really such a lack of paternal love? Bai Jing felt a bit chaotic, wondering whether he should intervene. But on what grounds? He was neither Lumira's brother nor her father. They were free to love each other. Well. Bai Jing thought for a moment and felt it was necessary to remind them. Frank, Bai Jing said, Lumira is still a minor. Please be careful. You don't oppose us. Before Frank could say anything, Lumira excitedly spoke up. Bai Jing felt heartache. I clearly have charm. Don't all the girls I pass by take a second glance at me? Even Ancient One favored me. Did you lose your sight? Just yesterday you were flirting with me, and today you take a liking to this old man. Women are indeed fickle. But he still reluctantly nodded, right? Yay? Lumira excitedly pulled out a chair next to Frank, lightly jumped onto it, her legs in white stockings dangling over the chair. Master, he's already agreed, so please teach me your skills. Bai Jing blinked and looked at Frank's skills. Yes. Lumira nodded excitedly. Do you remember the sniper rifle you left in the room? That was actually left by my grandmother. I absolutely love it. I always wanted my dad to teach me, but I didn't dare to ask. Now I want Frank to teach me, but he refuses to. Bai Jing blinked. May I ask who your esteemed grandmother is? Lyudmila Mikhailovna Pavlichenko. In the year when Natasha Romanov was rescued from the ruins by her adoptive father, Lyudmila joined the Soviet army. Due to her gender, Shangwan suggested she become a field nurse, but Lyudmila preferred to be a true warrior, and eventually she fulfilled her wish to become a rifle shooter. At that time the battle was fierce and the recruits had little training time. A month later her unit was ordered to engage in combat, and it was during this battle that she demonstrated exceptional sniping talent. In 2.5 months of combat, this female soldier, who had just enlisted for 4 months, had already sniped 187 targets, and by June of the following year, when she was injured and left the battlefield, that number had risen to 308. The reason the later numbers increased so slowly was that she had already instilled fear in her enemies. Her opponents dared not even lift their heads when facing her. Bai Jing had no intention of letting Lyudmila become a sniper, even if Gu Yi said she was suitable. But when she brought up her grandmother, Bai Jing was somewhat speechless. If she were to become a sniper, Bai Jing worried she would encounter danger. After all, snipers are the primary targets to be eliminated by all enemies. However, not allowing her to become a sniper left Bai Jing with a significant sense of guilt. It was like a person with exceptional political talent being forced to study art, ultimately failing to get into art school, and wasting half their life. Oh, what a great sin that would be. Bai Jing opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After all, Frank was a competent teacher, and Bai Jing believed he would teach Lyudmila the appropriate skills. Besides, there are so many ways to mutate in this world. Bai Jing might still find a method to enhance Lyudmila later. Worst case, she could let her learn magic. Knocking on the table, Bai Jing said, Quiet down, Ryan. How's the investigation into the Hell's Kitchen power structure going? Isn't it only the southwest area? Why has it turned into all of Hell's Kitchen? Ryan felt the helplessness and bitterness of a worker, but he did not dare to protest. After all, his boss not only oppressed people, but also killed. Fortunately, he was well prepared. I've almost completed the investigation. Ryan stood up and went outside, quickly returning with a rolled-up map, which he spread out on the table. I found that the power distribution of the entire Hell's Kitchen can be roughly divided into 4 major regions: northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. In the southwest, which is our southern area, the main players are the Mexican gang and the South American gang. They are similar to the previous Viper gang, living off drug trafficking, but the Viper gang controls the largest supply in Mexico. Hence, these gangs can only rely on what the Viper gang releases, along with some goods obtained through other channels. Since we cut off the supply of goods, these gangs have been getting a bit restless lately. In other words, they are the secondary dealers of the Viper gang. But since the Viper gang's channel was eliminated by Bai Jing, these gangs have a deep enmity with the Order Society, and Bai Jing does not know why they haven't made a move yet. Probably because they are scared. The southeast is dominated by Italian families. Actually, 40 years ago, the entire Hell's Kitchen was the territory of the Draster family, but 40 years ago, the leader of the Draster family was assassinated in Times Square, and since then their power has declined sharply. Now they barely occupy a piece of territory and must constantly endure the incursions of other gangs. How could the death of one leader cause such a decline in power? Bai Jing asked. Because this leader had too many enemies. While he was alive, he maintained connections with other Italian families supporting each other, but after his death those connections were not as strong. Additionally, the Draester family is also shrinking its territory, but in reality, they are covertly transforming. According to some channel information, many real estate companies in Hell's Kitchen are owned by the Draester family, meaning they may control a large amount of land and property in Hell's Kitchen. With land and property, what should they do next? Collect rent. Bai Jing understood. It seems this Italian family must be eliminated, otherwise they would just be working for them. Coming from the Celestial Empire, everyone knows how valuable land and houses are. Continue, said Bai Jing. In the Northwest, which is our northern area, the main players are the Irish gang and the Redneck gang. They have low culture, no taboos, and engage in everything. Matt the consultant should understand this well. Matt Murdoch nodded. The area where he was active was right here. Robbery, rape, drug trafficking, human trafficking, biochemical experiments. I have encountered them all. As he spoke, Matt suddenly wondered if he had revealed too much information. Ahem. What I mean is relevant cases. Everyone nodded. Those who understood, and those who didn't need not know. Knowing too much was not beneficial to them. Then we have the Northeast area. Ryan's tone became serious and he glanced at Bai Jing. Why are you looking at me? Just say what you need to. Bai Jing said. This area is dominated by Asian gangs. Ryan swallowed hard and then continued. Bai Jing understood why he looked at him. After all, he was also Asian. This region gathers gangs from various Asian countries, including Japan, Korea, the Celestial Empire, and Southeast Asia. They fight fiercely among themselves and are very exclusive. Most importantly, their combat power is formidable. They have entered Hell's Kitchen for less than 20 years, but they have fought their way to occupy such a large territory from nothing. If it weren't for restrictions from various parties, including the police and tax authorities helping, I believe they could even expand to the entire Hell's Kitchen. Bai Jing felt a bit speechless. Oh, was it really that exaggerated? Their combat skills are impressive too. Frank suddenly spoke up. I've learned a lot from them, but the key is their fighting spirit. For ordinary gangs, as long as you kill a few 10 or so people, or just take out the leader, the rest will collapse. But with them, you need to kill half, or even more. While speaking, the Punisher Frank seemed somewhat apprehensive. He glanced at Bai Jing, actually feeling quite complex about his perception of Bai Jing, as they shared the same skin color as those people. He knew it was wrong to let Bai Jing expand unchecked, but allowing Hell's Kitchen to remain chaotic was also wrong. Weighing the two evils, Frank chose Bai Jing. However, he would not blindly trust Bai Jing. Staying by his side allowed him to observe him better and find his flaws. That way, if he had any problems, he would also have methods to counteract. This is not discrimination, it's fear. The yellow peril theory is not baseless. Asians are indeed terrifying. Unlike white people who, when they make money, drink, chase women, enjoy life, and spend it all in an instant. But when Asians make money in America, they save it, and when they have enough, they buy land, waiting for better times to bring their family and friends over. Chinese immigrants did this back then, and as they increased in number, they frightened white people, prompting them to hastily pass the Chinese Exclusion Act. But this was not the end, as later the Japanese also came in. Japanese people were even more eager for land, and thus they did exactly what the Chinese did: earn money, save it, and buy land. As a result, white people became scared again, and in 1924, they hurriedly passed the Immigration Act of 1924. Koreans came later, but Koreans were united, and when they were oppressed, they fought back fiercely with guns, resulting in much improved circumstances for Koreans in America. Whether in war, cultural war, or economic trade, as long as there are no restrictions, people of Asian descent are undoubtedly the strongest in the world. What freedom and democracy? Those are only shouted when they have the advantage. Once they lose that advantage, everyone has seen how they behave. Therefore, I think it should be quite difficult to take this area. Ryan glanced at Bai Jing again, and then said, I think this area is actually simple. He understood what Asians wanted. It was simply survival. As long as they are given a fair and peaceful environment, they will naturally abide by the law. Then when the chief villain is eliminated, the rest can open restaurants and do business without issue. Let's do it like this, from west to east, from south to north. Bai Jing pointed to the southwest direction. First, let's clear out these Mexican gangs. You lead the team and take them down. If you encounter difficulties, just call me for remote support. Bai Jing looked at Frank. Can you handle it? They're just ordinary gangsters without any superpowered opponents. I don't need to go with you. Oh, I can just intervene at a critical moment. Frank nodded. I can do it. White people like to nod and gesture when speaking, perhaps because their vocabulary is too limited to express what they want to say, so they add hand gestures for assistance. Then let's disperse. After leaving the building, Bai Jing went to the riverbank and leaped directly into the water. So this is what the riverbed looks like. Bai Jing sank to the bottom of the river, took a look at the riverbed, made a mental note, then surfaced, washed himself off, changed clothes, and returned to his bedroom. He raised his hand, calmed his mind, imagined the scene he had just witnessed, then made a swift motion. A portal nearly 2 meters in diameter opened up above his head. As the portal opened, a torrent of water surged out. Devour. Bai Jing's eyes sparkled, and the gravitational force activated automatically, swallowing the torrent of water before it could even reach his body. Although this is slower than being deep at the bottom of the river, it isn't much slower. The key is that I'm free now. I can read command tasks, and even sleep. I can sleep alone or sleep with Aragaki Yui. Alas, it's a pity that Ishihara Satomi is married. This space portal is also quite durable. As long as I maintain my spirit, it can exist indefinitely. The main space portal does not consume my own energy, but rather the dimensional energy borrowed from the suspended ring, and this energy is virtually limitless. After learning magic, I realized that the black hole is the core of my abilities. While others need meditation to strengthen their spiritual intensity, my soul's essence is a black hole. The stronger the black hole, the stronger I become. Therefore, as long as I continue to devour items, my spiritual intensity will naturally increase. Bai Jing flipped through the contents of the projection magic, pondering the key points within. The speed of thought can reach and even surpass the speed of light, allowing this supreme mage to traverse the multiverse without leaving home, thus earning her fame throughout the entire multiverse. The foundation of all this lies in the projection magic. Projection magic consists of 3 steps, the first being the separation of the spirit from the body, which every mage can achieve. The second step is to draw energy to maintain the strength of the soul and the body during the spiritual state. The former prevents wind, sun, and natural disasters from harming the soul, while the latter prevents the soul from being away for too long, causing issues for the body. At higher realms like Ancient One, when the soul leaves the body, there is no power to interfere. The third step is natural projection, where one can project their soul using substances like clouds, light, or air to manifest shapes, and can also suppress other souls to seize their bodies. The former is generally used to create illusions, while the latter is also used for similar purposes. Additionally, if one does not wish to form a humanoid shape, other shapes can be created, such as the sun or moon. This magic is the foundation of learning magic. It has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years since its inception, and various mages have modified it, resulting in countless variations in the texts. Mr. Bot. Danny entered holding a phone. Mr. Frank has encountered. Danny looked at Bai Jing, bewildered by the heavy rain pouring down under the golden halo above his head. Encountered what? Bai Jing asked, looking up. Encountered a strong counterattack. Danny swallowed. She knew Bai Jing was mysterious and powerful, but every time she saw him, it was a completely new experience. Got it. Bai Jing waved his hand, stood up, approached the window, and closed his eyes. As the gravitational force of the black hole intensified, his vision improved as well. He was now akin to a reflective telescope over 2 meters in diameter, able to see unobstructed targets. And even if the targets were hiding behind buildings, he could still catch glimpses of fuzzy images through the refraction of light in the sky and clouds. Of course, these images were too blurry to be of any reference. Thus, Bai Jing relied on his hearing at this moment. Despite the houses blocking his view, the gunfire from that direction was so pronounced in the tranquil night that the sound waves refracted through the layers of buildings still reached Bai Jing's ears clearly. In an instant, his brain sketched out the battlefield scene. 240 Order Society soldiers dressed in neat uniforms and wielding various firearms were hiding behind the houses. In front of them, nearly 800 gangsters armed with submachine guns and Remington shotguns were guarding the entrance. So many people, several gangs have united. But if we win this battle, our territory will significantly expand. Bai Jing took out a playing card from his pocket, calculated the trajectory briefly, and then accelerated it within the gravitational field. Danny beside him only saw a flash of rainbow light next to Bai Jing, drawing a brilliant orange line across the night sky. All right, it's resolved, Bai Jing said. Oh, Danny was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly putting the phone to her ear. She heard a thunderous boom from the other end, followed by a barrage of voices and gunfire, and then silence. Then should I go out first? Danny raised her head, bewildered, wanting to say something, but found only curses at her lips. Forget it, better to say nothing at all. Bai Jing nodded, closed the window, and returned to bed to continue studying magic while sensing the changes in his spiritual intensity. My spirit does not need meditation, nor am I afraid of natural phenomena like lightning. If something interferes with me, I can just devour it. So as long as I learn to use energy to maintain my body, I can project myself. After studying a bit longer, he suddenly found that this spell seemed to be becoming simpler. What was the most difficult aspect for others was the simplest for him, and what should be the easiest for others, preserving the body, had now become slightly challenging for Bai Jing. Of course, it was just a little bit challenging. So 10 minutes later, Bai Jing suddenly felt as if he had completed all the preparations for the projection magic. Wait a little longer, wait until my spirit is stronger. At this moment, his gravitational field had already expanded to a sphere with a radius of 2 meters, but the reaction time left for him was still too short. Mr. Bot. Danny entered again. It was now 1:30 a.m. Bai Jing stood up and listened to Frank had already made it to 40th Street, but it was hard to hear clearly. As long as he could hear, he could still provide support. He threw out a card, continued his research, and devoured. Mr. But Danny came in again. It was now 3 a.m. Bai Jing listened. It was now 37 Th Street. Had they reached the end? Bai Jing pulled out the playing cards to provide support, but after listening for a moment, he felt something was off. He shut the portal and flew directly out the window, soon arriving above 37 Th Street. He saw that the once wide and empty street was now packed with vehicles, and Frank's group was surrounded in the middle. However, Frank's group was spirited and confident, while those surrounding them looked pale, with guns pointed at Frank's head, but not daring to shoot. What happened here? Bai Jing floated down and asked. They have direct contact with each other. Frank chuckled. After those 2 rounds of remote support, I know that our order society is invincible. Thus Frank was not at all flustered. An Asian. A white man stepped out of the convoy. I was wondering who was backing him. Turns out it's an Asian. I said the order society wasn't government personnel. They are too well trained. A bystander said. Bai Jing glanced at the order society members, who were almost scared to pee in the encirclement. Was this considered well trained? Upon seeing Bai Jing appear, these white people realized this was not a government operation. After all, how could an Asian become a high-ranking official in the government? They were initially hesitant to shoot, but now, kill. The white man coldly waved his hand. Oomph. Bai Jing smirked. Water escape. Who built the dam? After a series of complex and incomprehensible hand seals, Bai Jing clapped his hands, and 4 portals with a diameter of 2 meters appeared above them. What followed was a torrent of water. The gangsters, armed with guns, and even machine guns and rocket launchers, were no match for the raging water. For torrents from 4 directions directly crashed through their formation, causing the various gang leaders to cry out in despair, with some even calling for their mothers. WTF? Frank looked on in shock, glancing at Bai Jing, not expecting their leader to be a mage. Since the portals weren't aimed at them, although there was water underfoot, it wasn't much, and they could still stand steadily. What are you waiting for? Get to capturing. Bai Jing said with irritation, closing the portals. Oh. Frank nodded, repeatedly directing people to capture, while pondering how to counter this move if they became adversaries in the future. It seemed impossible to counter. Bai Jing turned to leave, but suddenly sensed something was off. He looked up and gazed into the distance. What's wrong? Frank asked beside him. Someone's coming. Just as Bai Jing's voice fell, a large light shone from far away, followed by the sound of a helicopter. A Black Hawk 60A helicopter from the Army National Guard. Frank, who had a background in the Marine Corps and was well-versed in American equipment, looked grim. He only brought a bunch of cannon fodder. They could handle gangsters, but how could they fight against the National Guard? Moreover, he had no intention of engaging with the National Guard. Bai Jing remained silent, still listening to what the people in the helicopter were saying. Report. The 4th squad has arrived on site and confirmed that there is a gang shootout below with unclear factions involved. Was someone reporting? Bai Jing pondered, pulling out a playing card. Don't. Frank hurriedly stopped him. If you shoot it down, we will be at odds with the U.S. military. I didn't intend to have a falling out with them. If that were the case, he could just hide underground and eat without doing anything. But that was too easy and boring. Bai Jing preferred actions that required some skill. He gently released his grip, letting the playing card fall into the gravitational field, where it began to accelerate rapidly. Then he waved his hand, opening a portal in front of him. On the other side of the portal, 2 soldiers in the helicopter turned their heads curiously to look. Viru. The rainbow light flew into the portal, brushing past the pilot's neck and crashing through the glass window to create a nearly 15-centimeter gap. Due to the speed being too fast, the card was so sharp that there was no other damage to the glass besides this gap. The pilot had no time to react. By the time he realized he was unharmed, his eyes were already wide in shock, and in an instant he wet his pants. Get out! A stern voice echoed from the portal, and the pilot, without a second thought, turned the helicopter around and fled. What? Someone reported. Just wait, I'll check it out tomorrow when I have time. So it seems I've learned another trick. Back in the bedroom, Bai Jing gently clapped his hands, and spatial doors appeared in front, behind, to the sides, and above him. 5 spatial doors, 5 surging streams of water, representing 5 times the speed. This is hardly slower than being underwater. By 8 in the morning, Bai Jing's radius of influence had increased from 1.9 meters to 2.5 meters. Now Bai Jing's wealth was substantial, and the decimal places could be ignored. By the way, with my current gravitational intensity, can I process adamantium now? Bai Jing recalled the adamantium he had acquired earlier. When Bullseye fought Nightcrawler, he was thrown off a rooftop by Nightcrawler, rendering him paralyzed from the waist down. Later, he was saved by Japanese scientist Kenji Koyama, who injected him with adamantium to restore his spine. As for how the liquid adamantium didn't burn Bullseye to death, who knows? There were 6 pieces of adamantium with Bai Jing shaped like a spine. Since he couldn't process them before, they had been sitting and used in the cabinet. He got up and approached the password cabinet, which he had damaged with gravity and sealed again with gravity. Unless someone could manipulate gravity or electromagnetic force, it was absolutely impossible to open. Manipulating the atomic positions by Jing opened the cabinet door and took out the 6 pieces of adamantium. Each was about 8 cubic centimeters in size with irregular shapes. Closing his eyes, by Jing sensed the atomic arrangement of the adamantium once more. Every time he perceived it, he felt that its arrangement was truly an art form. Then he began to draw the atoms above. At first he noticed a difference. Last time he had used all his strength, but couldn't budge them, yet this time he hardly exerted much force before the atoms were successfully moved. Indeed, it works. Bai Jing, feeling a bit excited, was about to start processing when he suddenly thought of another question. The excellent properties of adamantium are inseparable from its special atomic arrangement. If I move the atomic positions, will it truly not affect its properties? Moreover, his black hole metal isn't inferior either. It enhances metal hardness by gathering metal atoms. If developed further, it could tightly arrange all atoms together, creating a material with strong interaction forces that wouldn't be less hard than adamantium. After all, the only things that can defeat materials with strong interaction forces are other such materials or approaches from higher dimensions. However, materials with strong interaction forces are incredibly difficult to manufacture. A single card-sized piece would require 90 billion pieces of metal titanium of the same size. Where can I find that much? Bai Jing felt it would be better to try and see if he could modify the adamantium. He used gravity to manipulate the atomic positions of the adamantium, flattening and sharpening the originally spine-shaped metal. Half an hour later, the former adamantium spine transformed into a sword as thin as a cicada's wing and a meter long. It seems the performance is unaffected. Bai Jing tried to bend the sword, but found that even using gravity to apply several tons of force, this sword, only 0.2 millimeters thick, wouldn't bend at all. What if I remove an atom? Bai Jing set the sword aside and picked another to test. He wasn't willing to destroy this sword after all. He had spent half an hour on it. He used gravity to break the chemical bond between 2 atoms and removed 1 atom, then felt that the entire adamantium seemed to undergo some change. When Bai Jing moved the atoms again, he found it could be easily pried. He manipulated the gravity to freely reshape and flatten this piece of metal, and after a while he finally admitted that it had become a piece of ordinary steel. Simply moving the atomic positions without breaking the chemical bonds keeps adamantium as adamantium, but once an atom is removed, it becomes ordinary steel. Bai Jing was puzzled as to why this was the case. He understood neither materials science nor physics. However, this means I can freely change the form of adamantium into whatever I want. 5 malleable materials with the world's #1 defense are simply treasures. The only problem is that they cannot recognize a master. Bai Jing manipulated the remaining 5 pieces of adamantium, transforming them into a string of beads that hung on his hand. This process took another 2.5 hours. Gravity is still too weak, but as long as I persist in absorbing it, someday I will be able to change it into the form I desire with just a thought. Bai Jing thought, isn't this the reason I learned projection magic? He closed the portal, shut his eyes, and his spirit left his body. With a single thought, Bai Jing had already arrived outside of Earth. This is the speed of thought. Bai Jing isn't as abnormal as Ancient One to surpass light speed, but it's not difficult to travel from Earth to space in an instant. This was also his first solo mental journey. Standing in the starry sky and gazing at Earth in front of him, his thoughts surged. The greatest enemy of a mage is the void. A voice sounded beside Bai Jing. The more worlds you see and the more people you meet, the more you will fall into the void, pondering the meaning of life and society. But thinking about these things is meaningless. Only by relaxing your mindset and maintaining optimism and curiosity can you go further. Bai Jing turned around to see Ancient One standing beside him, though she appeared much more ethereal than in her spiritual state. This is a fragment of my thought. Ancient One smiled. The 3 great sanctuaries form a formation that guards the main universe and also prevent approaching spirits and evil thoughts from nearing Earth. If it's an enemy, drive them away or eliminate them. If it's an ally, then have a chat and offer encouragement. Oh, Bai Jing nodded, looking into the distance. Can I go to Jupiter? Where can I absorb energy? Naturally, the best place in the solar system is the Sun, followed by Jupiter due to its size. You're still very weak. I wouldn't advise you to go. Ancient One shook her head. There are unknown secrets within celestial bodies. Even I wouldn't dare to tread lightly. I recommend you first explore the documented universe that has been explored. It is relatively safe. Once you grow stronger, then you can explore the unknown. Am I really that weak? Am I really that weak? Bai Jing thought about tugging on Ancient One's collar to make her reconsider. Am I truly weak? But after all, she was a monk, a weak woman. I, as a generous person, wouldn't hold it against her. Though the spirit is hard to injure once hurt, it is extremely difficult to heal. Ancient One continued, at least the sanctuaries have no good methods. All right. Bai Jing nodded. Is there a world made entirely of water? Ancient One smiled. and then just vanished. Bai Jing was speechless. She could have just told me directly. Now I have to go back and flip through books. He looked in the direction of Jupiter. Originally Jupiter had little presence, but after watching the wandering Earth, he specifically searched for information about it. Jupiter's mass is 11 times that of Earth, but due to its low density, Jupiter's volume is 1,321 times that of Earth. Another interesting point is that Jupiter's radius is 1/10 that of the Sun, and its mass is 1,000th that of the Sun, making Jupiter's density similar to that of the Sun. Thus, there is a saying that Jupiter is a star disguised as a planet, which actually makes a lot of sense. The other 7 planets in the solar system are solid, while only Jupiter is gaseous. Being larger, it would definitely be absorbed and digested faster, providing Bai Jing with ample time to develop. But Ancient One actually said that Jupiter is dangerous. What danger could there be? Bai Jing turned back to his own body. He wasn't being cowardly, he just felt that absorbing from a gas giant wouldn't be as efficient as from a world made entirely of water, so he would better flip through books to see if there were any worlds made solely of water. At 8 in the morning, the buses heading to Midtown Manhattan began to bustle. The residents of Hell's Kitchen in the southwest area rubbed their dark circles, dragging their weary bodies to work. Due to last night's battle and gunfire, their sleep was far from restful, but they dared not voice their complaints, for everyone knew what kind of place this was, and speaking out could lead to death. We often see American news media criticizing politicians, the president, the police, and the system, even targeting superheroes, but have you ever seen them criticize the gangs? However, as they walked down the street, they noticed that the usual gloomy-looking thugs roaming aimlessly seemed to have diminished noticeably. Last night, a total of 7 gangs with over 100 members were cleared, 22 gangs with more than 30, but fewer than 100 members, and some smaller groups that also participated in the battle are still being counted. Ryan Daling held the report and added, "As for the remaining gangs that did not participate in the fight, they are small in number and scale and should be manageable." "Wait, what did you say?" Bai Jing seemed to have heard an unfamiliar term. "Chuan Jiao Erding." Ryan said with a humble smile, "I hired a Chinese teacher before, and this is an idiom I learned." Bai Jing realized that the term was supposed to mean to subdue without military action, signifying the ability to stabilize the situation with just a written document. Additionally, the character is not pronounced Jiao, but 11. It seems Ryan's teacher was somewhat of an amateur as well. "Why are you learning Chinese?" Bai Jing asked. "Well, isn't it easier for communication with you?" Ryan said shyly. Bai Jing nodded, noting that what is favored by those above must be emulated below. Perhaps soon the members of the order would voluntarily start learning Chinese. "What about Frank?" Bai Jing inquired. "He is still collecting firearms and apprehending gang members." Ryan Daling replied, "What should we do next?" "Just follow what we did in the Viper gang, eliminate those with criminal records and recruit those without. Also, we need to speak with each shop and business in the neighborhood. By the way, drugs and guns must also be banned. We will notify each household to surrender their firearms. If any are found, there will be a fine of 3,000, and if someone reports another with a gun and it is verified, a reward of 1,000. Ryan was stunned. "If we do this, the Rifle Association will definitely cause us trouble." "No worries, I've already dealt with the largest organizations. What do we have to fear from a small group like the Rifle Association?" Bai Jing said dismissively. The Rifle Association was certainly not a small organization. It had 5 million members, and the current president was one of them. But Bai Jing knew that power comes from the barrel of a gun. An organization with guns, but no ideology, was just a loose assembly. While they could interfere with politics to block gun control legislation, they had no way to influence Hell's Kitchen. As long as Bai Jing did not care about the government, the Rifle Association's influence was insignificant. This is what is meant by local officials being less effective than those currently in charge. If they have the guts, let them send people to assassinate. Bai Jing would kill as many as they sent. Ryan Daling fell silent. He had no idea Bai Jing had single-handedly wiped out a Brotherhood's training base, nor that he had conversed with S.H.I.E.L.D. He only felt that Bai Jing was playing with fire. But if Hell's Kitchen could truly become a zone free from guns and drugs, while remaining crime-free, it would be a veritable paradise. But there are no legal grounds for us to impose fines. Ryan hesitated. "What about the money?" "Use your brain. How do you usually squeeze money from an innocent person?" Bai Jing asked. Ryan understood. They were a gang after all. When did they start following the law? Even the Order had never claimed to be a legitimate organization. By the way, what about Pig Schultz? He's the president. Why haven't I seen him? He didn't even come to the meeting yesterday. This person was appointed by Bai Jing as the president of the Order. He's still hospitalized. Ryan replied. Bai Jing was speechless. Why is he still in the hospital? Well, the doctor said it was organ failure. Ryan Daling said. Bai Jing's method involved consuming 30 of a person's blood. Although it was dangerous, it only caused symptoms like blurred vision, thirst, dizziness, confusion, fainting, and weakness due to lack of oxygen. As long as he received a timely blood transfusion and rested for a while, he would be fine. But Pig was a heavy-set man to begin with, and he was already somewhat blood efficient. Losing so much blood at once was too much. I see. Bai Jing figured out the reason and sighed. What unfortunate luck. He then turned to Ryan Daling. From now on you will be the president of the order. You are the second generation of the order. Off. After briefly arranging the matters of Hell's Kitchen, which essentially revolved around gang turf wars, Bai Jing had little experience and nothing much to guide him on. He did not need to provide detailed guidance. As long as he maintained the overall direction of the order, everything would be fine. He also need not worry about the order exceeding his control. As long as his strength remained, the order would always be under his command. Thus, reading was the most important task. Bai Jing teleported back to Confrontation. He did not see Banner or Ancient One on the way, wondering how their studies were progressing. He hurried to the library, intending to browse the books detailing the coordinates of the multiverse, but when he arrived at the shelf, he found the spot for that book was empty. At the desk, someone was already reading. Bai Jing glanced at the content of the book and realized it was indeed the one he was looking for. Someone took it first. The person was a Caucasian, unremarkable in appearance, just an average face he did not recognize. If he did not recognize him, he felt awkward to strike up a conversation. Bai Jing simply distanced himself by one chair, sitting down and using gravity to probe. Gravity could penetrate matter, and books were no exception. With this method, he could read a book without opening it. However, he was still accustomed to holding the book in his hands while reading. But just as he sat down, the person handed the book over. Do you want to read this book? He asked. Yes. Bai Jing nodded. Aren't you reading anymore? Not anymore. If this book doesn't have what I'm looking for. The person shook his head and then asked, by the way, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Yes, my name is Bai Kunlun. You can call me Bai. Bai Jing said. Caecilius. The Caucasian smiled. Oh. Bai Jing turned in surprise to look at this person. Though unremarkable in appearance, his smile was warm and sincere, unlike the Caecilius who later appeared bitter and betrayed Ancient One. But in such a small camartage, the chances of sharing the same name were too slim. How do you know me? Seeing Bai Jing's surprised expression, Caecilius chuckled inwardly. Well, they all say you are the most talented magician in Camartage. Bai Jing thought before I arrived. Caecilius nodded with a smile. Though my talent is strong, hard work is still the most critical factor in magic. Relying solely on talent cannot make one a powerful magician. Seeing you here this early, you must be diligent. Keep it up. Oh. Bai Jing nodded in silence. Also, I think this book is still a bit too advanced for you. You should start with some more basic materials. Caecilius continued. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bai Jing was speechless. He only complimented him politely, yet he was the one lecturing him. Not to mention me, how could Banner and Strange behind me be less talented than you? You. Caecilius' smile immediately faded. What did you say? I said, are you teaching me how to do things? Bai Jing glared at Caecilius. I came to read, not to listen to you show off. You. Caecilius was about to explode with anger. Whose disciple are you? How could he take in such a disciple? Did he not teach you the qualities a magician should have? You traitor who killed your own kind, and master, how dare you talk to me about qualities? A sharp reprimand came, and the librarian Manara, who Bai Jing had never seen before in his previous visits to the library, finally appeared. Generally, librarians are quite powerful, but this Manara was not among them, because he did not love reading. Thus, when Caecilius came to steal books after his betrayal, Manara offered no resistance and was executed. Caecilius shot a glance at Bai Jing before turning to leave. Although everyone is equal in learning magic here, he did arrive. First, you should show him some respect. Manara approached Bai Jing and spoke softly. Bai Jing looked up and saw that he was of Indian descent, which explained his lack of love for reading. If he were a person from the Heavenly Dynasty, he would probably become a monk in less than 10 years. Bai Jing glanced at him with pity, wondering if he knew he would be executed by Caecilius years later. He ignored the man and buried himself in reading. Manara sighed, realizing that lecturing was futile. He couldn't exactly beat him up, fearing he might not win since he had heard he was also a genius. Forget it, I won't argue with him. The Book of Dimensions records some dimensional universe coordinates discovered by wizards practicing projection magic, though there are not many, totaling only 48, collectively referred to as the 48 realms. Worlds without magic and danger are known as primary worlds, of which there are a total of 28. Worlds with faint magic or other strange abilities are referred to as intermediate worlds, and such worlds are rare, totaling only 12. Higher level worlds are called the spirit realm, with a total of 7. These worlds are inhabited by intelligent races comparable to humans, some of which are even stronger than humans. The last and most powerful one is called the divine realm, where a race known as deities resides. These deities have lifespans of up to 5,000 years and possess great power, with the strongest among them rivaling the supreme wizards. The name of that world is called Asgard. The divine realm, spirit realm, and earth together form 9 worlds linked by the world tree, hence collectively referred to as the 9 realms. So Asgard is not in the universe. Bai Jing exclaimed in wonder. He had thought Asgard was some kind of planet, but it turned out to be a dimensional universe. However, it makes sense when you think about it. The technology of the Asgardians has been far ahead of Earth for so long that it is unreasonable for them not to see what the universe looks like. Yet they refer to the world as the 9 realms rather than the 9 stars. There are countless dimensional universes, but most are too small to deserve a name and are therefore not recorded in the book. Another situation is that if the dimension is too powerful or too dangerous, it will also not be recorded in this book to prevent wizards from accidentally entering. Forget about the 9 realms, Odin. That old man has been watching closely. Bai Jing doesn't want to go there now. He's in a developmental stage, and there's no need to confront such a powerful figure. There's no need to go to the intermediate worlds either. He is not there to learn skills, but to absorb water, so naturally the fewer troubles the better. Thus the primary worlds are very suitable. Among the 28 worlds, there are 7 worlds that contain water and 4 of them have abundant water. In the mountain sea realm, the waves are as high as mountains. This is the one. Bai Jing noted down the spell coordinates. To prevent the world from having too little water, he also recorded the coordinates of the other 6 worlds before placing the book back in its original position. As he stepped out, Bai Jing almost bumped into Mordo. Mordo looked at Bai Jing with a strange expression. Bai Jing glanced at him and sidestepped to return to his room. Bai, Mordo called out from behind. Is there something? Bai Jing turned and asked. I suggest you interact more with everyone. Since you arrived here, you've either been in your room or in the library. This is not good. You should make more friends. I'm here to learn, not to make friends. Bai Jing retorted. If I wanted to make friends, wouldn't it be better to go to a regular school where there are more people, younger, prettier, and more energetic? No. Mordo waved his hand. I just think that you will seem very out of place this way. Do you know what everyone is saying about you behind your back? Who cares? Bai Jing asked again. With so many types of magic and so many books in the library, it's not surprising to dedicate 10 or 20 years to research. Yet I don't see anyone borrowing a book to read. Instead, they have time to gossip. You think it's unusual for me to study seriously, but it's normal for them to talk about me behind my back. Mordo was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he asked, shouldn't learning be the entirety of life? Do you find joy in that? Bai Jing had just wondered why Mordo asked such a strange question. Now he understood. It turns out Mordo also grew up under the philosophy of joyful education. This version of Mordo is a black man, and his background story is somewhat different from that of Baron Mordo. However, it is not hard to guess why a black man could become a follower of the Ancient One. Mordo is nearly 40 this year and has followed the Ancient One for nearly 20 years, starting from 1988. There are 4 sanctums in the world, 1 in London, 1 in Hong Kong, 1 in New York, and 1 in Nepal. Around 1988, there were no black people in Nepal and Hong Kong, and in that era the UK and the US undoubtedly followed the philosophy of joyful education. This means there were no inquiries about grades, no exams, and what was learned in class was not important. What mattered was joy. Under this educational system, students enjoyed activities and sports, while they disliked top students and bookish individuals, calling them nerds. Those who enjoy watching American dramas should be familiar with this culture. Rick tells Morty to do less homework, claiming it affects intelligence, referring to the homework assigned under such an educational system, which aims only for students to be happy and will certainly impact intelligence. Growing up under such a system, Mordo's mindset is deeply ingrained and has even carried over to Kamartaj. This is the same scene Bai Jing sees now, where many wizards are training in the training ground while not a single person is in the library. The only one reading is Caecilius, which is no surprise as villains are often cunning and wise, valuing knowledge. Bai Jing looked at Mordo and said seriously, I love learning, it brings me joy. I cannot abandon learning for even a moment. To me, giving up learning is like giving up life. Mordo fell silent. Bai Jing waved his hand and said farewell. Bye. Mordo squinted, thinking of the new arrival Banner and the previous Caecilius. They all possess extraordinary talents and are all eager learners. This fills him as the Ancient One's top disciple with a strong sense of crisis. Bai Jing paid no attention to what Mordo was thinking. He knew that Baron Mordo spiraled into darkness after Strange became the supreme wizard, and this Mordo had no idea what the future held. But in any case, he would not be his opponent. With the black hole in hand, the world is mine. Mountain Sea Realm, here I come. In the small room, as Bai Jing chanted, his spirit left his body. Using a special incantation combined with spatial coordinates, Bai Jing felt as if he had passed through a thick barrier. In the blink of an eye, the bright world of 1 o'clock in the afternoon turned dim. What he saw was a sky full of stars and the raging tides beneath his feet. The stars were not from this world, but projections of celestial bodies from the outside. However, the waves beneath his feet were undeniably real. This was a sea and expanse so vast that Bai Jing's vision could not discern an end, nor could he see even a single fish or island. This is a world entirely composed of water. A thunderous sound like thunder echoed in the sky. Bai Jing hurriedly looked up to see a wave connecting heaven and earth, resembling a moving wall rushing towards him. The waves are as high as mountains. The waves are as high as mountains. This is simply the Red Earth continent. Bai Jing gazed at the towering waves, recalling the fear of humanity being dominated by giants. This is exactly what I wanted. With excitement, Bai Jing dove headfirst into the water. To create a portal, a clear image must first form in his mind. Only then can the portal transport him. Therefore, he must descend to the depths of the sea, find a fixed image, and then record it. The depth of this water is unknown. Bai Jing activated his absorption ability, descending while absorbing. After half an hour, he still had not reached the bottom. What the heck, my speed must be around 120 kilometers per hour. I've descended 60 kilometers and still haven't reached the bottom. Bai Jing exclaimed, the deepest trench on Earth is only 11 kilometers. He did not believe in superstition and continued to dive. However, half an hour later, looking at the pitch-black ocean below, Bai Jing felt a bit anxious. He was quite bold, but the key was that in a sea 120 kilometers deep, there wasn't a single fish. The darkness below gave Bai Jing an unsettling feeling, as if he were sinking into a solid abyss. Forget it, let's stop here for today. Bai Jing was unsure when it would end. What if he kept going for another hour and still didn't reach the bottom? When coming here, he needed to chant spells to sense coordinates, but returning didn't require that. His body itself was the most visible coordinate. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jing returned to his body and sensed the gravitational range. 7 meters. Looking at the time, only a short while had passed. Bai Jing was surprised to see that it was already 7:30 p.m. Had he really been in the water world for 6 hours? That's not right. It is known that the speed of thought is extremely fast. I spent an hour in the water world in a spiritual state, and theoretically the actual time outside should have passed less than a second. But in reality, 6 hours had passed outside. This means that the time ratio of this world is absurdly different from reality. A day in the water world is equivalent to decades on Earth. Maybe if he were to go there in his true form just to relieve himself and return, everyone outside would have grandchildren. Bai Jing quickly flipped through the book searching for descriptions of the water world. He looked up, down, left, and right, but found no mention of the time ratio. I understand now. Bai Jing thought for a moment and realized the reason. Because the water world consists solely of water, there is nothing else of value to wizards, so they do not venture there in person. At most, they would use spiritual projection to take a look. The time of the spirit and the time of reality are inherently relative. The time in the water world and the time of reality are also relative. By dividing these two relative values, it is concluded that the time of the spirit in the water world and the time of the outside world is close to a 1:1 ratio. That is, 1 hour of spirit time in the water world equals 1 hour in reality. Wizards viewing the water world this way would naturally overlook the time differences. This can be likened to the sun and the moon. The sun represents spiritual time, while the moon represents water world time. The sun is n times larger than Earth, and Earth is n times larger than the moon. However, due to distance, we see the moon and the sun as the same size. Bai Jing's situation is that his spiritual realm is too low, equivalent to Earth being too small. Therefore, in a spiritual state, the time ratio is quite small, resulting in him spending 1 hour in the water world equivalent to 6 hours in reality. Once his spirit becomes stronger, he can achieve a 1:1 ratio of spirit time to the outside world. Although the time ratio is starkly different, the water pressure at a depth of nearly 120 kilometers is much higher than that of the Hudson River. My absorption rate of water has not slowed significantly. Bai Jing made a simple calculation and realized that despite the time difference, going to the mountain sea realm to absorb water for an hour every day would still be a pure profit. The key is that the water in the mountain sea realm can be absorbed freely, whereas on Earth, his current gravitational diameter has reached 7 meters. Such a large absorption capacity would surely attract attention in the Hudson River, and even in the deep sea, it would likely be noticed by the Ancient One. Moreover, the crucial point is that as the gravitational field grows, such absorption could lead to climate issues. In short, it is restrictive and awkward. Then he'll go for 2 hours every day, which is equivalent to 12 hours in the real world. This way I can increase the gravitational field by about 1 meter each day. Bai Jing thought, I can dive even deeper to see if there is a seabed in the mountain sea realm. Time passed day by day. The Order Society had just acquired a territory 5 times larger than their original influence, and now they needed to stabilize, recruit, manage, and negotiate with merchants. Bai Jing checked in at the society daily, spending most of his time in the temple reading, studying magic, absorbing the gravitational field of water, and learning physics from Banner. Let's go out and practice. Banner entered excitedly. We are magicians, we must embody the image of a magician. What magician fights in close combat? Bai Jing shook his head. Even if you kill me, I won't go. Come on, come on. Today Master Wang is teaching Tai Chi. It's powerful for combat and good for the body and mind. A moment later on the playground, Bai Jing followed old Wang's movements, practicing the martial arts with every move. This was a practical Tai Chi, unlike the mock gestures Bai Jing had attempted before. Even though Bai Jing felt the martial arts were not particularly useful, learning them fulfilled a long-held dream of his to be a martial artist. While they settled down, their opponents were restless, unable to sleep well. What? The government organization can't enter Hell's Kitchen. Are you still the government? Why are you afraid of him? Jin Bing shouted. Jin Bing, the government is not your tool. We have our own considerations. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. If you want to deal with the Order Society, do it yourself. Don't expect us to help you. Moreover, because of your mess, we suffered significant losses. Remember to compensate with extra money, otherwise I can't explain it to my superiors. Fuck. Jin Bing slammed his phone down. When it came to collecting money, everyone agreed readily. But when it comes to doing the job, they act as if they are dead. Jin Bing. The old butler silently picked up the phone from the ground and glanced at Jin Bing. They will regret this. Jin Bing gritted his teeth. Superhumans. As the king of the underworld, he naturally had channels to learn about the existence of superhumans, but he had never paid attention to them. After all, the previous superhumans had been like rats in the gutter, lacking presence. Until this encounter with Bai Jing. The assassination failed, and the assassination organization backed by the government also failed, to the point where he didn't even know what he had done to cause the government to surrender directly. By the way, I remember that the Roxxon Company is seeking investment. Jin Bing suddenly asked. Yes, replied the old butler. Is Roxxon Company researching gene transplantation? Jin Bing asked again. The old butler nodded. Bring their company leader to me. Ooh, I want to talk to them. In Hell's Kitchen Southeast District, the residence of the Dreister family. The previous Dreister godfather, John Mish, was a typical exhibitionist, not in the sense that he liked to expose his body, but rather in his flamboyant behavior, having provoked the American judicial system multiple times. He was interrogated 3 times, but was released each time due to lack of evidence. He publicly stated to the media that there was no such thing as the mafia. He was merely the owner of a garment factory with an annual profit of 1,000, yet he wore suits worth 2,000, sported a 4,000 watch, and drove a 1,000 car, making no one believe his words. In 1995, a John Mish was arrested, and in front of thousands of onlookers he proclaimed, "He'll be out in half an hour." However, less than 20 minutes later he was bailed out. Since then, the New York police's reputation was tarnished. To mock them, Time magazine even made John Mish the cover character, calling him the spokesperson of New York City. But fortresses are often breached from within. In 1996, John Mish's advisor and deputy Falro was arrested. The police used provocation tactics to stimulate Falro, indicating that John Mish would send someone to eliminate him and then arrange for prison guards to attack Falro. Falro truly believed John Mish was going to kill him. He immediately betrayed Mish, providing police with a wealth of evidence of Mish's crimes, leading to Mish's ultimate arrest. The new godfather, Clara Mish, took control of the Dreister family in 1997. He learned from John Mish's mistakes to act low-key and conduct affairs discreetly. Under his leadership, the Dreister family's influence shrank from all of New York to Hell's Kitchen, and ultimately to the southeastern part of Hell's Kitchen. However, a smaller territory meant reduced burdens and less confrontation with other gangs, allowing the Dreister family to concentrate their funds and efforts on legitimate industries. On one hand, they took advantage of New York's rapid development to enter the real estate sector, and on the other hand, they capitalized on the growth of the internet to enter the information and network industry. Originally, they were also involved in the film industry, just as their ancestors had been shooting 3 Godfather films that almost whitewashed the mafia. But in this era of diverse cinema, gangster films were no longer popular, and with The Godfather in the past, it was hard to surpass, and ultimately this plan fell through. In 12 years, the Dreister family's territory shrank by nearly tenfold, but their assets grew nearly 100-fold. Now, members of the Dreister family wore designer brands, drove luxury cars, were accompanied by beautiful women when going out, and had professional butlers and chefs at home, becoming a nobility of hidden reputation, yet substantial background in New York City. However, facing the aggressive Order Society next door, they still dared not underestimate them. Unlike Jin Bing, who had only an old butler by his side, the Dreister family had a professional advisory group. The chief advisor, Wolf Meyer, was a Jew whose grandfather began serving the Dreister family, and he had a famous saying that has been passed down to this day. To prove that your friends will receive your protection, your enemies will be punished, and those who refuse to support you will regret their actions. This saying has far-reaching influence and has even entered the White House, becoming one of the principles of the American government. The members of the advisory group are all experts in natural sciences, sociology, and psychology from various universities, They earn considerable salaries to devise various institutional policies and decisions for the Dreister family. At this moment in the spacious conference room, nearly 50-year-old Clara Mish sat at the head resting his hands on a cane, squinting at several advisors below, each wearing glasses and flipping through a not overly thick document. Soon the rustling of pages ceased. "Everyone, what are your views on the Order Society?" Clara Mish finally opened his eyes, gazing gently at those present. "This is an organization like the Black Panther Party. Is the American government just watching it grow?" Wolf voiced his doubts, glancing at another person beside him. The Black Panther Party was a black organization active in the 1980s, advocating that political power grows from the barrel of a gun, insisting that all black people should carry guns when they went out to confront the police, thus ushering in peace. Additionally, their demands were no different from those of other black gangs, including wanting access to education, seeking exemption from military service, desiring freedom from police brutality, and wanting freedom for blacks imprisoned in various jails, as well as seeking houses, bread, and land, among other things. They claimed to admire Chairman Mao, but they only saw Mao's books as tools for making money, buying them for a penny in Chinatown and selling them for $1 at universities without truly studying Mao's thoughts. Therefore, the Black Panther Party is generally not considered to be GC activists, but rather a black organization with slight differences from other black groups. This organization reached its peak in the 1970s, to the extent that gun control laws, which were previously impossible to pass, were eventually enacted due to the activism of the Black Panther Party. However, as violent incidents involving the Black Panther Party increased, public disdain for the organization grew, and with police and various organizations stirring the pot, the number of Black Panthers dwindled, leading to their complete decline by the early 1980s. The Order Society is fundamentally different from the Black Panther Party, but Wolf did not care about these distinctions. He only wanted to categorize the Order Society as a similar organization. After all, the Order Society shares one similarity with the Black Panther Party. Both seek armed self-defense and community autonomy, which the U.S. absolutely does not want to see. American police might tolerate the rise of a gang like the emergence of underworld kingpins such as Gene Bing, but they absolutely do not wish to see the birth of another Black Panther Party. What's more frightening is that the godfather of the Order Society is a Tian Chao person, another advisor remarked. But he is not just any godfather, his strength is formidable. Ordinary firearms and assassinations are ineffective against him, and we cannot just drop bombs in the city. The middle-aged man being watched by Wolf slowly spoke. His name was Lev de Wilson, a law professor at New York University. Besides being an advisor to the Dreister family, he also held the position of legal advisor to a senator, so his words in a sense represented the government's view. So we just let him roam free. Wolf continued to ask, "Superhumans are not uncommon. Why is he so difficult to deal with? If a superhuman could run rampant in Hell's Kitchen, this world would have long since become a realm of superhumans. We should be bowing down to them. The government's primary weapon against superhumans is firearms, and there have only been 2 instances of superhumans who can ignore bullets." Lev de Wilson replied calmly, "Those 2 brutes who fought in Manhattan last week, but they were low in intelligence when using their abilities, and we have many ways to deal with them. But the one from the Order Society is not only immune to handguns, even long-range sniper tactics are ineffective." Wolf fell silent. He was not a fool. The government would certainly not use ordinary sniper rifles to kill a superhuman, but rather anti-material sniper rifles. Such rifles could penetrate a tank, yet they were helpless against a superhuman. The next methods that could be attempted would only be missiles or nuclear bombs. But the one from the Order Society lived in Hell's Kitchen, an area densely populated with residents. Would they bomb their own territory? If successful, it would be seen as competent leadership, but what if it failed? Moreover, he possesses not only strength, but also intelligence beyond the ordinary. Lev de Wilson continued, "A superhuman with both strength and intelligence would be a headache, even for the government. Don't we have our own superhumans?" Wolf asked. Lev de Wilson shook his head no. Under the influence of American individual heroism, even if someone mutated into a superhuman, they wouldn't choose to ally with the government. Being a superhero is much better. Moreover, the government is not clean, as siding with them does not mean getting houses and women. Instead, one would be asked to cooperate with experiments. So we are not his opponents, right? Clara Mish, who had been watching for a long time, finally spoke. "Yes, I do not recommend confronting him directly." Lev said, "Even if we destroy the Order Society, as long as he is alive, it will be meaningless. Instead, we must constantly guard against a terrifying enemy." "Then what is your suggestion, Mr. Lev?" Clara Mish asked. "I believe we do not necessarily have to be enemies." Lev said, "The Dreister family has wealth, women, and resources. If we want power, we can support him in running for election. If he wants to do business, we can create a company specifically for him to meet all his needs. In this way, the Dreister family can preserve itself." Clara Mish frowned. Professor Leff, if I remember correctly, you are from province. Clara Mish nodded. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean we are effectively surrendering? No, we are using a trivial amount of money to exchange for a powerful alliance with a superhuman. You should know what this means for the Dreister family. Lefta Wilson said seriously. Clara Mish fell into deep thought. Indeed, why did the previous godfather die tragically in the streets? Why was the last godfather betrayed by his deputy? And why did he hide his identity, becoming wealthy, yet not daring to reveal his name? Wasn't it out of fear of the government? But if there were such a powerful superhuman, why should the Dreister family remain confined to a small Hell's Kitchen, afraid to expand? What glory did the 5 major families of the United States once have? Clara Mish thought for a moment. His young daughter, only in her early 20s and stunningly beautiful, could captivate that Tian Chao boy's heart. Bai Jing and Banner were progressing rapidly. Bai Jing's strength was increasing daily as he absorbed the water from the Shanghai realm, transforming each day. Banner, on the other hand, was enhanced by the unique dimensional space within him. When he refused to transform the energy, this energy surprisingly birthed a consciousness known as Hulk, proving its powerful amplification effect on the mind. Now, using magical means, Banner began to draw energy from the space, and the speed of his mental growth was also astonishing. Both of them were starting to gain a reputation in Camartage, but not because of their strength, rather it was because they were both bookworms. Although neither of them really cared. Mirror Dimension. One day, after absorbing water all day, Bai Jing's spirit returned, and while he was habitually sensing the dimensions, he suddenly discovered a new dimension. This dimension was similar to the magical dimension he sensed at first, existing as an extension of the main universe spread throughout the cosmos. It was indeed the mirror dimension. So I can use the mirror space now. Bai Jing was somewhat astonished. Not because he was surprised at how fast he was progressing, but because he felt he was too slow. At this moment, he had already been in Camartage for nearly 20 days, and the gravitational range he could control was a sphere with a radius of 22 meters. His mental strength had increased more than double since he first began learning magic. Yet even so, he had only just learned mirror magic, which showed how high the mental demands of this magic were. Bai Jing felt that there were always people better than him. He remembered that Strange had mastered it in no time. Perhaps it took about a week. However, Strange's mental fortitude was indeed formidable, able to endure the pain of countless deaths, which allowed him to trap Dormammu in a time loop. If it were someone else, they might not manage to do it. But Bai Jing did not think this method was particularly effective. It only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. When the time stone was destroyed by Thanos and Dormammu returned, what would he do then? Mirror space. Bai Jing recited the incantation, opening the mirror space, and then stepped inside. The mirror space is a reflection of reality. Thus, everything that exists in reality is mirrored in this space, including temperature, humidity, plants, animals, and humans, all of which change in accordance with the reality. He discovered that the mirror space possessed a powerful force that maintained the consistency of all objects in reality within this world. Moreover, no matter what was destroyed, this power would restore it to its original appearance in reality. Therefore, in the real world, breaking a vase was merely a casual act, but in the mirror space, it required nearly 10 times the effort. Furthermore, after a certain amount of time, the vase you shattered would restore itself. Hence, in the mirror space, the consumption of any magic automatically increases tenfold, and after a certain period, the effects of the magic will also dissipate. It was indeed suitable for practicing dangerous spells. For example, Bai Jing extended his hand, and 5 pieces of adamantium flew out automatically. Transform. As he uttered the spell, the 5 beads rapidly transformed into 5 long swords. This speed can barely be applied in actual combat. Bai Jing felt the speed of change. Initially, it took him nearly 2.5 hours to turn a bead into a sword, but now it only took a few seconds. Bai Jing soared into the air, standing on one of the swords, chanting, "Fly." The long sword rode the wind, and in just a few minutes he reached the nearby Fishtail Peak. Fishtail Peak rises 6,997 meters above sea level, named for its peak's resemblance to a fishtail. This mountain is extremely beautiful, thus many pictures introducing the Himalayas in the country feature this mountain. However, for the locals, it is a sacred mountain and the government prohibits climbing it. As a result, up until now, no one has ever climbed it. Although Bai Jing possessed superpowers, he did not wish to break this rule, so he only came to take a look when the mirror space was activated. Standing at the mountain peak looking down at the city of Guilliman, Bai Jing was filled with excitement. This was the essence of cultivation, being able to achieve things previously thought impossible. He turned his head to look the other way. This was Tibet in the Celestial Empire. He was a person from the Celestial Empire, yet having crossed over, he had yet to visit it even once. Perhaps it was the fear of returning home, or perhaps the anxiety of a familiar place without familiar faces. Bai Jing did not know what he was thinking. He only felt a whirlwind of emotions, his steps light, yet he could never take that step forward. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. What should I return for now? I have no achievements and no fame. The country does not lack my fighting power. Bai Jing transformed the adamantium into a bed and lay down on the mountaintop watching the sunset and then the starry sky. Then someone landed beside him. Wearing a yellow robe, Ancient One looked down at the nearly transparent adamantium and smiled. This is a great material. It can be crafted into a fine set of magical artifacts. In watching the stars, feeling inspired, contemplating poetry, songs, and the philosophy of life. Could you refrain from speaking about these things? Bai Jing replied, somewhat speechless. The Ancient One was also a lively person. Treating her as a friend or an older sister was entirely acceptable. As they became familiar, their conversations became more casual. You're still young, why think so much? The Ancient One shook her head. This is a very serious matter. As a magician, the most important thing is to live in the present. I know you're worried that I might fall into nihilism. Bai Jing smiled and said, but I still have many things I want to do. How could I possibly become lost? Once a person loses their goal, they fall into confusion. If it were just an ordinary person's confusion, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, no matter how mundane life gets, losing one's dreams only leads to that. It poses no danger to society. But a magician possesses great power. If they become bored, who knows what they might do? What if they decide to destroy the world? What if they want to unify the world? What if they wish to annihilate humanity? What if they desire to create a world filled only with JK girls? Thus, as a magician, it is crucial to maintain enthusiasm for life and a love for living. Looking at the Ancient One, over 500 years old, her mindset was still like that of a child. However, when she found her successor and realized her disciple had begun to question her, she quickly fell into nihilism and ultimately chose death. I'm studying astronomy with Banner. Bai Jing said, I know there are more stars in the sky than grains of sand in the desert. How many of those stars have civilizations? What brilliant cultures have they created? The world is already vast. I haven't finished exploring it, let alone the enormous universe and the multiverse. I want to see all of it. Bai Jing added in his heart, and where is the road back? He did not long for his past life. He was merely curious about who brought him to this world. What about the black holes in my eyes? What was the purpose of sending me here? The Ancient One looked at Bai Jing, her gaze tinged with a hint of envy. She was far less free than the boy before her, because she had already seen her future, but Bai Jing's future held endless possibilities. Do you have to return to New York every day? The Ancient One suddenly asked. Yes, there are some matters to attend to. Bai Jing replied nervously, aren't we in a Buddhist realm? Can't I leave once I come here? The New York Sanctum happens to need a magician, and since you need to return often, why not take on that position? The Ancient One suggested. Bai Jing was startled. Oh, wasn't there already a magician at the New York Sanctum? Old Wang was doing quite well, why replace him? Or do you not want to? The Ancient One asked. Not at all. Bai Jing shook his head. Being a resident magician didn't seem to be a big deal and wouldn't hinder his magic studies. He just didn't understand why the Ancient One wanted to take this extra step. The Ancient One nodded, smiling, and entered the portal. Bai Jing thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a reason, so he simply followed her out. Upon returning through the portal, Wang was already waiting at the entrance, leaving one to wonder if Gu had intentionally opened the door. Bai Jing greeted him, asking, why are you stepping down? Wang replied, I never wanted to be out here. It was merely a temporary situation with no one else available. Wang said earnestly, now I've simply returned to the life I enjoy. All right. Bai Jing nodded. Wang was not an immigrant. In fact, his ancestors had begun training with the mages over 1,000 years ago, and this tradition continued through the generations. Let me show you around. Wang summoned a portal and walked in front with Bai Jing following him into the main hall of the New York Sanctum. The books here are actually projections of the Nepalese temple, allowing me to read here as well. Wang pointed to a rotating panel at the entrance, saying, if you don't like it, you can switch to other scenes such as a regular hall with modern decor. With a twist, the entire hall's decor instantly transformed into a clean and tidy space, revealing only an empty hall. With another twist, the hall changed again, the floor becoming square marble tiles with modern sofas, a television, a kitchen, and even a refrigerator. What about the last option? Bai Jing asked, pointing at the final choice, considering there were 4 options in total. This option is currently empty. Wang explained, you can set up a hall of your liking. Oh, okay. Bai Jing nodded, wondering if this was still magic architecture. Quite intelligent indeed. On the second floor, various magical items were displayed. This place has seen over 20 mages, and the artifacts they used are generally stored here. Wang walked past the display cases and said, you can attempt to gain their recognition, and you'll have your own artifact. Bai Jing nodded, but recalled that Gu Yi had designed a path for him to create his own artifacts, so he could merely look at these. Of course, if he did encounter an artifact he wished to follow, there was no need to reject it. The third floor is your own space. There is a magical laboratory here. As Bai Jing stepped onto the third floor, he discovered it was truly vast. The area here was 4 to 5 times larger than the first and second floors, with some kind of expansion array used. There are several portals here with fixed environments, desert ocean, grassland mountains, forests, rocky mountains, snow mountains, etc. You can look for yourself later. These scenes can all be used for magical training. Wang said, however, if the scene has people, it's best to open a mirror space. The desert is fine though. Bai Jing nodded. That's about it. Wang added, as for the responsibilities here, one aspect is to guard this place, ensuring it cannot be breached, as this sanctum is connected to a defensive barrier. Secondly, if a gifted person enters and is willing to learn magic, they can be brought to Kamartaj. Bai Jing asked, aren't you afraid it'll scare everyone away? Wang chuckled, generally no one comes. I've guarded this place for 20 years, and you are the only one. Oh, Bai Jing was speechless, realizing that no one came at all. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Wang said, okay. Bai Jing watched Wang leave and began to explore the sanctum, examining the various artifacts and what materials they were made of. Materials like the branches of the world tree must have excellent effects if consumed. Bai Jing murmured as he looked at a wand-like artifact. The wand in the glass cabinet trembled slightly. Well, there's really nothing much to see. For someone unfamiliar with magic, this room was fascinating, filled with interesting things. Yet for Bai Jing, a mage with considerable experience, it was rather mundane. He might as well go take a nap and adjust to the time difference. Generally, Bai Jing would arrive at the Order Society in the morning to check the current progress of the Society's control over the southwestern area of Hell's Kitchen. Afterwards, he would either read magic books or works of natural science and papers. In the evening, he would mentally enter the Shanhai Jing, gather water, and conveniently dive into the ocean to see just how deep it was. As time passed and his flying speed increased, he had now dived into a depth of 400 kilometers in the ocean, yet the Shanhai Jing still seemed bottomless. Or perhaps the Shanhai Jing didn't have a concept of depth at all. Time passed quite fulfillingly. That morning, Danny brought a black-haired, black-eyed girl to the office and gently knocked on the door. What is it? Bai Jing looked up at the visitor. He had seen Danny often enough that he wasn't interested in looking again. He was focused on the newcomer. Danny had straight brows, shallow eye sockets, large and spirited eyes, a modestly proportioned nose, and fair skin. This person was not of Asian descent, but had a face that blended both Eastern and Western features strikingly close to Bai Jing's aesthetic, giving off a sense of Audrey Hepburn at first glance. Noticing his heart fluttering, Bai Jing slightly squinted, releasing the constraints on his eyes. In an instant, the beautiful woman before him transformed into a conglomeration of countless cellular structures with twisted blood vessels resembling centipedes. The beauty before him instantly became a mass of cellular tissue. The slight ripples in his heart promptly settled. What Bai Jing was doing was exceedingly dangerous. Enemies would employ various tactics against him, necessitating his extreme caution. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled against the allure of beautiful women, yet Bai Jing was different. His discerning eyes were a nemesis to beauty, making it impossible for him to develop feelings for any woman. Beauty traps, non-existent. He called this maneuver the Eye of Truth. Beneath the truth, the beauty is revealed. This is Valentina St. Martin. Danny handed over a document introducing a master's degree in financial engineering from New York University. She is the assistant Mr. Matt recruited for you. Oh, hello. Bai Jing nodded. So what does this assistant generally handle? Everything you need. Valentina smiled and stepped forward, shaking Bai Jing's hand, saying, I mean everything. Bai Jing paused and said, then could you take out the trash from my bin first? Valentina was taken aback, then picked up the trash bin and stormed out. Bai Jing shrugged. Is there a problem with my request? She did say she could do anything. After all, she is a high achiever, and for taking out the trash, don't we have a janitor? Danny was somewhat speechless. Her boss was great in every way, yet sometimes he was just too unappreciative of women. Did he not like women at all? Danny was momentarily stunned. It seemed quite reasonable. His attitude towards Matt Murdock and Frank Castle was far more favorable than mine. Bai Jing was unaware of her thoughts. In fact, he was eavesdropping at that moment. He heard Valentina take the trash downstairs, but did not immediately return. Instead, she took out her phone and began to call. I think this is simply unacceptable. He has a strong control over his emotions and doesn't even glance my way. I need to clean up the internal spies. How could someone with such an unknown background be arranged to be by my side? Bai Jing immediately thought of mate, but felt that it didn't make sense for him. However, one must always be vigilant. I need to continue observing. While flipping through the information provided by Danny, Bai Jing listened to Valentina on the phone below and had already figured out her background. She is the youngest daughter of the Dreister family from Sicily, Italy, who has received elite education since childhood, mastering piano, dance, Chinese, French, English, painting, and the arts. At the age of 15, she came to the United States for school, entered New York University at 17, and now at 23, she has already earned a master's degree in financial engineering from NYU. A girl like her should have been introduced to a financial or political star bringing political or economic allies to the Dreister family after a marriage alliance. But now the Dreister family is facing an offensive from the Order Society, and survival is a problem, so allies are naturally put on hold. Moreover, having Bai Jing as a son-in-law isn't a loss. With a superpowered son-in-law, an ordinary mafia family would transform into an extraordinary family. If they have children in the future, they might inherit superpowers. It's a guaranteed profit. Unfortunately, Bai Jing remained calm with his true I, while Valentina, who was deeply knowledgeable about microexpressions and psychology, immediately noticed the changes in his expression. She was not the kind of woman who would indulge in self-delusion. On the contrary, she clearly realized that such a man was beyond her grasp. Rather than striving hard only to fail, it's better to give up early. This is a talented individual. Listening to Valentina's logical and coherent negotiations with the person on the other end of the phone, Bai Jing felt that her credentials must be solid. Her talents far surpassed Dani, who was useless apart from her looks by 100-fold. Moreover, she was not sent by any organization, but was from a mafia family posing no threat to him. Wait, why am I thinking this way? What if that organization is disguising itself as the daughter of a mafia family? Or how do I know she hasn't joined some other organization? Bai Jing felt a chill. The beauty trap is terrifying. Even with my true I was almost caught after she displayed her talents. Terrifying, terrifying. Bai Jing stopped paying attention to Valentina below. On the other end of Valentina's phone call, Klamish sat heavily listening to her report before silently hanging up the phone. It seems the beauty trap won't work, said Wolf. Next we have only 3 choices. 3 more. Klamish raised his head in surprise, thinking I thought there were no options left but to go to war. Yes. Wolf nodded. The first is to seek peace, to lay it all out plainly and ask him what he wants. I believe there is nothing that can't be negotiated. If he says it can't be done, it's certainly just a matter of insufficient leverage. Klamish shook his head. If his daughter couldn't hold him, choosing this option would truly mean surrender, leaving no cover at all. What about the second option? Klamish asked. Fight hard. Wolf said, I don't believe he can dominate everything. If he really is that strong, what he wants wouldn't just be a Hell's Kitchen, he should want the entire world. But Mr. Wilson said that there are no more powerful, superpowered individuals in America. Klamish responded. There may not be any in America, but perhaps elsewhere. In any case, he must have people or forces that fear him in this world. The Wolf family has a long heritage and knows that there is a group of hidden mages in the world who might be able to deal with this person. But I've never even heard of such an organization. If it really exists, it will surely be difficult to find. What if we find them after we've already been wiped out? Klamish shook his head. This idea sounded good, but there was no time. There is still one more method. Wolf thought for a moment and added, Do you know, Father, that there are gods in this world? God certainly exists. Klamish replied, pointing at his forehead and chest. He is a devout Catholic. I'm not referring to that God, but to the gods of mythology like Zeus or Odin. Wolf said. Klamish frowned. How is that possible? If they existed, why have I never heard of them? Wolf pouted. Your Dreister family is only 100 years old, a newly rich family. Our Wolf family has existed for 2,000 years. How much do you think you know? I've only heard that someone used a relic to summon a deity. Wolf said, I think we can give it a try. It feels like a plot from a third-rate anime. Klamish shook his head. Relics and such. Shut up. These 3 sacred artifacts exist. They are just temporarily lost. Klamish jumped up. It's fine if you say that other gods' relics don't exist, but if you say mine doesn't exist, you're looking for death. Yes, the relics I'm talking about are similar things. Bullshit. The 3 sacred artifacts are the best in the world. Klamish retorted. Yes. Those alien gods may just be powerful mortals like that person. The foolish people of the past called them gods. The true God is only my Lord. Though Wolf was Jewish, he did not believe in God. He only knew that money could do whatever he wanted, so he believed in money. And his patron was Klamish, so naturally Klamish was his God. He just needed to speak according to him. That's more like it. After hearing Wolf's words, Klamish felt somewhat satisfied. So, where can we find those relics you mentioned? If we summon an alien god who knows it might even submit to me. What are you thinking? Wolf shrugged and said, I don't have any news on that right now, but we can try offering a reward on the black market. I think if there's a relic at home that can't be eaten or drunk, why not exchange it for a few $1 million? That makes sense. Klamish nodded. You handle this matter. Let's offer a reward of 5,030. No, let's set it at 10 million. Wolf sighed. This is not the time to be frugal. What are you being stingy for? 10 million, not to mention relics, even ancient antiques would be too expensive. Forget it, let's try. We can talk about it once we find something. After all, the Dreister family has many action teams. As long as we get news, we can either trade or just rob. So what's the last choice? Flemish pondered for a long time, suddenly recalling that he seemed to have one more option. Wolf paused for a moment and said, "The 36 stratagems, the best strategy is to retreat. I suggest we move to California, far away from him. The development prospects there are also very good. Many companies we invested in have their headquarters there." Flemish twitched his lips at this method. "How should I put it? Is quite good. But my Dreister family has been in New York for over 100 years. How can I explain to the family elders if we just leave?" Wolf nodded, saying that he was correct. A family that has existed for over 100 years cannot just leave because of fear of one person. They would be laughed at by other families. "Perhaps we can try the first two options first. If that doesn't work, we can leave." Flemish asked again. "Mr. By here is the invitation from the Dreist family." Valentina placed a rather luxurious-looking invitation on Bai Jing's table. "Oh." Bai Jing took the invitation, feeling its weight, and scanned its material, discovering that the golden sunflower on the surface was made of pure gold. Truly worthy of a century-old aristocracy, they are quite extravagant. Upon opening the invitation, the contents came into view. Celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Animal Care Foundation dinner. Bai Jing looked up. "What is this Animal Care Foundation?" "This is a foundation led by the Morgan Consortium with investments from various families aimed at protecting wildlife, breeding, combating illegal poaching, selling, and breeding activities, among others." Valentina explained. "It is quite famous across America, especially the charity dinner of the foundation every February, where many celebrities and major entrepreneurs participate." "What a joke." Bai Jing sneered. "Reply to them, I agree." He was somewhat curious why the Dreist family would invite him to such an event. Were they seeking reconciliation? Are they trying to corrupt me with the candy-coated bullets of capitalism? Bai Jing glanced at the venue of the banquet and suddenly remembered something. He spread out a map of New York City and studied it, then froze. Still in disbelief, Bai Jing tapped the table, and his capable assistant Valentina rushed in. "Where is this place?" Bai Jing pointed to a building next to the Hudson River. "Oh, it's the Chinese Consulate General in New York." Valentina leaned in to take a look and replied, "What the hell?" Bai Jing was shocked. "Why is she here so close?" Valentina nodded. "Didn't you know this already?" "I had no idea." Bai Jing was speechless. The headquarters of the Viper Gang was located by the Hudson River at 45th Street, and the Chinese consulate was just 3 streets over at 42 ND Street. Theoretically, this consulate is within the jurisdiction of the Order Society, making them neighbors. Can you believe the Chinese consulate is in Hell's Kitchen? So many protagonists in Marvel novels come to Hell's Kitchen, yet they never thought to seek help. Bai Jing in his past life wouldn't have paid attention to such things. He had never been to America. Moreover, the Chinese consulate has been sufficiently low-key for such a long time that nothing has reached Bai Jing's ears. If he had known earlier. Wait, I don't know, but S-H-I-E-L-D must know. Bai Jing frowned. So have they suspected any connections between me and that side? However, after thinking it over, he felt that whether they suspected or not was actually irrelevant. He had carved out such a large territory through strength, with all his subordinates being Americans. If it escalated to a national level, S-H-I-E-L-D would be the first to lose face. After all, if you can't handle a random person sent by the Chinese government, what are you doing? Furthermore, given his way of operating, they probably already consider him a G-cyst. Whether he has state support or not is actually unimportant, since both sides are already enemies. Not taking action was merely a temporary inability to do so. He was unaware that at this moment S-H-I-E-L-D was chasing leads, searching the world for that former superpower. However, being so close does make it convenient for me to connect with that side. Bai Jing thought, first making himself invisible and flying out of the base, covering less than 600 meters before arriving at the embassy entrance. So big. Bai Jing was somewhat speechless as he looked at the building before him. He had thought it would just be a courtyard with a few people working inside, but upon arrival, he found it to be a 20-story-shaped building. While flying invisibly in the air, Bai Jing scanned all the rooms, memorizing the crucial parts, then returned to start working. After spending half a day learning how to use EDA software, he began drafting. 20 minutes later, Bai Jing put down the keyboard. "I feel this is too brainless. The input speed of the mouse and keyboard limits my brain activity." Bai Jing looked at a drawing on the computer. While he could visualize thousands of drawings in his mind, he had only managed to create this one on the computer. "Perhaps I can try using my abilities to draw." After thinking, Bai Jing shouted outside, "Valentina, get me 6 computers and buy 6 graphic tablets." Nowadays, the American market is extremely developed. There are computer stores everywhere, and though there are fewer graphic tablet shops, they still exist, especially since Broadway is next door and many artists need them for their work. As for assembling a computer wall, that's even less of a problem. Many high-end players have requests that exceed Bai Jing's. Speaking of which, I'm now considered a wealthy person. I actually never thought about how to enjoy life. Watching the workers come and go busy with their tasks, Bai Jing fell into deep thought, but soon shook off this absurd idea from his mind. What I am doing now is a great undertaking. Once I become a deity invincible and have infinite lifespan, I can do whatever I want, so there's no need to rush. Unlike now, where countless strong individuals exist in the universe, if someone suddenly loses their mind and targets Earth. 3 hours later, all the computers were set up, and in front of Bai Jing was a wall composed of an integrated display with 16 screens. Under the 16 screens were connected 16 graphic tablets. I can currently only use 6 minds at once, but once my spirit strengthens further, I can be more dispersed. Right now, I can't utilize all 16, but perhaps I will in the future. Bai Jing thought, and then considered the concept of auxiliary brains and technology. If there were auxiliary brains that could directly read and upload memories, thousands of drawings could be completed in an instant. However, auxiliary brains might have the risk of betrayal. After all, there are too many strange things in this world. A jumble of thoughts flashed through his mind, then vanished in an instant. Using gravity to control his mind, he rapidly calmed his thoughts. He was already very skilled at this technique. Next, 6 pins rose into the air and swiftly began to dance across the graphic tablets. When using the keyboard and mouse, the input speed depends on the speed of key presses. Familiarity with the software and software response time, it is not only cumbersome but also inefficient. However, switching to graphic tablets means the input speed depends on drawing speed. With gravity penetrating to a nanometer level precision, he could use the simplest drawing functions to create high-precision product process flowcharts. The speed: 6 drawings in 5 seconds, 72 drawings in a minute, 4320 drawings in an hour. Recently, the situation around us has stabilized. After our investigation, we found that an organization called the Order Society has unified the entire southwest of Hell's Kitchen. In the embassy, a tall, well-built, middle-aged man with a buzz cut and handsome features was speaking. He is the military attaché of the consulate named Luo Ning. Coming from a special operations unit in a military district, he possesses not only exceptional strength, but also adept military command skills. We should minimize contact with such organizations, but we must also avoid conflicts. It is best to keep things unrelated. If they provoke us, we can just call the police. Of course, if they invade our territory, we can shoot directly. Next to him was a man 180 meters tall with an elegant appearance and silver-rimmed glasses. He is Ambassador Peng Yuanyu, who just assumed his position last year and is still familiarizing himself with the surrounding situation, busy dealing with the information and connections left by his predecessor, often working tirelessly without proper rest. What, 996? That's really weak. Ambassador Peng is on 007. I think this organization has a style similar to ours. Luo Ning replied. Do you know their policies? They actually prohibit guns, drugs, robbery, and rape within their jurisdiction. Anyone caught will receive a severe beating right in public. Ambassador Peng looked up in surprise. Is that true? Luo Ning nodded. Every move of the embassy is being monitored, and gathering intelligence is quite challenging. However, they are somewhat aware of what happens at their doorstep. That's a good thing. Ambassador Peng nodded. The embassy was established in the 1980s, and at that time, there were many prosperous areas in America that were not chosen, ultimately being placed in Hell's Kitchen. It is clear what kind of peace the U.S. sought. You must know that during the 1980s, it was the peak of the Hell's Kitchen gang's rampage. Now it's a far cry from that, quite weak. Back then, the gangs routinely assassinated political figures, and the police were essentially ornamental. The former mafia boss John Gotti ruled over all of New York with impunity. Moreover, immigrants from Mexico, Asia, Ireland, South America, and Africa came here to develop, and everyone knows that the initial phase of development is marked by fierce fights. At that time, the Celestial Empire was poor and destitute without any face. They wouldn't care about your situation when fighting. Back then, one could hear gunfire around the neighborhood all night long, and occasionally a lost thug would intrude only to be shot dead by the armed police on duty. The fact that the embassy could establish a foothold in this place and maintain it for 30 years is certainly not due to a good temper. Of course, a harmonious surrounding environment is also beneficial for the embassy. A peaceful environment can attract more people and develop more friendships. As they entered the room, the ambassador was about to say something when he suddenly felt that something was off. There was an extra USB drive on his desk. The ambassador's expression turned serious. As a graduate of Wuhan University, he has a sharp memory, and it is impossible for him to be forgetful. Someone has been here, the ambassador whispered. Luo Ning's face darkened as he turned to the door and called for a guard. Has someone come in just now? No, I've been standing here the whole time, the guard replied. Luo Ning waved his hand. All right, it's nothing. The guard returned to his post with a grim expression, realizing from the superior's tone that something was wrong in the ambassador's room. Having stood guard here the whole time, if something happened inside the room, it must be due to his negligence. Luo Ning entered the room, looked up at the ventilation window. Thanks to the influence of Jack Chan movies, the ventilation duct here had been specially modified. While cleaning the ducts is feasible, coming down through them is impossible. Moreover, the duct is over 2 meters away from the desk, and if the USB drive were thrown down, the guard at the door would definitely have heard it. Ambassador. Luo Ning returned to the room only to find that the ambassador had already plugged the USB drive into the computer. Someone sent something over, I must take a look. Ambassador Peng opened the USB drive and discovered that it contained only a folder and a document. The folder had thousands of blueprints. Though he didn't understand them, he could tell at a glance that these appeared to be blueprints of some sort. The document contained only one sentence. I will visit in 7 days. What? Luo Ning asked. It's nothing. Ambassador Peng shook his head and asked, I remember that there are scholars visiting from the U.S. recently, right? Yes, several professors and students from the East Sea Ship Research Institute are coming to visit the U.S. Ford-class aircraft carrier. They will arrive tomorrow. Luo Ning said, the reception is handled by Columbia University. Since they are domestic scholars, we should host them. Ambassador Peng thought for a moment and said. Luo Ning nodded. The embassy indeed has this tradition, but not all scholars are qualified to be hosted by the embassy. Even those from lesser-known universities often visit the U.S. However, the East Sea Ship Research Institute certainly meets the hosting standards, and Luo Ning could also see that this sudden invitation is closely related to the USB drive. I will arrange this right away, Luo Ning said. Ambassador Peng nodded quietly, shutting down the computer, looking at the USB drive in his hand with some concern. This kind of thing does not seem like something that can be obtained easily. I wonder what hardships and difficulties the person who delivered it went through. I sincerely hope he is safe. Meanwhile, within the Order Society, there were bursts of furious roars. Hunter, why did you shoot so low? Hunter, you can't even fake death. What good are you? Hunter, what use is misleading the mage if you can't even do that? Bang. A mouse crashed heavily against the glass, but the quality of the bulletproof glass was too good, resulting in the mouse being completely shattered while the glass remained unscathed. Phew. Bai Jing let out a breath, looking at Valentina beside him. I usually have a good temper. Valentina nodded. I understand. Bai Jing added, I didn't play this kind of game before. When he first started gaming, he jumped right into LOL, but it was now 2008, and that game had not yet been released. Aside from a few twisted companies and characters in the Marvel Universe, the history of this world isn't too different from Bai Jing's world. For instance, there is Beyonce MJ and the world-spanning war along with Rebirth across the ocean. Looking at the wall's eye screen, it felt odd not to play something, so Valentina recommended World of Warcraft to Bai Jing. As for why Valentina was still around, such a capable assistant who is also attractive should be kept as long as she doesn't resign voluntarily. If not her, who else? February 11, playing games. February 12, playing games. February 13, Bai Jing, how can you be so degenerate? You were supposed to be a man destined to become the king of the world. February 14, Matt Murdock came in, followed by Alba Khan, the Indian finance minister. After so many days of auditing, our current assets total $1.7 billion. Alba Khan said, according to the merchants who have already confirmed payment of security fees, if the security fees are collected smoothly, we can earn $2 million every month, with monthly expenses of $27 million, taxes of $74 million, and a surplus of $110 million. Based on the statistics of foot traffic in the southwest area of Hell's Kitchen over the past 15 days, we expect that as the security situation improves, the foot traffic here will increase, and the resident population will also rise, leading to more income for us. How come we have to pay so much tax? Bai Jing asked in surprise. Federal tax is 21, a New York state tax is 6, plus a sales tax of 8.5, and some other expenses. Alba Khan explained. Bai Jing finally understood why no one cared about his 10 security fee. It turns out that he had to pay it back. Is it possible not to pay? Bai Jing asked. I think it is not possible. Matt shook his head. No one can evade taxes, including the wealthy. The IRS has its own armed force second only to the National Guard, and their documentation process is not as cumbersome as that of the National Guard. As long as tax evasion is confirmed, they can act. It's just the military. Bai Jing frowned. Although he still played games at night, his training efficiency had not decreased. As his mental intensity increased, the time ratio with the mountain and sea realm was gradually adjusting. Now 2 hours in the mountain and sea classic corresponded to 10 hours in the real world. This means he gained an extra 2 hours of free time. His gravitational field now extends 25 meters, and even the vibranium bullets that were once effective against him now have no effect. Bai Jing doesn't believe that the IRS can do anything to him. However, there are ways to pay less tax, or even avoid paying taxes. Matt Murdock said, they have a complete set of tax laws, and we naturally have a comprehensive tax avoidance plan. Like what? For instance, we are not profitable, but are continuously incurring losses. Matt said. Oh, Bai Jing suddenly realized. Then let's invest in a few games. Bai Jing suggested, like Minecraft League of Legends. Having money is also a superpower. Besides, since this money is earned anyway, it's better for us to earn it than letting foreigners take it. Furthermore, you must admit that League of Legends is quite useful in enhancing the image of the Celestial Empire. It certainly isn't, because Bai Jing wants to play. If it can be avoided, it is best not to fight. Killing someone who is your enemy with one stab is too uninteresting. Slow torture is much more comfortable. Bai Jing didn't play many games in his past life, most of which were domestically produced. The only foreign games he knew that could make money were League of Legends, Minecraft, and the perennial favorite GTA 5. League of Legends should still be in development, set to launch in October next year. If they can accept TC's investment, they can certainly accept the Order Society as well. As for Minecraft, the founders probably haven't even thought of it yet, and Bai Jing couldn't even remember who the founders were. However, Minecraft's code is simple, and its design philosophy is also quite straightforward. A few programmers in their mid-20s with graying hair could easily create it. Bai Jing, who was engrossed in a conversation with Matt, was suddenly interrupted by Valentina's abrupt entrance. He turned his head. What is it? We need to leave now, Valentina said. Leave? Where to? To a charity gala. It starts at 9 o'clock tonight at the Hilton on Broadway. Valentina said. But it's only 11 in the morning right now. Bai Jing turned to look at his watch and said, preparatory work needs to be done. For example, are you really going to wear what you're wearing now? Valentina pointed to Bai Jing's shirt. Bai Jing looked at his checkered shirt, feeling a bit speechless. We at least need to choose a suitable formal outfit, select an appropriate car, a fitting watch, and also style your hair properly. Valentina said, I still think 9 hours isn't enough. We also need to buy clothes, buy a watch, buy a car. Bai Jing felt overwhelmed. Then forget it, I'm not going to this gala. Everyone knows how torturous it is to accompany a woman shopping. With that time, wouldn't it be better to read a few more books? Moreover, it was clearly the Dreyest family that sought me out. Why should I torture myself like this? But we already promised them. As a man, it isn't good to go back on your word. Valentina said, I remember that being loyal is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people, isn't it? She had studied Chinese since childhood and actually knew quite a bit about Huagua. Bai Jing shook his head. There's no need to talk about any chivalry with a bunch of barbarians, though I've already given them face by not directly attacking them. Valentina didn't know what to say and couldn't exactly agree with Bai Jing. After all, those barbarians were her family and relatives. Then I'll contact them again, Valentina said, twisting her waist as she left. She's really pretty, Matt suddenly remarked. Bai Jing looked up in shock. Aren't you blind? As her body disturbed the air, I sketched her curves in my mind, Matt said. And didn't you notice that the entire atmosphere was sweet while she was speaking? Bai Jing fell silent for a moment and said, I recall you have a girlfriend. Matt also fell silent. What's going on? Bai Jing noticed something strange about Matt's expression. It's nothing. Matt shook his head. I can handle it. Watching Matt's departing figure, Bai Jing stroked his chin and then called Valentina over. They are willing to change the time. How about 3 days from now at the Four Seasons Hotel? Valentina asked. Where is the Four Seasons Hotel? Bai Jing inquired. On 5th Avenue, 59th Street. Valentina replied. Bai Jing nodded, which is in the northeast direction of Hell's Kitchen. Let's switch to Greenwich Village. I remember there's a Sichuan barbecue stall there that's always open and doesn't require reservations, Bai Jing said. Valentina fell silent for a moment, nodding, imagining her father, who never goes to hotels below 5 stars, eating barbecue by the roadside. It seems quite nice. Also investigate what issue Mr. Matt is facing at home, Bai Jing added. Sure. Valentina nodded. Bai Jing waved his hand, feeling quite relaxed. If it were Danny Roberts, she probably wouldn't even know how to arrange meetings or investigate Matt and would need guidance herself. Valentina was different, as she was the princess of Hell's Kitchen, had astonishing connections, a high education, and was not lacking in talent. Maybe she would even excel at learning magic. So, I really lack talent, or I wonder if anyone can be sent over from the country. Bai Jing thought, casually opening a portal and fetching a book. He no longer specifically selected books to read, he just started from the top of the bookshelf, reading one after another. His method of reading involved first looking at the title, then the table of contents, quickly selecting the parts he was unfamiliar with or knew little about, and then flipping through those sections, allowing his brain to remember. Then he considered that book finished. After finishing, he would close his eyes and mentally revisit the material to deepen his memory, connecting it with previously read books, where sparks of wisdom would shine and various thoughts would flood, in which he would suppress in his heart, preparing to try them out slowly later. This process doesn't require multitasking because reading is also a way to enjoy time. He could read 34 books a day, There were only a bit over 600 books in the temple, and after excluding most of the non-nutritive parts, less than 100 remained which he could finish in a few years. The big guy was still over at Columbia University, and with the rapid development of natural sciences, the amount of knowledge in various scientific categories was increasing swiftly. Each year, each subfield under every discipline could easily compile enough new knowledge to fill a book. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He could take his time. He didn't know how long had passed when a knock on the door sounded. Bai Jing looked up, and to his astonishment, he found that Valentina had changed out of her professional attire into a simple shirt, black sweatpants, and flat shoes, her beautiful black curls tied back into a ponytail. She no longer looked like a genius girl, but her stunning face would still stand out in a crowd. What happened to you? Bai Jing pointed at Valentina's clothes. I thought this outfit might suit the atmosphere of Greenwich. Valentina seriously handed over a stack of documents. Additionally, I think you need to take a look at this. Bai Jing took the documents, and the first page featured a blonde woman standing in an alley receiving something. Who is this person? What is she doing? Bai Jing asked. Her name is Karen Page. She is Mr. Matt Maddox's secretary, and perhaps also his lover. Valentina said, she has developed a drug addiction, and this picture was taken because that drug trafficking organization is not just about selling drugs. They likely have other plans too. Is that really the case? Bai Jing was stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling something was off. Wait a minute, are you saying she is Matt's lover? Yes, Mr. Matt's girlfriend is named Heather Glenn. Valentina said, but she has no ties to the gang, and I don't have her photos on my end. Bai Jing was shocked. He thought Matt Murdock, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was a very upright person. Who would have known he had a girlfriend and also a lover? He had just been praising Valentina's figure in front of him. If Valentina weren't on his side, would he have stolen her away? A blind man with such high skills in flirting. No, now is not the time to discuss this. So does her drug addiction have anything to do with us? Bai Jing asked. He was starting to feel a bit paranoid, sensing that everyone was out to get him. Upon hearing about Matt's lover being harmed, he couldn't help but think it might be because of him. Not at all. Valentina shook her head. That organization is called the Mountain Dragon Gang. They have a media company that you should be familiar with. Media company? Bai Jing frowned. What's it called? New York Heat. Bai Jing put a hand to his forehead. It can't be what I'm imagining, can it? It's exactly what you're imagining. They specifically seek out solitary women, force them into drug addiction, and then use drugs to control them, coercing them into filming adult films. Bai Jing was shocked. He had thought that drug trafficking, rape, and robbery were already the last bottom line of the underworld, but it turned out he still overestimated them. Actually, despite what others might say, I particularly admire what you are doing. All the women in Hell's Kitchen are grateful to you. Valentina looked at Bai Jing seriously and said, in just the past half-month, the number of tenants in the southwest area of Hell's Kitchen has increased by 20, most of whom are women. The rent here has also risen by about 15, yet the houses are still in short supply. In his previous life, a certain well-known website, TikTok, once conducted a survey asking what people would do if all men in the world disappeared for 24 hours. The most popular answer was to drive alone in the deep of the night. Next, go for a walk at night. Get up at 3 in the morning to dance. Wear a real yukata to the beach. What is common in the Celestial Empire is so unattainable abroad, revealing the status of women abroad. When domestic women complain about their low status and hope their sons will take their surnames, they are unaware that abroad there are still discussions about whether women should take their husband's surname, let alone equal pay for equal work. Achieving positions like Dongmingsis is non-existent. The situation has become so dire that within less than 20 days of change in Hell's Kitchen, even before the situation had completely stabilized, those suffering women were already eagerly relocating here. Her father said the Order Society is an evil organization that sent her here as an undercover agent attempting to use her beauty to ensnare Bai Jing. Yet the more she learned about Bai Jing, the more she realized this place was heaven. It was a mistake for families like the Dreas to dominate the world. It was entirely hopeless and without a future. She looked at Bai Jing, earnestly hoping he would feel genuinely happy upon hearing this news. After all, this was all the change he had brought to Hell's Kitchen. Perhaps in the future this place would no longer be Hell's Kitchen, but should be called Heaven's Kitchen. Then she saw Bai Jing's expression darken. Rent increase. Who allowed them to raise the rent? The world I've fought for is not for these landlords to reap the fruits of victory. We have to buy up all the land we can. The world I've fought for cannot let others take away the spoils of victory. To buy land, 170 million is hardly enough, let alone the portion of that money that needs to be invested in the game. When Bai Jing casually mentioned something, Matt was racking his brain for a solution, especially since he came from a law background and knew nothing about finance. Meanwhile, Valentina, who was knowledgeable in the field, followed Bai Jing to Greenwich Village. Greenwich Village resembled a Hell's Kitchen transformed by Bai Jing. No gangs, no public safety issues, primarily because there were many wealthy residents who could afford to hire police. Police were certainly in it for the money. That was the norm. There was only one country in the world that served the people, making her the odd one out. Chuan-style barbecue was located not far from the holy sanctuary, and whenever Bai Jing looked out from the third floor, he often saw a bustling crowd in the restaurant. To be fair, Chinese cuisine is a total game-changer for Western food. Once a place opens a Chinese restaurant, the foot traffic for French, British, Italian, Japanese, and Korean restaurants tends to plummet to the point where Chinese restaurants become a unique term existing on a different level than other eateries. The search popularity for Chinese restaurants combines that of French, Italian, and Indian cuisines. Of course, this doesn't apply domestically, where people tend to view Western restaurants as more upscale. Bai Jing entered the establishment and immediately felt at ease, seeing several Chinese staff members. When people from the Celestial Empire see Asians in America, they can quickly identify whether they are of Chinese, Japanese, or Korean descent and whether they are trying to appeal to Westerners. The simplest way to tell is by their smiles. Regardless of being Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, they all emphasize not showing their teeth while smiling, but in America these people have been brainwashed by dentists into believing that showing teeth is a sign of health, so they must expose them while laughing. Yet Asians simply aren't suited to this style of smiling, hence those who pander to Western tastes end up looking foolish and unattractive. However, the waitstaff in front of him had bright smiles, large shining eyes grinning politely to reveal 8 teeth, instead of showing their entire upper and lower sets. No matter what they thought inside, at least they appeared quite pleasant. "Welcome. How many in your party, sir?" one of the waitresses asked. Bai Jing glanced at Valentina. "Probably about 8. Valentina thought for a moment. Considering her father's character, he would likely bring along the consultant Wolf and 4 bodyguards. "All right, shall I arrange a private room for you?" the waitress asked again. "Sure." Valentina nodded. "That foreign girl is so beautiful." Just a few steps later, Bai Jing overheard the conversation between the waitress. "Yeah, but the guy is also quite handsome. No wonder he has such a beautiful foreign girlfriend. So do you think he's Chinese, Japanese, or Korean?" "Of course he's Chinese. Oh, why would a Japanese or Korean come to a Chinese restaurant?" "That's true." Valentina's face inexplicably turned red. She understood Chinese, but when she glanced at Bai Jing, she found his expression completely normal. Did he not hear them? Or did he not understand Chinese? Valentina pondered, looking at the clean arm resting in his pocket, wanting to embrace him, but fearing rejection. Nervously, they made their way to the private room. Once the door closed, the sounds from outside suddenly diminished significantly. Inside the room, only the two of them remained. Valentina sat next to Bai Jing, her heart suddenly racing. Bai Jing asked, "Clara Mish of the Dreyest family, is your father right?" Valentina was taken aback, turning her head. You already know. I have some information channels at my disposal." Bai Jing replied. "Oh." Valentina felt her heart rate gradually stabilize and her mind began to calm down. With her intellect regaining its composure, Valentina reassessed her relationship with Bai Jing and suddenly realized that there seemed to be no possibility between them. Unless Bai Jing was willing to abandon his ideals and marry into the Dreyest family, but she felt that Bai Jing would not compromise. Choosing a quiet Chuan-style barbecue over a Hilton or Four Seasons hotel already proved this. In the war among men, women have no voice and can only drift along with the tide. A little princess of the Dreyest family, just a tool. Valentina heard the noise outside suddenly quiet down, and she knew her father had arrived. I knew this scene would be interesting. Bai Jing listened to the sounds outside, and an image formed in his mind. Dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, a golden Nanmu cane, a suit worth tens of thousands of dollars, sunglasses, and a holstered gun, this ensemble matched perfectly with the aesthetic of the Four Seasons or Hilton hotels. But standing in a Chuan-style barbecue place, watching the astonished expressions of customers casually dressed and bringing their children and girlfriends to dine, Clara Mish felt for a moment that he looked like a fool. Who wears a suit to eat barbecue? What kind of barbecue is eaten in a suit? Hello. The waitress, also looking bewildered, approached. Is there anything I can help you with? Dinner. Clara Mish turned to Wolf. Wolf nodded. Room 17. Oh, please follow me. The waitress was speechless, realizing they seemed to be discussing business. But why would they come to a barbecue restaurant for that? No way could it be. The waitress imagined the plots of dozens of Jackie Chan movies and suddenly felt this matter was not to be underestimated, needing to report it to the manager. Soon she returned with her head covered. The manager treated her to her favorite dish and enthusiastically advised her stay out of it. The door to the private room opened and Clara Mish entered with a stern face. Valentina, sitting beside Bai Jing, immediately stood up. "Father, is this the manner of upbringing for you Celestial Empire people?" Clara Mish didn't even look at Valentina, focusing instead on Bai Jing, who was still perusing the menu. Stir-fried eggplant and fish so fragrant. Bai Jing studied the English menu, covering the right side with his hand. After a moment of thought, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's stir-fried fish-flavored eggplant. The noodles come with sesame paste and pea sprouts." He thought for a moment about which noodles had sesame paste and pea sprouts. After pondering for a long time, he simply lifted his hand, then suddenly realized it was Dan Dan noodles. He had just discovered that guessing the names of dishes from an English menu was quite entertaining. Although Wolf didn't find it amusing, he knocked on the table. As the host, should you not stand to greet your guests? This is America, aren't you the hosts here? Bai Jing finally set down the menu and looked at both of them, then exclaimed, "Wow, two elderly gentlemen with gray hair out in the cold to negotiate. Is the Dreyest family lacking successors now?" Upon hearing this, Wolf and Clara Mish were immediately enraged, but their expressions quickly turned to sorrow. Because what Bai Jing said was the truth. Clara Mish was 74 this year, and Wolf was 68, an age that would have long been considered retirement age in the Celestial Empire. Yet they were still holding up the Dreyest family. Young people. They showed no interest in family businesses, preferring to invest in teams, go to Wall Street, travel around, and realize their so-called life values. That's none of your concern. Clara Mish said coldly. Young man, do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Bai Jing leaned back in his chair. What do you have to say, old man? I'm all ears. Do you know what you're doing? You're inciting community autonomy and armed independence. You're provoking the national government. My. Bai Jing shrugged. You aren't afraid of my security detail. Bai Jing chuckled. Do you think they are unaware of my existence? If they could fight, they would have done so long ago. Why would it be your turn to bark here? You? Clara Mish's face reddened with anger, unable to catch his breath, and clutched his heart as he sat down. Valentina quickly went over to support Clara Mish and retrieved nitroglycerin, commonly known as a fast-acting heart-saving pill, from his pocket. Bai Jing scoffed. He had a gravitational coverage of 25 meters, and he was fully aware of Clara Mish's condition, even as he fainted. Ooh, what nonsense was this? By my young friend. Wolf finally stood up. Who are you again? Bai Jing asked. My name is Wolf, and I am the chief advisor of the Dreyest family. Wolf said politely. Very well, you're the chief advisor, and I'm also a chief advisor. We are on the same level, so let's talk. Mr. Bai, you have force, and our Dreyest family has wealth and political influence. Our collaboration would be a strong union, yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, on my way here, I heard that you are interested in the real estate in Hell's Kitchen, and coincidentally, we are the largest real estate holders in Hell's Kitchen. Look at Valentina. She is not only the princess of our Dreyest family, but also the most beautiful girl in Sicily. Her mother and grandmother are both Asian, and I believe she meets your aesthetic standards. She has been learning Chinese since childhood, so there will be no language barriers when communicating with you, and her education is more than sufficient to manage household affairs. Valentina, who had just given Clara Mish a pill, also looked up at Bai Jing, hoping he would agree. After all, Bai Jing was extraordinarily charming, mature in mind, and ambitious. Valentina had never seen a man more captivating than him. The only drawback was that he was a Celestial Empire person, but over time she found that people from the Celestial Empire were more patient and respectful of women. After all, if it were a white Indian or black boss, she would have faced countless sexual harassment incidents within just a few days of work. Yet she hoped Bai Jing wouldn't just agree. She liked that independent-thinking, freedom-seeking man, not one who would be swayed by money and power. So is the Dreyest family relying on a woman to save them now, eh? This is just part of the cooperation. Wolf shook his head. In Italian families, sons-in-law also have inheritance rights. Valentina represents our sincerity. But I have the money, I can buy the land, and I can also take it from you. Bai Jing laughed. Even Valentina, I can take her away. Are you insulting my intelligence by wanting me to unite with you over what rightfully belongs to me? You actually said the word take. Wolf felt a headache coming on. He was terrified of encountering such an adversary who didn't care about stigma or political correctness. He spoke plainly. Dislike was dislike, taking was taking, and there was no need for euphemisms. But we have something you don't. Wolf said. We are connected with New York State legislators, senators, the mayor of New York City, and even the president. We can influence political power and formulate suitable policies for you. You probably don't have American citizenship yet. We can help you gain citizenship, and your descendants and family can easily obtain citizenship and enjoy American benefits. Wolf smiled. Surely no one could refuse such temptation. Those coming from Asia are willing to do anything for a green card or citizenship. Adolescent girls are willing to marry old men with gray hair, while talented youths are happy to work as low-level programmers in big companies. Ha ha ha. Bai Jing laughed. Ha ha ha. Wolf laughed as well. Ha ha ha. Clara Mish also chuckled. Ha ha ha. The four bodyguards felt as if they should laugh too. However, Bai Jing's expression quickly turned cold again. Honestly, I think the kind of hearty laughter portrayed on television is really too fake. How could anyone laugh like that? I have never encountered a situation that warranted such uproarious laughter. Perhaps such scenarios do not even exist. My. Wolf frowned. What are you saying? Your conditions are quite good, but I refuse. Bai Jing said, coldly switching to Japanese. Nanny, Wolf instinctively replied. The thing I cherish most in life is telling those who are full of themselves no. Bai Jing wiggled his index finger in front of Wolf. Do you think I would covet American citizenship? Young man, don't go too far. Wolf said angrily. You're developing the order in America and don't want American citizenship. Oh, what do you want? I want to eliminate the enemies of humanity. Bai Jing said coldly. Everything old, rotten, obstructing the progress of all humanity, filthy, detestable, leeching off humanity, sowing discord, and inciting the flames of war must be eradicated. You want to die? Bai Jing said flatly. Will you let us go? Wolf's smile turned cold. We are of the same kind, enduring humiliation and scheming for our own people. Since you have expressed your wishes, you will not allow us to leave alive. I envy you, born to occupy a fertile land with vast populations, a path to revival right before you, unlike us who are lost and wandering, whose land isn't earned through hard work. It was cultivated inch by my ancestors of Huaxiao. It was defended with sweat and blood. Your ancestry isn't bad either. The region between the two rivers is also one of the most fertile places in the world, yet you couldn't hold on to it or retaliate, and now you have lost everything and you feel wronged. Young man, you lack morals. At your age, you shouldn't be so verbose. Drink some water and get on with it. Bai Jing lifted a glass of water and placed it in front of Wolf. Kill him. Bang. The 4 bodyguards immediately drew their guns and fired. But Bai Jing merely snapped his fingers and countless bullets floated in midair, resembling a scene from a sci-fi movie. Wolf was stunned. WWHY. Whoosh. A bullet swiftly returned, piercing through Wolf's head. Though I don't love devouring corpses, this is someone else's restaurant, so let's keep it tidy. With another finger snap, the 4 bodyguards and Wolf swiftly turned to ashes. This move was indeed impressive. Bai Jing turned to Clara Mish, who was still in shock, wondering how their conversation had gone so smoothly before suddenly collapsing. Had it come to a life-or-death situation? Clara Mish turned to cling to Valentina's arm. My dear Valentina, I am your father, please save me. Valentina bit her lip, looking at Bai Jing, tears streaming down her face. Can't we spare him? I will convince him. The Dreist family will surrender to you, and everything we have will be yours. What are these enemies of humanity like? Will they put a mark on their foreheads, making it easy for people to identify and avoid them, calling them criminals? No. On the contrary, they are respected figures adorned with honor, and they call themselves gentlemen. What a ridiculous title. Gentlemen. They are the pillars of the state, society, and church, taking a portion of their excessive wealth to support both public and private charitable endeavors, donating to institutions. In private life, they are kind and considerate. They obey the law and follow the laws protecting their property. However, there is one sign that can identify these armed gentlemen. The moment their profits are threatened, they roar awake like beasts, ruthless like wild men, cruel like madmen, and brutal like executioners. If humanity wishes to exist, these people must disappear. As long as they live, there will be no lasting peace in the world. The societal organization that allows their existence must be abolished. Bai Jing silently recited a piece written by someone he deeply admired. Valentina quietly wiped away her tears and pushed Clara Mish away. Parental love is a profound emotion, but sometimes certain things take precedence over all. No, don't do this. I have plenty of money. I can give you anything. I have 2 granddaughters, one 12 years old and the other 13. Clara Mish hurriedly lunged at Bai Jing, only to be stopped by an invisible wall. Just pretend I never came here. Our family will leave New York, leave the East Coast. Clara Mish shouted, give me a chance. As he felt his body gradually fading away from below, Clara Mish finally realized the situation was irreversible. His expression turned venomous. You will die without a burial place. I have obtained the relics. I will summon a god to kill you. The world fell silent. The door to the private room opened and a girl in a red waitress uniform entered. May I take your order? Aren't there supposed to be 8 people in this room? Seeing the cold-faced men in the room and the foreign girl crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, the waitress silently imagined an emotional drama with 82 episodes and softly asked, so would you like to order? Do you have hot pot? Bai Jing inquired. We are a barbecue restaurant, but hot pot can also be made. The hot pot has yet to arrive. Valentina sat on the chair, wiping her tears. Bai Jing stood nearby, somewhat at a loss. Having been a single man in his past life, he truly lacked the experience and skills to comfort a woman. Bai Jing hesitated for a moment and handed over a piece of paper. I don't blame you. Valentina took the paper and upon touching it realized it was the tissue provided by the restaurant. Although the quality was decent, it couldn't compare to what she usually used. Thinking of this, Valentina suddenly felt like laughing. I grew up on Sicily learning various things. Before the age of 15, I had never seen him. Valentina said. Moi. Bai Jing frowned. I have many sisters, but those without talent will forever remain on Sicily. They don't even have names, and their ultimate fate is to be randomly assigned to a male in the family to bear offspring. Valentina shook her head. I actually don't know if he is my father or not, or if only those with talent can become his daughters. We have the best upbringing, receive the best education, and will become his finest tools. Valentina stood up. Even so, I am grateful to him. Bai Jing looked at Valentina, remaining silent. I want to go see that place. Valentina continued. I want to know what the world that bore you is like, is that okay? She didn't want to hate Bai Jing, but after all, he was her father's killer. If she could start over, Valentina would undoubtedly refuse this task. He'll arrange it for you. You can study abroad and learn philosophy. Bai Jing said. Valentina nodded and added, by the way, they invited a holy relic that supposedly can summon deities. Moi. Bai Jing thought of the beer belly thunder god and frowned. He had initially thought that Kramish was just trying to scare him before death. He didn't expect it to be real. What is a holy relic and why can it summon deities? Bai Jing asked. A holy relic is something left behind by deities on Earth. I don't know much more about it since I wasn't involved in this matter. Valentina looked at Bai Jing, her big eyes full of worry. You need to be careful. If things go awry, you can return to the heavenly dynasty. Even deities wouldn't dare go to that place. Bai Jing was surprised. What does the heavenly dynasty have that can stop deities? But seeing Valentina's emotional state, it was clearly not a good time to ask. He would ask the ambassador later. Okay. Bai Jing nodded, and then asked, so are we still eating hot pot? No. Valentina stood up. They'll be leaving first. Shortly after, a waitress entered with the hot pot, only to be astonished to find the entire room empty. Beneath the plates lay a stack of US dollars. Wow, this is spooky. God. Bai Jing returned to the sanctuary and wrote this single character on the paper. The earliest deities were depicted as lightning in the classic of mountains and seas, and by the Zhou dynasty, they were combined with the character for sign, becoming beings with energy used for worship. Of course, Bai Jing didn't need to find answers from the classic of mountains and seas, because he knew a few deities like the Thunder God. Would the Dreist family be able to summon the Thunder God? If it were the Thunder God, how would I counter him? The most important thing about the Thunder God is of course his hammer, made of URU metal. Bai Jing pondered for a moment, then stood up and wandered around the exhibition hall on the second floor, eventually stopping in a corner. In this corner, a black tiger claw was displayed in a glass case. Bro, can I study it? Bai Jing asked. The tiger claw unwillingly scooted back. How could such a weakling use a tiger claw? I don't want to use you, I just want to take a look. Bai Jing said. I just want to see what URU metal looks like. The tiger claw reluctantly moved closer. Bai Jing opened the cabinet and picked up the tiger claw. The amount of URU metal used on this tiger claw was minimal, only a bit on the claw tips, but even that tiny amount was enough to make the claw indestructible. Bai Jing wrapped his gravitational force around it, and felt that while it was difficult to pull, he could still manage to do so. This meant it could be devoured. This doesn't make sense. I didn't find it this hard to pull on adamantine. Bai Jing was somewhat speechless. If controlling the atomic movement of ordinary metal with gravity had a difficulty level of 1, the difficulty of adamantine would be 100. Then URU metal must be at least 100. Currently, he could devour adamantine in no time, yet devouring URU metal surprisingly took some time. However, this could be understood. Adamantine, after all, was steel combined with unknown elements and had a low density. On the other hand, URU metal was sourced from neutron stars. Despite being only the size of a needle tip, its actual mass exceeded 1000 tons. Hey, you only said you wanted to look at me, not to devour me. The tiger claw sensed Bai Jing's ill intentions, surprisingly displaying such rich emotions. All right, it's fine. Bai Jing returned the tiger claw to the cabinet. Now that he confirmed he could devour the hammer, it just required a bit more time. However, as he continued to devour water daily, the gravity would increase and the time would gradually shorten. So if the opponent were the Thunder God, he could drag him into a protracted battle and slowly devour his hammer. Then he could deliver a decisive blow with the indestructible adamantine. Someone from the Guardians of the Galaxy said that the Thunder God's muscles rivaled steel, but I remember the setting saying they rivaled URU metal. Tactically, I should take the enemy seriously. Just treat him as URU metal, and in a prolonged battle, I can still devour him. Lastly, the Thunder God also wields lightning, but that's not a problem. I can directly devour the electric current. So the overall battle plan is to remain cautious in the early stages, and then take advantage of the moment to unleash a lethal strike with adamantine. However, the Thunder God has rich combat experience, so my sneak attack is likely to fail. Thus, I must also prepare for a prolonged battle. But the key issue arises: I am not good at prolonged battles. Although Bai Jing's body continued to strengthen with the increase in mental intensity, the time was still too short. I need to train a bit more. Bai Jing thought for a moment, then flew around the Dreist family estate. If he could find the location of the ritual, interrupting it in advance would be beneficial. Unfortunately, the Dreist family wasn't that foolish. After 2 laps with no success, Bai Jing could only open a portal back to the sanctuary. This time he practiced not to show off, but from the heart. In New York, in a suburban mansion in Queens. The originally vibrant park pathways had been dismantled, and in the center of the large garden a space, as large as a football field, had been cleared. In this space a woman in a black hooded robe was drawing a massive circular pattern. I feel like we've been fooled. Isn't this just a crop circle? Some members of the Dreist family stood around the perimeter of the clearing, wanting to observe the ritual. A young man watching the woman's actions felt that something was off. Summoning deities sounds incredibly unreliable, and the key is you have no idea what kind of deity will be summoned. What if it's an evil god that comes out and devours the members of the Dreist family? Moreover, what you are drawing clearly looks like a crop circle. How do you know crop circles are fake? A nearby woman tall with golden hair and black eyes about 180 meters tall asked softly. Of course they are fake. Aren't crop circles made by humans? The young man replied. A crop circle, if made by humans, would take up to 78 hours to create, and since it uses tools to flatten the crops, many of the crops would die, yet the field wouldn't affect the next year's planting. However, most crop circles often appear overnight, and the crop stalks will naturally fall, without dying, while the land where the crop circle is located will be widely magnetized, potentially affecting the growth of crops for several years or even decades. Thus, natural crop circles can last for years. The blonde woman shook her head. Since we are standing here, we must believe in the existence of the mysterious. The process of drawing this picture may already have a deity watching. You better show some respect. The young man nodded admiringly, looking at the older sister beside him. She is Cramish's eldest daughter, named Belling C. Camber, who together with her husband manages a real estate group. Normally, she doesn't show her prowess, but after Cramish left, her demeanor changed drastically, decisively organizing family members to leave Hell's Kitchen and come to Queens, bringing along a witch to draw the array. We have no choice now. The old man has been negotiating for a long time and has not reported back. If there was any progress, we should have received a call, but now there's radio silence, which only means the negotiations have broken down. Belling C. Camber's tone was cold. That by Kunlun acts decisively and leaves no future troubles. Oh, I believe unless we leave America, he will definitely make us perish. But if we leave America, the Dreist family would be no different from being annihilated. The young man nodded. The Dreist family's assets are almost all in New York. Although there is also money from gold stocks, with so many family members, this little money is simply insufficient. Moreover, other families wouldn't share the same hatred. They would pounce like hungry wolves, devouring even the last remnants of their flesh. It has begun, Belling C. suddenly said. The witch had completed the drawing of the array and then respectfully brought out a golden wooden box from the house, placing it in the center of the array and opening it. Inside the wooden box was an arrow, rusty and seemingly just excavated from the earth after being buried for 1,000 years. The arrow of punishment. Belling C. gazed at the arrow with fervor. This arrow was unearthed just last month in Egypt and was identified by experts as an artifact over 30 years old. More importantly, this arrow was incredibly tough. Even the slightest rust on it could not be cut off by the strongest tools under immense pressure. Unless something unexpected happens, this arrow will be taken away by a mysterious department, but the Dreist family spent 300 million on it. The arrow was placed in the center of the array, and the witch knelt down, closed her eyes, and began to sing an ancient and long-lost hymn. I wonder which deity it is that uses arrows. Could it be the sun god? Or Cupid? Belling C. looked at the array with anticipation. One is the god of love, and the other is the sun god. Both should be top-notch handsome men. If she could give birth to a divine child with a deity, what is by Kunlun? What is the Dreist family? As her thoughts turned, Belling C. saw the light in the array becoming increasingly brilliant, and then specks of golden light slowly floated out from the center of the array. A feeling of guilt that sprang from the depths of her heart caused Belling C. and all the members of the Dreist family to involuntarily lower their heads. After a long time, as the light dissipated, Belling C. lowered her head, opened her eyes, and saw a pair of smooth, white, perfectly shaped feet with well-proportioned ankles and wrists as beautiful as if they had been crafted by the heavens, and a pair of calves that were smooth as snow with curves that looked like they had descended from the heavens. So beautiful. Belling C. couldn't help but exclaim from her heart, then suddenly realized. These are not a man's legs. The divine aura gradually faded, and Belling C. finally lifted her head to behold the full appearance of the deity. Her golden hair cascaded down to her knees like waves dancing in the wind. Her gracefully arched long eyebrows framed a pair of bright, clear black eyes that sparkled like stars, filled with curiosity and divine awareness about the world. Her thin lips seemed to smile, yet also appeared shy, painting her cheeks with a rosy hue. She wore a light sheer yellow garment that simply wrapped around her body, revealing a delicate silhouette beneath the fabric, yet was covered by a green dress that resembled jade. Her skin was so fair it seemed to glow. No, she was glowing all over. Is this a goddess? Valence's mind raced, the goddess of the bow and arrow Artemis. The goddess glanced around, her expression instantly turning cold. Dirty humans, are you the ones who summoned me? Valence hurried to speak, but saw the goddess raise her hand, and suddenly realized her mouth seemed unable to open. Woo-woo. Valence was almost driven to madness. What to do if the summoned goddess wouldn't listen? Urgently waiting. You come be my maid. The goddess surveyed the surroundings and suddenly waved her hand, causing a girl to appear before her. To Valence's astonishment, it was her 13-year-old sister Iurgelin. Let's go. The goddess took Iurgelin by the hand and headed towards the main gate. Goddess, your grace. Valence suddenly found her voice again and hurriedly asked, Your grace, it was us who summoned you, at the very least. Just use this. The goddess raised her hand, and the broken arrow on the ground instantly floated into her grasp. The goddess shook her head. It merely served as a locator, otherwise if I didn't wish to come to you, think you could summon me. But at least please tell us your name. Valence shouted. Diana. Valence watched as the two departed the garden, her mind in a daze. Who is Diana? Asked the young man beside her. The Roman goddess of hunting, the goddess of chastity. Valence frowned. It seemed she understood why Diana might dislike her and favored Iurgelin instead. However, now that she knew who this goddess was, she naturally also had a way to use her. Let's go chase after them, Valence urged. But the young man frowned. They were dealing with a goddess. Wasn't that courting death? Are you going or not? Valence shouted. The young man, feeling helpless, knew the goddess might kill him, but Valence could cut off his financial source. Isn't the most painful thing in the world simply living without money? Death is but a fleeting moment, but being broke can lead to prolonged suffering. The changes in the world are quite substantial. Walking down the street, Diana looked at the passing vehicles, the flow of people, and the towering buildings around her, as power swiftly absorbed the knowledge of the new era. They call this place America. These kinds of people actually live here. Diana inquired, observing the black individuals on the street. Should keep your voice down and don't let them hear you, or it could be troublesome. Iurgelin hurriedly grabbed Diana's hand. Being exceptionally gifted, she had also been brought to New York, despite being only 13 and her maturity was evident. Is that so? Diana smiled. Oh, would these people really cause her trouble? Wow, so beautiful. Her presence quickly attracted the attention of pedestrians. She was simply too stunning. With looks that were already exceptional, she seemed to glow walking barefoot along the street. Coupled with her strange outfit and the adorable Iurgelin beside her, their combination was quite captivating. Excuse me, may I take a picture with you? A tourist with a long camera, having watched for a while, finally couldn't help but approach. Diana smiled and said, sorry, no. The tourist, left speechless, turned back to his friends, and soon their laughter could be heard. You really have a dark sense of humor, Iurgelin remarked. Everyone knew how adorable a 13-year-old foreign girl could be, but this couldn't be described in too much detail. Aren't you afraid of me? Diana asked. Not afraid. There's something about you that makes me feel close, just like how my grandmother makes me feel. Iurgelin smiled. I surely am not your grandmother. Diana shook her head, then stopped suddenly. 3 young men clad in black, wearing headphones and mumbling rap lyrics, approached. Hey girl, you're so beautiful, just like a goddess by the water. Do you mind if we go to the bar and chat about our latest compositions? Diana raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The black men and Iurgelin looked on in confusion as Diana lightly flicked her fingers. The 3 black men were sent flying as if struck by a train, soaring nearly 20 meters before crashing through a shop's tempered glass, landing in front of a display rack holding Sony televisions. Their legs twitched a couple of times before going still. The street fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, completely unable to comprehend how a seemingly frail woman could so easily take down 3 tall, burly men. Until much later, someone suddenly screamed, causing the entire street to erupt. Murder. Someone has been murdered. Murder. Passers-by, unaware of the situation, suddenly heard gunfire ringing in their ears. There's a shooter ahead, I'll run quickly. The hamburger stand on the side quickly packed up and fled, while a child still eating ice cream was hoisted onto his uncle's back. A hacker girl busy in a van glanced at the bewildered crowd outside and hurriedly shut her computer, starting the vehicle to leave while also calling the police. These people have nothing in their heads but sex. Their status has improved a lot over the millennia, yet their characters remain unchanged. Diana shook her head, then looked curiously at the fleeing crowd, asking, the people here seem very alert. Maybe they have more life experience. Iurgelin replied her. In fact, she had just come from Italy and wasn't very familiar with the local customs. Never mind, who cares? It's rare to come here, we should have some fun. Diana stretched and asked, is there any good food or fun places around? We probably can't go to fun places anymore. Iurgelin said. Why, oi? Diana asked. The police are here. Although the police had arrived, Iurgelin remained unfazed after all her family was wealthy. Stop. Raise your hands. A police car pulled up beside the road. A white officer stepped out with his gun drawn, aiming at Diana. I am Chief George Stacy of the New York City Police Department. Please put down your weapon. Wait, is it them? The sheriff looked at the pair, one resembling a saint, and the other a holy maiden, wondering if the caller had made a mistake. Yes, that's correct. The caller stated it was two women. Partner Jerson nodded, looking at the two girls, also doubting if there was a mistake. Let's ask first. George Stacy holstered his gun and approached the girls, raising his hand to pat Iurgelin's head. Don't. Iurgelin suddenly shouted. Moi. Stacy barely had time to react before he felt himself being lifted off the ground. Boom. The front window of the police car shattered as he crashed into it. Put your hands up. Jerson had just stepped out of the car when he quickly aimed his gun at Diana, pulling George Stacy's sleeve. Chief, are you okay? Don't move, it's a monster. Call for backup. Stacy screamed. Whoa. There was no need to call, as a large number of police cars had already arrived due to reports of armed thugs on this street. Chief Stacy. After getting out of their cars, the high-ranking officers rushed to check on Stacy. Don't worry about me, I'll arrest her first. The target is extremely dangerous, do not approach. Understood. In an instant, 4 or 5 police cars and dozens of guns were aimed at Diana. The woman ahead, raise your hands. You are surrounded. I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Jerson shouted through a loudspeaker. Is this the hunting weapon of this era? Diana, however, looked with interest at the firearms in the police's hands, then raised her hand and beckoned. Stacy found himself bewildered as his gun had somehow ended up in Diana's grasp. Fire. Jerson made a snap decision. After all, the felon had a gun, and what if an officer got hurt? Although the target was a white woman and quite beautiful, there was no time to think about that. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted as dozens of weapons discharged, shocking the residents in the buildings and shops above, wondering if the goddess-like beauty would soon perish under the hail of bullets. Don't. From a distance, Belinci, who had just arrived, slammed her hands on the steering wheel. I summoned her with 3 billion. Bullets flew at a speed of 320 ms, and the distance between the police and Diana was merely 20 meters. In just 0.06 seconds, the bullets were already in front of her. Yet Diana still had time to turn back and raise her finger. In an instant, dozens of bullets appeared in the air, creating ripples. Stacy was drenched in sweat, lying on the car roof, watching this scene unfold. What was this? Superpowers? Mutants? Hadn't the mutants all perished? As the goddess of hunting, how dare hunting weapons harm me? Diana flicked her fingers, and dozens of bullets clattered to the ground. Along with the bullets, the handguns held by the police also fell apart into pieces. Let's go. Diana pulled Iurgelin and turned to leave. How is this even possible? Stacy watched Diana's retreating figure, unable to dare to ask or stop her. From afar, he faintly heard the woman's voice. You think you're worthy to touch my maid's head? Sheriff. Jerson slowly helped Stacy up. What do we do now? What to do? Report it. This matter is not our responsibility. George Stacy said, glancing at his right hand, wondering why it had to be so humiliating. Fall back. We're leaving. Stacy shouted. And get me medical attention. Why are you all lying on the ground? Stacy looked at his team members, all still on the ground, trying to assemble their guns, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Is it that hard to assemble a gun? This gun, no matter how I try, it won't go together. Jerson said with a long face, turning his head to reveal the gun in his hand. Clearly designed with a buckle, and no parts were broken, yet the gun just wouldn't fit. It just won't go in. If I loosen my grip, it falls out. The buckles seem fake, unable to hold anything, as if the parts have lost their original function. Stacy took the parts Jerson handed over and tried to assemble them, falling into deep thought. What on earth have I gotten into? A pile of scattered firearm parts was quickly collected and sent to the logistics department of the police station. There is nothing wrong with these firearm parts. Experts took turns inspecting the parts and found that in terms of metal strength and component dimensions, they were indistinguishable from normal firearms. But they simply cannot be used. They cannot even be assembled. Moreover, these parts cannot fit into a normal gun, and forcing them in would cause the gun to malfunction. This is astonishing. I can hardly believe that such a thing exists in this world. Oh my God, how did you manage to make these guns like this? The bald expert looked curiously at Jerson. We intercepted a woman who claimed to be the goddess of hunting. Jerson thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. That's right, the goddess of hunting. Artemis, the expert asked. I don't know, she didn't reveal her name. Jerson replied. The expert nodded and was about to continue his research when a middle-aged man with a similar hairline entered, followed by 2 young men in suits wearing sunglasses. From now on, we will take over this matter. The middle-aged man flashed his credentials. How could this be given to you? This is a historic discovery. If I can find out the cause, I might even win a Nobel Prize. The expert hugged the parts tightly. This was his future. Don't be like this, sir. Even if these parts are for you to study, it shouldn't be you who gets to decide. The middle-aged man bent down to look at the expert's badge. Police Department Logistics Arms Maintenance Expert. It should at least be a PhD professor. The middle-aged man felt wronged and agitated. What was wrong with experts? Aren't they human? The world is full of oppression towards experts. When can we stand up? Let's go. The middle-aged man waved his hand. You're just letting him take it away like this. The expert looked at Jerson. You are the most trusted sheriff of Director Stacy. Do something. Sorry, but this is beyond my authority. Jerson shrugged. Furthermore, I can't manage divine matters. I don't want to. What's going on ahead? In the white McLaren, Biling thought angrily as she slammed the steering wheel at the honking cars in front of her. I'm in a hurry, do you even know? Sis, it seems like it's off work time, her brother reminded her. How can they finish work at just 5 p.m.? Can't they stay a little longer? Biling asked angrily. Her brother was speechless. This was set by President Roosevelt. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Vroom vroom. A small motorcycle stopped next to the McLaren. The Asian young man took off his helmet and glasses and pulled out a tissue to wipe his face. Although it was winter, after running for 2 hours with a helmet on, he was still drenched in sweat, and the sweat had soaked his glasses. Then he heard the sound of a car door opening. Turning his head, he saw a voluptuous blonde beauty getting out of the car, extending a hand to give him a set of keys. This car is yours and you give me this one. The Asian man was confused, looking around. Is this some new way of pranking people? Stop talking. Biling directly pushed him out of the car, then threw the keys to the ground and rode off on the small motorcycle. Hey sis, I'm still in the car. The brother hurriedly opened the door and saw his sister swimming through the traffic like a fish, disappearing in the blink of an eye. FKH. The brother kicked the car angrily, then turned around to see a silly smiling face. What are you doing? Did your sister really say the car is mine? What car? The brother scoffed disdainfully. You're living in a dream. Give me the keys. The Asian man bit his lip, struggling in his heart for a long time, and finally handed over the keys. TCH. Ahead, Biling had already spotted the goddess and her sister walking on the sidewalk nearing the other side of the street. She accelerated, wanting to dash across. Just as she passed the cars waiting at the red light beside her, she saw a dump truck towering at 3 or 4 meters tall, charging straight towards her. Viru. In an instant, her mind went blank. She didn't know how long had passed before she suddenly woke up and was astonished to find that the sky was still azure and the air was still sweet. I didn't die. Why are you chasing me? A cold voice sounded beside her. Biling hurriedly turned her head, only to find herself standing across the street with Diana and Elgrin next to her. Behind her, the small motorcycle had been crushed into pieces by the dump truck. Did you save me? Biling asked, still shaken. Let's talk business. I don't have much time, Diana said irritably. Biling quickly regained her focus, pondered her words, and said, Your Grace, we summoned you because we have something we would like to ask for your assistance. I've already said that Arrow was just a locator. I have no obligation to do anything for you. Besides, you're not even my followers. Diana shook her head. If you're willing to offer 300 million, that's your affair. It has nothing to do with me. You heard that. Biling was shocked as she said this while in an extremely enclosed vehicle. Who do you think I am? Diana coldly glanced at Biling, who instantly felt as if she were being chilled by the wind. She felt completely exposed under Diana's gaze. I have a sister. She has been innocent and conservative since childhood, and at 23 years old, she still remains a maiden. But recently she was abandoned by a man named Bai Kunlun, who not only left my sister, but also killed my father, my good uncle, who raised me. Diana's eyes turned cold. She was hooked. Biling felt a surge of joy. As the goddess of chastity, could Diana stand to see a woman insulted and abandoned? She knew Diana seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, but she wasn't afraid. She believed that what she said was all true. Valentina was indeed her sister, 23 years old, and had never been in a relationship, which is quite normal in the U.S. The American culture is extremely open, yet also extremely conservative. With such a beautiful sister, after being an assistant to Bai Kunlun for more than 20 days, do you believe Bai Kunlun didn't touch Valentina? But in the end, her father and Wolf were still gone. Isn't this just the story of Bai Kunlun playing with Valentina's feelings and finally abandoning her? Although what Biling said was based on speculation, she was certain that she was speaking the absolute truth based on her understanding of men. I've always wanted to seek justice for my sister, but Bai Kunlun is a superpower user, extremely powerful, and our family is weak with little money. We are utterly helpless. As Biling spoke, she even started to choke up. I'm a young lady riding a motorcycle in a dress, and I almost got taken away by a dump truck. It's not easy for me. Is this your reason for summoning me, eh? Diana squinted her eyes. You didn't lie? Yes. Biling hurriedly nodded. We have no choice but to rely on you. I know this request is simply a waste of your time, and I don't dare waste your time. Here's $100 million. Consider it compensation for wasting your time, okay? Biling handed over a bank card, but her heart was bleeding. Adding the previous $300 million for the arrows, even for the Dreyest family, taking out $400 million cash at once is quite painful. But this is a deity who giving less would be an insult. By Kunlun. Diana raised her hand to take the bank card. Why would she refuse free money? There are many interesting things in the human world. Moreover, she wasn't taking money without doing anything. This is the only time. Diana raised her finger. And from now on, don't appear in front of me again. Yes. Biling nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Diana tapped Elgrin's head. Elgrin turned her head to glance at Biling, suddenly made a face, and then turned to follow Diana. Goddess. Biling bit her lip, filled with envy, jealousy, and anger. As a heavenly favored daughter, a princess from a large family standing before a goddess felt like the difference between the bright moon in the sky and a morning glory in the dirt. Is money and power really everything? Biling suddenly thought of this question. Bai Kunlun and Diana are both who can be richer than the Dreyest family. But in front of them, the Dreyest family is just a younger brother. Power is the ultimate answer. Biling took out her phone. Sell off any properties under the Dreyest family that can be sold, gather funds as quickly as possible. Does Hell's Kitchen count? Someone asked from the other side. Hell's Kitchen. Biling frowned, thinking of the person who would frown when hearing the name. Wait a minute. Waiting for the outcome of the battle. Although she was certain that the gods would surely win. How can humans compete with gods? Originally walking down the road, Diana merely gained her freedom. After all, her own territory was limited, and after thousands of years, she had grown tired of it. Strolling along this broad street and witnessing the essence of human civilization was indeed a liberating experience. Now she had also found joy. With a black and gold diamond card from Citibank in hand, everyone she passed on the street treated her with utmost respect, and every shop attendant greeted her with a smile. Even though there were still those who came to harass or attempt to rob her, Diana felt even happier. After all, she was the goddess of the hunt, but her world was quite small, and after thousands of years, all the animals had been designated as protected species. These people were just what she needed to stretch her limbs. Until night fell. Having played enough, Diana suddenly remembered something. She had no idea what that Bai Kunlun looked like, nor did she know where he lived. Should I go back and ask? Diana frowned. But I did say I wouldn't see her. My faith in this world has also been stolen by that wretched Artemis. It's quite difficult for me to find someone. While standing by the roadside pondering, a red Maserati pulled up beside her. A woman with short brown hair dressed in a sharp military uniform got out of the car and said, Ms. Diana, if you have no plans for the evening, may we invite you to have something to eat? Maria Hill, Special Agent, Superpower Response Division, Level 5. Hill glanced at her badge and then surveyed the dimly lit surroundings, nodding. Your eyesight is excellent, Your Grace. I don't like you. Diana shook her head. Your body is filthy. I don't sense any respect in your tone, and right now are you inviting me or coercing me? Your Grace, we have no intention of being your enemy. Hill quickly replied, my tone is not intentionally aimed at you. Are you saying you treat me like you treat everyone else? Diana's tone grew colder. That is not the case. Hill hastily shook her head. I think this shouldn't be our main point of discussion. As guardians of Earth, since you have come to visit, shouldn't we exchange some views? Guardians, is it just you? Diana scoffed. I remember the Guardians of Earth are called Wu-Ji, aren't they? Wu-Ji. Maria Hill frowned. The term clearly did not sound like English. Oh, he is immortal and won't live long. Diana narrowed her eyes at Maria Hill. Hill suddenly felt a chill engulf her. What are you doing? Hill quickly asked. With no divine power and no extraordinary abilities, how can you protect the world? Diana scrutinized Hill's body and asked with a smile. We have confidence, courage, and our mission. Hill replied immediately, even at the cost of our lives. Those are secondary matters. Diana shook her head, her gaze vacant, as if she had returned to the past. It was an era when gods and humans coexisted, a chaotic time of monstrous beings. Humans were created as experimental subjects, served as food on tables, and kept as exhibition animals in cages for people to gawk at. The world was desolate, engulfed by floods, stripped of clothing and food, and ravaged by disease. In such circumstances, there were still outstanding individuals born through generations, leading humanity through hardships and carving out their own path of civilization, earning the respect of the gods. They claimed to be the rightful guardians of the world, but this one before her was far from it. Sometimes simply sacrificing one's life does not resolve the issue. Diana sighed and said, I just came down to have some fun. You shouldn't expect to rely on me for anything or to gain anything from me. I won't do anything to harm the world, nor do I need you to remind or monitor me. But you killed 17 people. Maria Hill said sternly. Apart from the first 3, there were still 14 more behind them, all dead without exception. They deserve to die. Diana replied indifferently, servants should act like servants. It is your responsibility to make them stand. I respect your choice, but if they dare to confront me, whose fault is it if they die? This is a civilized era, and everyone is equal. Hill was furious. You dare say they are servants? You want me, a goddess, to be equal with mortals? Diana laughed. If that's the case, then I will treat you and them fairly. No. Hill's earpiece suddenly blared with Nick Fury's shout, but Hill could no longer hear it. The overwhelming impact instantly shattered Maria Hill's internal organs, and the subsequent high arc and heavy fall were merely aftershocks. How dare you? How dare you? Nick Fury's furious voice echoed in the earpiece. Can gods kill at will on Earth? Maria Hill was a level 9 agent. She was the successor he had trained. Diana's bare feet gently stepped on the earpiece, made of special metal capable of withstanding high temperatures and explosive impacts, which crumbled into countless fragments without resistance. Is there some misunderstanding in the myths? Diana stroked her chin and turned to ask El Green, what image do I have in legends? Why do they think my temper is good? She is the goddess of chastity, protector of maidens, goddess of beasts, goddess of the forest, and goddess of the hunt. This is a goddess who embodies feminism, animal protection, and environmentalism, while also possessing the power of hunting. What do you want to do? El Green noticed that the golden light surrounding Diana was gradually transforming into silver. She recalled the books she had read, seemingly hinting that Diana also had the power of the moon goddess. Diana did not respond, gently raising both hands. In her left hand, a long bow woven from floral vines slowly appeared, while in her right hand, a silver glowing arrow emerged. Bow of judgment, arrow of retribution. Upon seeing the two divine artifacts, El Green inexplicably recalled their names. This bow and arrow were manifestations of the goddess of the hunt's power, with the bow infused with the essence of light and life, embodying Diana's divinity as the goddess of life and light, and the arrow infused with lunar power, representing her authority as the moon goddess. Then Diana knocked the arrow and drew the bow. Watching a beauty shoot an arrow is a delight, but what if the target is oneself? At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, watching the images returned by the satellite, Nick Fury was anxious and shouted, "Where is this?" "It's Queen's." Beside him, Hawkeye, gazing at the screen with eyes full of fascination, murmured, "Where is she aiming?" Nick Fury continued to ask. "Probably at us." Hawkeye replied, slowly regaining his senses. He turned to Nick Fury, only to see a droplet of sweat slowly sliding down that smooth, bald head. He no longer had time to be angry about Hill's death. He had to consider a question. "From this distance, can she reach us?" "She is a goddess," Hawkeye murmured. He understood archery well, but facing the goddess of the hunt, the ancestral figure of archery, he dared not estimate Diana's strength based on his experience. "Retreat, everyone, evacuate the building." Nick Fury urgently sounded the evacuation alarm, and in an instant a piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire building. Buzz! The silver arrow pierced the night sky, and at that moment all New Yorkers who looked up at the starry sky saw that light. It was gleaming white, carrying a slight chill, clear and bright like the full moon. "We can't escape, it's too fast." Hawkeye looked at the swiftly approaching white light and helplessly shook his head. At this distance, how many floors could he descend before the arrow arrived? No one would think that a god's arrow is a single target attack. "No, we still have hope." Nick Fury pulled Hawkeye up, slamming his hand on the table, and a hidden door suddenly opened. "Director, you." "No time to explain, get in quickly." Hawkeye hurriedly followed him, and not even having time to notice the surroundings before he saw Nick Fury pick up an orange cat and place it in front of him. "Director, this." Just as Hawkeye was about to question, Nick Fury directly pulled him behind the cat. Boom. The blinding white light instantly enveloped the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Let's go." Diana tapped Elgrin's head and then got into the red Maserati beside her. Elgrin looked at Diana with admiration, thinking how powerful and impressive she was, and vowed to become like her in the future. "Where are we going?" Elgrin asked in the car. "Under the moonlight, nothing can hide from me. As long as a person has been illuminated by the moonlight, I can track their traces." Diana started the car and slammed the accelerator. "Wow, goddess sister, you can drive too," Elgrin exclaimed excitedly. "If I can drive a warship, how difficult can a car be?" Diana pressed her hand on the car, and divine power surged. A layer of red light enveloped the red Maserati, which then transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly leaving the spot. Buzz. In the surveillance of the American Traffic Bureau, a flash of lightning zipped by, traversing several streets in mere seconds. "What is this? Is it a superpower? Quick, contact that agency with the long name." "Director, we can't get through." He had no idea that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was in utter chaos and unable to take care of itself. Queens is north of Brooklyn, separated from Manhattan by the East River, yet in just under 2 minutes the red lightning had crossed Queens and spent less than 2 seconds getting across the bridge into Manhattan. In less than 2 minutes, this lightning struck from 1st Avenue to 12th Avenue, finally coming to a stop beneath the Order Society building. The gatekeeper below only felt a blur before a bright red car appeared at the entrance, and then a stunningly beautiful girl accompanied by an adorable little girl stepped out of the car. Though the car was moving at high speed, the two girls' hair was not even ruffled. "May I ask who you were looking for?" The gatekeeper, having been educated numerous times on how to be polite, asked respectfully. As for the two beauties before him, "Sorry, he was gay. Does Bai Kunlun live here?" "Call her down," Diana said, pulling out a pack of women's cigarettes, lighting one, and placing it between her lips. This was what she had just found in the car. "I'll please wait a moment." If a burly man had shown up, the gatekeeper would have assumed trouble was brewing, but since it was a stunning beauty before him, there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps it was a love debt caused by Mr. Bai. The gatekeeper hurried upstairs, and soon a heavily made-up woman with ample bosoms and a curvy figure came down, cigarette in hand. Before she appeared, her voice preceded her. "What a beautiful woman. I've seen many beautiful women, but..." Aye. She saw Diana with a cigarette casually leaning against the red car, her waist slim, curves accentuated, exuding allure, without being vulgar, wild, yet tinged with innocence. She felt as if she were not looking at a person, but a masterpiece of art. Clearly, it was just a simple pose, yet this woman, with her low cultural level, could not comprehend what art was, yet she still grasped a sense of artistry. What a beautiful woman. The woman quietly removed the cigarette from her mouth and placed it on the shoulder of the nearby gatekeeper. The woman seemed oblivious, somewhat dazed. "I'll go upstairs to make a call." "Thank you." Bai Jing looked at the approving expression on Gu Yi's face, feeling very excited. After a day of hard training in physical arts, he had finally cleared the Kamatage. With his super memory and reaction speed combined with the gradually enhanced physical condition from mental training, he was already a martial arts genius, having memorized all the boxing techniques in the morning and practiced them one by one in the afternoon. By evening, no one could surpass him in pure martial skills, including Gu Yi. "Whatever you do, you are the best." Gu Yi nodded with some satisfaction. "I never expected that one day I would face such troubles." Caecilius had once been her candidate, but she felt he was too deep-minded and decided to wait a bit longer. In waiting, Bai Jing appeared. She was already quite satisfied with Bai Jing, only for him to bring along another exceptionally talented banner. She also knew that in the future there would be a doctor named Strange, equally gifted. With too many excellent disciples, she was unsure whom to choose as her successor. It was quite a headache. "You flatter me. Oh, I have a long way to go." Bai Jing smiled, then reined in his smile. "Go," Gu Yi said. "Can I come back?" Bai Jing asked. To be honest, he was feeling a bit timid. He had only developed for a month, and now he was facing a deity. He was just an ordinary person who knew a bit of magic, a little martial arts, and could manipulate a bit of gravity. So he wanted Gu Yi to see his future. However, Gu Yi shook her head. "You are someone I cannot see through. Your future should be in your own hands." Bai Jing fell silent for a moment, nodded, then turned to leave. He could not live forever under Gu Yi's protection. After all, Gu Yi would one day leave. Returning home, he picked up his phone, connected, and his expression gradually shifted from indifference to astonishment. A beautiful woman. Could it be Valentina? Bai Jing thought, recalling that he had not seen Valentina since they parted ways at the hot pot restaurant, but hadn't she driven away in a white car? But Valentina's family was wealthy. Perhaps she had changed cars. Bai Jing shook his head, feeling that he might be too tense, and was scaring himself. He waved his hand, opened a spatial door, and returned to his room. Bai Jing approached the window and looked down at the street below. He saw a blonde woman with black eyes glaring angrily at him. A beauty. Bai Jing's first reaction was to activate the Eye of Truth. Encompassing a wide range of light, it allowed him to see clearly in the pitch-black night, discerning every contour and pore on the woman's body. This would quickly calm his youthful and restless heart. He looked at the beauty and saw that her skin was flawless and beautiful. Every curve between the cells exuded artistic beauty. Her pores were delicate and fine, showing not a hint of dirt. Bai Jing blinked. How could it be? Under the Eye of Truth, there was still a beauty. Impossible. Thinking back on his recent encounters, Bai Jing's face quickly lost its astonishment and returned to calm and composure. One can lose their head and bleed, but one must not lose their demeanor. "Are you the reinforcements sent by Draste?" Bai Jing asked softly. There are no beautiful women existing under the Eye of Truth. Not even Valentina can. Thus, Bai Jing immediately realized she was not human. This was a deity. Only a deity could have a flawless body. "Are you done looking?" Diana's eyes were still filled with anger, but with a hint of hesitation. Bai Jing awkwardly cupped his hand. "Sorry, I've never seen such an ethereal and stunning woman in my life. I was momentarily mesmerized." "No wonder you have her so smitten. You really know how to talk." Diana narrowed her eyes, looking Bai Jing up and down. "So this is your trump card. However, in this mundane world, no one can truly harm you. Don't slander me. I always act fairly and justly, never using my abilities to bully the good." Bai Jing hastily retorted, as if implying he relied on his abilities to bully others. Your surname is Bai, which is exactly the opposite of him. But since you have inherited other powers, I suppose my actions against you won't violate our agreement. Diana's tone softened a bit, but soon turned cold again. Let's head to the sea. We shall battle. All right. Bai Jing sighed. He had long known a fight was coming and had prepared himself. He just hadn't expected the opponent to be a goddess. However, it seemed like this goddess was being a bit evasive. Did she know something? Bai Jing shook his head, feeling he was overthinking it. What mattered now was to get rid of this deity, or at least survive the battle. Other matters could be researched later. To the east of New York lies the Atlantic Ocean, where Diana, enveloped in silvery moonlight, walks upon the waves, leaving the onlookers on the shore and the crew aboard their ships utterly astounded as they kneel in prayer. Diana pays no heed, soaring out over the coastline, disappearing into the depths of darkness. In contrast to her flamboyant presence, Bai Jing flies high in the sky at a height where ordinary lights cannot reach, following Diana until he finally lands midway across the Atlantic. At this moment, the moon shines brightly, illuminating the ocean, where countless strange life forms emit a faint blue glow, casting the entire sea surface into a blue dreamscape. Diana stands barefoot above the dream, her long, ethereal hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes are clear, her jade-like arms as white as snow, her slender calves exquisite. Every inch of her is beautiful, yet Bai Jing's gaze ultimately falls upon Diana's bare feet. Her feet are fair-skinned, nearly devoid of wrinkles, giving off a crystalline appearance, especially her 10 toes perfectly aligned and of uniform size, with 10 translucent nails resembling thin jade covering her delicate, rounded, and smooth toes. What are you staring at? Keep looking and it'll gouge your eyes out. Diana's cold voice rang out, causing Bai Jing to snap back to reality, his expression turning awkward. There was an unmistakable feeling of being caught in the act of peeping. But upon reflection, he thought it was unreasonable. If she wasn't wearing shoes, why couldn't he look? With this thought, he regained his confidence. May I ask who you are? Bai Jing also landed on the ocean's surface, softly inquiring. Diana. The goddess gently raised her hand, pointing at Bai Jing. You may die. Boom. A violent gust of wind surged, creating waves that rushed towards Bai Jing. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow in surprise. This move was quite similar to his own Shen Luo Tian Zheng small version. The only difference being that he used gravity while she employed wind pressure. It seemed he could learn from this. Moreover, her name is Diana, the hunting goddess from Roman mythology. Bai Jing remained still, and the wind pressure vanished silently when it was just a meter away from him. I didn't expect they could summon you down to the mortal realm. They must no longer believe in the Roman gods. Why do you still serve them? Why so many words? Diana replied apathetically. I want to kill you simply because I want to. Aren't you afraid of Ancient One? If you bring her, I'll take her down too. Diana raised her right hand. It seems you do have some capability, but it holds no significance for me. What now? Bai Jing opened all his senses, cautiously observing the surrounding world, and suddenly looked down. He saw the algae in the sea growing rapidly, as if possessed, reaching the surface in the blink of an eye, curling around him like sea serpents. What is this would escape? Bai Jing raised his hand to summon several spatial teleportation, seems only a few millimeters wide, but several meters long. On the other side of the seam lies the depths of the ocean, 13,000 meters down. The water pressure at 13,000 meters deep caused the water rushing from the portal to move at an incredible speed, and in an instant the surrounding algae were shredded into countless pieces. Oh, Diana narrowed her eyes. You have this skill too. Basic operation, basic operation. Bai Jing humbly waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not a water deity. Most of my powers are greatly diminished on the ocean's surface. Why should I compete with you for authority here? Diana clenched her hand, and a 1-meter-long sword, blue and adorned with golden patterns, appeared in her grasp. Quick battle, quick decision. I still have time to wander around. With this move, Diana floated gracefully, her gauzy garments swirling as if she were a willow fluff soaring in the air, free from any weight. Her speed was indeed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she had already intruded into Bai Jing's domain. In less than 30 meters, she seemed to take only one step, bringing her sword across her body, aimed directly at Bai Jing's throat. Such a swift sword. As Bai Jing recited his incantation, the silver beads on his left wrist transformed into a nearly 2-meter-long spear, blocking before him. Ding! As their weapons clashed, a piercing metallic shriek rang out. Diana remained unfazed as the azure sword light flowed out from beneath her gauzy veil. Before Bai Jing could retract his spear, the sword light was already upon him. Gravity plunged into the 20-meter deep water, and using repulsion, he stepped on the water to retreat, repeatedly, shock evident on his face. She is clearly a graceful goddess. Why are her moves so ferocious once she draws her sword? This was completely different from what he faced at Kamartaj. It felt as though he had studied elementary mathematics for 3 years there only to find himself solving a world-class problem upon his return. What he was using was the 8 extremes Tai Chi of fencing, while his opponent wielded the Duga 9 swords and the sword techniques of the Umaiden. How could he possibly contend? Gravity, repulsion, devouring. These are all effective techniques, yet for some reason Bai Jing did not want to use them against Diana. He firmly believed he was an Edmund alloy-grade steel man. Even if faced with an extraordinarily beautiful goddess, he would not show any mercy. So why not use them? Bai Jing felt it was likely due to his dignity as a man. The tumter-long spear in his hand rapidly shortened. Given Diana's speed, creating distance was practically a dream. Bai Jing could only change his combat style to a quick-paced approach. The azure sword light shot skyward, then floated down, blooming into 3 emerald green lotus flowers in midair, resembling 3 spirit serpents piercing towards his brow. 3 swords, all 3 are real. The feedback from the gravitational field startled Bai Jing, who quickly assessed that he could block 2 swords, but the third one he could not block no matter what. Bai Jing immediately crossed his spear before him, softly exclaiming, "Shoot to kill." The spear in his hand rapidly extended, ready to exchange life for life. But Diana merely tapped her toes lightly, already at Bai Jing's side. Buzz. The azure sword light flashed before Bai Jing's chest, then vanished swiftly. Diana retreated several steps, standing 25 meters away, glancing around at the sea and at Bai Jing. Bai Jing wore a frustrated expression. "You still used it. What is this? Do you possess other powers?" Diana inquired. "As expected of the hunting goddess, what do you hunt? Beasts. Surely it's not other deities." Bai Jing clutched his chest, appearing gravely injured, though the bleeding only lasted an instant, as it was immediately forcefully sealed by silver through gravity. He still used gravity to forcibly deflect the trajectory of Diana's sword. Who would have thought that my first defeat would be against a goddess? Are you being modest with me? Diana's expression grew colder, daring to be modest in front of a god. After saying this, her face suddenly flushed, as if recalling something. This is not disrespect, it is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Bai Jing sighed. "You truly wish to kill me. Do you think so?" Diana raised her sword once more. "Your weapon is quite good. It can withstand the sharpness of my sun god's golden sword, but there will be no next time." Bai Jing's expression became serious, crossing his spear before him, watching Diana earnestly. Having only used gravity once, Diana accurately retreated to the edge of the gravitational field, not knowing whether it was due to sensing something or because she was the main character. It all indicated that Bai Jing's situation was not good. He could not hold back any longer. If he did, he would truly be in danger. Diana suddenly widened her eyes, her originally pitch-black pupils turning fiery red, resembling 2 blazing suns. Buzz. Diana moved like lightning, her azure sword entwined with azure flames. As this sword thrust came, Bai Jing felt there was no way to evade, no way to dodge. It felt as if 2 suns were before him, and what came was not a sword, but the very sun that overshadowed the heavens and illuminated the world. He instinctively raised his silver spear horizontally. Buzz. Bai Jing felt an overwhelming force surge from his hand, as if he had been struck by a train traveling at 800 kilometers per hour. He skidded across the ocean for thousands of meters before crashing heavily onto a deserted island. Across from him, Diana also let out a cry of pain. She had not moved, but her sword had broken into 2 pieces and fallen into the water. Diana raised her hands. Her originally crystal-like hands were now covered in red wounds caused by the rupture of internal blood vessels. As the goddess of life, such injuries would heal quickly, yet she was quite astonished. "My sword is forged from sun god's gold, and in terms of material strength it ranks just below you metal. What kind of weapon do you have that can actually damage my sword?" "This is a product of modern science, a metal called Edmund alloy, the strongest material in the world bar none." Bai Jing staggered to his feet from the island, propping himself up with the spear slightly swaying. He felt his injuries weren't too severe, so he became a bit smug. "Times have changed, oh goddess. Nowadays sun god's gold might just be 3rd best in the world." Diana snorted coldly, flying to Bai Jing's front once again at a distance of 25 meters. "I feel that we have no grievances between us. There's really no need for this fight. You see, my strength is not weak and my weapon is superior. Killing me would be a waste of time. How about this? You give up on the idea of killing me, and you can enjoy yourself on Earth. How much did the Dre's family give you? They'll offer you double. Is that so?" Diana squinted, shaking her head. "I've already said I want to kill simply because I want to. If I don't want to, no one can ask me to do anything. But the truth is you can't kill me." Bai Jing was speaking honestly. After all, he had a portal, and if he couldn't fight, he could still escape. Moreover, after several battles, Bai Jing felt as though he was gradually keeping pace with Diana. Though he was a bit wobbly now, his physical condition was no longer that of an ordinary person. He was recovering rapidly. Perhaps after another 3 or 5 years of fighting, he could turn the tide. So should he just let it go? I must admit your combat power is not inferior to that of an average god. Diana nodded. The sword made of sun god's gold was already her sharpest weapon, and now that it was broken, switching to the judgment bow would be futile. After all, she had seen the spear deform earlier. Perhaps it could also transform into a shield to block her arrows. As for URU metal, it seemed to have a high appearance rate, but in truth it was a very advanced metal usable only by families like Odin's. The pantheon to which Diana belonged was quite impoverished. So, Bai Jing became a bit excited. So, I must reveal my trump card. Diana's eyes transformed into a brilliant blue. No way. Bai Jing held his forehead. You're just a goddess from the Roman pantheon, with no reputation. How can you have so many tricks up your sleeve? I bet even Thor is a little brother in front of you. Celestial fate, dark bird. Right before Bai Jing, Diana enunciated 4 Chinese characters clearly. Portal, wait a moment. Just as Bai Jing was about to run, he paused, looking up to see a pair of azure phoenix wings materializing from behind Diana's ethereal figure. What is this? Bai Jing blinked. Who are you? The destined mystical bird descended and gave birth to Shang. This is a verse from the Book of Songs. It is said that the second consort of Emperor Ku Jiandi was the daughter of the Yurong clan. While bathing with others, she found a bird's egg which she swallowed, resulting in her pregnancy and the birth of Qi, the ancestor of Shang. And Shang is the ancestor of Huaxia. So what is the relationship of this woman before me to Huaxia? Bai Jing's mind raced for less than a second before he suddenly remembered that he was in a fight, and this woman before him was trying to kill him. When he regained his senses, he found a phoenix claw already gripping his throat. Wait. Bai Jing hurriedly shouted. I don't want to hear your last words. At least let me die understanding why you're trying to kill me. You said you're not sent by the Dreister family, so there is no grievance between us. That's true. I should at least clarify the reason for your death, so you won't regret it in your next life. You abandoned a girl and even brutally killed her father. As the protector of the virgin goddess, should I not kill you? Moi. Bai Jing was taken aback, feeling the pressure on his neck increase. He hurriedly shouted, Wait. It's too late to repent now. Know if I let you go on like this, who knows how many innocent girls you'll harm. I'm wronged. Listen to me, big sister. I have never harmed any girl. Diana frowned. You're talking about Valentina, right? I haven't touched her. I haven't even held her hand. Bai Jing said earnestly, I swear. Diana continued to frown, and then said, stop using that power surrounding you. The power of the black hole is meant for self-protection. How could he put it away? Looking at the murderous look in Diana's eyes, Bai Jing silently dispersed the power of the black hole. Diana narrowed her eyes, looking Bai Jing up and down, suddenly seeming puzzled. You are 28 this year, yet you are still. Shut up. Bai Jing shouted loudly, looking around. Only fish were swimming with no outsiders around. I have great ambitions, but if the country does not thrive, how can I have a home? Bai Jing said with righteous fervor. All right, I suppose I believe you. Diana nodded and said, so it's that woman who deceived me. That woman? Bai Jing asked. The current leader of the Dreister family. Diana raised her hand, and a bow and arrow appeared in her grasp. What are you doing? Bai Jing stared at her stance, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. He saw Diana knock the arrow, aiming directly at New York. You're going to? Bai Jing asked in shock. Whoosh. The silver glowing arrow transformed into a ray of light and vanished over the ocean, and with a wave of her hand, Diana's bow and arrow disappeared as well. I am a goddess. Deceiving a goddess, is it wrong for me to destroy their family? Diana asked. Bai Jing hesitated and asked, isn't that too excessive? Moi. Diana frowned, looking at Bai Jing. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Bai Jing hurriedly waved his hands. No. You still think it's excessive? You can't possibly be a saint, can you? Diana continued. Bai Jing immediately felt indignant. I'm not a saint who I can kill without blinking. Then do you still think I'm cruel? But it's only about deceiving you. The crime doesn't warrant death. How should the crime of deceiving a sovereign be judged? Death, which holds a higher status, a god or an emperor. A god. Then is it wrong for me to annihilate their entire family? Bai Jing fell into silence. And what do they want from me? To kill me, eh? Then if I kill your enemy, and you say I'm cruel, isn't that being a saint? Diana pressed a palm on Bai Jing's shoulder, and a torrent of divine power surged into his body, making Bai Jing feel his previously sustained injuries rapidly healing. But his mind was somewhat muddled. Am I a saint? You just said if one has great ambitions and the country does not thrive, how can one have a home? Diana asked again, in America banning drugs and guns, maintaining public order, is this your way of thriving the country? Diana asked again. Wait, let's first discuss the saint issue. Bai Jing said earnestly, my behavior is not that of a saint. I act with principles. A saint is someone who unconditionally indulges evildoers. I eliminate evildoers I encounter. Are the Dreister family good people? Diana asked. Some are good, and some are innocent. We shouldn't kill 1 or 2-year-old children, right? Bai Jing said, suddenly recalling. Right, there's also Valentina. Although she came with ill intentions, she has already been transformed by me. You like her? Diana waved her hand, and a nearby tree bent down, allowing her to sit down. That's not it. But she has turned from darkness to light. For those who can still be saved, they can still be redeemed. Bai Jing said, also waving his hand, causing a tree to bend reluctantly, allowing him to sit. What about me? I also want to kill you. You're sitting here chatting with someone who's trying to kill you. Isn't that saintly? Diana continued to ask. You think I look good, so you just let me go? Is beauty enough to be forgiven? You're just misled. Bai Jing said, I never thought we should have a life-and-death relationship. Good has nothing to do with how beautiful you are. If it were someone less attractive, I might just educate them and let them go. This is different from being assassinated. Bai Jing knew that he had a life-and-death relationship with the organization behind the Brotherhood, so he acted without hesitation. You are too gentle. My creed is to eliminate anyone who shows me their teeth. Diana said, sweetly, uttering ruthless words. Violence is the last resort. Bai Jing said, when it's time to act, one must act, but when unnecessary, one must also be restrained. A gentleman keeps his tools hidden and waits for the right moment. If the first thing that comes to mind is violence, the world will never know peace. Oh. Diana nodded, looking at Bai Jing's profile, suddenly reminded of someone, her cheeks flushing. The small island fell silent, only the sound of the tide and the chirping of insects could be heard. What about that question from earlier? After a long time, Diana continued to ask, in America banning drugs and guns, is that thriving the country? Are you American? How do you know? Didn't you just arrive today? Bai Jing asked. My authority is related to people. Coming to the mortal realm allows me to easily know about the human world through my authority. Diana smiled and said, don't divert the topic, hurry up and say it. While speaking, her legs swung back and forth in the air. Bai Jing, fearing a beating, silently turned his gaze towards the ocean. I can't tell you this if your identity is unclear. If you turn out to be my enemy, revealing my plans would lead to failure. Bai Jing shook his head. I have no enemies or friends with the people of this world. I have been away from this world for 3,000 years. The people who once believed in me and the countries that worshipped me no longer exist. What are you worried about? Diana smiled and said, my arrow is a punishment arrow. It lasts for 1 hour. Within that hour, members of the Dreister family will die one by one. Perhaps if you speak, I could spare a few. You sound like an evil deity. Ha ha. Diana laughed heartily, her voice melodious like silver bells. Bai Jing remained silent for a moment and said, Hell's Kitchen is actually the center of evil in America. By eliminating evil here, it seems I have done a great service for America. But you must understand that America's national conditions and policies provide rich nourishment for evil, and evil cannot be completely eradicated. Diana lay sideways on the tree trunk, propping her chin with her right arm, and then, Bai Jing turned his head to take a look, and quickly turned back, and then the evil that was originally concentrated in Hell's Kitchen will spread nationwide. If a tumor grows in one place, it may be benign, but if it can spread, then it's terminal. That would cause many deaths, right? Diana laughed. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. How many of them die is none of my business. Besides, if they truly have determination, cancer cannot spread. If they can manage it, then I have indeed done them a good deed. Bai Jing laughed. But can they control the spread of cancer? Moreover, Hell's Kitchen is also a mirror. Bai Jing said coldly, if everyone lives in hell, no one will be dissatisfied. But if your neighbor is heaven. Diana chuckled lightly. You are a saint. I told you I'm not. You are the saint of your country, but to outsiders you resemble a tyrant. Did the clouds that day foresee it? Therefore the footsteps were light to avoid disturbing our time together, for it was destined to be so brief. The wind blew, carrying the white clouds away. Where have you gone? When I think of you, I look up and smile, wondering if you know. Can you let her go? Bai Jing asked. Why do you ask these questions while I am singing? Is my singing not pleasant? I may not be the goddess of music, but I sing better than she does. Diana retorted. Bai Jing was speechless. It is melodious, but a life is more precious than anything, and your song has already ended. If you call me good sister, I will let her go. Diana laughed. Bai Jing was speechless. You just promised me. Why can you be so untrustworthy? And why good sister? What nonsense is that? Did you just watch Dream of the Red Chamber? Haven't you heard the saying? The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. Diana raised her hand. But I swear what I just said is true. Bai Jing stood up helplessly. If you want, save her, then I will go myself. Heavenly fate, mystic bird. Bai Jing turned around and saw Diana still lying on the tree, not moving at all. Why is your ultimate move in Chinese? Bai Jing suddenly asked. Shouldn't it be in Latin? Diana continued to hum her song. Is it related to your good brother? As soon as Bai Jing asked, he felt something was wrong as he found himself hanging upside down from the tree by the descending vines. Do you think you are smart? The tree beneath Diana extended towards Bai Jing, who was hanging while Diana was lying down, their gazes locked. I just have some guesses. Bai Jing smiled shyly. What good brother? He is just a scoundrel 100 times worse than you. Look at me, am I not beautiful? Diana asked sharply. Bai Jing shook his head. No, 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 you are very beautiful. In my life, I have never seen anyone more beautiful than you. Then between my dream and you, which one would you choose? Diana continued to ask. How can that be compared? You must choose. Then I choose my dream. Ack! The big tree suddenly shook violently, sending Bai Jing soaring into the sky. Why? Why? Diana angrily flew up, following Bai Jing. I, the Phoenix Princess, am to marry you, a pig-raising mud monkey. Why won't you accept? Pig-raising? Who? 3,000 years ago, who raised pigs? Are there any gods who raise pigs? What is the Phoenix Princess? Is there someone I am reminded of? This resentment has been accumulating for 3,000 years. Although puzzled, Bai Jing had no doubts about the answer. Such a dilemma of choosing between dreams and love was answered by sages thousands of years ago, and countless righteous men and women have been practicing it for generations. A gentleman has his own worth, not based on the year. In 100 generations there will be kindred spirits. Why must we cling to the past? Life is indeed precious, but love is even more valuable. If it is for freedom, both can be sacrificed. With your excellence, how could the man you chose back then be an ordinary person? And if he chooses love over dreams, is he still the one you like? Diana fell silent. Think again, has his dream been realized? When you saw his dream bloom and bear fruit, did you not feel happy for him? If you truly love him, you should let him pursue his dream. His dream growing into a towering tree with you as its witness is not the greatest romance in the world. The wind had just stopped, and the rain came again. On the small island, Bai Jing lit a fire not out of cold, but out of habit. Diana sat beside a pond on the island surrounded by carnivorous fish, yet they congregated around her feet, comforting her pain. Valentino will not die, and neither will those under 14. Diana suddenly said. Bai Jing was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. The gods no longer wished to kill him, and those who should be protected were preserved. Bai Jing seemed ready to leave. My name is Shi, I am the princess of the mystic bird tribe. Diana suddenly spoke. Bai Jing remained silent, quietly adding wood to the fire. Our country has many subordinate tribes. Some are responsible for hunting, some for farming, and some for fish farming. Their tribe is responsible for raising pigs. His daily task is to cut cattails in the swamp to feed the pigs. Because he is in the sun every day, he turned completely black, so everyone calls him Black Cattail. When I was 8, I was to start school, and my father allowed the eldest sons of the major tribes to accompany me in my studies. He was one of them. Our mystic bird tribe is good at music, so I learned the flute and shao while he learned the guqin and se. The princess Zai's gaze seemed to drift back to ancient times, a time when gods and humans coexisted, and the divine beings were high above, while humans were like cattle and horses subject to slaughter, and life was never their own. Black Cattail grew up in a pig-raising tribe surrounded by humans and felt nothing at first. But upon arriving in the mystic bird nation and seeing the so-called divine aristocracy, his understanding of the world began to clarify little by little. He was exceptionally intelligent, grasping what his teachers taught at once, thus being popular in the classroom. Even that lofty girl looked at him with admiration. However, his gaze never lifted. Instead, it remained low, witnessing the humans being treated as cattle and horses, ruthlessly humiliated and oppressed, seeing the so-called lowly people who could not live freely nor die freely. After a performance, his profound skills once again earned him a thunderous applause, yet what Black Cattail gained was only endless emptiness. Because he knew that music could not save humanity. Brother Black Cattail, my father has decided that you will be the king of the mystic bird nation in the future, and I will be your bride. By the great lake, a love-struck girl with rosy cheeks confessed her feelings to the young man. The young man sat by the lake and played a piece he was most proud of. She thought this was his response to her, only to see him finish playing and then throw his beloved guqin and se into the great lake. I cannot marry you. The young man did not turn around. I have a very difficult task to accomplish. Just like now, being your brother is not so bad, is it? Moreover, you are a goddess and I am but a mere human. So what? Gods and humans can marry, right? Not for long. The young man's eyes sparkled with a dual gaze. Not for long. The young man left the mystic bird nation, and the girl only heard that he was traveling to study. She thought it would end soon and he would return quickly. But this wait lasted 10 years. When they met again, the girl had grown into a beautiful woman, just like a clear water lotus, a fairy descending to the mortal realm. But his eyes held no beauty. He held a golden sword pointed at her father. Her father was a god, and she was also a god, but the young man's dream was to create a world without divine oppression where humanity could govern itself. The story is not over yet, but Bai Jing already knew the ending, because their tale is recorded in myths. In the classic of mountains and seas, eastern classic of the great wilderness beyond the East Sea, lies a great ravine, the land of Xiaohao. Here the infant emperor, Xiaohao Zhuangsu forsook his Guqin and Esi. In the classic of mountains and seas, western classic of the great wilderness, Zhuangsu gave birth to the old boy, and the old boy gave birth to Zhongji and Li. The emperor ordered Zhong to offer sacrifices to the heavens, and Li to descend to the earth. On the earth he struggled with the west, conducting the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. In the Book of Documents Lu Xing thus, he commanded Zhong Li to sever the connection between the earth and the heavens, which was not to be degraded. Severing the connection between heaven and earth is easier said than done. The gods would not wish to listen to a mere mortal, let alone countless divine beings. Therefore it is easy to imagine what occurred during this time, and how fierce the wars were. Emperor Xiaohao is named Qingyang, as Qin refers to Qinqiu, and the land of Xiaohao is situated on the edge of Qinqiu. Thus Qingyang means the sun at the edge of Qinqiu. This Qinqiu was an enormous lake in ancient times, but over time it has gradually diminished and has become insignificant in the modern era. Yet the modern world still adheres to tradition, giving the lake a very unpleasant name, Giant Ding Lake, perhaps because the lake resembles a butt. Taihao was defeated by Zhuangsu, but Zhuangsu did not take Taihao's life, allowing the Taihao clan to migrate west from the Huaxia continent. Following the tradition that the clans beaten by Huaxia would become invincible in the west, Taihao became unmatched in the west. Thus the sun god ascended to the stage of Egyptian mythology. Due to his achievement in defeating Taihao, Zhuangsu was called the Gaoyang clan, meaning the supreme sun, a rank higher than the sun at the edge of Qinqiu. This is an epic of heroes, but also a tragic hero. Humans cannot defeat gods, they must rely on the power of gods. However, severing the connection between heaven and earth requires divine beings to disappear. Zhuangsu gave birth to the old boy, and the old boy gave birth to Zhongji and Li, who were descendants of Zhuangsu, and could help him complete the great task of severing the connection between heaven and earth. Their strength was immense, one can only imagine. But succeeding Zhuangsu was the emperor's great-grandson, who had no divine power, just an ordinary mortal emperor Ku. Where did Zhong and Li go? Where did the warriors who fought against the gods alongside Zhuangsu go? Where did the girl who once deeply loved Zhuangsu go? In the later part of the story, the protagonist is no longer Zhuangsu. The imperial princess, she follows her father Taihao to the west, where no one opposes the heavens, and the divine realm is in chaos. To secure his position as the sun god, Taihao wishes to arrange a marriage between his daughter and other deities. Under the resistance of Princess, she gains the favor of the goddess of virginity, and ultimately becomes a deity herself, valued by the life deity Jupiter, thus joining the Jupiter divine system. This is the Roman divine system. Taihao is known there as Ra, and his daughter, she means early dawn, which signifies the little sun. From then on, Princess, she transformed into the Empress era known today as Diana. 1200 years later, the ultimate catastrophe descends, and all deities leave Earth. During these 1200 years, the gods engage in mutual slaughter. Diana evolves from the goddess of virginity into the huntress goddess of the forest, goddess of beasts, moon goddess, goddess of life and light, among many other divine positions. Her divine status was not achieved by mere luck. However, Bai Jing shows no interest in her story. He is simply curious. Why do you all come to Earth? What is so special about Earth? Bai Jing asked. After all, the universe is vast, and there are many life-bearing planets like Earth. Additionally, Ancient One mentioned that Earth is quite special, as many dimensional demons enjoy coming here. Why is that? Diana furrowed her brow, thought for a moment, and shook her head. It seems no one has ever told me about such things. I have been following my father to Earth since my birth. All right. Bai Jing nodded and asked again, are there distinctions between gods? What is authority? A god is one who possesses divine blood and can unleash it. Diana explained, authority is something like laws. For instance, when I did not possess the authority of the huntress, I could still shoot arrows, but with that authority, I can shoot farther, and my arrows become more powerful. Then where does the original divine blood come from? Bai Jing asked again, is it innate divinity? Not at all. Diana shook her head. They are all possessors of the power of the Heavenly Father. Heavenly Father's power. Bai Jing pondered, is it like Odin's power? Yes, it is similar to authority, but authority can only be used within one world, while Heavenly Father's power can transcend multiple worlds. For instance, if I reside on Mount Afting, I cannot use my authority to interfere with matters on Earth. But if I wield Heavenly Father's power, that would not be a problem. Bai Jing nodded, understanding. Taking Thor as an example, Odin can remain in his position and remotely control Thor's godly power on Earth, whether it exists or not. But Thor cannot. He must be in the same world as his target to strike. This Heavenly Father's power is quite formidable. Bai Jing exclaimed, stroking his chin. Indeed, all the heads of the gods possess such power. Diana nodded. Odin, Zeus, the guardian god of the Maya, Ikumen, Osiris, the Egyptian king Nuada, the Celtic god, the spirit of the Indian mainland, the Russian god Svarog, and Jupiter, the lord of Rome, Uranus, the king of heavens, and the sun god Hao. Wait. Bai Jing stroked his chin, suddenly feeling something was amiss. Why isn't there anything from Huaxia? They were all killed by my brother Zhuanqiu, Diana stated. Regarding the strength of other gods, Bai Jing was uncertain, but he knew how strong Odin was. The fact that Thanos did not dare to come to Earth while Odin and Ancient One were alive was proof of that. The fact that Zhuanqiu could kill so many Heavenly Father-level deities only speaks to his prowess. So how can one become a Heavenly Father-level deity? Is it through cultivation? Bai Jing asked. I have never seen anyone cultivate into a Heavenly Father. As far as I know, there are only 3 situations in which one can grasp Heavenly Father's power. Diana explained. The first situation is when the Heavenly Father dies and others inherit. The second is when the Heavenly Father voluntarily relinquishes his power to his offspring or disciples. The third situation is when the Heavenly Father temporarily lends his power to others. Zeus on Mount Olympus is the first situation. After the Titans died, he inherited their power. The Roman divine system I belong to is the second situation. Jupiter is nearing the end of his life and begins to pass his power to Uranus. What about the third? Seeing Diana not speaking, Bai Jing quickly asked. The third situation is just like you. Diana smiled. Huh. Bai Jing was taken aback. I have Heavenly Father's power. Do I possess Heavenly Father's power? Or is it lent to me by someone else? He immediately thought of the eye of the black hole and then of Naruto. My eyes, could they have been placed upon me by some great being? Exactly, didn't you inherit the power of the Emperor of Weishan? Diana said nonchalantly. I generally do not act against Huaxia people precisely because you inherited the power of the Emperor of Weishan. I chose to hold back. Emperor of Weishan. Bai Jing fell silent. The Emperor of Weishan was a deity from ancient times, part of the Trinity. The power they inherited is known as white magic, which is the same as what Bai Jing is learning now. So I'm just borrowing it so they are still alive. Bai Jing frowned. Exactly, but a Heavenly Father-level deity sleeps for 100 years, and perhaps they won't even notice you are dead. Generally speaking, using their power should not pose any problems. Diana continued. As you use their power to grow stronger and develop, when you die they will reap a return much greater than their initial investment. Bai Jing remained silent as he remembered. The magic he is currently using is called white magic. The power of white magic is also known as the power of the Emperor of Weishan, with the later inheritor being strange. This big shot had no face in front of the Emperor of Weishan. If he dared to offend the Emperor, his power would be revoked. In contrast, there is chaotic magic, also known as the power of Sisyphus, with the inheritor being the Scarlet Witch. Damn, Bai Jing cursed. What's wrong? Diana smiled and asked. You have only accepted a tiny bit of the power of the Emperor of Weishan, or if you delve deeper you might fully accept it. Bai Jing shook his head. He could not practice this magic. If it were just for temporary strength, practicing magic would be fine, but his goals extend beyond just Earth. If he still retained the magic, wouldn't he become a dog of the Emperor of Weishan? I need to go back. Bai Jing said. Are you going to give up the power of the Emperor of Weishan? Are you sure? This kind of power, when it grows, can rival the Heavenly Father. Diana laughed. I don't want power that doesn't belong to me. Bai Jing shook his head. Besides, I am confident that the black hole is no worse than any other power. No wonder you were born with dual pupils and natural sage. Diana's smile gradually faded and she said, Actually, I suspect there should be a fourth way to obtain Heavenly Father's power. Moi. Bai Jing stopped in his tracks, looking at Diana. If this divine system is slaughtered and it has no inheritors, it will naturally choose me. Xiang Yu and Li Yu also have dual pupils. They are not sages. Bai Jing realized Diana's implication as she was inviting him, but he did not consider himself a natural sage. Dual pupils, the strange ones, are special. Before them, there was the Black Emperor Zhuanqiu with dual pupils, so they do not count. Only the first dual pupil owner is considered special, Diana stated. You were born with black pupils, and within a month of arriving in America, you have already grasped a large amount of land, silencing governmental organizations. This shows that both your intellect and strength are exceptional. Now you are even willing to give up the huge temptation of the power of the Emperor of Weishan, which shows your remarkable determination. Though you are still far from my brother Zhuanqiu, you are still a remarkable person of the moment. Diana extended her hand. Join me in an alliance. Oh, let's slay the gods. At that time, the Heavenly Father's power of Jupiter will belong to me, while the Heavenly Father's power of the Sun God, Hao, will belong to you. But that's a divine priest, Bai Jing said. For a period in the future, it will be the darkest hour for the deities and the best time to slay the gods. Diana said seriously, in as little as 5 years and as long as 7 years. Bai Jing was silent. Or do you wish to live as a mortal for the rest of your life? Diana asked sternly. If it were just me, I would go, but I just don't understand why you have such a strong desire to slay the gods. Bai Jing asked, how do I know you aren't luring me? Because I want to resurrect him. Diana said, is that reason enough? Bai Jing was left speechless. After a long time, he extended his hand. How will I contact you then? Use this. Diana handed over a jade hand ring shaped like a large letter C, which looked like a dragon from the top, but resembled a pig more. Jade Pig Dragon. Bai Jing exclaimed as he took it. It seemed like many of these were dug up during archaeological digs. Is this really a communication tool? Also, you should change your personality. Diana added. Although I am beautiful, there are many goddesses more beautiful than me, such as the goddess of beauty, goddess of love, goddess of water, the wise goddess Athena, goddess of death Hela, and goddess of war Sif. There are plenty of them. Do you think they bring goddesses with them when they ascend to godhood just to utilize their physical advantages? If you continue to face goddesses like this, you won't dare to strike hard and will end up suffering terribly. Bai Jing nodded earnestly. I will go back and develop a technique called Ice Heart Formula. Diana nodded. Then I wish you good luck. Grow rapidly in these years so that when the time comes you won't hold back. Bai Jing agreed and asked, what about you? Are you leaving now? No, I am going to kill. Zhuang Su is very intelligent. Anything he sees, he can master in an instant. Diana said, he first learned to play musical instruments. After the teacher played once, he could replicate it the first time and surpass the teacher by the second. He started learning at 6, and by 7, he was already a well-known musician in his country. Bai Jing nodded, realizing that he must possess an extraordinary memory, learning ability, and interpretive skills, essentially an exceptionally high IQ. He has that as well. Later he learned archery, and at that time archery had just been invented, yet the inventor could not use it as well as he did. Bai Jing noted that this is quite normal. He could do the same. It's basic for a genius. He is also very charming, not just in appearance. He is great at conversation, and anyone who talks to him for a bit becomes his friend. Good-looking, emotionally intelligent, just like me. Coupled with his ability to feel brainwaves, perhaps he can even read minds. What about his abilities? What powers does his eyes possess? Seeing Diana's eyes nearly turning into hearts, Bai Jing was somewhat speechless, wondering why they couldn't get to the point. Abilities. It seems he doesn't have any special powers. Diana shook her head. I don't know. Bai Jing sighed, thinking, can an ordinary person really drive away a group of gods just with high intelligence and emotional quotient? But he already realized that Diana was somewhat clueless. This question seemed unsolvable for her. Can I leave now? Diana asked. I haven't finished asking. Bai Jing said, what is authority? What distinguishes gods from humans? A god possesses divine blood and can activate it. Diana continued, authority is probably something like a law. For instance, even without the authority of the goddess of the hunt, I can still shoot arrows, but with that authority, I can shoot farther and with greater power. Then where does the original divine blood come from? Bai Jing asked again, are they born as gods? Not quite. Diana shook her head. They are all possessors of the power of the Creator. The power of the Creator. Bai Jing pondered, is it similar to Odin's power? Yes, it is similar to authority, but authority can only be used within one world, while the power of the Creator can span multiple worlds. Diana explained, for example, if I live on Mount Yefending, I cannot use the power of life to heal others, nor can I shoot arrows to earth. But if I possess the power of the Creator, then it's no problem. All of that can be done. Bai Jing nodded, understanding. Still using Thor as an example, Odin can control Thor's divine power on Earth remotely without moving from his spot. But Thor cannot. If he wants to strike someone, he must be in the same world. This power of the Creator is quite strong. Bai Jing remarked while stroking his chin. Yes, all the chief gods possess such power. Diana nodded. Odin, Zeus, the Maya guardian at Samna, the Egyptian king Osiris, the Celtic god Nuada, the Indian spirit Manlin, the Russian god Svarog, and Jupiter, the Roman lord, and Uranus, the king of heaven. Bai Jing pondered, feeling something was off. Why is there no mention of Huaxia? All were killed by Zhuang Su. Diana stated. Bai Jing didn't know the strength of the other gods, but he was aware of Odin's power. Thanos didn't dare step foot on Earth when Odin and Ancient One were alive, yet Zhuang Su could kill so many creator-level gods. It just shows how formidable he is. So how does one become a creator-level god? Bai Jing asked. Is it through cultivation? Diana replied. I have never seen anyone cultivate to become a creator. I know of only 3 situations in which one can possess the power of the Creator. Diana elaborated. First, if the Creator dies, others can inherit it. Second, if the Creator willingly relinquishes their power to an offspring or successor. The third situation is if the Creator temporarily lends their power to another. Zeus on Olympus is the first case. After the Titans died, he inherited their power. The Roman pantheon I belong to is the second case, where Jupiter, nearing the end of his life, began to pass his power to Uranus. What about the third case? Seeing that Diana was silent, Bai Jing quickly asked, "The third case is exactly like you." Diana smiled. "Huh." Bai Jing froze. "I have the power of the Creator. Do I possess the power of the Creator? Or is it lent to me by someone else?" His first thought was of the eye of the black hole, then Naruto, recalling the eye ability that was somewhat similar to his own. "My eyes, could they be something placed upon me by a powerful being? Are they waiting for me to nurture the black hole to maturity before reclaiming it? Exactly, didn't you inherit the power of the Veshan Emperor?" Diana questioned. "I generally don't take action against Huaxia people. It's precisely because you inherited the power of the Veshan Emperor that I chose to spare my strength." Veshan Emperor. Bai Jing was taken aback, recalling information about him. The Veshan Emperor was a god from ancient times, part of a trinity of deities. The power they passed down is white magic, which is exactly what Bai Jing is learning now. "So I'm just borrowing it, and they are still alive." Bai Jing frowned. "Exactly, but a creator-level god can sleep for 100 years. They might not even notice you're gone until you die. Generally, using their power doesn't pose any issues." Diana explained. "You use their power to grow stronger, develop, and when you die they will reap much greater returns than what they invested." Bai Jing suddenly remembered. The power of white magic is also known as the power of the Veshan Emperor, with the later inheritor being strange. This big shot had no face in front of the Veshan Emperor. Angering him would result in losing his powers. Correspondingly, there is chaotic magic, also known as the power of Sisyph, with the inheritor being the Scarlet Witch. "Damn," Bai Jing cursed. "What?" Diana asked with glee. "You've only accepted a tiny bit of the power of the Veshan Emperor. If you delve deeper, perhaps you could fully accept it." Having come from a lineage of gods, Diana of course knew the disadvantages of such inheritances, which is why she was relishing the moment. Bai Jing shook his head. The Veshan Emperor rarely appeared in movies or comics, so he hadn't paid much attention. He hadn't even thought about it while learning magic. But now it seems that this magic cannot be practiced. If it's just for temporary strength, then practicing magic is fine, but his goals are not limited to just one Earth. If he retains the magic, wouldn't he become a dog of the Veshan Emperor? "I need to go back," Bai Jing stated. "Are you going to give up the power of the Veshan Emperor? Are you sure about this? This kind of strength can rival a creator." Diana continued to gloat. "Are you happy watching me face misfortune?" Bai Jing replied. "It's not my own power, I don't want it. Moreover, I'm confident that the black hole is not inferior to any power. After all, the black hole can consume any dimensional energy or divine power." He studied magic mainly to better develop the black hole's abilities. "No wonder you're naturally gifted with heterochromia, a born sage." Diana's smile gradually faded as she said, "Actually, I suspect there might be a fourth way to obtain the power of the Creator." "Moi." Bai Jing stopped looking at Diana. "Wipe out this pantheon. If it has no inheritors, it will naturally choose me." "I'm good now, you can leave." Bai Jing waved his hand. "Thank you for the information. You were born with black eyes, and within a month of coming to America, you've already gained control over vast lands, silencing government organizations. This shows that your mental strength is exceptional. Now you're even willing to give up the enormous temptation of the power of the Veshan Emperor, which shows you have remarkable resolve. Though you may not be as strong as Zhuang Su, you are still a remarkable individual." Diana extended her hand. "Join me in an alliance. Together we can slay gods, and in the end Jupiter's creator power will be mine, while Zeus' power will belong to you." "Just you," Bai Jing said, speechless. "The coming time will be the darkest hour for the gods, and the best opportunity to slay them," Diana said earnestly. "In as little as 5 years, or up to 7. By then even gods can kill creators. Creators are not terrifying. Didn't you just say that as long as something is alive, even a creator can be killed in front of me?" Bai Jing fell silent. "Or would you rather live as a mortal for the rest of your life?" Diana asked loudly. Originally meant to be a fierce tone, but considering the power disparity, she thought it best to tone it down. "If it were a different collaborator, I would have gone for it. The key is that you're a defeated foe inviting me." Bai Jing asked, "If you can't even defeat me, and given your intelligence, discussing issues with you feels like talking serious matters with a husky. You can win against me, but it's not that I'm weak, but you're too strong," Diana angrily retorted. "Besides, what's a husky? My intelligence is very high, okay? Intelligence fooled by mortals. That just means her intelligence is also quite high." Bai Jing said, cupping his hands. "Farewell." "Wait, don't go. Try it out. How will you know you can't kill me unless you try? And who said that gods must have high intelligence? Divine power only alters the body, not the mind," Diana shouted from behind. Standing still, Bai Jing turned back hesitantly. Remembering Thor, who was a bit slow-witted in the later stages, she seemed to have a point. "This is my communication artifact." Diana ran over, handing him a jade bracelet. "I can use this to contact you. Then we can go slay gods together." Bai Jing was speechless. "Why do you have to?" Diana had already soared into the sky. "Goodbye." Am off to kill rich, old white men. Got a deity of authority, a god of the father level. My current power should lie somewhere between a god and a god of authority. If I were to harness the power of black holes, I would indeed be a god of authority. However, the coverage of this authority is too limited, only extending 25 meters. Within this 25 meters, a god of authority cannot defeat me. Beyond that, it seems a god of authority also cannot surpass me. Bai Jing assessed his own power while examining the effects of magic on himself. If one were to say how useful magic is, it truly isn't that great. The only spell he frequently uses is a teleportation portal, while other magic transforms into weapons, but he has the shape-shifting adamantium. My initial intention for learning magic was to harness its power to master black hole energy, thereby controlling time and space. Yet after becoming enamored with magic, I forgot my original purpose. Thus, abandoning the power of magic means I can no longer use the teleportation portal for the time being. Once I comprehend the method by which black holes influence space, I can still traverse through space. Returning to the sanctuary, Bai Jing immediately began flipping through books to find a way to abandon white magic. However, after searching for a long time, he found no such texts. Is there no such method, or is it not recorded in any book? Bai Jing pondered, turning to use the built-in teleportation portal of the sanctuary to arrive at Calamand. Upon reaching the tea pavilion, as expected, Gu Yi was having tea. However, she was holding a teacup and had her eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Bai Jing sat beside her, waiting silently until Gu Yi awoke. Why are you not in New York, but have come here? Gu Yi asked with a smile. Now, as she looked at Bai Jing, it was as if a teacher were observing a top student, her words filled with affection. Unfortunately, I remember you once said that if one wishes to leave, one must abandon everything gained in Kamartaj, and from then on have no ties to the world of magic. Bai Jing inquired. That is indeed the case. Gu Yi frowned. Is someone wishing to leave? I wish to leave. Bai Jing replied. Gu Yi fell silent for a moment and asked, what prompted such a sudden decision? There are some reasons, but it is inconvenient for me to say. Nonetheless, this is my own decision. Bai Jing said earnestly. Is that so? Gu Yi remained silent for a long while before nodding. You do not oppose this? Bai Jing asked, somewhat surprised. People come and go often here. I have grown accustomed to it. Gu Yi smiled. Moreover, you possess a different kind of power. I have been waiting for you to make a choice. Bai Jing nodded, feeling inexplicably melancholic. He truly sensed Gu Yi's heartfelt kindness towards him, yet he felt disrespectful for coming and going at will. This ritual is called the Spirit Binding Ritual. After this ritual, you will have no further ties to the magic system. Your soul will no longer be able to leave the body, and during meditation, you will not feel the presence of multiple dimensional spaces. Gu Yi continued. However, if your spirit is strong enough, powerful enough to break free from the confines of the flesh, then you may still return to the order of magic. But by then you will no longer be a magician of our temple. Bai Jing understood it likely required a spiritual intensity of 100 to break free from the constraints of the body, while an average human only possesses 1. Typically, a person's soul dissipates just minutes after leaving the body. It is the Emperor Wei who provides the remaining 99. A magician who receives 99 spiritual intensity from Emperor Wei is known as a white magician. It is challenging for humans to reach 100, but other races may not have the same limitations. For instance, Odin's wife is a powerful magician and Loki is also a magician. They do not belong to the white magic series. They have transcended the standards of the flesh and can thus wield magic. The ritual is not complicated. Bai Jing felt Gu Yi tap his forehead, and he immediately sensed a wave of emptiness from his soul. The once keen perception of space and dimensional energy faded entirely from him. Even the orange-eyed energy he could originally see vanished into the air. Come walk with me. Gu Yi summoned the mirror space, and the two arrived at the fishtail peak once more. Do you remember what I told you here? Gu Yi asked. On the path to seeking power, do not forget to love life, for only then will you not lose yourself on the path of becoming stronger. Bai Jing replied. Gu Yi nodded slightly. You must cultivate some hobbies. Do not aim for distant and hollow goals, but rather for the tangible and even mundane aspects of life, such as eating and drinking. You must wake up each day clearly knowing what you can do today. Choose your favorite tea, water the potted plants on your windowsill, find an engaging game that doesn't seem like a waste of time, or seek out a close friend for a chat. Gradually accumulate these small anticipations and joys so that you will not be overwhelmed by unattainable dreams and uncontrollable loves. I have learned from this. Bai Jing nodded. I have bid farewell to many disciples here. You are the most talented among them. I cannot see through your future, but I can only advise you here. I hope you can stay true to yourself and not forget your original intentions. If you wish to return, the temple will always welcome you. All right. The portal opened, and on the other side was a small door to the New York sanctuary. Bai Jing pushed the door open and gazed at the scenery on Greenwich Street. From here it begins and also ends. Outside the door, people of different races, white and black, still seemed so unpleasant. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Bai Jing stepped forward with a light pace towards Hell's Kitchen. However, he had just walked less than 2 blocks when he stopped. This was because the wide street ahead was filled with angry black individuals. What is happening? Bai Jing glanced from a distance and then grabbed a hurried Asian girl, saying, "Hey, can I ask what this protest is about?" "I don't know." The person he stopped was of Korean descent, initially wanting to shake him off, but upon looking up and unexpectedly seeing Bai Jing's face, she immediately quieted down. Such a handsome guy. She immediately began speaking in broken English. "They say a black man was shot in an alley, and when his mother reported it, 2 weeks passed without a response. Then the day before yesterday, his mother was shot in that same alley. This protest started yesterday and has already entered its 2nd day." Bai Jing nodded, looking towards the crowd demonstrating for better law enforcement, holding various signs. "The police are inactive. Police out of Manhattan. Let us join the Order Society." Looking at the various signs held by the black individuals, Bai Jing even saw one with the symbol of the Order Society's eye. Quite vibrant. That eye is the symbol of the Order Society, a newly emerged organization over there. They do not allow gangs in their jurisdiction, which is why the gangs have all moved here. The girl noted Bai Jing's interest in the eye symbol and hurriedly explained, "Originally the law enforcement here was quite good, but now it is becoming increasingly chaotic." "Doesn't the police do anything?" Bai Jing asked. "They do, but they can't handle it." The girl shook her head. When they were interviewed by the Manhattan Daily, they said their police force is unable to cope with the current situation in Lower Manhattan. "Oh," Bai Jing nodded. "I was just thinking of going to Hell's Kitchen these days. Oh, I've heard the law enforcement there is good, and the rent is also affordable." The girl replied. Bai Jing nodded, sensing that his plans for building a paradise kitchen were beginning to bear fruit. As for the issue of the gangs from Hell's Kitchen spilling over, well, why should I care? Isn't catching gangs the police's job? "Where are you going?" the girl asked Bai Jing. "Oh, I'm here for a visit of my friend. Call me, you'll chat later." Bai Jing pointed towards the distant crowd and said, then dashed off. That girl had a rather frightening glare, as if she wanted to eat me alive. I just asked a question: did I really have to pay with my body? He walked along the street, observing the flow of people on the avenue. There were probably over 1,000 people on this street, mostly black with few whites and hardly any Asians. Most people were shouting protests in the street, while some were wielding baseball bats and smashing windows. Occasionally, Bai Jing would see 1 or 2 black individuals excitedly running out of stores with packages. What a beautiful scene, filled with the spirit of freedom. Previously, I could only watch videos domestically, and now I finally get to see it live. Seeing protests and demonstrations abroad from my home country probably began around 2018. Was there no one protesting before 2018? No, it was because before 2018 drones and smartphones made video recording less convenient. Also, because the technology for recording videos on phones was underdeveloped, the police's differential treatment of people of color has only increased compared to a decade later, yet the exposure is much less. Thus, it can be said that technological advancements have made Americans increasingly aware of how dire their positions are, leading to more frequent protests. From this perspective, I should quickly produce smart devices to create even more such vibrant scenes. Order Society. Mr. Consultant. As soon as Bai Jing arrived at the intersection of 45th Street, he was stopped by an Asian man wearing the Order Society emblem. "I've finally seen you. Are you looking for me?" Bai Jing asked. "No, the society is looking for you." The Asian man replied, waving his hand as a car pulled up. "The president has sent someone to each intersection to take you directly there." "For what reason?" Bai Jing inquired. "I heard someone is here to visit." The Asian man answered. "Oh." Bai Jing nodded, then asked, "Where are you from?" "Hokkaido." The conversation lost its excitement. Upon returning to the Order Society, Bai Jing felt no sense of home, for there were no family, no friends, and even Valentina, the only person he could talk to, had left. But that wasn't important. After all, which office worker enjoys their own company? As long as he could build a career, that was enough. "Mr. But." In the hall, 2 sharply dressed white men rushed over as soon as they saw Bai Jing enter. Again, they were strangers to Bai Jing. Recently, the Order Society had been rapidly expanding and hiring en masse, making such encounters quite common. He glanced at the badges of the 2 men. One was an assistant in the legal department named Greenstead, and the other was Carl Min, the deputy minister of the business department. "Why is there a business department now?" Bai Jing asked. "Because there have been many business activities recently, so we established this department to handle related matters." Greenstead replied. "Currently, there is only 1 deputy minister, 1 assistant, and a few members. The choice of minister is still up to you." Newcomer Carl Min looked at Bai Jing with curiosity. As a newcomer, he didn't understand why the choice of a company minister wasn't decided by the president, but by a consultant. "Is this company run by a consultant?" That seems rather strange. Oh, I'll look into it later. Bai Jing nodded. He was not a big company manager in his past life, just a low-level employee, and in this life, he had not studied relevant knowledge, so he was not familiar with corporate structure and management at all. Yet Bai Jing had a certain confidence. He believed that as long as he invested time, he could easily become the best company manager in this world. It was just a pity that he had previously wasted time on magic. But alas, that was only a fleeting moment. Without magic in the realm of mountains and seas, his range of influence would not expand to 25 meters, and he would not defeat the divine being summoned by the Dreister family. More importantly, he had used space magic many times, such as portals and mirror spaces, and had already developed a sense of spatial awareness. He believed that with further research, he could manipulate space using black holes. I just heard someone say there is a visitor. Yes. Greenstead said the visitors are from 3 organizations. One is the mayor's assistant from Urio City in New Jersey, another is a sheriff from the Manhattan Lower District Police Department, and the last one is the person in charge of Malvo in the Manhattan Lower District. The requests from the mayor's assistant and the sheriff are the same and can be met together, saving you time. What requests? Bai Jing asked. They are protesting against our Order Society's actions in Hell's Kitchen. My. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow. Arrange a conference room. I want to see that Malvo person first. Bai Jing said. Everyone knows Malvo. It has been the world's #1 in the Fortune 500 for many years. It is the largest chain department store in the world and employs the most people globally. It is also possibly the largest arms dealer in the world, as firearms and ammunition can be purchased at Malvo supermarkets. The Malvo representative was an old white man with a receding hairline named Brian Ross, accompanied by an Indian assistant, an Asian data clerk, a black bodyguard, and a female secretary, all seated in a row. As the largest company in the world, countless human rights organizations are watching them. Malvo does not lack female employees, as they have many positions such as supermarket sales staff and cashiers. However, human rights organizations don't care about that. They only focus on the upper echelons. After all, if they find something wrong, they can make money. Why wouldn't they pursue it? Ryan Daly walked ahead, nodding and bowing. His current identity was the president of the Order Society, while Bai Jing strode confidently behind him, followed by Greenstead and Carl Mind. Brian Ross found the combination quite strange, but since it was someone else's company, he did not dare to ask too much. The only ones who knew Bai Jing's identity were intelligence organizations. Many people genuinely believed the Order Society was merely a security company. We are here regarding the sale of firearms by Malvo in your organization's territory. Brian Ross said angrily, we have legal firearm sales permits, and we have the right to sell firearms here, but you started a gun ban here 20 days ago, not only preventing us from selling, but also confiscating all our inventory. Our representative in the West District negotiated with you, but was beaten up. He is still in the hospital. I believe your actions are barbaric and unjust, and I request a satisfactory response from your upper management, or we will see you in court. Is this true? Bai Jing turned his head. Yes, it was Frank who hit him, because he found evidence of Malvo funding various gangs. Ryan replied. Wait. Brian Ross raised his hand. We are conducting normal transactions legally, and do not fund any activities. We hope gangs cease to exist, which is why we donate over $100 million to the police department every year. Bai Jing tapped the table. That's only here for now, but the entire Hell's Kitchen will become the territory of the Order Society in the future. In the Order Society, if I don't allow you to sell guns, then you cannot sell. You are acting illegally. What I say is the law. Bai Jing slammed the table. If you dare to sell, I dare to seize. You can try. Brian Ross stared at Bai Jing in disbelief before quickly turning to Ryan. Is this what your Order Society means? Yes, the consultant's meaning is my meaning. Ryan said coldly. In Hell's Kitchen, our Order Society can protect the people without them needing firearms. But they need to go out and leave Hell's Kitchen. Brian Ross raised his hand. They will need firearms for self-defense. We will set up a gun rental service at the borders. They can rent a gun when they leave and return it upon coming back. Carl Mind, the deputy minister of the business department, interjected, as his current job was to patch up gaps for the Order Society, and this was one of those tasks. Brian Ross frowned. You took my guns and are now offering to rent them out. But this seems like a good business idea. After all, selling guns yields little profit. The money goes to the arms companies and Malvo only earns a channel fee. But if they could open a few gun rental stores, wouldn't the profits roll in? Hell's Kitchen connects to the outside world via 30 roads, allowing for at least 30 rental points. They wouldn't even need to open new stores since Malvo is everywhere. They could simply offer rental services nearby. We have ample supply, or perhaps we can also provide gun rental services. Brian Ross said, this way we also comply with your rules. No way. Bai Jing shook his head. Who knows to whom you would rent the guns, and who knows if you would rent them to gangsters entering Hell's Kitchen? You would endanger the safety of Hell's Kitchen, so forget about this business. Brian Ross frowned. What if we hand over the gun warehouse to you for safekeeping with all entries logged by your personnel, or we could pay them salaries? That would endanger the safety of Hell's Kitchen. Bai Jing firmly shook his head. After this month, the entire lower half of Hell's Kitchen will be ours. I advise you to remove your firearms by the end of the month or sell the gun business to us, otherwise you will have to experience another wave of robbery. Brian Ross wanted to slam the table, but then remembered that the Order Society seemed to be a security company with many people and lots of guns. If you are undermining business ethics, expect a court subpoena. Brian shouted. Do as you wish. Bai Jing scoffed and turned to leave. Ryan Daly felt uneasy about provoking Malvo, but he didn't dare to suggest anything to Bai Jing and could only follow him out. Greenstead followed as well while newcomer Carl Min stared in confusion at the scene. What was happening? Our company's assets seemed to be less than 200 million. How could we stand up to Malvo? Just the lawsuit alone could bankrupt us. In the large conference room nearby there sat a policeman and a young man. The policeman was Kenny Roberts, a burly man with a buzz cut showing signs of graying at the temples. He was the sheriff of the West District Police Department in Manhattan, equivalent to a district police chief. The young man was Javier M. Delgardon, the mayor's assistant from Urio City, with a rank equivalent to that of a secretary to a district mayor. Neither of them were businessmen, or once they arrived they skipped pleasantries and directly questioned. Are you the president of the Order Society? Kenny Roberts asked sternly. Ryan, who once led a gang, felt fear upon seeing the police, and after this question almost wet himself. Bai Jing turned his head, but made no move. The hormones that caused fear within Ryan had been completely drawn away. Ryan felt his fear vanish in an instant. Now facing an old policeman, he maintained a calm gaze, his expression serene and unruffled. Yes, Officer Kenny. Do you know that your organization's activities in Hell's Kitchen seriously affect the public safety of Lower Manhattan? Did you record everything? Once in the car, the dejected Brian Ross immediately changed his expression. The Asian nodded and took out a voice recorder from his pocket. I'm still too inexperienced to just spill his thoughts like that. Brian Ross laughed heartily. When we get to court, I want to see him lose his pants. Yes. The Asian nodded, but his expression was not very good. When referring to Asians, it generally means people from China, Japan, and Korea, as foreigners often can't tell them apart. Hence, during this period, upon seeing East Asians, they usually assume they are of Japanese descent, as Japan is the most powerful at the moment. In 10 years, when people see East Asians again, they will assume they are of Chinese descent or from the Celestial Empire. This is why incidents have occurred where Japanese musicians were mistaken for Chinese and attacked in America. All three countries, China, Japan, and Korea, have strict gun control laws. Growing up in gun-free countries makes it utterly impossible to comprehend the so-called freedom in America. According to a report released recently by the Children's Defense Fund, in 2005 alone, 306 children and teenagers died from gun violence, averaging 8 a day or 1 every hour. The battle yesterday between Bai Jing and Shindiana took place on February 14, Valentine's Day. Just a week earlier, from February 4 to 10, there were 7 shooting incidents across the United States, resulting in 23 fatalities and dozens of injuries reported by the Associated Press on March 27, 2008. Anyone from China, Japan, or Korea knows that the concept of freedom involving guns is utterly untenable. If this is freedom, then it must be a freedom that results in death. He strongly agreed with the actions of the Order Society. Gun control and drug prohibition are indeed great achievements that benefit the present and future. However, this stepped on the toes of the capitalists. Come on, play it for me. I want to see how arrogant he was at that moment. Brian Ross lay on the secretary's lap, enjoying a massage while giving orders. Yes. The Asian nodded and pressed the switch. Silence ensued. My. The Asian looked at the light that didn't turn on and pressed again. It seems. It's out of battery. Out of battery. Brian Ross suddenly sat up. Was there power during the meeting just now? There should have been. I have spare batteries, let me check. The Asian hurriedly replaced the battery and pressed the switch. A woman's voice came from the recorder, moaning like a pig being slaughtered. Oh, just like that. Yes, Ross, you're so strong. You're 1,000 times better than my boyfriend. In the conference room, Bai Jing was still toying with a flicker of electricity at his fingertips. A black hole can carry an electric charge, but due to the stability of the matter within its charge, is pitifully weak. How weak? Weak enough that when physicists calculate the parameters of a black hole, they assume it has no electrical charge. Bai Jing's current situation involves absorbing the current from a battery and suddenly realizing he could control that current with his gravitational force. It is well known that there is also electricity within the human body. Therefore, theoretically, Bai Jing can control the bioelectricity within himself as well as that of others. Hey, take this seriously. Javier M. Delgado banged on the table angrily. How are we going to resolve this situation? Give us an answer. The reason they came here was simple. The gang from Hell's Kitchen had encroached into their territory. Lower Manhattan is just south of Hell's Kitchen. Did Frank Castle eliminate the gang by killing all its members? Not at all. In modern times, a military with no faith collapses with a casualty rate of 30. What more for a gang? They only killed a small portion and captured even less. Most of them fled at the first sign of trouble. After all, they have guns and people they can survive anywhere. Their recent destination is naturally Lower Manhattan, which has docks and a train station leading to the rest of the country, making transportation exceptionally convenient. Most importantly, there aren't many wealthy people here, so there aren't many police officers either. They manage to deal with the petty drug dealers in the lower city, but they are no match for the ruthless gangsters from Hell's Kitchen who dare to kill and engage in gunfights with the police. Ulian City is even worse. Ulian City is located across the Hudson River from Hell's Kitchen. The gang needs to transport various goods, and there are indeed many boats. When escaping by boat, the nearest place is naturally Ulian City. Although it is called a city, its actual area is only 3 square kilometers with a population of only 6,500, mainly composed of Germans and Latinos, the latter mostly from Cuba. Both of these ethnic groups are not the type that loves to commit crimes, and most are Christian. Coupled with the city's main industry being labor-intensive textile and embroidery, the unemployment rate is extremely low, leading to excellent public safety in Ulian City, where few criminals are caught all year round. Then the Order Society executed a plan, and the number of rioters in Ulian City increased in one day to match the total number of criminals captured since the city's establishment. Especially since the citizens of the city have little experience interacting with gangsters. For instance, in Hell's Kitchen, when a gangster raises an eyebrow, you know it's time to pay up, and when he puts a hand on his waist, it's time to drop your pants. But the people of Ulian City don't know this. As a result, these rioters clash with the citizens of Ulian City during work hours, and when conflicts arise, blood is shed and people die. In the past 20 days, the number of emergency calls in Ulian City has skyrocketed, and the police department that originally served citizens is now completely incapacitated. These Hell's Kitchen gangs have caused tremendous losses for our Ulian City. Now many factories are shut down and stores are closed, all because of you. Javier shouted angrily. Bai Jing scoffed. A gang is a gang. What does it matter if it's a Hell's Kitchen gang? Besides, this is the evil done by the gang. Why are you blaming us from the Order Society? You should be going after the National Guard. Your actions are what led these gang members to come to our Ulian City. Javier stated firmly, this is your responsibility. We are neither police nor military. Why should we be responsible? Bai Jing shrugged and looked at the sheriff. Kenny, if there are so many gangs in Hell's Kitchen, it must be the police's problem. Why are you looking at me? I am only responsible for protecting Lower Manhattan. Besides, we have been doing our best to keep the gang members confined to Hell's Kitchen. It is you who pushed them out. Kenny retorted. But you should eliminate these wicked and criminal gangs. How can you allow them to exist? Javier asked. He is of German descent, and there was originally no gang in Ulian City. Where there is light, there is darkness. Gangs cannot be completely eradicated. Kenny replied, besides, I am just a junior sheriff. How can I manage them in Hell's Kitchen? You should ask the chief of the New York City Police about this. How about this? He'll leave you a room, and after you finish arguing, we can continue. Bai Jing asked with a smile. You and the Order Society can't escape responsibility. Kenny shouted. But we don't have the responsibility to fight against gangs. Bai Jing retorted. Then why are you fighting against them? Kenny asked. We are a security company. I must ensure the safety of our clients' lives and properties. Kenny was speechless. His reasoning was so valid that I couldn't refute it. So now the situation is that a security company has driven the gangs out of their jurisdiction in order to protect their clients, and as a result these gangs have fled to other areas, leaving the local police unable to handle the situation. Are we police worse than a security company? Looking at the silent sheriff and assistant, Bai Jing tapped the table. The issue is now quite clear. So can you return now? Wait a moment. Kenny said, even if capturing the gangsters is not your responsibility, you still bear some responsibility for how many gang members are circulating outside. I hope you can do your part to help maintain the public order around New York City. How can we help? Bai Jing asked. We will conduct joint law enforcement with the police of Ulian City to expand our police force, so we need to recruit personnel and purchase equipment. Kenny said, if your society could fund us a bit. Bai Jing shook his head. Sorry, the Order Society has no money. What our consultant means is that we are still in a rapid expansion phase, and our funds are quite tight. Carl Mend quickly added. Bai Jing glanced at him, and before he could continue, Carl Mend was pulled back by Green Stir beside him. This, Sheriff, Kenny's expression darkened. What about a presence? If the Order Society could send someone to Ulian City. Javier asked, aren't those gang members afraid of the Order Society? As long as the Order Society opens a branch there, the gang members will probably run off to other cities. Sorry, we have reached an agreement with the higher-ups to not enter Hell's Kitchen, Bai Jing said nonsensically. This. Javier and Kenny exchange glances. Does the Order Society have a background up there? I haven't heard of it. But to expand almost without obstacles, there must be someone behind this organization. It seems I need to ask about it when I return. When they looked up again, they saw Bai Jing had already stood up preparing to leave. Looking at Ryan Daling, who was still sitting beside him, Kenny asked, "Isn't your consultant being too impolite? The guests are still here, and he's leaving first. Why are you keeping him here?" Ryan exclaimed, turning around to see Bai Jing glancing at him at the door. "What do you mean? Are you trying to sow discord between me and our consultant? Do you know how much our consultant has contributed to our development up to now?" Ryan slammed the table. "You insult our consultant and still expect us to give you money? Go to hell." Bai Jing asked outside the door, "Where did Matt go? He's been busy with family matters lately. It seems something happened with one of his girlfriends." Greenster explained. "Oh." Bai Jing nodded. "Go inform Frank that the Dreister family no longer exists and we can accept their territory and assets. Additionally, if manpower allows, we can launch an attack on the northwest area of Hell's Kitchen. Isn't Matt over there? He can lead the team. Call me if you encounter difficulties. I will provide support." "Yes." Greenster quickly took out his notebook, excitedly jotting it down. He had seen Bai Jing's radiant light, and many were still discussing what to call that move. "Speaking of which, consultant, won't it be inappropriate for us to refuse them like this?" Greenster asked again. "He's just a sheriff from a lower district, an assistant to a mayor of a small city, and he comes to ask me for money. If gangsters roam everywhere, would the mayor of New York come to you, or the governor of New Jersey, and you'd have to give them money?" Bai Jing said lightly, "When encountering such matters, just refuse directly, not a single cent." Greenster was speechless, saying, "Mr. Bai, you may not understand our culture here. If you want to do business well, it's essential to have appropriate communication with the government. In America, is there no collusion between officials and businessmen? Absolutely not. This collusion is merely replaced by various sponsorship fees, sponsoring cars, guns, houses, funding, and so on. If you don't sponsor, the official organizations will find 1,000 ways to make it impossible for you to continue. For instance, the FBI directly hints to the police that if you continue to act recklessly, gangsters will shoot at you. But the Order Society is different. I have people, I have guns, I'm not afraid at all. Since I came here, it means they are used to me." Bai Jing said, "By the way, there was a tax issue earlier. We won't pay taxes anymore. I earn money only to hand over more than 40 in taxes. Oh, wouldn't that make me beg on my knees?" "Oh." Greenster was dumbfounded. "Taxes cannot be avoided. There is a saying in America that only death and taxes are eternal, referring to the power of the IRS. The abbreviation for the tax bureau is IRS, and the predecessor of the IRS was established by Lincoln to support the expenses during the Civil War. At that time, the Civil War was exceptionally fierce and military expenses were very tight, so Lincoln established the National Tax Bureau to collect taxes. Everyone knows that in America, everyone has a gun and taxes are so heavy, who wants to pay taxes? Many farmers and factory owners are unwilling to pay taxes, hide their income, and even violently resist taxes. Thus, due to wartime systems and considerations, tax agencies were granted the right to mobilize troops to arm tax collection. Over time, this authority was retained, evolved, and even improved. The tax department has its armed organization equipped with everything from light to heavy weapons, jails, courts, and the power to directly freeze assets without application. To this day, the IRS has 110 civil servants, of which 400 are tax auditors who directly go door to door, and their weapon levels are on par with the most advanced army in America. It can be said that apart from nuclear missiles and aircraft carriers, the tax bureau has everything it needs. If we refuse to pay taxes, not to mention the distant future, on the first day our accounts would be frozen, and by then we wouldn't be able to pay salaries, and the Order Society might collapse in less than half a month." Greenster advised seriously. "Trust me, what you said won't happen, otherwise it would have happened long ago." Bai Jing patted Greenster on the shoulder. If the banks could freeze funds, they would have frozen them long ago. What he had done had already been viewed as a tumor by the higher-ups, and they even sent people to assassinate him, but the result was Bai Jing tracking them down and directly taking out a hideout. The higher-ups know that Bai Jing does not play by the rules and does not follow any so-called unspoken rules and customary practices. If you target the Order Society, who knows if he will go to take down the Statue of Liberty tomorrow? Since Bai Jing wants to operate in Hell's Kitchen, let him do so. At least there is a place to keep him in check. Moreover, they only see Bai Jing taking action, and he hasn't promoted any red ideology, so the harm is not very great. As for the gangs, they're just small problems. The elites are well protected by the police. And as for the poor, who cares? Furthermore, SHIELD is also busy looking for people or things that can target Bai Jing. As long as a way to defeat Bai Jing is found, wouldn't the Order Society be easy to deal with? Of course, mainly because Bai Jing has not gone too far. He has been targeting gangsters and drug dealers, which makes it seem like he is making America great again. If Beijing were to storm a police station today and blow up a building tomorrow, the higher-ups would probably not sit still. Even if they had to bring in the military, they would have to take down Beijing. Simply put, Beijing's actions have not yet crossed the bottom line of America. I understand. Greenster nodded, seemingly comprehending. Beijing returned to his office and saw a wall of screens. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have an appointment with the embassy. But I scheduled it for 7 days, and there are still 3 days left. On February 21 SD, Beijing activated his polarization ability early in the morning, arriving at his destination unnoticed. Half a day later, he quietly returned to the Order Society. No one knew what they discussed, only that construction began on the other side. The Order Society's takeover of the Dreisler family was simple and swift. A group of people directly approached the Dreisler family, using various means to obtain property, land certificates, and bank accounts. A group of giant crocodiles who had hoped to rush in after hearing of the Dreisler family's downfall were left dumbfounded. Young man, you're not following the rules of business. Isn't there supposed to be negotiation and research that takes 3 to 5 years? To put it bluntly, the actions of the Order Society were undoubtedly improper. Yet such behavior went unchecked. Complaining of unfair competition to the Department of Commerce, they were ignored. Complaints to the court were dismissed. Major financial groups were bewildered and employed even higher-level forces, finally receiving an unclear response. You cannot afford to provoke the Order Society. Thus, everyone calmed down and began to reassess this organization that had suddenly risen in Hell's Kitchen. Various families quietly listed the Order Society as an untouchable entity, advising their heirs to behave modestly within Hell's Kitchen. The Dreisler family's assets were nearly $70 billion USD, with the majority being fixed property and a small amount of stocks. Beijing ordered his subordinates to sell off all properties owned by the Dreisler family outside of Hell's Kitchen, converting the funds to purchase land in Hell's Kitchen for large-scale development, demolishing low-rise buildings to construct high-rise residences. This was definitely not a losing venture, due to the agglomeration effects of major cities coupled with Hell's Kitchen being in the most prosperous area of New York. Property prices remained high. If Beijing could transform Hell's Kitchen into Paradise Kitchen, surely more people would want to live here. Once the population increased, it would become even harder for the U.S. government to deal with him. Beijing also planned to construct an order building. He intended to hire a Chinese designer to create a building shaped like a traditional golden staff, with both ends gold and the middle a bright red inscribing "See Calming Needle" on it. It would be 3,000 meters tall, ensuring visibility from any corner of New York, becoming the city's postcard. When people think of New York, they would surely recall this golden staff inscribed with Chinese characters. What? You say it's too difficult to build. What if we use Edelman alloy and black hole metal for support? What is Beijing doing at this moment? He is attending a class. In a lecture hall accommodating 200 students, a tall and thin professor with a shiny head was lecturing. He was not an unknown figure, but Richard Axel, the Nobel Prize winner in physiology or medicine in 2004. Beijing was not there for the Nobel laureate's fame. Rather, the research conducted by this scientist was genuinely useful to him. Scientist Axel and his female colleague discovered that the human body has 1,000 genes encoding different scent receptors on cell membranes, and these receptors correspond to nearly 1,000 types, corresponding to about 2,000 olfactory glomeruli in the brain responsible for scent perception. When an odor interacts with the scent receptor cells, the receptor cells emit electrical signals to the olfactory glomeruli, which classify the scent signals and transmit them to the corresponding sensory cells. Due to this wanton specificity, humans can always distinguish specific odors without confusion. Odors are generally produced by molecules, and there are nearly 1,000 types of scent receptor cells. When different scent receptor cells act simultaneously, the human body can perceive nearly 10,000 different tastes. Recently, Beijing discovered that he could subtly control some electrical currents. In other words, understanding this, Beijing could interfere with electrical signals, allowing targets to perceive corresponding tastes. Most importantly, Beijing understood the mechanisms behind various sensations. Synaptic cells perceive signals, biological electricity transmits signals, the brain receives signals, processes signals, and perceives the world. What use is knowing all this? Beijing could reverse engineer taste from smell, hearing, touch, and sight, thus manipulating the 5 senses. As for why there is gravitational repulsion and absorption, and why he would want to manipulate the 5 senses. Because often simple and crude methods aren't suitable. Additionally, when it's inconvenient to act personally, he could always use a proxy. Superpowers are overwhelmingly advantageous in scientific research compared to ordinary scientists. Axel spent about 8 years discovering this mechanism, while Beijing could directly observe how electrical signals propagate, how they enter the brain, and how they are expressed through gravitational scanning. Axel needed to validate his conclusions through various indirect methods, while Beijing could read conclusions directly. Thus, if he wished, Bai Jing could complete Axel's 8 years of hard work in less than a month. This scientist is still conducting research on the mechanism of vision. If Bai Jing wanted to participate, it would only take a short time for his research results to become obsolete. Having acquired knowledge, Bai Jing could diversify his abilities, making them even harder to predict. Thus, knowledge is power, Bai Jing thought to himself. However, he had no intention of interfering with others' research. After all, this professor was a decent person. He only had about 20 students, 5 of whom were from Tianqiao, and he didn't treat them like laborers, but often collaborated with students on high-quality publications. He wasn't leveraging his students for academic achievements. He was a genius himself, having become a professor at 27, and the Nobel Prize he received in 2004 stemmed from research conducted in 1991. He had accumulated various honors long ago. The teacher intended to cover 2 class sessions of material, but Bai Jing finished reviewing the lecture notes in 10 minutes. Mainly what others struggled to comprehend, he could directly observe in himself. Therefore, he simply began to conduct more in-depth research. First, he needed to know what flavors corresponded to these 1,000 prominent receptors, then randomly combine them to see what flavors they produced. This way, he wouldn't make mistakes such as making someone see an apple only for it to emit an orange flavor, which would immediately reveal it as an illusion. As his mental strength grew, the speed of his neural transmission and his brain's discriminative ability would become more precise. While ordinary people could distinguish tens of thousands of flavors, Bai Jing could identify hundreds of thousands, even millions. For the average person, even though taste memory lasts longer than visual memory, it is nearly impossible to remember tens of thousands of flavors. At most, they might suddenly recall a flavor they had previously encountered. But to associate a flavor with what it was before, that's unachievable. But Bai Jing could. He could remember hundreds of thousands, millions of flavors. That student. Axel suddenly whispered, "You come answer this question." He was seeing a Tianqiao student sleep in his class for the first time. Bai Jing stood up speechlessly. He just wanted to quietly attend class. "Here." Axel pointed at the blackboard. "It's written in my notes. If you've prepared, you should be able to answer. Of course, this part is still somewhat challenging. You only need to answer part of it. The 7 transmembrane domains of the receptor." Bai Jing rubbed his chin, looking at the students next to him. The white student beside him felt an inexplicable gaze from the top student and hurriedly made way. Axel was speechless. "I only asked you to name and describe the 7 structures. Why are you coming up here?" Then he saw Bai Jing standing in front of the blackboard, picking up an eraser. "Can these be erased?" Bai Jing asked, pointing at the already filled blackboard. "Yes." Axel nodded. Bai Jing turned and began to erase the blackboard. The areas his hand passed over became spotless without even a speck of dust. But the students, all nearsighted, and Axel, whose attention was elsewhere, did not notice. Until Bai Jing began to draw on the blackboard. At an astonishing speed, almost with a wave of his hand, 7 diagrams of transmembrane structures soon appeared in a row on the blackboard. "This," Axel nodded in satisfaction, "not bad, very impressive. However, the diagram only occupies such a small space. Why did you erase half the blackboard?" Then Bai Jing labeled the side of the diagram galactose, a type of monosaccharide. Could it be? He started a new row with the 7 structure diagrams labeling beside them mannose. Then in another row, 7 structured diagrams labeled ribose. In another row with 7 structured diagrams labeled xylose. Bai Jing turned to Axel. "This is the diagram of the ion channel transmembrane structure prominent in monosaccharides associated with sweetness. I know many more, but there's not enough space here to write them all." Axel looked at the 4 rows of diagrams on the blackboard, somewhat perplexed. He had just realized there were 7 transmembrane structures and only roughly sketched them. Why could this student detail the structure diagrams for each type of monosaccharide? Moreover, these 28 diagrams were much more detailed and reasonable than his own. This did not seem like a guess from this student, it was too scientific. As a scientist, he intuitively felt that these diagrams might all be true. "How did you?" Axel hurriedly turned around, only to find that the student had already vanished. "Where did he go?" Axel asked. "He just went out," a student replied. "Oh, I see." Axel felt a sense of loss, as if he had let a talent slip away, yet also wondered if he could even teach someone like that. That shouldn't be possible. I'm a Nobel laureate. With 1,000 types of synapses, 2,000 olfactory bulbs, and 2,000 glomeruli, there are countless combinations. Feeling satisfied with his recording progress, Bai Jing thought. The mechanism of human olfaction is quite simple. Synapses receive scent information, transmit it to the olfactory bulbs, which then send it to the glomeruli, ultimately activating a type of nerve cell known as the mitral cell. This is the entire mechanism behind human sense of smell. If one wishes to know what each synapse corresponds to in terms of scent, the method is simple, just exhaustively go through them all. At his speed, he could activate hundreds of synapses per second, completing the process in just 10 seconds. Even when grouped in pairs, 3s, 4s, or 5s, the total combinations are manageable. With 86,400 seconds in a day, he can activate 64 million times. Given the time, he could exhaust all the flavors in the world. Humans commonly use only about 4,000 flavors. The saying goes, a discerning nose recognizes a woman's scent, and even top chefs or gourmets can identify only about 1,000 flavors. It is well known that dogs with their acute sense of smell can distinguish 2 million types of scents. Bai Jing, however, surpassed dogs' abilities in just one day by exhausting all the flavors in the world. It feels a bit strange. However, such comparisons may not be fair. Humans have only 1,000 basic synapses, whereas dogs have 4,400, which reflects a natural disparity. He had previously been able to detect many scents, but without understanding their essence. Now he could identify the molecular composition of a flavor based on which synapse was active and trace its origin. If he learned a bit about gourmet tasting, he would undoubtedly become the god of scent. When he applies the same principles to exhaust the synaptic functions of taste, he would become the god of taste, rendering figures like Nagi Kaidoji as mere novices before him. The most crucial part is that he can utilize his abilities to make others experience the same sensations. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, get back to your country. A white-skinned man swaying while holding a bottle of wine walked by. Upon seeing Bai Jing, he immediately began to curse, laughing heartily after his tirade, pouring another drink down his throat. Wow, he sprayed the wine he had just sipped. He suddenly caught a whiff of a foul stench, a rancid odor reminiscent of rust, as if 1,000 cockroaches had exploded into a paste and were smeared across his face. With such a stench, how could he possibly drink? TCH. Bai Jing cast him a cold glance before turning to leave. The molecular structure of this person's cellular synapses had been altered by Bai Jing, misleading his cells into believing that the scent molecules were always present, thus this foul odor would forever linger around him. Of course, the solution is quite simple. Olfactory neurons have a short lifespan of only 30 to 60 days. Even if left unattended, these cells will die off after 30 days, and his sense of smell will naturally return. It's just a matter of enduring the roach smell for a month. Surely no one would struggle with that. If he sought medical attention, the method would be even simpler. Due to the inability to identify the cause, various tests would be run, ultimately concluding it was a nasal issue. They could remove the nose that very day, and it would take effect immediately. Medical fees would be 9,800. As for insurance, well, the reformer hasn't taken office yet. Leaving Columbia University, Bai Jing did not return to the Order Society, but instead directly submerged into the depths of the sea. This time he did not want to give up halfway, he decided to tackle things one by one. Delving deeper into the ocean, flowing downstream, heading east out of New York Bay, leads directly to the Bermuda Triangle. The currents of the Bermuda Triangle are chaotic and seasonally variable, compounded by erratic magnetic fluctuations and bizarre alien ruins, making it a rarely frequented area. However, due to its peculiar nature, the U.S. government monitors it quite intensively. Thus, Bai Jing chose a location not far from where Diana was fighting, in the heart of the Atlantic Ocean, off the beaten path. Sinking to the bottom, he sat cross-legged in the water, expanding a gravitational field nearly 50 meters in diameter, transforming into a mass of darkness. This was the first time since coming from the realm of mountains and seas that he allowed himself to absorb seawater. In an instant, the surrounding seawater rushed toward the center, as if a 25-meter diameter hole had opened up in the center of the sea. His black hole was slightly different from a true black hole, resulting in a situation where within a 25-meter boundary, a massive spherical area was dominated by gravitational pull, while outside there was no gravity at all. Thus, this 25-meter diameter sphere resembled a pit, and the influx of water would not generate any X-rays due to molecular collisions. Bai Jing certainly had ways to achieve that, but at the microscopic level, he could only observe at the nanometer scale, unable to perceive fundamental particles. Even if he produced X-rays, controlling them would be challenging. One must eat a meal one bite at a time and travel one step at a time. As the black hole absorbed water, Bai Jing began to assemble his sense of taste in his mind. During this process, he pondered an intriguing question. Why are there 1,000 types? Because the genes determining synapse types number 1,000. Why are there also 1,000 genes determining flavor? Bai Jing suddenly found himself very intrigued by ancient history. According to the history of the Marvel world, the Kree came to Earth millions of years ago and altered the genes of Homo sapiens, creating humans. Among them, those with superpowers are the Inhumans, who are likely residing on the moon. Why did the Kree come to Earth? To create mutant warriors, and for what purpose did the gods come here? How did Zhuangzi's absolute void transmission operate, allowing the gods to leave the Earth? As for this gene, could I enhance the gene for distinguishing taste to enable me to identify more flavors? Similarly, human visual range is quite narrow, limited to the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. We cannot perceive frequencies beyond this range, which is likely gene-determined as well. Can I enhance this genetic aspect to see a broader world? And what about hearing, feeling, and tasting? If I am to become powerful, it should be an all-encompassing strength. Otherwise, even if I become a god of the highest order in the event of encountering a life form with a spectral presence beyond the visible spectrum and the ability to shield against gravity, I would be incapable of even seeing it. Genes. Boom. The gravitational pull penetrated the photoreceptive cells, and for the first time, Bai Jing understood from a scientific perspective why his vision was so powerful. The ability of gravity to concentrate a wide range of light in his eyes is one aspect. The other is that his photoreceptive cells are exceptionally developed with extraordinary vitality in both rods for night vision and cones for daytime vision, and their numbers are remarkably vast. An ordinary person has 120 million rods and 8 million cones, while he has 810 times more than an average person. The neural network connecting these visual cells is also highly developed, densely packed, yet orderly, giving it an artistic beauty. Therefore, theoretically, if I were to implant a significant number of visual cells into a person, enhancing their retina and boosting neural vitality, that person could also develop remarkable vision. Bai Jing then thought of Matt. With his current technology, he could entirely restore Matt's sight. After all, he understood eyes better than anyone else through gravitational lensing. And gravity is the world's best scalpel, bar none. Thus, I might already be the best ophthalmologist in the world and possibly the best in otolaryngology, dentistry, and neurology as well. Once more applying the exhaustive method, he stimulated the visual nerves one by one to perceive changes in light. Stimulated 1600. The normal count is 800. Taste buds to sense variations in taste in his mouth, and stimulated auditory cells to perceive changes in sound. Uncertain how much time passed, Bai Jing suddenly opened his eyes wide and gently clenched his fist. The dark seawater around him surged away, transforming into boundless chaos. From the chaos, a giant egg emerged, gently trembling in the chaotic currents. A jade-like hand reached out, and the chaos and giant egg offered no resistance, being crushed into powder. The owner of the jade hand transformed into a white-haired, lowly, clothed in pink gauze descending from the sky. Surrounded by clouds, her voice resonated as she softly said, "I am the lowly bodhisattva with the appearance of a youthful face and white hair." With another snap of her fingers, the chaos dissipated, and the lowly vanished, leaving only the dim seawater and the swimming fish. The five senses of a person merely relay electrical signals. To control electrical signals and grasp the true essence of the five senses allows one to manipulate them at will, thus achieving my path. A radius of 32 meters. The date is March 1 ST. Coming ashore from New York Bay. He newly acquired a certain ability, and he's eager to use it. However, he doesn't want to expose himself, though after all he was already exposed once with just the ability to ignore bullets and distant laser beams. If the American government discovers that his ability can evolve, who knows how frantic they would become. Bai Jing still wants to play slowly and doesn't wish for it to end so soon. Create a secondary account. Bai Jing thought for a moment. The most well-known person who can manipulate the five senses is naturally Aizen Sasuk, but unfortunately Bai Jing has never watched Bleach and has no idea what this person looks like or what the Shinigami uniform looks like. He only knows that this person wears glasses and loves to smile. This understanding mostly came from fan works such as Aizen Sasuk from Naruto, Aizen Sasuk from One Piece, Aizen Sasuk from Fairy Tail, Aizen Sasuk from Marvel, and Aizen Sasuk from One Punch Man. There are many characters in Naruto who excel at illusions such as Uchiha Itachi, but he is not of the same type as Bai Jing. In contrast, Karasume Yakumo can manipulate the five senses. But that's also a reason he hasn't watched Naruto and doesn't know what this person looks like. Thinking of it this way, he is more familiar with someone related to the concept of illusion, seemingly the trickster Demonis Lafleur, but dressing as a woman. Bai Jing mentally simulated what he would look like in women's clothing. As expected of myself, even in women's clothing I would shock the crowd. However, if it comes to an absolute necessity, he could do it, but for now it's better to avoid it. Well, it's still better to go back and study. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the entire street suddenly erupted. Bai Jing instinctively tilted his head, and then realized that although the gunfire was very close to him, the target was not himself. Turning his head to look, he saw a bald, middle-aged man around 34 years old wearing a red sweater on top and jeans below with a wide belt around his waist tied to a bucket of paint, and his body was splattered with paint. He appeared to be a painter. In his left hand, he held a Beretta 91, while in his arms he had a blonde girl of about 20 years old as a hostage. They stood against the wall at the edge of the street. "Please, oh please." The girl kept repeating these words as the bald man nervously looked around, and nearby lay a black man who had been shot in the left chest, the bullet piercing his heart, and he was already beyond saving. "Get out of the way, make way for me," the painter shouted while turning his head. "Get your boss out here. If he doesn't come out, they'll kill him right here." Bai Jing looked up and saw the United Bank. "What's going on?" Bai Jing asked. It's all because of the housing prices. An old white man beside him casually remarked, housing prices have been falling. Who can stand this? Isn't it good that housing prices are falling? For a country with high loan rates and low employment rates, it certainly isn't good. High loan rates mean that most people buy houses through loans. For example, if someone borrows $3 million to buy a house, he needs to pay $4 in interest. If the house continues to appreciate as long as he can sell it for $3 million, he won't incur a loss. If a person has a stable job and can pay off the loan on time, it doesn't matter to them whether housing prices go up or down since the house is meant for living. However, there are people with unstable jobs, and it's quite normal for them to resign and find new employment. Such individuals often struggle to repay their loans and fall into arrears. Due to multiple loan defaults, their credit ratings will be lowered. If they want to borrow again, they will face higher interest rates. For instance, a typical person might borrow $1 million and pay back $2 million. They would have to repay $36 million. Those with lower credit ratings and higher repayment interest are referred to as subprime borrowers. They borrowed money to buy houses, but then lost their jobs. If the house's value continues to rise, they can sell it to pay off their loans, but if the house is depreciating, selling it won't allow them to pay off the loan. The bank will seize the houses of those who can't repay their loans, but at that time, if housing prices are falling, the bank will also incur losses when selling the houses. One or two subprime borrowers losing their jobs wouldn't affect the overall situation, but there are too many such people. As a result, a large number of subprime borrowers couldn't repay their debts, mortgaging their homes to the bank, which also lost money. Ultimately, subprime borrowers went bankrupt, banks went bankrupt, and many mortgage institutions went under. When both the people and the banks go bankrupt, homes become even harder to sell, and unemployment rises, resulting in more subprime borrowers going bankrupt, dragging down more banks and mortgage institutions. This is the subprime mortgage crisis, a financial crisis triggered by falling housing prices, but at its core it is due to too many poor people and a high unemployment rate. This crisis began to show its signs in 2006, and has now started to expand widely by 2008. Bai Jing glanced at the painter ahead and chuckled softly. With so many economists in America, many of whom have received the Nobel Prize, couldn't they see the onset of this crisis? They must have seen it, but no one cares. Because the decline in housing prices is a carnival for capitalists, the poor are selling their homes. Isn't that the perfect opportunity for the rich to buy in? They don't think you've lost enough, rather they feel that the current drop in housing prices isn't severe enough and that it should be worse. An interesting fact is that after the subprime mortgage crisis ended in 2009, it seems that America has not faced any subprime issues. Why? Because no one can afford to buy a house anymore, and they can only rent. If they don't buy houses, it naturally has nothing to do with subprime loans. What if those who rent also become unemployed and go bankrupt? Then they can only become homeless. In America, homeless people receive no benefits except for food from welfare organizations like Walmart or some charity organizations, and without any social security, they can't find work. Most can only continue to wander forever. Only a small number of people manage to turn their lives around, and some even have their stories made into movies, such as The Pursuit of Happiness. Common occurrences in life are rarely made into films. In other words, the existence of homeless people poses no burden on America. Of course, there is a slight advantage to being homeless here. Food waste is severe, so just rummaging through a trash can leave one starving. But won't the people protest? They will, but those in power will tell you that immigrants are taking your job opportunities, and you should blame them. Meanwhile, I will build a wall next door to keep them out. What do you think of this idea? If it sounds good, please follow me and vote no comments here. During this process, Bai Jing can't do much. He can only short a few mortgage institution stocks, and when these institutions go bankrupt, reluctantly stuff their money into his own pockets. After all, money is the root of all evil. If I help you take away the pain, wouldn't I be a great person? Sigh. With a few tears shed, Bai Jing silently turned around only to hear gunfire erupt again behind him. It has nothing to do with me. I am just a bystander. Following along the Hudson River as he approached 33 RD Street, Bai Jing was astonished to see a very familiar figure standing by the riverside. What is he doing here? Bai Jing curiously looked on as the person shouted to the sky, "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I have been a disobedient son. I'll take care of you in the next life." Then he jumped. Damn. Bai Jing was speechless. This unfortunate kid is committing suicide. Could it be because of me? Bai Jing leisurely arrived by the river, unsure whether he should save the person or not. If he could hold on until he arrived, then he would save him. If not, then it was not meant to be. When he reached the riverbank, Bai Jing saw him, lying on the surface of the water, desperately struggling with a sorrowful expression. "Brother, what's going on?" Bai Jing asked. "I want to commit suicide, but I can swim." The young man said, looking at Bai Jing, stunned at first, then asked in astonishment, You are that consultant?" "Yes, it's me." Bai Jing nodded. The young man before him was none other than the Asian who had come to negotiate with the head of the Walmart district. Are you from Tianqiao? Bai Jing extended his hand and asked. Yes, I'm from Jiangzhou province. The young man hurriedly swam over, holding onto Bai Jing's arm to get ashore. The river water in March was bone-chillingly cold. He didn't drown, but nearly froze to death. Bai Jing slowly absorbed the water from his clothes, feeling extremely cold, but not paying much attention. Besides, he had never jumped into the water wearing clothes before and didn't know how long it typically took for clothes to dry. He was surprised that he felt warm just a few minutes after getting ashore. Thank you, brother. The Jiangzhou youth sighed. My name is Su Yang, and you? Bai Kunlun. Bai Jing replied. That's a grand name. Su Yang gave a thumbs up. I see you're doing well. The Order Society is a big organization and you're actually a consultant. Just getting by, really. What about you? What's going on? Bai Jing smiled. It's that foolish leader. He came to your Order Society with ill intentions, you know. Su Yang said. He even made me carry a voice recorder intending to gather evidence of your crimes and report you. Fortunately, I didn't know what happened back then, and the battery ran out. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he had charged it, but found it dead when he needed to use it, especially in front of Bai Jing. So then I got fired. Su Yang sighed. I just bought a house here with a huge loan and suddenly lost my job. I wanted to sell the house to pay off the loan, but the price dropped so much. I bought it for 120, and now I can only sell it for 95W. Can you believe it? Another victim of the subprime mortgage crisis. You bought a house. Do you have a green card? Bai Jing asked. Yes. Su Yang said proudly. I was an excellent student in school, and they just handed me the green card without me lifting a finger. Oh. Bai Jing nodded expressionless. With my qualifications, I could easily find a job anywhere, and the salary wouldn't be low. Su Yang continued. I was thinking of finding a company in America, working just a couple of hours a day and spending the rest of the time slacking off. Bai Jing had lost interest, but was still curious to hear, why slack off? Patriotism. Su Yang replied. Huh. Bai Jing was confused. Look, we work diligently back home. Isn't that patriotism? Su Yang asked. Bai Jing nodded. Of course it was. Then in a foreign company, earning a high salary, slacking off every day, using their electricity and internet, doing nothing all day, isn't that just taking advantage of foreign firms? Su Yang asked again. Bai Jing blinked. If I have one more job here, that means one less person will have a job there, and the unemployment rate just goes up again. Su Yang continued. Look, what am I doing? Bai Jing shook his head. I'm increasing the division of their society. Of course I'm patriotic. Su Yang declared. Bai Jing nodded in a half-understanding manner. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance now. I can't repay the loan, and I don't want to be a homeless person. I can only jump into the river. Su Yang sighed, looking at Bai Jing with a pleading expression. Oh. Bai Jing nodded. Then go ahead. Huh. Su Yang's face froze. Aren't you going to stop me this time? Bai Jing said. If you're afraid you won't float, I can help you tie a stone. You. Su Yang pointed. Don't you have any sympathy? Why should I sympathize with you? Bai Jing shook his head. You're truly smart. Just one visit to the Order Society, and you know who I am. You were genuinely going to jump into the river just now, but you immediately changed your mind when you saw me come right. You even quickly thought of a way to deal with me. You, Su Yang pointed. As a fellow countryman, you watch me in distress, and not only do nothing, but speak coldly too. You have thick calluses on the inner side of your thumb and the knuckles of your middle finger, which can only form from holding a pen for a long time. Looking at your age, you should have graduated 4 or 5 years ago, so this isn't from studying, but from working. You can't develop calluses just from slacking off every day. Bai Jing said indifferently. I remember when you came, there was a thick blue notebook on the table with 2/3 of the pages wrinkled, all used. Your eye lens deformation is also a recent issue, still active, indicating the symptoms of false myopia, meaning your nearsightedness has only developed in the last 23 years. In the past 23 years, you've used a pen enough to develop calluses, and your notebook is 2/3 used. Even your eyes have become nearsighted. Are you telling me you've been slacking off? Bai Jing stood up, looking coldly at Su Yang. Traitors are more detestable than the enemy. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my job. What's wrong with you compensating me a bit? You're a high-ranking member of the Order Society. Arranging a job for me would be a piece of cake. Is it necessary to humiliate me here? I came to America just to make a living. I'm only 27. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Su Yang shouted to those around. Come see. This is my fellow countryman. Seeing me in distress, not only does he do nothing, but he also speaks coldly. In the blink of an eye, he had already thought of a new path, which was to become an internet celebrity, drawing the media's attention and ultimately appearing on television, becoming a public figure favored by Americans. But to his astonishment, the people passing by seemed completely oblivious to the two. Not a single one turned their heads, let alone came over. I don't want to show off to you. After all, your level is too low, and there's no sense of achievement in doing so. Bai Jing lifted Su Yang and soared into the sky. I happen to have a job for you with food and lodging, and you can watch TV at will, but there's not much freedom. How can you fly? Su-Yang looked down in terror at the city rushing by below. What kind of person are you? Are you even human? Where are you taking me? I have a laboratory in New Jersey. Oh, I need your help with my experiments. Big brother, great deity, immortal, can you spare me? Just treat me like a fart. Although flying in the air, Su-Yang felt no sense of freedom, only endless fear. The mere thought of the experiment conjured images of syringes gleaming with cold light, sharp surgical knives, and the memory of lying on a bed while various instruments operated on him, pouring strange potions into his stomach. It was terrifying. Bai Jing ignored him and took Su-Yang across the Hudson River. New Jersey was just on the other side of the river facing New York. There were also several cities by the river such as New Jersey City and the previously visited Yulian City, but Bai Jing's destination was not here but lay further away beyond the city in the vast fields. In the center of a swamp, a concrete road was built leading to a cluster of buildings predominantly white in color. Bai Kunlun, you're so useless just fighting among yourselves. If you have the ability, catch me, or at least catch a foreigner. Bai Jing pressed the door open and entered the elevator, which automatically descended quietly, opening 5 minutes later. Bai Jing pulled Su-Yang out, who was about to continue cursing, only to suddenly notice that the white corridor was lined with rooms. Bang! A dark face slammed against a small square piece of glass on the door, and the person inside was gesturing wildly while saying something. It was a black man. See, I treat everyone equally, Bai Jing said. Purchasing a laboratory was something Bruce Banner had been doing for a long time. As soon as the funds arrived, the laboratory was obtained, but Banner was lost. The laboratory of Roxon Company covered an area of 600 square meters, with 4 underground levels totaling 300 square meters, which was approximately the size of Yulian City. Its peak was 20 years ago when there were 600 biologists, nearly 400 researchers, and about 200 logistical personnel conducting research here. However, due to prolonged lack of results, the numbers dwindled until eventually even the staffing was gone and Roxon Company transformed from state-funded to a joint stock company. Later on, the company could no longer sustain itself. The Order Society took over the entire experimental area, including the surrounding 200 square meters of swamp, most of the non-confidential research data, and the base's daily maintenance staff. As for those biologists, they could just return where they came from. This will be your room. Bai Jing found an empty room and pushed Su-Yang inside. Where exactly is this? What do you want to do? Su-Yang pounded on the door, but the soundproofing was so effective that even Bai Jing could only hear a little bit of noise. The room is 25 square meters, equipped with a bed, a bathroom, a shower, meals provided daily, and even a television. This life is simply perfect, Bai Jing thought. Only when the animals are in a good mood can they live long. Meat quality. Ugh. He turned and entered the elevator again, arriving at the 3rd floor. This was the data layer equipped with a supercomputer, and the videos captured by countless cameras would also be consolidated here. Additionally, aside from some confidential technical documents taken by Roxon Company, a large amount of biotechnology data remained here. Bai Jing sat in a recliner with experimenters placed in individual cells beneath him. The experiment rooms were 5 by 5 meters with a 1-meter wide corridor between every 2 rows of rooms. Bai Jing sat on the 3rd floor with a gravitational range of 32 meters. How many rooms could his ability cover? The answer was a circle centered around his position, a total of 104 rooms. This meant he could observe 104 individuals simultaneously, unlike before, when he could only experiment on various abilities on himself. Naturally, the first ability he studied was the control of the 5 senses. Downstairs, a black man was watching SpongeBob SquarePants when suddenly his vision turned crimson and he found himself in a world filled with scarlet. The sky was blood red, the ground was dim, and above him was a lone moon emanating a crimson glow. In a panic, he tried to escape, only to discover he was bound to a cross and utterly immobilized. What is this? He shouted in terror, but no one paid him any attention. The entire world was an endless expanse of desolation and silence. His adrenaline is surging and melatonin and monoamine oxidase are being secreted in his body. Bai Jing observed the screen showing the face twisted in fear, expressionless. At this moment, he had entered a state of omniscience, seeing information transmitted back from gravity about various subtle changes in the human body. In this state, screams and cries were merely the transfer of proteins and fats and sound wave vibrations. There's actually a lot of information carried by gravity. I'm currently only understanding the part related to information transmission. Bai Jing felt the various data transmitted back by the gravitational scan. The brain has a kind of chaotic mechanism for information that cannot be discerned. It covers and substitutes it with similar concepts. He was trying to use past experiences to explain what this was and what that was, but with his spirit having undergone multiple enhancements, Bai Jing, nearing absolute rationality, simply did not listen to the brain's deception. He only believed in what he saw. Yes, gravitational scanning is equivalent to a high-dimensional perspective, naturally able to see all secrets within the human body. My brain cannot comprehend this. It's a problem with my knowledge reserves, not with my eyes. Previously, when Bai Jing scanned the human body, he saw the most prominent blood vessels, nerves, muscle fibers, bones, and organs. These were things even a layperson could understand. But as he delved deeper into his studies, he felt that the information carried by gravitational scans became increasingly complex. As someone once said, it's just a circle. The more you know, the more you discover how much is still unknown. If he did not study, he could rely on using abilities one by one and deducing the meaning of each piece of information based on experience. But Bai Jing accepted quality education and naturally preferred to first verify using existing conclusions in modern science. If there were things that simply could not be explained, he would explain them himself. There was much unknown information, but Bai Jing was not in a hurry. Ever since he found the oxygen-free radicals, his lifespan had become quite lengthy, allowing him to explore one item at a time. He first looked at information related to emotions, as emotional fluctuations were most evident when the experiment subjects fell into illusions. Each time he created an illusion, a large amount of hormonal secretions regarding emotions would begin to be released from various parts of the body. Therefore, within just a few days, Bai Jing almost completely collected the hormones that produced emotions and the organs that secreted these hormones. Hormones that caused anxiety included melatonin, serotonin, that led to impulsiveness, monoamine oxidase that caused cowardice, and fear, vitamin B12 deficiency, leading to depression and cynicism, and dopamine, norepinephrine, and phenethylamine that induced love. Then he would stimulate these organs to secrete corresponding hormones. While Su Yang was still cursing Bai Jing, he suddenly began to feel an inexplicable fear. Although the room was relatively spacious, brightly lit, and a fat host was telling American jokes on the television that he found completely unfunny, he felt an overwhelming fear. So much so that his hands and feet began to tremble. Involuntarily, cold sweat streamed down, and his heart raced to the point that he didn't even realize when his pants became wet. His legs felt weak, his arms felt weak, breathing became rapid, and the speed of blood circulation increased to the extent that due to the rapid circulation of blood, his heart began to be overwhelmed. Whoosh! In what seemed like an instant, Su Yang felt himself calm down. The feeling of fear was completely gone. He dazedly scratched his head and kicked the door twice. Bai Kunlun, come out, let's settle this onion on. This hormone is quite interesting. Weaklings retreat. Bai Jing was very interested. By indiscriminately stimulating the hypothalamus of those around him with gravity, they would secrete hormones that made them feel fear. Weakness causes them to be frightened and paralyzed. Strength can even scare them to death. What does this resemble? Dragon might. If you can't control your own bioelectricity, you won't even qualify to stand in front of me. This was just the application of fear-related hormones. What if it were about love? For example, if used on Captain America and Tony, or on Tony and his bodyguard Happy, would they doubt their sexual orientation? I'll call this move dominance. But the range of dominance was too small, only 32 meters. That's nothing compared to the Conqueror's hockey, where just one glare can make no one within 10 kilometers stand. However, there were alternatives. Sound waves could control human emotions. For instance, some songs make us happy while others make us sad. Is there a frequency that induces love upon hearing? Is there a frequency that instills fear? There must be, for both love and fear are products of hormones. As long as the frequency that stimulates the human body to produce corresponding hormones is found, these things can be accomplished. The method to find this frequency is simply exhaustive search. Bai Jing gently vibrated the surrounding air, gradually increasing the frequency from low to high, while strange sounds began to envelop the entire laboratory. At the same time, he observed the changes in hormones within the experiment subjects. Whenever he observed corresponding hormonal changes, he would record that frequency. There are 4 basic emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, which can further be subdivided into admiration, worship, aesthetic appreciation, entertainment, anger, anxiety, awe, embarrassment, boredom, calmness, confusion, disdain, desire, disappointment, disgust, transference, excitement, jealousy, stimulation, fear, guilt, thrill, interest, happiness, nostalgia, pride, relief, romance, sadness, satisfaction, desire, surprise, sympathy, and victory. 27 types in total. Therefore, the audio-controlling emotions should also have 27 types. After Bai Jing integrated and classified them, he further categorized them into 4 basic audio frequencies and 8 commonly used audio frequencies. The 4 audio frequencies are called Dawei Tianlong, while the 8 commonly used audio frequencies are known as Tianlong Ban. Different people have different perceptions of audio frequencies, but overall the differences are not significant. Thus, Tianlong Ban can affect all of humanity, it's just that some people may be slightly more affected, while others may be less so. When it comes to the sound wave family, one cannot overlook the infrasonic wave. Since vibrating air can produce sound waves, it naturally can also generate infrasonic waves. It's merely a matter of frequency. With my infrasonic wave source measuring 64 meters in diameter, the infrasonic waves produced could even traverse the world. As Bai Jing thought of this, he suddenly felt a shock. Oh my, I could actually annihilate humanity. No, as long as I open up my absorption, Earth would just be a mere marble in my eyes. Oh, I could have destroyed the world long ago. Well, that's settled. Bai Jing, who inexplicably became a star-level powerhouse, suddenly felt a bit out of place. Here I am, a star-level powerhouse, hiding in such a small underground laboratory, secretly conducting experiments. Wouldn't that be overly demeaning? But upon further thought, showing off outside seems meaningless. Watching a bunch of fools marvel in shock is less appealing than solving a few problems. It's not like I brought a shock system with me. In the evening, Bai Jing left the laboratory, diving deep into the ocean, and began to absorb water. After the gravitational radius reached 32 meters, the area in contact with water expanded to 376 square meters. At a depth of 1,000 meters, the water flow velocity was 447 meters per second, meaning Bai Jing could devour nearly 1,700 cubic meters of water each second. In a day of 86400 seconds, that amounts to 14.5 billion cubic meters, equivalent to 3 Taihu lakes. 3 Taihu lakes would yield a 1-meter increase in gravitational field range. By morning, Bai Jing returned to the laboratory to study diligently and improve himself. He discovered that biological sciences were quite suitable for him, as 99 of the projects in biology rely on time accumulation, and these projects could be solved through exhaustive methods by Bai Jing. If he were to study theoretical physics or mathematics, no matter how strong his computational ability, it would be of little use. The key lies in the thought process. As he delved deeper into his studies, Bai Jing was able to comprehend more and more gravitational scan results. He gradually understood the process of DNA expression could determine a cell's lifespan by the length of its telomeres, and began to decipher the gene map of the Human Genome Project. He even started attempting to weave genes, adding desired abilities to the original genes, though this was ultimately done on test subjects. He modified only a few cells at a time, which was negligible compared to the vast number of cells in the human body, so these class personnel hardly noticed anything. However, Bai Jing could observe the expression effects of these genes within the human body to verify whether his gene transplantation procedures were successful or not. Immersed in the laboratory, living a life as linear as the Atlantic Ocean, time flew by in an instant. He was quite familiar with this lifestyle. Ever since his transmigration, he had either been at Columbia University or in Kamartaj, and he had never really given up on learning. Combat and negotiations consumed very little time. Most battles were resolved by simply playing a card. Though called battles, they were essentially just bullying the weak. This time it was unclear whether the Order Society had gained experience or if Matt's combat power had skyrocketed, but there were no mishaps during the ground push in the Hell's Kitchen Northwest District. There were no government interruptions, nor any disturbances from S.H.I.E.L.D. Everything proceeded smoothly. Unbeknownst to him, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been shot down by Diana and was currently undergoing reconstruction. Meanwhile, in order to fulfill her divine duties, Diana had eliminated a large number of people worldwide, causing the higher-ups in America to live in fear. At such times, naturally, no one cared about a small Hell's Kitchen. Time passed bit by bit. The subprime mortgage crisis in America was still raging. The Order Society successfully captured the southeast and northwest districts of Hell's Kitchen, expanding its territory to 3/4 of the entire Hell's Kitchen. The Iran-Iraq War was still ongoing. In the scientific community, there was new news. Despite the polar ice caps melting, the sea level seemed not to have risen, but rather slightly decreased. As for the reasons, everyone was researching, but there was no conclusion yet. In May, Bai Jing's black hole radius broke through 100 meters. To celebrate, he went out to eat hot pot alone. In August, the black hole radius surpassed 200 meters. Bai Jing went out for another hot pot meal still alone. He also watched the Olympics and helped an athlete who was about to withdraw from the competition repair their nerves. At this point, his understanding of the human body was second to none, and no one dared to claim they were first. Coupled with the range of gravity, he sat in the audience, perfectly repairing the athletes' nerves, who felt nothing amiss except that running became much easier, leading to a gold medal. The crowd cheered. Indeed, his medical skills were also the best in the world. However, at present no one knew, and Bai Jing didn't think it was something worth boasting about. It was his abilities that were too strong, not him being too strong. With such a mind, anyone could become #1 in the world with a bit of study. Returning to New York, he continued his seclusion. A sphere with a diameter of 400 meters can swallow 220 million cubic meters of water per second, totaling 190 trillion cubic meters in a day, equivalent to 1.9 million cubic kilometers, barely making it to Lake Baikal. However, Bai Jing remained unperturbed. The Earth's total water resources amounted to 1.38 billion cubic kilometers. At this rate, he could continue to consume for another 10 years. Previously, he had worried that absorbing too much water would impact the Earth's environment, but since learning about the Shanghai realm, he no longer had such concerns. At worst, he could just open a conduit from the Shanghai realm to flood the Earth. After consuming the water, he would return to the laboratory for seclusion. His speed in executing tasks was rapid, but the expression of genes in the human body was slow. Generally, after inserting a bit of gene into a cell, it would take about 35 days to observe what changes had occurred in that cell. Life is indeed a strange thing. He would generally simulate the results in his brain, but the expression often turned out differently. After spending a long time finding the reasons and resolving the problem, another issue would arise. Sometimes Bai Jing felt that the human body was like a broken car assembled from a pile of useless parts full of flaws. Any movement would cause problems. Many designs were outdated, such as mitochondria, which after absorbing oxygen would produce free radicals, shortening cellular lifespan. Isn't this just nonsensical? However, there were occasional surprises, such as cancer cells, which transcended the limits of telomeres and could reproduce and evolve indefinitely. Bai Jing was currently researching the deep mechanisms of cancer cells, preparing to design a set of gene chains that could self-consistently express various genes perfectly based on the mechanisms of cancer cells, thus completing his self-evolution. He even wanted to change his double helix structure genes into a triple helix structure. After all, he still hadn't found any cultivation manuals, so he could only rely on science. The double helix structure is completely unstable. Its only advantage is that it provides numerous possibilities for evolution, potentially leading to various mutations in the future. The triple helix structure lacks such possibilities because a triangle is the most stable structure. Thus, a triple helix structure's genes cannot mutate. However, Bai Jing did not need them to mutate. He could freely cut and paste genes. Whatever genes he desired, he could simply replicate them without needing mutations. Of course, this is still in the conceptual stage, as the engineering workload is simply too immense. On August 13, after a long period of busyness, Bai Jing lay on the sofa, casually opened a website sponsored by an online casino, and began watching videos of young ladies. Due to limitations in photographic equipment, no matter how Bai Jing used his supervision, he could not see the pores on the young ladies on the screen, only pixelated dots. Therefore, most young ladies appeared somewhat blurry in Bai Jing's eyes. Similar to this situation were the young ladies in anime. This was one of the few pleasures Bai Jing had. Indeed, Master Gu, I should find a hobby suited for ordinary people, and I am now certain that I have found one. Bai Jing picked up a tissue which was meant for wiping tears. Suddenly, a message popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen: military tycoon arms dealer playboy, Tony Stark missing in Afghanistan. What does that have to do with me? Bai Jing didn't even move, using gravity to control the mouse and click away the notification. Then he heard his phone ringing beside the computer. Who? The call connected automatically, and Bai Jing asked softly. The sound waves did not diffuse but transformed into a curve, all transmitted into the phone's receiver. I am Nick Fury. I would like to ask for your help. Sorry, I'm busy. Mr. Bai, I believe we have been cooperating quite well. You want Hell's Kitchen, and we will provide it for you. We have also intercepted some tentacles from the consortium. I think we have shown our sincerity, and we can coexist peacefully. Nick Fury said, first, I hate black people. Second, I hate agents. Third, I hate politicians who lie through their teeth. Bai Jing replied, then asked, by the way, was Hell's Kitchen given to me by you? Didn't I take it down myself? You've... Nick Fury gritted his teeth in anger. Smack. Bai Jing hung up the phone. Confusedly, he wondered how he had been approached for cooperation. However, since Iron Man was about to be born, it indicated that the plot was about to start. In other words, Thor and the Space Gem would also soon be in place. Previously, he could easily obtain the Time Gem, but Ancient One had treated him well. To rob her gem would be akin to biting the hand that feeds him. But there was no issue with stealing the Space Gem. So it was time for me to break out. 5 months had passed, and Hell's Kitchen had not changed much. It was still the same. Originally, the Order Society was planning a major construction project, but Bai Jing feared that such construction would boost employment and stimulate the economy, so he temporarily postponed the plan. Once the subprime mortgage crisis passed, and everyone was out of money, they would recruit again, seeking those willing to accept flexible work arrangements and who would work hard to avoid a building taking 7 or 8 years to complete. On the side of the Order Society, the SpongeBob SquarePants building had been demolished entirely and replaced with a parking lot. In the corner, there was a small red building 7 stories high, but it occupied only 18 of the area of the original building. Next door, at the Viper Gang headquarters, a giant sign was hung on the roof displaying the 3 Chinese characters for Order Society. Bai Jing glanced outside and immediately knew that there were no other enterprises left in the entire building complex, only people from the Order Society. Entering through the front door, what was once a place where a bunch of carefree gang members played billiards had now been transformed into a reception hall. Next to it was a payment hall complete with a waiting area and payment zone, and the fee collectors sat behind glass windows making it look like a bank. "Hello, may I ask what business you would like to conduct?" A young lady leaned over to Bai Jing and softly asked. Bai Jing glanced sideways and was surprised to see that she was an Asian. It wasn't just her, looking around 80 of the attendants in the entire hall were Asian, while the others were Caucasian. Judging by their appearances, most seemed to come from Southeast Asia, while the ones overseeing were mainly from China, Japan, and Korea. He had never actively advocated for the elevation of Asian status, nor would he tell his subordinates to favor Asians more, but due to his own Asian identity, Asians in the Order Society had a much higher status compared to other ethnicities. Bai Jing had no particular stance on this behavior. He did not like people from the Heavenly Dynasty coming to America to contribute to its freedom and democracy, but disliking it did not mean he disagreed. On the contrary, he strongly supported everyone migrating here, preferably 100 million or 300 million. "Please wait a moment." Bai Jing searched his body and pulled out a work badge to hand over. "This is..." The girl took the badge and was first stunned, then her attitude immediately became flattering as she said, "This way, please." Bai Jing nodded and followed her to a secluded corner. There was an elevator reserved for consultants. The elevator had only 3 options, floors 7, 8, and 9. The 7th floor belonged to the subordinates of the consulting team, the 8th floor belonged to the consultants, and the 9th floor belonged to Bai Jing. Bai Jing entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 8th floor. At the same time, he closed his eyes, and the gravitational field enveloped the entire building, allowing him to listen. In just 30 seconds from the 1st to the 8th floor, Bai Jing had already become quite familiar with the current structure of the Order Society. The Order Society had a 6-level structure with consultants at the SS level, currently comprising 3 individuals. The chief consultant was Bai Kunlun, the legal consultant was Matt Murdoch, and the military consultant was Frank Castle. The scientific consultant Bruce Banner was nowhere to be found. They thought he might have been taken out by Bai Jing and didn't dare to ask, hence they had not reserved a position for him. The president held the S level alongside the elders. They were preparing to set up 9 elders, all being professionals from various fields, to conduct research on the future of the Order Society, a system adapted from the Draystar family's advisory framework. The Draystar family evolved from an ordinary mafia family into a real estate tycoon with assets of $70 billion, and the advisory group played an indispensable role in this transformation. The A-level personnel comprised department heads and senior researchers, with senior researchers usually being professors from major universities. Level personnel included department members and ordinary researchers. Level members were the lower-tier members and research dogs. Level members were those gang members captured during previous battles and recent troublemakers in Hell's Kitchen. According to the rules of the Order Society, these individuals could face the death penalty, but to avoid wasting resources, they were generally kept alive for experimentation. This was mainly to assist Bai Jing's experiments. It's been a few months, and the entire Order Society has surprisingly been constructed in an orderly manner. It seems we have no shortage of talent in the Order Society. Bai Jing remarked. This was actually quite normal. New York was an international metropolis with countless talents, and the conditions offered by the Order Society were not bad, naturally attracting many skilled individuals. With a group of talented individuals brainstorming, Bai Jing conceived an organization in his mind, and within 20 minutes, it was perfected by them. Currently, the Order Society was based on the real estate and security industries, well-funded with ample cash flow, no loans, and no consortium shares involved, making it a company that had drawn significant attention in the industry. It seems I also have a talent for business. In my past life, I was merely a corporate slave, mainly because I didn't have the determination to start my own business. Otherwise how would there still be a matter of Ma Yun? Bai Jing nodded with satisfaction. The elevator door opened, and Matt Murdoch, who had just received the news, was already standing at the elevator entrance. He was accompanied by 2 women, one in her 30s with brown hair, and the other in her 20s with blonde hair. "Mr. Bai." Matt Murdoch's expression became complex as he heard the door open. The matters he had initially discussed with Bai Jing about bringing stability to Hell's Kitchen had already been completed in a straightforward and rough manner. Even though most gangs had fled, leading to instability in other areas, this had already proven that Bai Jing's method was correct. As long as the government copied the approach, the police's combat capability should definitely be stronger than that of the Order Society when Bai Jing was absent. Since the Order Society could manage, the police should be even more capable. He thought this way and yearned to hear news of gang defeats in other regions, but he did not hear such news. Instead, he only heard about the rising number of various cases in each region. He had already documented the successful experiences of the Order Society and sent them to the major state police departments, but very few had followed through. Previously, he believed that the rampant gangs were due to the excessive arrogance of evil, but now it seemed that the issue might not be rooted in the evil itself. For the Order Society had proven that the gangs were merely insignificant. But whose problem was it? Bai Jing did not know Matt's psychological state, The complexity of brainwaves was something Bai Jing had not yet begun to study. He could only discern from the secretion of hormones within Matt that his mood was quite complicated at this moment. Speaking of which, I already have a way to treat your eyes. Would you like to give it a try? Bai Jing asked. Really? Matt was startled and quickly asked, but my optic nerves and visual cells are completely dead. Dead? Just replace them. Bai Jing said. The inmate in lab no. 157 has a blood type that matches yours. You can bring him over and an eye transplant can be completed in 10 minutes. Plug and play. This? Matt quickly nodded. It'll go right away. The light was right in front of him, and even for someone like Matt Murdock, he couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Bai Jing was also smiling, but as he continued to smile, his expression turned serious. He saw a bald black man in a black leather jacket skillfully avoiding all the Order Society's inspection personnel and entering the building. While climbing the stairs, he politely greeted others. No one recognized him, especially the black man who was blind in one eye, such a distinct feature. But this black man was overly confident, which made people hesitant to ask him about it. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and the black man then walked straight up to the 9th floor, unlocking doors along the way as if he were in a deserted place. Finally, he sat down behind Bai Jing's desk. This person, isn't he afraid of dying? Bai Jing frowned and shook his head. If it were Nick Fury, he might truly not fear death. But even so, there was no reason to take such a great risk to find me. He knew my attitude towards America, and he understood that even if he came to seek my help, I would reject him. There was no way I would agree to assist him, yet he still came. So does he assume I won't refuse? Does he hold some leverage, or is the matter too significant, extending beyond America and affecting the entire world? Has anything significant happened recently? Bai Jing asked. Does Tony Stark's disappearance count? Matt inquired. Bai Jing shook his head. Of course not. I meant something related to supernatural powers. Well, there is one. In recent months, a superhero called Green Arrow has suddenly become active. Matt said. Wait a moment. Bai Jing quickly raised his hand. Green Arrow? Isn't that a DC hero? So the crisis is a DC invasion of Marvel. I know what you want to say. This hero is not the DC one. This world has DC comics, so Matt could make this joke. First of all, she is a female. Secondly, she has superpowers. Currently known abilities include controlling plants, animals, and excellent archery skills. Matt said her targets are all scum who defile underage girls. Because she can shoot arrows and wears a green bodysuit similar to Green Arrow, the girls she saved call her Green Arrow. This sounds very much like Diana, but Diana couldn't stay on Earth for long, as she should have left by now. So did she find a successor? It shouldn't be her. Bai Jing thought for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. Just then he saw Rumora Ilyich Pavlichenko, disheveled and with dark circles under her eyes, swaying down from upstairs. Upon seeing Bai Jing, she was first taken aback, then shouted and hurriedly rushed back upstairs. The game we bought, League of Legends, is almost done. It is currently in internal testing. She is now obsessed with the game, playing day and night. But since it's a holiday, we let her be. Playing games is certainly safer than following Frank to snipe, isn't it? Matt said beside him. Bai Jing shook his head. This girl had twice the number of rod cells and 5 times the number of cone cells compared to an average person, meaning her vision was about twice as good. Her brain contained a lot of metabolic waste, which was indeed caused by staying up late. However, if she had used her brain all night, the waste produced should have been even more. But now there was clearly not that much, rather it was an excessive accumulation of lactic acid. Although she had already digested for 4 hours and was almost finished, there were still traces of it captured by the gravitational field. So she wasn't playing some game at night, it seemed more like she was out fighting people. So was Rumora the so-called Green Arrow? Bai Jing's gaze turned towards Rumora's computer in her room, completely unaware that while she was bathing, her mouse was moving on its own and the chat records on the computer were unfolding layer by layer. There's actually one responsible for collecting crime data, one for collecting money, and another for making moves. The division of labor is clear. They even have their group name called the Angel Squad. Bai Jing restored the computer to its original state, treating it as if nothing had happened. I'll head up first, Bai Jing said. All right. Matt nodded. Listening to Bai Jing's footsteps fade away, Matt finally calmed down. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of 2 perfumes and then remembered that he had forgotten to introduce the 2 women beside him to the boss. Is displaying so many books a way to feign elegance? As soon as he entered, Bai Jing heard Nick Fury's mocking tone. His expression remained calm, but his brain was flooded with chaotic electrical signals. Bai Jing had seen this situation many times and naturally understood that Nick Fury was actually quite nervous. I haven't been here for 5 months, and during these 5 months, I never stopped learning. I didn't expect you to be 88 years old this year, but you used a low-quality oxygen decomposition agent. While this agent can temporarily extend your life, it will damage the fundamental structure of your cells. In 50 to 70 years, you will die from genetic collapse. If you continue taking it, your lifespan could reach 200 years, but for the last 30 years, you will endure the pain of genetic collapse, which is 100 times worse than being burned by fire. 50 more years means I could live to 130, which is already enough. Nick Fury put down the book and looked at Bai Jing. If I'm not mistaken, this is our first meeting. Enough of the small talk, what's your intention? Bai Jing replied, how do you plan to persuade me? He sat on a distant sofa since his own chair had been occupied by Nick Fury. I can understand your hatred for me. Like those white supremacists, you are also a nationalist. Nick Fury said, are you mocking me? Bai Jing said coldly, no. Nick Fury shook his head. Nationalism is originally a positive term. Loving one's own race and disliking other races arises from a natural instinct to protect one's ethnic interests and dignity. Bai Jing continued to look at Nick Fury with indifference. You are from Tianshao and I am from America. We are originally unrelated. I don't believe you would inherently dislike us unless you've encountered behaviors that made you dislike us, leading to a misunderstanding. Bai Jing said blandly while observing Nick Fury still wearing that indifferent expression. But you must believe that humanity is inherently good. Didn't some sage say at the beginning human nature is good? Nick Fury continued. Bai Jing extended his finger. If there's nothing else, you can die here. Wait. Nick Fury waved his hand, realizing that reasoning was useless. Did you know 5 months ago, I almost died? Nick Fury said earnestly, a deity descended to Earth, killed my best assistant, attacked our headquarters, and slaughtered dozens of high-ranking officials in politics and business, causing a massive upheaval in America. Although she has left, her influence continues. She left behind a successor who is still engaged in ongoing slaughter. What kind of people did she kill, eh? Bai Jing asked. Nick Fury was dumbfounded. While the government could hide it from the public, how could an intelligence organization like his be kept in the dark? So don't you think this deity and her successor deserve a Citizen of the Year award? They maintained the freedom and justice of America. Bai Jing remarked. But they would cause great harm to our Earth. Nick Fury said, this is just one deity, and such results can occur from their reckless behavior. I heard there are many such deities if they targeted Earth. Bai Jing shook his head. She was not reckless at all. If she truly was, heads would roll at the Statue of Liberty within half an hour. So do you have any other reasons? Then what about the universe? There are many enemies out there, greedy and brutal aliens whose warships can destroy Earth with a single shot. Nick Fury replied, based on your actions during this time, you clearly are also a peace-loving person. We should unite to defend Earth. I can handle Earth on my own. I don't need to unite with you. Bai Jing continued to extend his finger. Is there anything else? Look at this. Nick Fury sighed and handed over a laptop. Upon opening it, there was a video. A gray mist enveloped half the Earth, and in the cities clouds of smoke were devouring them. This video was recorded last July. This mist is called the planet Devourer, and its purpose here is to consume Earth, but fortunately it has not succeeded. Nick Fury said, you are powerful, capable, courageous, wise, and decisive, but your strength only extends to a single city or region. Facing a disaster like this, do you still have confidence? Last July, Bai Jing looked at the video of the Devourer of Stars and pounded his chest in despair. Oh no, I came too late. If I had arrived a few months earlier, I could have caught up. Nick Fury was speechless. Stop with the nonsense. I understand what you're trying to say. The enemies in the universe are numerous, like stars, and Earth is insignificant. So to protect humanity, all heroes should unite, right? Bai Jing asked. Nick Fury nodded. Bai Jing replied, unity is fine, but I want all heroes to obey the commands of the Order Society. If I say go east, they cannot go west. If I say chase the dog, they cannot chase the chicken. Is that acceptable? Nick Fury was taken aback. You yourself said that I am powerful, capable, wise, and decisive. If I don't lead, then who will? Bai Jing asked. How is that possible? If leadership were in your hands, who knows if you would send black heroes to their deaths first? Besides, so many people were sent to the laboratory in New Jersey and never appeared again. Who knows if you would use the heroes for experiments? Is that it? You immediately rejected my single proposal without even thinking. Bai Jing looked at Nick Fury and laughed. You plan to use mere words to win me over. You dare come to win me over with this little preparation. Even a random scholar from Zwan back in my day had a higher level than you. Nick Fury shook his head. That's not it. Do I genuinely invite you? Bai Jing scoffed. Where is your sincerity? Is it in that string of iron wires for picking locks? You don't even bring a bag of fruit. When visiting, you call that sincerity? Bai Jing chuckled. It's just about talking. You can only deceive the naive and ignorant girls. I didn't. You talk about fairness, justice, and compassion, but all I've seen is you bragging, not doing anything. You chant about environmental protection, yet you don't even plant a tree. Didn't you develop a perfect potion? Everyone should have one. So many people in various countries still eat grass, and many die of hunger every year. Your country has so much food, why not provide some assistance? Don't you call it a market economy? Why demolish Alstom? Don't you claim to support free competition? Why force Japan to sign the Hiroshima Agreement? Don't you say science knows no borders? Why stop our scientists from returning home? I. Bai Jing said, I've examined your entire country from top to bottom dozens of times, and all I found was 4 words: double standards, hypocrisy. Nick Fury had to admit that he and the person before him were not on the same level. This was an enemy, a genuine enemy. There was no doubt about it. Just because he did some good deeds in Hell's Kitchen doesn't mean he is someone who could be won over, who harbors goodwill towards America. His will had not changed at all. He was making money with the Order Society, hoarding land and building laboratories in New Jersey to develop technology, seemingly achieving success in America. But in reality, he had always kept a low profile, caring little about his reputation in America, which meant he had never felt a sense of belonging to America. He was even disinterested in American women. His money was merely a tool, and technology was just a means. The seemingly flourishing Hell's Kitchen might be hiding a greater conspiracy. I have seen the existence of deities and the dangers that exist in the distant stars. I want to establish a powerful force to defend Earth, but I didn't expect that humanity's enemies might not be powerful races or beings from the cosmos, but rather the ambitious individuals hidden among humans. Nick Fury sighed. The conflicts between nations seem so trivial under the stars. The gap between you and me, is it really greater than the difference between us and the deities and aliens? We should not be enemies. But I feel that if aliens or deities come, you would be the first to surrender to them. Bai Jing shook his head. Only those who do not believe in deities dare to wield a sword against them. Nick Fury thought for a moment and helplessly lowered his head. He felt that such a scenario was indeed very likely to happen. When reasoning fails and righteousness stands weak, and with no interest from a girl, money becomes useless. He came full of confidence, only to hit a wall. If you die, who will be the next director? Bai Jing asked. Coulson, I suppose. The most suitable Maria Hill is gone. Nick Fury sighed. It's a pity Coulson is too inexperienced. He should not be your opponent at all. Bai Jing said, You seem to have made quite thorough arrangements. I came this time intending not to return alive. Nick Fury said, If successful, it will be a big game. If I fail, I can at least make them abandon their fantasies and be on guard. That still has some value. Bai Jing looked at Nick Fury, sensing the electrical signals in his brain. It was very calm, which indicated that this was not a way to break the deadlock. He was genuinely resolute in his intention to die. If he killed him this way, it would feel like killing a righteous person, which would put him in an unjust position. But not killing him felt uncomfortable. The current situation was somewhat similar to negotiating with the Dreister family, yet different. Both involved a breakdown of negotiations, both resulted in a great victory at the negotiation table, and both would lead to enmity after letting go. The difference was that the Dreister family chose mutual destruction, while Nick Fury chose to lay flat. The Dreister family was inherently unjust, constantly committing evil, while Nick Fury could barely represent justice, often doing the right thing. Thus Bai Jing killed the 2 old men of the Dreister family, who dared to resist without any sense of guilt. Facing Nick Fury, who had little power but had done some things for Earth, Bai Jing found himself unable to act. So what is your finger? Does it have abilities similar to a handgun, or shall we call it a finger gun? Nick Fury stood up and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, lightly tapping the glass. His tone somber. I've been shot countless times in my life, but I've never tried the bullets of a superpowered person. I've heard your ultimate move is a beam of orange light. Perhaps I would be honored to die under that move. Bai Jing snapped, Shut up, black man. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. The nearly 10-centimeter thick glass shattered explosively. Faced with the overwhelming repulsion, Nick Fury had no power to resist and was directly thrown out of the window, landing hard in the parking lot on top of a car. The car's alarm immediately went off in a cacophony. The corpse heavily crashed onto the roof of the car. Inside the vehicle, a balding, middle-aged man was sorrowfully slumped over the steering wheel. He silently took out a voice recorder and pressed the start button. Since you've started this recorder, it means I am already dead. This proves he is our enemy, not someone we can win over. I have reported this to the previous director, Pierce. If I perish, you will take over as the new director. The next thing I am about to say, you must remember first, Bai Kunlun is very powerful. Unless you launch missiles into the city, you will not be his match. Therefore, you must execute the Avengers plan. Only superhumans can combat superhumans. Second, do your utmost to rescue Tony Stark. His brilliant mind can help us study the powerful secrets of those superhumans and can upgrade our existing equipment. Third, I have long suspected that there is a deeply hidden force within S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope I am just being paranoid. The only people I can absolutely trust are you and Natasha. You can have her cooperate with you. If you and she cannot control S.H.I.E.L.D., it means that the hidden force will soon surface after my departure. If things become untenable, you and Natasha must leave immediately. Preserve your strength and wait for the right opportunity. Oh, and remember to take care of Murphy, that orange cat. Tony. Bai Jing shook his head. When he first arrived, he thought about copying Tony's armor and code, but as he gradually learned, Bai Jing had already lost interest in copying him. What is Jarvis anyway? What is Iron Man? I can build it myself. Fusion batteries. Under the gravitational pull of a black hole, I can produce them effortlessly. What about hydrogen bombs that require extremely high detonation conditions? Can anything be higher than black hole pressure? Stepping off the high-rise, he soared into the sky heading south. The air ahead was directly consumed by the black hole. Under the gravitational pull of the black hole and Earth, Bai Jing's speed exceeded the speed of sound. Due to the air being devoured, there was neither noise produced during his flight nor sonic booms. However, after he passed, the air behind him quickly filled in the void left by the absorbed air. With fierce air collisions, the vapor in the air quickly condensed, forming a thick and robust trail of condensation. Clearly, there was nothing in the sky, yet a trail of condensation appeared immediately, attracting the attention of the masses. Aliens, UFO, stealth fighters. But by the time the news reached the aviation department, Bai Jing had already landed. He settled not far south of New York in the city of Princeton, home to a university called Princeton University. Born in Hell's Kitchen, if one isn't foolish and loves to learn, there are simply too many places to study. For instance, within 2 hours' drive to the north, you can reach Columbia University. To the west lies New York University, and further north are Stanford University, which ranks first in computer science, life sciences, statistics, and physics in the nation. To the south, there's Princeton University, which ranks first in mathematics and economics. Whatever you need is available. If you don't come back with 10 or 8 doctoral degrees, how can you face yourself? Bai Jing came to Princeton University primarily to study mathematics. Entering the Firestone Library, he started with the simplest concepts: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, set operations, factorization, powers and functions, algebraic slopes, matrix logarithms, complex number, radians, circles, and triangles, trigonometric functions, hyperbolic functions, limit statistics, calculus, and differentiation, parameter equations, integral optimization, substitution integrals, and vector series, Taylor series, multivariable calculus, vector analysis, triple integrals, differential equations, partial differential equations, divergence theorem, vector space. The following content will be a bit more challenging. Linear transformations, eigenvalues, Fourier series, Laplace transforms, group theory, variations, real and complex analysis, Euclidean space, stochastic analysis. Bai Jing suddenly realized a frustrating fact: he might not be as intelligent as he imagined. At least in the face of mathematics, this subject requires memory and learning ability, but more importantly, it requires inspiration. If simply having fast computation power could solve mathematical problems, there shouldn't be any unsolved problems left in this world, considering supercomputers can compute at hundreds of millions of times. However, in reality, there are still numerous unsolvable problems, and many difficult problems lack even a direction for a solution. Nevertheless, Bai Jing was not disheartened. He never overestimated himself. His current gravitational range was 200 meters. What does that mean? A standard running track is only 157 meters from one bend to the other, which means Bai Jing could cover 4 football fields in all directions while standing at one end of the track. Sitting on the second-floor sofa like other students, he placed his feet on the table. With the gravitational field activated, he could simultaneously scan the entire library's collection. Thus, in just 2 days, he had read through all the mathematical literature from ancient times to the present. Mathematics is superior to biology in that it requires very few experiments and a great deal of calculations. Bai Jing had to wait 3 to 5 days to verify the expression effects of a protein. But mathematics only requires a pen and a brain. Therefore, while the simpler biology took him 5 months, he completed the current mathematical knowledge in just 2 days. Within these 2 days, he solved over 100 problems that had been troubling the entire mathematical community, only to discover thousands of unsolvable problems. The problems he could solve were essentially those solvable with existing mathematical knowledge, and the reason Bai Jing could solve them was simply due to the most commonly used exhaustive method. If a problem can be solved, then there must be existing methods to solve it. With Bai Jing's knowledge base and computational speed, he could certainly solve it. For those problems he couldn't currently solve, he wouldn't force himself to persist, as the volume of his knowledge itself couldn't solve them. It could only mean that current mathematics hadn't progressed to a solvable stage. If it can't be solved now, even 10 years of hard work wouldn't change that unless some new developments, theories, or methods arise in the mathematical community. With mathematics dealt with, Bai Jing then arrived at Stanford University. This school is most famous for computer science after all the fathers of computing, von Neumann and Turing, both taught here. Computing is like a great cosmic transformation. To the average person, it's an incredibly challenging problem that takes 10 to 8 years to master. However, for mathematical geniuses, learning computer science is as simple and enjoyable as mastering a formidable martial art. Even computer science was developed by 2 mathematical geniuses in their spare time. This is why major tech and programming companies love to recruit mathematicians. Transitioning from mathematics to programming is too easy, and once they switch, they become top-tier professionals. Mathematicians transitioning to programming. They'd need to lose 2 more hairs to do that. Bai Jing spent one day reading computer-related books. Now, if he claimed to be the best computer scientist in the world, no one would acknowledge him since he hasn't written a single piece of software. Yet his level is undoubtedly unparalleled. All that remains is practical application. But Bai Jing wasn't in a hurry for practical application. He had come this far. The physics at Stanford was equally exceptional, so he decided to study that before returning. Previously, his gravitational range was only 1 meter, and his mental strength was low. He couldn't even finish reading black holes and time warps in a day. Now, with the gravitational field expanded to 200 meters, his mental strength was nearly 100 times what it was back then. I suddenly don't feel rushed to develop artificial intelligence anymore. After studying physics for another 2 days, Bai Jing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Quantum physics, computer science, mathematics, black hole processing. I don't need to create any artificial intelligence, it's sufficient to make a GZ detector directly. Bai Jing assessed. The GZ detector is a concept from a past life science fiction novel, which involves unfolding a proton in 2 dimensions, then etching circuits onto it before folding the dimensions back, thus creating a super-fast computer that is no larger than a single proton. If it were before, Bai Jing would have thought this was a concept from a science fiction novel utterly impossible to realize. But now he believes that he has already figured out most of the prerequisite technology. To process a proton, the first step is to observe the proton, which is not a problem. He can do it. Next comes the unfolding of the proton in 2 dimensions, which the Trissolarians used a particle accelerator large enough to rival a planet. However, Bai Jing has the gravitational field accelerator, and the gravitational force within a black hole is sufficient to crush the proton. Etching circuits is not an issue. Protons inherently carry charge, and this charge can be arranged as a circuit. Since the 3-dimensional structure is unfolded into 2 dimensions, even though a proton carries an extremely small charge in the 2-dimensional world, it is virtually infinite. Lastly, energy supply is even less of a problem. Since a proton only carries one type of charge, it will be squeezed by the quantum tide in the vacuum when placed in parallel, and this squeezing force is what is known as vacuum zero-point energy. Although this energy is weak, it is more than enough to power a proton. The only technology he hasn't mastered is dimension folding, which is how to fold the unfolded proton back. After all, the creation of GZ is alien technology, and Bai Jing, who has only learned from Earth, certainly cannot replicate it entirely. But he knows that there is definitely something that can. Space gem. Dimensions, aren't they just space? The reasons for stealing the space gem have increased. Bai Jing pulled out a book titled Chip Design and Manufacturing from the bookshelf and headed to the library entrance. I didn't bring my library card. Can I take this book? Bai Jing asked with a smile. Yes. The Latina librarian looked at Bai Jing's face, her heart racing. He had been in the lab for so long that he was unaware, but in reality, after more than a month of mental enhancement, Bai Jing's facial features and physique had reached the perfect state that genes could express. This beauty had transcended racial limits. Regardless of whether one was black or white, even cats, pandas, and dogs would find his appearance perfect. This feeling of beauty came from the suppression of pheromones, just like the instinctive reaction of feeling weak when seeing a ferocious criminal or wanting to pet an adorable kitten. Thank you. Bai Jing nodded and left with the book. He talked to me. The girl excitedly hugged the book to her face, so shy. You've changed boyfriends more than 10 times and still know how to be shy. A classmate beside her was also infatuated but managed to calm down a bit. After all, he was a straight man. Bai Jing strolled through the campus, with his eyes squinted, feeling the electromagnetic waves that were omnipresent in the air. He extended his finger and lightly stirred the charge swirling around his fingertips, felt the pulse of the electromagnetic field, and he comprehended the information within. Previously, he did not understand these things and merely skimmed over them. But now, looking at these waves, Bai Jing's brain was rapidly processing, decoding various signals and protocols flashing by. Dear Tom, we can't continue like this. I feel very guilty towards my boyfriend. Let's meet at the hotel. This is our last time, okay? This idiot Minner, my experiment was clearly flawless. Why did he reject me? I have something big planned tonight. I've already bought firecrackers. Gathering at 8. Anyone want to join? Does anyone know the homework assigned by the teacher this morning? Oh fuck, the teacher is also in the group. Camila, 22 years old, from Lindsborg, Pennsylvania. Her father is a farmer. Her mother is an entomologist. She has a younger brother. Her favorite thing is reading, and her least favorite is when people ask about her family background. Her body is somewhat weak due to long travel. A blonde girl walked past, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Jing had gathered most of her information. He also knew she had already fallen in love with him because the levels of love hormones in her body were skyrocketing. How old is your younger brother this year? Bai Jing asked. Camila's smile immediately faded but soon unfolded again. Handsome people always have privileges. Perhaps we could go watch a movie together or find a place to chat, and I could slowly tell you. Camila slowly leaned close to Bai Jing, lightly licking her tongue, only to feel as if she had licked something disgusting. A moment later, her mouth was filled with a foul taste. "Oh, sorry, I have something to attend to." Camila quickly covered her mouth and ran off, nearly stumbling. How embarrassing, how could this happen? Interesting. Bai Jing chuckled, realizing he seemed to have entered a strange state. At first, when he saw a beautiful woman, he would only think of her beauty, her pretty eyes, how big they were, and so on. But after gaining the black hole, and when he looked at beautiful women, he found them covered in pores and dirt, simply unsightly. Now that he could comprehend more information, he instead returned to his initial state, for those impurities seemed trivial in the face of more complex information. But this did not mean Bai Jing would become interested in girls. He simply no longer needed to consciously open his true eye. "Hey, you there, stop." Bai Jing stopped and turned in confusion. "Yes, you." Coming toward him were three tall black men, wearing jerseys and sneakers, holding basketballs under their arms, seemingly headed to play ball. "Is there something you need?" Bai Jing asked with a smile. Having been cooped up at home for so long, he almost forgot this was America. This was a place where Asians were at the bottom of the social ladder, despised and oppressed by various races, restricted by policies. "Do you think you're handsome? That you attract girls?" the leading black man asked angrily. Bai Jing was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. "I do think I'm quite handsome. Is there a problem with that?" "You." The black man was stunned. "You dare to admit it?" "It's a fact. Why can't I admit it?" Bai Jing smiled. "You." The black man turned to look at the two others who were still watching him, and instantly became angrier. "Why are you still carrying a book? You dumbass, stupid bastard. If my reading behavior offends your brain, which has never passed a class, and thus has to repeat every year, or if you can only satisfy your vanity by coming to college to play basketball, then I am willing to apologize." Bai Jing said seriously, "I know that my reading behavior may make you feel even more foolish, but I have no other choice. After all, your stupidity is innate, not caused by me." The black man turned to look at his buddies. "I feel like he's mocking me." "He is indeed mocking you, brother. Bastard." The black man dropped the basketball and charged at Bai Jing, throwing a punch. "Wow." Bai Jing exclaimed in surprise, "Your courage has surpassed that of many high-ranking individuals you know." Then he easily sidestepped the punch and raised his right hand for an uppercut. The black man fell to the ground. Even without superpowers, his punch was not something an ordinary person could withstand. "You too?" Bai Jing looked at the remaining two. No. The two brothers quickly shook their heads. They knew their brother's physique, that he could withstand anything on the basketball court, famously known as a little tank, yet he fell from a single punch. "If we go up, won't we just be giving away free points?" Bai Jing shook his head. "Good brothers should share both joy and hardship." He raised his hands and threw two punches. So satisfying, no wonder heroes love to fight close combat. Bai Jing looked at the three lying on the ground, groaning. All the frustration from killing Nick Fury yesterday was swept away. Speaking of which, besides watching anime and movies, has he discovered a second hobby suitable for ordinary people? Three black men were lying on the ground, grunting, while Bai Jing stood beside them, noticing someone recording with a phone, and he even made a peace sign with his fingers. A voice called from behind, but Bai Jing ignored it. The person was thin and weak, looking with muscles that hardly suggested he could fight. The newcomer grabbed Bai Jing's arm, trying to drag him away, but after a strong pull he realized he couldn't move him. Bai Jing turned his head and asked, "What do you want?" The person, around 20 years old, had a Japanese-style messy haircut with long bangs covering his glasses, wearing a gray jacket and sweatpants, and carrying a large backpack. He was quite tall, at least 185 meters. Come with me. These guys are from the nearby community high school. They have a large basketball team. These three are just here to take up space, and there will be many more coming. You can handle 3, but can you handle 30? Bai Jing curiously looked at this person, and his gaze fell on the name written on the book, Shujun Song. Song Shujun. "Do you know me?" The boy was taken aback and immediately shook his head. "Now is not the time for that. You need to come with me." "What are you afraid of?" Bai Jing shook his head. "I'm quite capable of fighting. You just stay out of the way." He initially intended to leave, but now was in no hurry. 3 were hardly enough to fight, and 30 would be a stretch. "We don't need to. We can just study here without causing trouble," Song Shujun said with a troubled expression. "What if we can't win? They are all from the basketball team and quite capable. Besides, even if we win, what if we get expelled?" Bai Jing replied, "First, I won't lose. Second, I'm not even a student at this school. How can they expel me? As for you, if you're afraid of trouble, just keep your distance." Aye. Song Shujun hesitated for a moment and then ran to a corner. Bai Jing sighed. Although he understood this was a normal reaction, it was a pity that this young man was unwilling to stand by him. Then he saw the young man take out his phone and dial 911. Bai Jing remained calm, while one of the 3 black men began to wake up and tried to get up, only to be kicked back down by Bai Jing, who let out a yelp like a monkey. "You wait. Our boss will be here soon. If you have the guts, don't run, you damned yellow-skinned monkey." Bang! Bai Jing kicked again, and the man screamed in pain, finally falling silent. "What is going on?" Soon a crowd of 37 people arrived. All were basketball players with heights generally exceeding 185 cm, and a few even reached 190 cm. They all wore different colored jerseys, suggesting they belonged to 5 different teams. A large group stood there exuding an intimidating presence and drawing attention, and soon many students holding books gathered around. "Get your stinky feet off." The leader looked at the situation standing over the 3 brothers. It was clear what had happened. Hey, I assure you this is a misunderstanding." Song Shujun suddenly rushed over from a distance. "They'll take my brother away right now." He pulled at Bai Jing, but still couldn't move him. When he looked up again, both were already surrounded by 37 people. "I have already called the police. They will be here soon." Song Shujun hesitated again and raised his phone. "Bastard, are you saying our brothers will be beaten for nothing?" One of the black men angrily said. "Do you want money?" Bai Jing suddenly asked. The black leader was stunned, and his expression immediately darkened. He indeed wanted money, as his 3 brothers were strong. Being easily taken down like this indicated the Asian's strength was considerable. However, he didn't expect Bai Jing to see through his thoughts, making it difficult for him to voice his demand for money. "Bastard!" The black man raised his hand. Suddenly a Cadillac drove up from a distance, and an old man leaned out of the window. "What are you guys doing?" "None of your business, old man, get lost." The black man shouted, then looked at Bai Jing. "You asked for this, come on. You got me killed, though I could have just walked away." Song Shujun was nearly in tears, realizing he should have minded his own business in a foreign country. Why couldn't he resist getting involved? "Then why didn't you leave?" Bai Jing asked. "We're compatriots, we should help each other when we're out here." Song Shujun's words were noble, but his tone was shaky. "I've heard that black people are quite timid and won't go all out. If we just cover our heads and endure, we'll be fine." "It'll be fine. Have you heard of Tianchao Kung Fu?" Bai Jing asked. "Oh, I know, like the 9-yang divine skill, but I prefer the Tianshan 6-yang palm and Tianshan Jime hand. I think it's the application of big data systems and logical algorithms in martial arts." "Wait, why are we talking about this now?" Just as Song Shujun was about to raise his hands to cover his head upon seeing the approaching adversaries, he watched Bai Jing make his move. "All right, then I'll use the Tianshan 6-yang palm and Tianshan Jime hand." As the black leader swung a fist toward him, Bai Jing pulled Song Shujun aside to avoid the flying kicks behind them, and met the punch heat, transforming his hand into a palm and striking heavily against the black leader's arm. The Tianshan 6-yang is based on the concept of the 2 yang numbers in the Book of Changes. Thus, the Tianshan 6-yang palm is not limited to just 6 techniques, but is a palm technique evolved from the Book of Changes using the power of yin and yang. Bai Jing didn't possess the power of yin and yang, but he had gravitational and repulsive forces. He didn't know the Tianshan 6-yang palm, but he had learned various martial arts from different countries through the Kamartaj system. With his current intelligence, it took him no more than a moment to simplify and create his own version of the Tianshan 6-yang palm just from chatting until now. Clouds and mist emerged from Shui Wei. The black leader screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his arm. The sun rises and the morning appears. Bai Jing smashed Song Shujun into the black leader, and the 2-meter-tall, sturdy man fell like a cushion, with Song Shujun landing on him without any issue. Bai Jing's palms struck together, creating a flurry of palm shadows resembling countless stars surging into the crowd ahead. As Song Shujun was thrown, he felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, saw Bai Jing unleashing a series of swift attacks that were too fast for the naked eye to follow, accompanied by cries of pain and the sounds of a fight as 4 or 5 men fell. Song Shujun shook his head in confusion, seeing that Bai Jing, who was also about 185 meters, was still standing while the tall black man had indeed fallen. This is unscientific. Qingyang brings the new year. Bai Jing spread his palms, and again there was a cacophony as 7 or 8 black men around him were also sent flying. Although it seemed like several lines of text had been written, in reality the fight had lasted only a brief moment, like a train charging into a crowd, scattering everyone in an instant without any resistance. After taking down the people in front of him, Bai Jing even had time to flip his hair before turning around. More than a dozen black men surrounded him from behind, and they had only taken 2 steps forward. They had charged in so fiercely that stopping now was too late, but their expressions had shifted from anger and excitement to fear. How could this be? The group that had just been taken down was the top basketball team from the local community high school. Not only were they strong in basketball, but they also knew how to easily resolve conflicts on the court. How could they be so easily defeated by this Asian? Sunset melts gold. Bang, 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 bang. Song Shujun sat on the black leader's body, eyes wide, watching as Bai Jing, like an adult entering a kindergarten, took down this group with ease. Visually, it was shocking, like a pack of tigers charging at a rabbit, only to have the rabbit take them all down. Too weak. He even heard this rabbit sigh. "I didn't even finish the Tianshan 6-yang palm before they went down. I still have a set of Tianshan Jime hand left." "Oh, The surrounding students cheered excitedly, clapping their hands. Not to mention the looks, it was a clash of justice. The high achievers from Stanford and the basketball players naturally wouldn't mix, and Bai Jing's physique and appearance were much more similar to those high achievers, all slender and refined. To see such a frail young man take down so many robust men was incredibly impressive. Bai Jing smiled and waved to either side, prompting more cheers. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and casually walked away. Song Shujun looked at the black men lying all over the ground, and then at Bai Jing, who was walking away, quickly chasing after him. Brother, wait for me. Big brother, wait for me. Song Shujun chased after him. Oh, then how should I address you, big brother? Song Shujun asked. My surname is Bai, you can just call me Bai Kunlun. Bai Jing replied. Oh. Song Shujun repeated the name a few times. What a martial arts sounding name. My surname is Song, the character for song with a roof over it, and my name is Shujun, the character for book and Junzi. Bai Jing nodded, about to ask a question, but Song Shujun started speaking again. Big brother, those moves you just performed were so cool. I didn't know martial arts really existed. Can you teach me? Song Shujun asked. Why should I teach you? Bai Jing replied. Big brother, I've actually had a dream of being a martial artist since I was a child, do you know? Song Shujun said with some regret. I'm from Xinjiang. When I was young, I even studied swordsmanship at Wudong Mountain for a few years, but later when Zhou Xingxing's movies became a hit, my classmates called me Death Scholar, so I stopped practicing. I always regretted it. If I had persevered, I would have achieved something in swordsmanship by now. You are 23 years old, studying for your PhD at Stanford University, and in a prestigious major like mathematics and computational science. You have a bright future ahead, so what's there to regret? How many people envy your current situation? Bai Jing said. Sigh. Song Shujun shook his head and looked earnestly at Bai Jing. Studying is just for a living, but martial arts is a dream. If you are willing to teach me, I can drop out of school right now. I would even be willing to die for it. Or if you want money, my family has some wealth. A few $100 million is no problem, and I have a younger sister. Stop. Bai Jing said, speechless. Don't bring up unrelated things. Let me ask you a few questions. Song Shujun quickly stood still. Please ask. What are your plans for the future? Bai Jing asked. Of course I want to learn martial arts from you, master. Wherever you go, I will follow. Song Shujun replied with a smile. Bai Jing helplessly said, I mean, what if I'm not around? Oh. Song Shujun nodded. I have received an invitation from Xiaowei Company, and I can join them directly after graduation. I'll probably be working on algorithms or big data. Xiaowei, isn't that the rigid company from our country? Bai Jing nodded and asked, don't you want to stay at school or stay in America? Staying at school means you can become a teacher, and after a few years you'll be a professor. Staying in the U.S. wouldn't be bad either. With your abilities, any company would offer you a high salary. I haven't thought about it. Song Shujun shook his head. My father always taught me that a gentleman should know what to do and what not to do. In my analysis on the path of national rejuvenation, America is an unavoidable obstacle. There will surely be a conflict between the two, but with the current situation, future wars might unfold in the form of trade wars or economic conflicts. Bai Jing widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Song Shujun with newfound respect. What time is it now? All the public intellectuals and influencers are discussing these issues, yet Song Shujun has such insight. With the current direction of technological development, perhaps in future trade wars, the battle for online information rights will be a significant part of it. What I study, if applied in America, would be no different from launching missiles against my homeland. Song Shujun said, somewhat shyly, scratching his head. Actually, I am quite patriotic. What's wrong with being patriotic? Bai Jing smiled, then turned serious. What if I want you to stay in America to learn martial arts? Song Shujun hesitated for a moment. Bai Jing was watching him, observing his brainwave fluctuations. He sensed Song Shujun's complicated feelings and the flickering light in his eyes. No, could I not change my nationality? Finally, Song Shujun asked. Bai Jing nodded. Of course you can. Also, you're agreeing to me. Song Shujun suddenly became excited. Not quite yet. Bai Jing thought for a moment and asked, do you still remember the swordsmanship you learned as a child? Show me how it looks. Here. Song Shujun looked around. This was a square with many students, couples, and teachers passing by. Is there a problem? Bai Jing asked. Well, I don't have a sword. Song Shujun replied. Bai Jing spread his hand into his sleeve and slowly pulled something out. Song Shujun stared in disbelief as Bai Jing took out a shiny silver, 3-foot-long sword from his sleeve. This. Song Shujun pointed at Bai Jing. Is this also martial arts? Yes. Bai Jing handed the sword to Song Shujun and extended his hand. Please begin your performance. What a beautiful sword. Song Shujun gently waved the sword in his hand, not too hard and not too soft. The blade was slender and elegant, a top-notch weapon both aesthetically and practically. The blade shone silver white under the sunlight, reflecting a glimmer of light, like a serene pool. In autumn, the sword's edge mirrored his face. The child, hidden behind thick glasses, called the Death Scholar, dared not communicate with the outside world, silently burying his dreams deep within. Year after year time passed so long that he believed he truly liked computers. Until this moment when he once again held a sword awakening the slumbering dream. Song Shujun placed his backpack on the ground, then struck a pose beginning to move with a mixture of clumsiness and determination. There were many people around. It is human nature to watch the excitement, especially with sword dancing, an ancient and captivating art. Almost as soon as he grasped the sword, people started gathering. As he began to dance, more than 10 people were already standing around. But Song Shujun paid no attention to them. He simply followed his memories, showcasing the moves he had learned. The whispers in his ears seemed to vanish with the wind in that instant, replaced by the applause and admiration of the crowd. This is so cool. What is this? He's like a superhero. Song Shujun remained indifferent until he finished the last move. Sheathing the sword and calming his breath, Song Shujun looked at Bai Jing. Very good, I acknowledge you. Bai Jing extended his hand. Welcome to the Order Society. Huh? Song Shujun was confused. The Order Society is far away in New York, while Stanford University is 400 kilometers away in California. The Order Society is not a tech company. He had never heard of this name. The Order Society is in New York. Bai Jing said, let's go, I'll explain it to you on the way. Oh. Song Shujun hesitated. His doctoral career had just begun. Would going to New York delay him? But thinking again, it's just a PhD degree. Aren't those everywhere? But where can one find the martial arts that can take on 40 opponents? The richest man in the country searched for so many years and couldn't find it, finally, just making a movie to amuse himself. This is truly a missed opportunity. All right. Song Shujun nodded. Are we driving or flying? I can arrange for our family's private jet. Bai Jing was surprised they actually have a private jet. I'm so rich and I haven't bought one. However, a plane is of no use to him. He could fly faster with his eyes closed. Neither. Bai Jing grabbed Song Shujun by the collar and flew into the air. I have a more convenient method. Oh. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Song Shujun gazed down at the buildings, mountains, and roads below as the cries gradually faded away, replaced by a sense of curiosity and hope. Tentatively extending his hand, he felt no piercing cold wind. Instead, his arm gently swayed as if it had lost its weight. Brother, can this also be achieved through martial arts? Song Shujun finally couldn't help but ask. Indeed. Bai Jing nodded. Song Shujun was taken aback and his eyes suddenly burned with intensity. Actually, the main reason I summoned you this time is that I need a trustworthy assistant. Bai Jing said. I have formed an organization in Hell's Kitchen, New York. Currently, the members are recruited on site. They can handle ordinary tasks, but for certain matters, those white folks are not suitable, and they are also unwilling to do them. Originally, I had high hopes for Valentina, but she returned to her country. Since then, I've been busy with studies and couldn't keep up. Encountering Song Shujun this time was purely coincidental. However, a genius youth with a high education who is willing to join and not too rigid seems quite suitable at the moment. Oh, Song Shujun casually replied while still admiring the scenery. Bai Jing knew that he was not in the right state for serious discussions at that moment, so he refrained from asking. To accommodate the newcomer, Bai Jing slowed down. Despite this, it only took half an hour to traverse the entire America. They finally landed on the rooftop of the Order Society building before heading down to the 9th floor. Just as they landed, he saw Matt Murdock hurriedly approaching, calling out, Mr. Bai, is that you? It's me. Bai Jing responded. Matt was quite capable of hearing everything in Hell's Kitchen, so it was not surprising that he heard their descent. Lab 157 has already been brought into this is. Matt heard the breath of the second person. His name is Song Shujun, my recruited assistant, a top student from Stanford University. Bai Jing introduced. This is Matt, our legal advisor at the Order Society. Oh. Song Shujun hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands. He knew that Bai Jing was also an advisor, so this person must also be quite formidable. Let me help you with the eye exchange first. Bai Jing said. This matter had clearly taken place 3 or 4 days ago, but because he had gone to study, it had delayed for several more days, which made Bai Jing feel somewhat awkward. He am not in a hurry, Matt said, already leading the way ahead. Beside him, Song Shujun listened curiously. Eye exchange? What kind of eye exchange? Seeing that neither of them was saying anything, he simply followed along, arriving at the 8th floor in a spacious room. In the room, there was a bed with a man in his 40s lying on it, his upper body covered in tattoos, eyes tightly closed, breathing steadily, looking as if he were asleep. I don't know what preoperative preparations should be made. According to the doctor's advice, he should be injected with a small amount of glucose every day and then allowed to maintain ample sleep. It's nothing, the requirements aren't that high. Bai Jing approached the bedside, gently lifting the eyelid of the white man, then forming a hook with his fingers. Matt didn't know what Bai Jing was doing, but Song Shujun was already dumbfounded. What? Is the eye exchange surgery done like this? Don't we need any instruments? Don't we need disinfection? Is it just Hansen like this? However, the fact was that Bai Jing suddenly thrust downward, then hooked out an eyeball. Is this also a martial art? Song Shujun was stunned. Isn't it normal for martial artists to know a bit of art? Bai Jing retorted. This is a medical martial art called the internal force surgical knife. My hands are filled with internal force, you just can't see it. Oh. Song Shujun excitedly closed his mouth. After all, Bai Jing was now his master, and the stronger the master the more he could learn. Next is your turn. Bai Jing looked at Matt. Do you need to find a place to lie down? If it can be done while standing, then I'll stand. Matt said. Bai Jing nodded, extending his finger, and with a gentle hook a murky eyeball was pulled down. Then Bai Jing directly stuffed the intact eyeball into Matt's eye socket. The entire process was simple and brutal. It was just pulling it out, and inserting it, much like changing the earphones on a computer to external speakers. Alright, try to see if you can use it, Bai Jing asked. I've already fine-tuned the size, that should be the same. Matt opened his right eye in confusion, and a sudden influx of light poured into his light blue eyes, causing him to instinctively close them, but soon he opened them again. I can see. Matt looked at Bai Jing with extreme excitement, then curiously glanced around. It was clearly just a simple interior arrangement, and he stared for quite a long time. Fortunately, he was Daredevil, and his mindset quickly stabilized. So this is what Mr. Bai looks like. Oh, I always thought you would be more mature. Matt glanced at Bai Jing, then at Song Shujun behind him. So this is Mr. Song is Mr. Bai's assistant. We should cooperate well from now on. Song Shujun awkwardly nodded. He initially didn't know, but now he realized that Matt's gray eyes were not a pupil color issue, but a problem. So can we wait until both eyes are replaced before we talk? Now that only one eye is replaced, it looks quite creepy. Alright, let's not talk for now. Let's put the remaining one in. Bai Jing gently hooked, and the other eye jumped into his hand. Matt Murdock watched this scene in silence, realizing how his eyes came to be. However, was it really this simple to change eyes? Why did I previously visit major hospitals for diagnosis, and they all said it was untreatable? He certainly didn't know that what seemed simple was actually Bai Jing skillfully cutting off the connection between the eyeball and the optic nerve while preserving the vitality of the cells in various positions. Inserting the eye wasn't as simple as pressing. One had to reconnect the severed nerves with gravity one by one. The principle was quite simple, but the operation was very complex. If a doctor were to handle this, the first step alone would drive him crazy. Given the special position of the eye, how would he operate on the nerves behind the eyeball? However, if a superpowered individual were to perform this surgery, it would become quite simple, as it's merely a nerve reconnection surgery, a very common type of surgery. Surgeries like reattaching severed fingers or Achilles tendon surgeries fall into this category, which can generally be handled by doctors in county hospitals. Let's replace these two eyeballs for him, Bai Jing said. After all, they are irradiated eyes and still hold some preservation value. Song Shujun weakly raised his hand. Wouldn't this be a bit too much? Isn't it too cruel for this person? Was he willing, or did we pay a lot? He didn't get paid, nor was he willing. Matt, who was familiarizing himself with his new eyes, said lightly, he is a gang leader in Hell's Kitchen who has been trafficking drugs since 7 years ago, thus staining his hands with the blood and tears of countless families. Song Shujun was taken aback. Perhaps Mr. Bai hasn't told you, but this is how I understand it. Matt said, our order society may also engage in killing and arson, breaking the law, but we have a clear conscience. Bai Jing looked at Matt in surprise. Who said this? I didn't know there was such a rule, but I must say it seems quite thrilling. Matt had been walking for a long time, and Song Shujun followed closely behind, Bai Jing feeling quite exhilarated. If Song Shujun believed in the existence of true martial arts in this world because of his fighting abilities, then the experience of flying and the recent eye surgery further solidified his determination to pursue the path of martial arts. After all, flying is a dream in everyone's heart. Becoming a great physician to save lives is another. In Bai Jing's office on the 9th floor, he wrote a large character on the paper electricity. This is what I am going to teach you, Bai Jing said, the method to control the electromagnetic force within your body. How isn't it internal energy? Song Shujun was taken aback. What happened to the martial arts he was promised? Think about it, what properties does internal energy have? Bai Jing asked. It circulates throughout the body, amplifying the strength of various parts, enhancing power, and allowing one to wield swords using qi. As Song Shujun spoke, his voice grew fainter. Right, am I talking about internal energy or electromagnetic force? Doesn't electromagnetic force spread throughout the body? Isn't electromagnetic force capable of activating cells and enhancing one's physique? Isn't it able to manipulate metals? In fact, during my research on internal cultivation, I had 3 directions of study. One was bioenergy, another was entropy, and the last was electromagnetic force. When did you start this research? Bai Jing replied. Just now. Haven't I been studying all along during the journey? It has only been half an hour. In fact, each of these 3 types of energy has its benefits. Bioenergy spreads throughout the body, replenished by food produced in large quantities every day, and can be stored in the body by consuming food to be released all at once when needed. This should be the closest to what you call internal energy. Bai Jing said. Song Shujun nodded. He thought the same. Wasn't it said that ancient warriors could eat an entire cow in one meal? However, this method requires eating a lot, and its upper limit is very low. The human body has its own circulation mechanism. If you store a large amount of energy in your body without using it, it will cause the cells to become inert, thinking that the work I did before is enough to sustain me for several days. Why work so hard? As a result, the new generation of cells will not be diligent, leading to a decrease in the bioenergy produced in later stages. Song Shujun nodded. He was also a top student. Although it was strange to think of internal cultivation with a scientific mindset, martial arts indeed belong to the realm of science. The process of the body consuming food to generate energy and then using it is just a form of work. That's why it's called martial arts. The name is quite scientific. What is unscientific is metaphysical and unreasonable. For example, if I eat a pound of steamed buns and the internal energy produced can create 2 pounds of steamed buns, that is definitely unscientific. It's metaphysical. Therefore, based on the above analysis, if one cultivates bioenergy, the older one gets, the more internal energy one can accumulate, but the rate of production will decrease. In the end, after fighting a great battle, one might not be able to replenish it for the rest of their lives. This is a cultivation method with a low starting point, low upper limit, and little potential. What about entropy? Song Shujun asked again. Entropy is heat. Whether it's humans, planets, or all things, they constantly emit heat. If this heat could be harnessed, the body's external consumption would greatly decrease, and at the same time we could absorb the light and heat produced by all things to support our cultivation. Bai Jing said, ultimately we can achieve fasting and immortality. I refer to this path as the immortal path as it resembles the process of cultivation. Song Shujun nodded. Absorbing heat from all things to support his cultivation indeed seemed like a form of cultivation. This path has immense potential and boundless merits. Bai Jing said, after all, it can delay the arrival of cosmic heat death. There is too much carbon dioxide on Earth, and heat is trapped in the air by carbon dioxide, preventing it from dissipating, which creates the greenhouse effect, leading to the melting of glaciers and rising sea levels, posing a threat of destruction to the Earth. What would happen to the entire universe, which is constantly emitting heat? Naturally, it would become hotter, but the universe is vast. Burning all the stars might not even raise the temperature by 1 degree. However, those planets that have already emitted heat must have fallen into silence. Eventually, all the heat that the universe can release will be exhausted, and the entire universe will descend into a state of dead silence. Thanos claimed that because there are too many life forms consuming resources, he wanted to eliminate some, which might refer to the issue of heat death. But in reality, how much energy does life consume? The heat emitted by a star in a single day surpasses what humans on Earth expend in 5,000 years. Rather than annihilating life, wouldn't it be better to extinguish a few uncivilized stars? Bai Jing suspected that Thanos wasn't paying attention in class back in the day regarding this issue. He would probably find Thanos to discuss it in detail later. What about the drawbacks? Song Shujun asked. This entropy cultivation method is so powerful, it must have drawbacks. Why else would you be teaching me to use electricity? I don't know the drawbacks either. I've never practiced it. Bai Jing said. Song Shujun was speechless. Besides, entropy is just heat. What is electromagnetic force? It is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, far superior to entropy. This is a truly easy-to-learn, highly potential cultivation method. Bai Jing said, in martial arts novels, its status is equivalent to the muscle transformation and bone forging chapter in the 9 manual. Song Shujun nodded repeatedly. Being a science student, he naturally understood how useful electricity is. Additionally, look at how the character for divinity is written. Bai Jing said. Song Shujun was momentarily stunned as he thought in his mind. On the left is a symbol for demonstration, and on the right is electricity. Are you saying that the deities actually practiced this set of martial arts? Song Shujun asked. Bai Jing shook his head. The character creator was Zhang. I don't know what he saw back then, but maybe this is the truth. Song Shujun nodded. Then I will learn electric techniques. Very good. Bai Jing nodded. I will first teach you a set of movements, then give you a few audio recordings. These recordings must be practiced with the movements at different times every day. This will enhance your physical fitness and your sensitivity to the bioelectricity within your body. After sticking to it for 3 to 5 months, you should be able to use the palm thunder. Okay. Song Shujun nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, the house was spacious enough for the 2 of them to practice. Bai Jing's cultivation method was actually a summary he derived from 5 months of research on biology, a method that stimulates gene expression through movements and frequencies. If he wanted the body to produce a certain effect, he could directly use gravitational waves to influence the bioelectricity within the body, but ordinary people do not possess such a convenient ability. Those who wish to develop the hidden abilities within their bodies can only do so through exercise. Examples include ancient warriors, modern martial artists, and some Qigong masters on by Jing's Karmatech who obtained training methods that allowed them to develop some extraordinary abilities. However, these methods stem from years of experience or have been passed down through generations. Perhaps an ancestor accidentally discovered a movement that stimulated hidden powers which then was passed down, expanded upon, and evolved into a form of boxing. Such cultivation methods are very selective. When they encounter the right person, they will shine brilliantly, but for ordinary people, practicing them always feels off. In fact, this is because within a complete set of movements, only a few, or even just one or two techniques are effective. The rest are just futile efforts. Occasionally producing a tiny bit of chi or internal strength brings great joy, but they do not realize that their efficiency is quite low. This is due to the fact that those one or two techniques do not possess universality, showing a significant disparity in performance between individuals. However, this shouldn't be judged too harshly. After all, Bai Jing also found the correct methods through high-dimensional capabilities such as gravitational scanning. The techniques Bai Jing presented clearly have high efficiency. With Song Shujun, who possesses no strength at all, Bai Jing confidently claimed that he could unleash Palm Thunder in 3 months. 3 black men were lying on the ground grunting, while Bai Jing stood beside them, noticing someone recording with a phone, and he even made a peace sign with his fingers. A voice called from behind, but Bai Jing ignored it. The person was thin and weak, looking with muscles that hardly suggested he could fight. The newcomer grabbed Bai Jing's arm, trying to drag him away, but after a strong pull he realized he couldn't move him. Bai Jing turned his head and asked, "What do you want?" The person, around 20 years old, had a Japanese-style messy haircut with long bangs covering his glasses, wearing a gray jacket and sweatpants, and carrying a large backpack. He was quite tall, at least 185 meters. Come with me. These guys are from the nearby community high school. They have a large basketball team. These 3 are just here to take up space, and there will be many more coming. You can handle 3, but can you handle 30? Bai Jing curiously looked at this person, and his gaze fell on the name written on the book, Shujun Song. Song Shujun. Do you know me? The boy was taken aback and immediately shook his head. Now is not the time for that. You need to come with me. What are you afraid of? Bai Jing shook his head. I'm quite capable of fighting, you just stay out of the way. He initially intended to leave, but now was in no hurry. 3 were hardly enough to fight, and 30 would be a stretch. We don't need to, we can just study here without causing trouble. Song Shujun said with a troubled expression, what if we can't win? They are all from the basketball team and quite capable. Besides, even if we win, what if we get expelled? Bai Jing replied, first, I won't lose. Second, I'm not even a student at this school. How can they expel me? As for you, if you're afraid of trouble, just keep your distance. Aye. Song Shujun hesitated for a moment and then ran to a corner. Bai Jing sighed. Although he understood this was a normal reaction, it was a pity that this young man was unwilling to stand by him. Then he saw the young man take out his phone and dial 911. Bai Jing remained calm, while one of the 3 black men began to wake up and tried to get up, only to be kicked back down by Bai Jing, who let out a yelp like a monkey. You wait. Our boss will be here soon. If you have the guts, don't run, you damned yellow-skinned monkey. Bang. Bai Jing kicked again, and the man screamed in pain, finally falling silent. What is going on? Soon a crowd of 37 people arrived. All were basketball players with heights generally exceeding 185 cm, and a few even reached 190 cm. They all wore different colored jerseys, suggesting they belonged to 5 different teams. A large group stood there, exuding an intimidating presence and drawing attention, and soon many students holding books gathered around. Get your stinky feet off. The leader looked at the situation standing over the 3 brothers. It was clear what had happened. Hey, I assure you this is a misunderstanding. Song Shujun suddenly rushed over from a distance. They'll take my brother away right now. He pulled at Bai Jing, but still couldn't move him. When he looked up again, both were already surrounded by 37 people. I have already called the police, they will be here soon. Song Shujun hesitated again and raised his phone. Bastard, are you saying our brothers will be beaten for nothing? One of the black men angrily said. Do you want money? Bai Jing suddenly asked. The black leader was stunned, and his expression immediately darkened. He indeed wanted money, as his 3 brothers were strong. Being easily taken down like this indicated the Asian's strength was considerable. However, he didn't expect Bai Jing to see through his thoughts, making it difficult for him to voice his demand for money. Bastard. The black man raised his hand. Suddenly a Cadillac drove up from a distance, and an old man leaned out of the window. What are you guys doing? None of your business, old man, get lost. The black man shouted, then looked at Bai Jing. You asked for this, come on. You got me killed, though I could have just walked away. Song Shujun was nearly in tears, realizing he should have minded his own business in a foreign country. Why couldn't he resist getting involved? Then why didn't you leave? Bai Jing asked. We're compatriots, we should help each other when we're out here. Song Shujun's words were noble, but his tone was shaky. I've heard that black people are quite timid and won't go all out. If we just cover our heads and endure, we'll be fine. It'll be fine. Have you heard of Tianchao Kung Fu? Bai Jing asked. Oh, I know like the 9-yang divine skill, but I prefer the Tianshan 6-yang palm and Tianshan Jime hand. I think it's the application of big data systems and logical algorithms in martial arts. Wait, why are we talking about this now? Just as Song Shujun was about to raise his hands to cover his head upon seeing the approaching adversaries, he watched Bai Jing make his move. Alright, then he'll use the Tianshan 6-yang palm and Tianshan Jime hand. As the black leader swung a fist toward him, Bai Jing pulled Song Shujun aside to avoid the flying kicks behind them and met the punch heat, transforming his hand into a palm and striking heavily against the black leader's arm. The Tianshan 6-yang is based on the concept of the 2 yang numbers in the Book of Changes. Thus, the Tianshan 6-yang palm is not limited to just 6 techniques, but is a palm technique evolved from the Book of Changes using the power of yin and yang. Bai Jing didn't possess the power of yin and yang, but he had gravitational and repulsive forces. He didn't know the Tianshan 6-yang palm, but he had learned various martial arts from different countries through the Kamartaj system. With his current intelligence, it took him no more than a moment to simplify and create his own version of the Tianshan 6-yang palm just from chatting until now. Clouds and mist emerged from Shui Wei. The black leader screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his arm. The sun rises and the morning appears. Bai Jing smashed Song Shujun into the black leader, and the 2-meter tall, sturdy man fell like a cushion with Song Shujun landing on him without any issue. Bai Jing's palms struck together, creating a flurry of palm shadows resembling countless stars surging into the crowd ahead. As Song Shujun was thrown, he felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, saw Bai Jing unleashing a series of swift attacks that were too fast for the naked eye to follow, accompanied by cries of pain and the sounds of a fight as 4 or 5 men fell. Song Shujun shook his head in confusion, seeing that Bai Jing, who was also about 185 meters, was still standing while the tall black man had indeed fallen. This is unscientific. Qingyang brings the new year. Bai Jing spread his palms, and again there was a cacophony as 7 or 8 black men around him were also sent flying. Although it seemed like several lines of text had been written, in reality the fight had lasted only a brief moment, like a train charging into a crowd, scattering everyone in an instant without any resistance. After taking down the people in front of him, Bai Jing even had time to flip his hair before turning around. More than a dozen black men surrounded him from behind, and they had only taken 2 steps forward. They had charged in so fiercely that stopping now was too late, but their expressions had shifted from anger and excitement to fear. How could this be? The group that had just been taken down was the top basketball team from the local community high school. Not only were they strong in basketball, but they also knew how to easily resolve conflicts on the court. How could they be so easily defeated by this Asian? Sunset melts gold. Bang, 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 bang. Song Shujun sat on the black leader's body, eyes wide, watching as Bai Jing, like an adult entering a kindergarten, took down this group with ease. Visually, it was shocking, like a pack of tigers charging at a rabbit, only to have the rabbit take them all down. Too weak. He even heard this rabbit sigh. I didn't even finish the Tianshan 6-yang palm before they went down. I still have a set of Tianshan Jime hand left. Oh! The surrounding students cheered excitedly, clapping their hands. Not to mention the looks, it was a clash of justice. The high achievers from Stanford and the basketball players naturally wouldn't mix, and Bai Jing's physique and appearance were much more similar to those high achievers, all slender and refined. To see such a frail young man take down so many robust men was incredibly impressive. Bai Jing smiled and waved to either side, prompting more cheers. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and casually walked away. Song Shujun looked at the black men lying all over the ground, and then at Bai Jing, who was walking away, quickly chasing after him. Brother, wait for me. Bang, bang, bang. Please let us go, we won't dare anymore. Do you know who we are? We, the Order Society, are the largest gang in Hell's Kitchen. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. Bai Jing adjusted his clothes and hairstyle, walked out of the alley, and put on his glasses again. You really have a twisted sense of humor. Il Luo said, somewhat speechless. You just don't understand. Bai Jing shook his head. After discovering my strength strong enough that many realized they couldn't provoke me, they all tucked in their tails and withdrew, no longer expressing hostility towards me. Now I can't even find someone to beat up. Finding someone to beat up for no reason. Then it would seem like him bullying the weak. Now it's fine they attacked first, him just acting in self-defense, right? I just didn't expect the internal issues of the Order Society to be this severe. Bai Jing stroked his chin. After eliminating all other gangs, the Order Society actually became the biggest gang itself, truly. Il Luo said, such problems are unavoidable. After all, where there is light, there is darkness. Nonsense. Bai Jing said, he'll establish a patrol team, and anyone who commits a crime will be dealt with directly. Yes, this patrol team will be made up entirely of Asians, all in plain clothes. Once they get beaten up enough, they'll learn to respect others. By then, whenever you see an Asian, you'll have to think twice before speaking, wondering if they are from the patrol team. Bai Jing immediately shared his thoughts with Song Shujun. They were less than 100 meters from the Order Society, and controlling the sound waves towards Song Shujun was a matter of skill. Let's go while there's still time, let's do this, Bai Jing said. Il Luo was speechless, but this behavior is too. Are you also itching to make a move? If there are many people later, I can share a beatdown with you, Bai Jing said. Then it's settled, let's head out. I know a place where the people generally have big problems, Il Luo said. Bai Jing chuckled and asked, by the way, why did you choose to wear the Green Arrows outfit directly? Can't you design your own? We don't know how. Ah, Il Luo exclaimed in shock, turning to look at Bai Jing. What are you looking at? You don't think I can't see through this, do you? Bai Jing raised an eyebrow. My real name is Bai Holmes Kunlun. You don't blame me? Il Luo asked. You never liked me practicing sniping. Is that so? Bai Jing thought for a moment. We hardly said a few words, don't slander me. If you don't dislike it, then why don't you talk to me? Aren't you the one who adopted me? Il Luo asked. For several months I've been living next door to you, but you always come and go in a hurry. I was busy with work. Bai Jing sighed. Besides, we don't have an adoptive relationship. I'm not your father. Then you don't want me anymore. Il Luo's voice suddenly became teary. Am I going to wander the streets? Bai Jing was speechless. Be serious, killing someone is easier for you than killing a chicken, and you want to wander. Then what should I do? I don't regard you as a father or something. What about a brother? Or a husband? Il Luo asked. Brother, just brother will do. Bai Jing said. I'm only 27. Calling me father ages me. All right then, brother, an older brother is like a father, Il Luo said. Bai Jing sighed. Just act well, don't be so dramatic. Look, we've been arguing all the way and no one has come to disturb us. Just as he finished speaking, a loud crash sounded nearby. Bai Jing dumbfoundedly looked up at the burning skyscraper. What the hell? Is that a rocket? Is the Marvel world really this wild, using rockets in the streets? That building is ours, Il Luo suddenly said beside him. How do you know? Bai Jing asked. Look at the sign on the first floor, Il Luo said. Bai Jing looked in the direction of the sound and saw the sign for XX Technology Company with an eye logo on it. Indeed, it was the Eye of Order. Bai Jing hurriedly took a few steps forward against the rushing crowd, reached the street corner, and then saw the culprit. A gold and red robot along with a slightly larger robot. Iron Man and Iron Patriot. Bai Jing exclaimed. When did Tony come back? Bai Jing asked. Just 2 days ago, Il Luo replied. Is the plot moving this fast? Wasn't Iron Man just missing? It doesn't make sense that Tony would have built the mech in just a few days. However, it's also possible that the news was delayed, causing Bai Jing to receive outdated information. GZ must be built quickly, otherwise I won't even know if Thor takes Mjolnir. Bai Jing pondered and saw Iron Patriot fire a missile, inaccurately causing another building to collapse. This building was at least 100 meters tall, twice the height of the previous one. Whose building is this? It's going to be a huge loss. Bai Jing laughed. After all, the best way to find joy in misfortune is to see others worse off than yourself. Il Luo said softly. This building is also ours. Bai Jing fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he said the insurance company should compensate, right? Did we buy insurance? We did, but because of the subprime mortgage crisis, that insurance company has gone bankrupt. Il Luo said a new insurance company is negotiating. Bai Jing was speechless, but suddenly remembered something was off. We have already left Hell's Kitchen, right? This is Midtown Manhattan. How can there still be our building? Bai Jing asked. Although you have requested property replacement since the housing prices have dropped, there are still some unsold. Il Luo said, thinking he was unaffected by the subprime mortgage crisis. Now that he thought about it, the Dreister family was involved in real estate, so because of the drop in housing prices, the assets of the Order Society inherited from the Dreister family were also declining. But that doesn't matter. The key issue is that these two robots are still fighting. Bai Jing asked, even though he had already seen it. There was still one building on the left side of the road named Glory Tower, and a missile was flying toward that building. Bai Jing didn't feel sad, instead he wanted to laugh. After all, money is an external thing. He wanted to laugh because he had another reason to take action. After all, they were the ones who first attacked his building. Just as he was about to take off, Il Luo grabbed him. Aren't you going to change your appearance? Il Luo asked. After all, he was still in the plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses look, and with so many media present, if this got out, how could Bai Jing deceive anyone like this in the future? Oh, you're right. Bai Jing nodded. With a shift of gravity, his plaid shirt extended downwards and transformed into a light blue robe. In his hand, the other piece of Edmund alloy transformed into a vibrant green bamboo flute. You may ask about the color. It's a small matter. It absorbs all other frequencies of light, and the remaining color is the color displayed by the object. Edmund alloy originally reflected white light. Thus, using this method, it can present any color. This entire transformation was completed in an instant. In the next moment, Bai Jing blinked and arrived beside the collapsed building, then shouted, "Fuck." What a loud voice. Despite the fierce battle around them with the constant clash of metal, Tony and Obadiah still heard the scolding. Because the sound was simply too loud. The volume detection device in Mark III displayed a staggering 150 decibels. What does this mean? A person shouting can produce a sound that surpasses that of a jet engine. Hey brother, I think it's better if you don't come over. After all, you're so small that it wouldn't end well for either of us if we accidentally bumped into you. Although the voice is loud, there are indeed exceptionally gifted individuals among humans like Zhang Fei. So Tony was merely surprised for a moment before trying to shoo him away. The Asian man dressed in a moon-white robe and holding a flute with long hair was furious. What? You say I'm small? No, no, no. Tony quickly waved his hands. What I meant was we are machines and you are human. If we were to collide. What? You say I'm weak. The man became even angrier. No, no, no. Tony continued. I absolutely did not mean that. I just think that since we are in the middle of a battle, it wouldn't be good if you got involved. What? In your impression, are we Asians not good at fighting? The Asian shouted. Do you think Asians are small and weak, only suitable for being technicians? Tony was at a loss. I absolutely did not mean that. I think you are too sensitive. So are you saying we are too sensitive? Tony was genuinely speechless. He really wanted to blast this person away, but that was impossible considering how many people around were filming with their phones, including professional journalists. After all, this was Manhattan, and there were numerous media outlets nearby covering the event. He didn't dare to admit to being racially biased. Saying he was a playboy and a warmonger was fine, or it didn't affect his ability to make money. But if he were labeled as racially biased, that would be disastrous. Because 33% of the population in the U.S. comprises minority groups, and if you count mixed-race individuals, that number could reach 50. And 33% of the population represents 33% of the market. If you offend 33% of the market, your competitors would probably go crazy with joy, happily accepting your customers with tears in their eyes. So why is everyone in the U.S. so politically correct and denouncing white supremacy? Because white supremacy doesn't make money. Don't they see the impact some ethnic groups have on the country after they grow strong? Even if they see it, so what? Is there money to be made? Will it affect the votes? The influence will only manifest decades later. What does it have to do with me? After all, capitalists can even sell the rope they use to hang themselves. Tony was helpless while Obadiah across from him smiled. That's right, Tony is a hypocrite. He doesn't dare to face himself, and he lies externally, being ungrateful, even though I am right. Don't bring up your nonsense. Bai Jing waved his hand. Let's talk about our matters first. Just now you two fought and destroyed 3 of my buildings. I suspect you are provoking me. All this. Tony began to doubt whether this person had a problem with his brain. Can't you see our lineup? 2 robots fighting in the street. Can't you see the technical prowess and strengths? Are you discussing compensation now? Now is not the time for these discussions. Tony said, your safety is paramount. Please leave here first. Once I deal with this big guy, I'll come back to discuss compensation. I am Tony Stark. Do I look like someone who is short on cash? Who are you? Are you famous? Bai Jing countered. You say you'll pay after the fight, but what if you run away? Who do I turn to for reasoning? Tony was about to explode with anger. What do you want then? Money. Bai Jing replied. The valuation of these 3 buildings is not excessive at 500 million USD. You either pay now or sign a promissory note. Tony hesitated for a moment, and before he could speak, Obadiah was furious. Those broken buildings of yours aren't worth 500 million. I consider 100 million too much. You want compensation, huh? If you don't compensate, don't even think about leaving. Bai Jing shouted angrily, come out. The onlookers looked confused. We thought you were foolish before, but it turns out you really are. You think people will just come out. Then there was a sound, and Mark III landed while Ironmonger opened its hatch. Subsequently, a pale-faced Tony and Obadiah, trembling and soaked in sweat, one unfastened his armor, while the other crawled out of Ironmonger, standing in front of Bai Jing. Why, you really came out? Have you no shame? Aren't you wearing robots? Fight him. Tie them up and hang them on top of our building to dry. Bai Jing continued to shout. There are 5 of his buildings nearby. 3 were blown up, and 2 remain, each with security personnel. The security personnel didn't think it was their business until Bai Jing looked over, and they felt something was wrong. Excuse me, are you calling us? A security team leader pointed to himself. Of course, I am the Order Society's Judge Yu Chaoxing, your superior. Just listen to me. Bai Jing said. A group of security personnel looked at each other. They had never heard of such a rank as a judge in the Order Society. But the Order Society had been mysterious since its establishment and didn't inform the lower ranks. They had no idea if there was a judge above. Do we really have to tie them up? A trembling security officer raised his hand and asked. He is Tony Stark. Tony Stark's status is even higher than Elon Musk. They certainly wouldn't dare to tie him up. Does Tony pay your salary? Bai Jing coldly asked. If you don't tie them up today, you can go home tomorrow. The security personnel immediately ran out to tie people up. If Tony could still speak, he would probably say, I have money, you all get fired, and come work for me. But right now he was under the control of Tianlong Bei and his body was still trembling, and he couldn't speak at all. Bai Jing approached the space between Ironmonger and Mark III. The two robots were very close together, and his gravitational field could cover them all. He then began scanning. I seem not to have learned about engineering technology. While scanning, Bai Jing discovered another knowledge blind spot of his. Although understanding these two robots isn't difficult, after all, most people can comprehend basic mechanical transmission structures, and even more intricate designs are not too hard for someone at Bai Jing's level. After all, Bai Jing himself is a top physicist. Engineering is merely the application of mechanics and electromagnetism. Bai Jing scanned the left and right arc reactors. The one in Mark III was made by Tony in a cave and had relatively simple technology, while Ironmonger's was upgraded with exquisite craftsmanship. But the principle is the same, using palladium to create cold nuclear fusion. Palladium has excellent hydrogen storage capacity, allowing it to store thousands of times its own volume of hydrogen, releasing it after slight heating. As is well known, the isotopes used in nuclear fusion, such as tritium and deuterium, are isotopes of hydrogen. This means that palladium can absorb a large amount of hydrogen used for nuclear fusion, as long as enough is absorbed, cold nuclear fusion can be achieved. However, the hydrogen elements that palladium can absorb, hydrogen pressure 104, are still far from the hydrogen pressure 1026 needed to produce nuclear fusion, with a difference of 100 trillion times. Therefore, the palladium used here is a rare isotope. Although palladium metal is used extensively in missiles, only 1.6 grams of such an isotope was found among the many palladiums. This is of no reference value. Bai Jing shook his head. After all, the gravitational pull of the sun is sufficient to trigger nuclear fusion, let alone a black hole. If you want to create nuclear fusion, you can just rub your hands together. Wait. An old-fashioned car suddenly drove over from a distance and stopped in the middle of the road. A bald agent got out of the car, followed by 3 agents dressed in black suits and sunglasses, looking like drug enforcers from the Matrix. He flashed his badge at Bai Jing. You cannot take him away. Furthermore, these 2 armors are national property. Please do not approach, and who are you to be so bold? I am Judge Yu Chaosheng of the Order Society. These 2 individuals and these 2 armors will be taken away by me. Do you have any objections? Bai Jing asked. The bald agent was taken aback, and it was as if a loud bang echoed in his mind. That was the sound of his good friend and mentor's body falling on the car roof. He was none other than Phil Coulson, who had to personally step in due to a lack of capable aides and trusted individuals during his short time in office. However, he never expected that his first mission would pit him against the Order Society. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Coulson asked, curbing his habitual arrogance, facing the Asian. Judge of the Order Society, Yu Chaosheng. Bai Jing replied indifferently. Responsible for judging those who disrupt order. All right, Mr. Yu, I suspect there is a misunderstanding here, isn't there? Coulson said earnestly. These 2 individuals, one is a senior director of Stark Industries, and the other is the son of the founder of Stark Industries, a genius inventor. They are fighting in the street with robots. Can't you see this public disturbance? Bai Jing pointed to the thoroughly destroyed street and vehicles, as well as the nearby tall buildings. And those people, look at their miserable state. They were working behind their computers in the building when suddenly missiles struck. Who can they turn to for reasoning? Coulson was helpless because what he said was the truth. Aren't we here to handle this matter? Trust us, we will give you a satisfactory response. Coulson said. That's not acceptable. They must compensate first. Bai Jing replied. That's no problem. Coulson nodded repeatedly. How much? 10 billion. Bai Jing replied. Coulson felt a toothache. It wasn't as if their people weren't present, and it was clearly 5 billion just moments ago. So how did it become 10 billion when it reached me? However, this wasn't an issue. He learned after taking office that Nick Fury had been embezzling money. Of course, embezzling wasn't for personal use, but to build bases worldwide, but that also indicated that 10 billion wasn't a big deal for S.H.I.E.L.D. Most importantly, they would get that 10 billion back from Tony. Here you go, this is for you. Coulson gritted his teeth. He wasn't backing down, but it wasn't the time to clash with the Order Society. They had already found Captain America and were currently reviving him. If Iron Man joined the fray, having both power and technology, that would be the time for a showdown with the Order Society. He made a phone call back and soon looked at Bai Jing. The money has been transferred, you can check. Bai Jing took out his phone, asked the finance minister Albacan on the other end, and then nodded. Yes, indeed, it has been credited. Then can you hand them over to me now? Coulson asked. Not yet. Bai Jing shook his head. Why not? Coulson unconsciously raised his voice. My. Bai Jing glared. I meant the money has already been paid. Coulson immediately lowered his voice. Look around, how many buildings have collapsed? Bai Jing said. Coulson turned his head to look and replied, 3. 3. Have you not noticed that all 3 of them belong to our order society? Bai Jing stated firmly, I believe this was a premeditated and deliberate act. It is a provocation against our order society. If I just let them go, wouldn't that make it seem like our order society is easily bullied? In the future, anyone could come to blow up a building and just pay a little money, right? Coulson was helpless. Oh, was that just a little money? 10 billion USD. If a building costs 1 billion to die on the rooftop, and these buildings have been standing for 340 years, they didn't cost much to build back then. If someone truly provokes you like this, it would be right to earn a fortune from them. But he didn't want to, nor did he dare to reason with the Order Society. Nick Fury was someone who spoke reason, and he hadn't even completed his funeral rites yet. What do you want then? Coulson asked. Look, that building is mine. Bai Jing pointed to a nearby building. Just hang Stark and Obadiah up there for 3 days. Hang them for 3 days? They'll die. This is August summer. The building's glass is black and it's scorching hot. If someone sticks to it for half an hour, they'll be grilled. That's your problem? Oh, just don't fight. Bai Jing shrugged. Furthermore, your people are not allowed to touch my building. All this. Coulson frowned. Look, they've already been hung up. Bai Jing said. Coulson looked up and indeed saw 2 people tied up and hung on the rooftop of that building. At this point, Bai Jing's intimidation effect had worn off and the 2 were cursing and struggling. However, the one responsible for tying them up was a binding master from Japan. If they could break free, it would be a miracle. This. Coulson gritted his teeth and turned his head. Get a helicopter over here and ask if it's going to rain in the next few days. Can we do artificial rain? Usually it takes 1 or 2 hours for the police to arrive when a report is made, but this time, as soon as Coulson shouted, a Black Hawk helicopter arrived in less than 3 minutes. Coulson boarded the helicopter and flew to the top of the building, blocking the sun for Tony. The helicopter's wings fanned the air, finally waking Tony, who had become slightly dehydrated from the sun. Where is this, and who are you? Tony asked weakly. We are from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Your father was once our director. Coulson flashed his credentials. You may not have heard of us, but we generally claim to be the FBI when we're out in the field. Tony understood now. If this was a government agency related to him, more powerful than the FBI, or they wouldn't dare impersonate them. No matter who you are, get me out of this damned place. Tony shouted. This? Coulson sighed. We can't do that at the moment. What do you mean you can't? Find the organization that tied me up, take them down. They are practically a gang thugs committing such terrifying acts. They deserve to be executed. This matter is not as simple as you think, Coulson said in a solemn voice. Moreover, the death penalty has long been abolished in New York. This joke wasn't funny, so Tony did not laugh. Coulson was also quite irritated. After all, White Mirror was a supercriminal born under Nick Fury's watch, and now it fell to him to deal with it. With his capabilities, he was more adept at defense than attack. However, Nick Fury had no choice, as the most suitable candidate, Maria Hill, had been killed by Diana, and Skye had not yet joined S.H.I.E.L.D. They couldn't let Black Widow handle it, could they? How could they possibly let a Russian be the captain of this team? What? Tony instinctively wanted to retort, but thinking of the bizarre events that had just happened, he fell into a state of extreme fear, losing his sense of self, and being manipulated by the one called Yu Chaosheng. He knew he was not a timid person. What kind of power was this? Was it something mere mortals could achieve? We will keep this matter away from the media. No one will see it, Coulson said. For the next 3 days, we will take turns sending helicopters to shade you and provide you with food. We can discuss the rest once you are down. Tony Stark fell silent. How could no one see? This was Midtown Manhattan, filled not only with bustling office workers, but also tourists from various countries. If he hung there for 3 days, he would lose all face. Or we could find a black curtain to cover you. Coulson asked again. Let's do it, Tony shouted. Do it now, quickly. Soon another helicopter arrived, bringing a large black curtain for shading. Then the curtain unfurled, blocking Tony from view. Now those far away could only see a black panel. To see Tony, one would have to stand below, but the area had already been cordoned off by the police. Hey, this is affecting the public image of my organization. White Mirror suddenly appeared from the rooftop, looking at the scene and exclaiming, being rich is great, coming up with this method, 2 helicopters fanning and shading you. Impressive. Yu Chaosheng, don't go too far. We had an agreement with Mr. White to coexist peacefully. We haven't violated your request. Is it too much to just shade him? Coulson shouted. Actually, he was holding back. Speaking from the helicopter was how it was done. White Mirror clicked his tongue and pointed at Obadiah beside him. Move him further away. These 2 were too close together, and Obadiah was also covered. The security behind quickly helped Obadiah change positions. Obadiah was still dazed at this moment, or just a moment ago, he was dreaming of eliminating Tony and taking full control, but the next moment, he found himself hanging on a high building, unable to comprehend where the problem lay with his aging mind. But seeing himself being moved away, he could still scream. Coulson gritted his teeth and said, "Bring another one over." It was just a bit of fuel money, as Stark Industries would pay for it anyway. "You're impressive." White Mirror gave a thumbs up and then turned to leave. "Oomph." Coulson bit his teeth and turned to ask, "What did the Meteorological Bureau say?" "There will be no rain for the next 3 days and the sky will be clear. It is not suitable for artificial rain," shouted a subordinate behind him. "Damn." Coulson slammed the helicopter door and looked at Tony and Obadiah. "Why are we targeting these 3 buildings among so many? Originally, the Order Society was at peace with us, but coincidentally 3 missiles took out 3 of their buildings. This is simply infuriating. You should be asking why he tried to steal my battery and even nearly killed me." Stark glared angrily at Obadiah. "Then why did you shut down the weapons department? Don't you know that this is the foundation of Stark Industries' survival?" Obadiah shouted back angrily, "Is this my fault? It's all because of your selfishness that led to all this. You said you wouldn't sell weapons to terrorists, yet I was almost killed by a missile with my company's name on it." Tony Stark began to shout, "You violated our agreement. Do you know how many people my missiles have killed? Are you an idiot, Tony? We're an arms company. This is how we make money." Obadiah shook his head vigorously. If his arms weren't tied, he would have added physical gestures. "Do you know how many people rely on the jobs we provide to feed their families? I only know that what we do is wrong. Shutting down the industrial weapons department will only cause a few people to lose their jobs, but continuing will lead to many dying." Tony shouted, "Those people are the ones we killed. People kill, not weapons. Even if you don't make missiles, they will still kill with knives and guns." Obadiah yelled, spitting as he spoke, "You're nearly 40 years old, and you don't understand this principle. If you want terrorists not to kill, then you should end this damned war instead of shutting down our industrial department." "At least I can hold my head high." Tony could no longer refute and could only deploy his final trump card. "I am willing." "Then why did you make the reactor and not transfer the patent to the company? If you want to make weapons, how can you do reactor business? What do you want our company to do live on fresh air? Clean energy should be pursued, but not by you." Tony shook his head. "Uncle, there's nothing wrong with making money, but you shouldn't go down the wrong path. After 2 assassination attempts, I can no longer trust you." "You're just like him, equally hypocritical." Obadiah said disdainfully. "We are capitalists, not philanthropists. As long as you uphold justice in your heart, what it is doesn't matter." Tony shook his head. He no longer wanted to argue with this stubborn old man. He felt that since returning from the desert, both he and his thoughts had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the playboy he once was. He began to develop a sense of social responsibility and justice. He truly thought this way, regardless of whether others believed it. He certainly did. Tisk tisk, truly a family of unclely kindness and nephewly filial piety, a loving family. Behind the curtain wall, Bai Jing watched this scene standing next to a gold and red battle armor, which was Mark III. Interesting. Bai Jing was not intentionally looking at Jarvis program code, but now that Mark III was in hand, he inadvertently caught a glimpse. "I think what they said makes a lot of sense." Inside the building, the original company president reluctantly vacated the lavishly decorated office. It wasn't out of respect, but because Bai Jing promised to reduce a month's rent. Outside the glass in front of Il Luo was Tony and Obadiah, but this glass wall was one way, so they couldn't see inside, and thus Tony was unaware that their argument was being overheard by those inside. "To what?" Bai Jing shook his head. "Both of them are bastards. The Iran-Iraq War and the Afghanistan War are essentially proxy wars instigated by these arms dealers. Without their support, how could they have fought for so long? It's not the people who kill, but the weapons. It's a set of evil and absurd rhetoric." Bai Jing stated. "Then what about Tony? He upholds justice and shuts down the weapons department." Il Luo looked at Bai Jing again. "Is he also a bastard? You must understand that his shutting down the weapons department is not because weapons kill people, but because those weapons fell into the hands of terrorists and nearly killed him as well as some civilians." Bai Jing said previously weapons were sold to the U.S. military, and he had no objections at all. Don't say he didn't know his missiles were used for war. But the war we conducted was just. We brought them democracy and freedom. Il Luo argued. What she said was not without merit. In reality, this is how the U.S. publicizes internally, and most Americans truly believe they are conducting a just war. It was only when the duration became too long and the death toll too high that they began to realize something was wrong. First, you need to have an awareness of what constitutes a just war and what constitutes an unjust war. Bai Jing said, in my view, wars that are defensive in nature for national liberation or revolutionary in nature are just wars, such as the War of Resistance, the Anti-Japanese War, the American Revolutionary War, the Latin American Wars of Independence, and the Pacific War. These are all just wars. Any war outside of these is unjust. Il Luo nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. Then tell me which category do the Iran-Iraq War and the Afghanistan War belong to? Bai Jing asked. Il Luo shook her head, seemingly believing that neither belonged to any category. Bai Jing said, there is no pure friendship between nations, only pure interests. Do you believe that a country sends tens of thousands of soldiers and equipment worth billions to another country just to make their lives better? Il Luo thought for a moment, shook her head, then nodded, and after thinking for a long time, she finally shook her head. I don't know either. Let me put it another way. If I mobilize tens of thousands of people to another country to help them build railways, roads, ports, schools, and hospitals, and then I say I'm here for your good, would you believe it? Bai Jing asked again. Il Luo quickly nodded, initially confused, but with this comparison the difference became clear. You say it's for my good, but your method is to point a gun at me. The state issues policies seizing from the people for its own gain, while abolishing their benefits. If this is done excessively, what then is it for? It is said I am greedy for the name of victory and the benefits it brings, and thus I act. Bai Jing said such a practice of whitewashing one's own wars to cover up the pursuit of profit and fame has been elucidated by the sages of the Celestial Empire over 2,000 years ago. Il Luo was speechless, as Bai Jing was from the Celestial Empire, and some of those striving for progress in the Order Society had already started learning Chinese. She was no exception. But she had only learned to a rudimentary degree. Why suddenly bring in classical Chinese? Actually, it's normal for you to believe their nonsense. The whole concept of freedom and democracy has deceived billions. Bai Jing said, looking towards Stark hanging outside. Now do you know what kind of person Stark is? A hypocrite. Il Luo asked. It can't be said that way, Bai Jing replied. Human nature is complex but cannot be summarized with simple 3 words. One cannot simply believe what he says, one must also look at what he does. Il Luo nodded in confusion. So without a doubt he was a villain in the first half of his life, a butcher funding unjust wars. As for what he becomes in the second half of his life, that will depend on what he does. Il Luo nodded earnestly, finally understanding. So if he actually becomes a just person as he promised, can we forgive him? Bai Jing shook his head. We are not the ones he has harmed. What right do we have to forgive him on behalf of others? If every murderer were to say this, could every murderer be forgiven? You also uphold justice. If the person you want to kill swears to you that he will never err again, can you forgive him for those girls who were victimized? Il Luo's face turned pale, as she indeed had spared many scum who begged for mercy. Yes, what right do I have to forgive her on behalf of others? This is the reason for the birth of the Saint Mother, because it is too easy to forgive others, but very hard to take on their suffering. Bai Jing patted Il Luo's head. Let's go. Looking at Il Luo's confused expression, Bai Jing sighed. This child has been deeply poisoned by American-style education. In the previous life, the books you read in America have all become a mockery. To ensure the ideological inheritance of the Order Society, I must set up a school in Hell's Kitchen. Bai Jing thought. Hey, aren't you going to watch anymore? Il Luo asked. What if they secretly take someone away? They wouldn't dare to gamble. Bai Jing replied. Oh. Il Luo was speechless. The adult world is so complicated. It's better to rely on myself and my partner. If someone has a problem, just solve it with an arrow. Simple, crude, and effective. Next time I will definitely not spare anyone. Mark III was left by Bai Jing on the rooftop of the building. This thing had a low technological content, just a fusion battery that could still be regarded, but it was of no use to Bai Jing. There was even no need to send it back to the country. After chatting with Song Shujun, he realized that directly accelerating growth might not be a good thing. If it weren't for the oppression of later generations, how could the people abandon their fantasies and see the true face of the American Empire? This kind of spiritual wealth is far more precious than material support. Slowly returning to the Order Society, Bai Jing found that the lights in his office were still on. Upon entering, he saw Song Shujun still busy at the computer. It's time to get off work. Bai Jing said. Hey, I'm doing business. Why would I get off work? Song Shujun shook his head. I wish I could live here from 12 to 12 working for 7 days straight. Just don't say these things on TV when you go back. It will mislead those without brains. Bai Jing reminded. Song Shujun was confused and didn't quite understand. But that wasn't important. I've preliminarily drafted several development plans for the Order Society. Master, take a look. Song Shujun handed over a document. Although it could be scanned out of respect for the hard work of others, Bai Jing accepted it